Across the globe, sports dominate our modern culture. But in American sports, there are two major things that drive fandom. The first, hometown loyalty to a location which you derive your lifestyle from and you can identify with. And secondly, greatness. To most, greatness is not defined by an objective measure, but a subjective feeling and emotion when you consider a team, a feeling, a player, an era, an aura. Trophies, awards, rings, titles, any objective hardware to be able to deny any naysayers the right to state that a team, a player, or an entire city is not destined to stay at the top in history.
You're listening to Kind of Radio.
Now, the truest greatness in sports fandom comes from a cross-section between the two. When your hometown loyalty gets supported by objective greatness with championships, rings, titles, and all those awards that those naysayers can no longer deny you. And what are you going to become as a sports fan? The most hated, most unloved type of fan, the ones we all dislike, because you're so spoiled, you don't even know what losing is. Welcome to San Francisco and California's Bay Area, our second location in our Greatest Cities in Sports series. Thank you for joining us on this. Today we are going to be getting into the four teams of San Francisco and the Bay Area, a region which really has not necessarily been as stable as some of the other major cities in sports. For those of you who had not watched the first episode in this series, the city of Miami, what we are doing is we are going to be doing a 5-year realistic rebuild of 4 major sports in the same city to be able to compare at the end and see what is the greatest city in all of American sports. Now, to put the caveat for those who also haven't seen it, I am fully aware that the NHL and the San Jose Sharks, in this case in the Bay Area, are a very reputable sport, but I don't want to do sports I don't have much knowledge on because I don't feel like it would be a very good video and very entertaining for you. So, sorry to those who are looking for any hockey or any soccer. Those sports I don't have enough knowledge on to be able to represent. So, in the Bay Area, we are in a unique position where this region has changed a lot over the last 10 years. From originally having 3 teams in Oakland, 2 teams in San Francisco, and then having, the Sharks in San Jose, to now having no teams in Oakland, and then 2 teams in San Francisco, 1 team not even, really in the area at all. And we're kind of in a unique spot. So, the 4 teams we are going to be rebuilding that are considered the Bay Area to me are going to be the San Francisco Giants of the MLB, located in San Francisco, the champions of the 2010, 2012, and 2014 World Series, the San Francisco 49ers in the NFL, who have made it to the NFC Championship game and won that several times and have not been able to get over the hump in the Super Bowl. The Golden State Warriors, now located in San Francisco, who won their first 3 titles in Oakland and their last one here in San Francisco. And our last place, which was kind of a toss-up for me, as we are doing college football as our 4th location. And there are 2 teams that are located in the Bay Area with Cal and Stanford, but we are going to move and pick specifically Stanford. I think that that's probably a more representation. I actually had to go look up and see what people in the Bay Area considered their team. Note, apparently on the internet, they don't take any team. They don't like college football. We're going to change that. Stanford will be the way. And so our first team that we want to look at is the San Francisco Giants. Now, within these 4 teams and the way we do our scoring system, it's really important to note that we're trying to make sure teams are stacking up the possibility of getting championships at the same time. And the Warriors and the 49ers are in contention. The Giants are slightly out of it. They're a really good team. They've made some good free agent signings. This past season, they brought in Willie Adames, who I think is a really good free agent signing. They brought in Matt Chapman 2 years ago. They brought in Justin Verlander. He's not really relevant in this case, but Jung-Hoo Lee, a bunch of pieces that I think are in their mid-late 20s, meaning that this team is probably right on the edges of contention and just needs a little bit more to get over the hump. I like the idea of the Giants probably being one of the more consistent teams inside this because their window is probably a little bit larger. With a lot of guys newly signed to their contracts, the Giants are going to be in a position to compete for the next 5 years if they can get away from the Diamondbacks, the Padres, and the Dodgers all being in their same division. The most recent champion of our teams here in the Bay Area, the Golden State Warriors, are in a little bit of a different spot. Their window is much shorter. They actually have to probably win right now while they still have Steph Curry and now Jimmy Butler on the team. Jimmy Butler recently just signed an extension. Curry is still here. Draymond is still here. But this team doesn't necessarily seem like they are in a great position to compete. It's a question mark of how they can get the back ends of their roster to just get them just enough over the top so that Curry, their ceiling raiser, their floor raiser, can actually push them right over the hump to actually win a title. With Butler, Curry, and Green all being in their 30s, we have a very short window here to try to compete before we're going to have to try to rebuild this team in an instant, establishing a new core, a new roster. Hopefully, Curry can play for a couple more years, and we don't have to worry about that until 2028 and 2029. But the real powerhouse in the Bay Area is actually the San Francisco 49ers, who recently just signed Brock Purdy to a 5-year, $265 million extension, meaning we will have a quarterback for the future of this rebuild. Mr. Irrelevant is no longer in a position of being one of the cheapest, best value contracts in all of football. What that means as we look forward for the next several years is this fantastic roster of players across the board in Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle, defensively Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, is not going to be a team that's going to be able to upstand and hold on to these players forever. In fact, they're going to start running into cap issues sooner rather than later, meaning we are going to have to do our best to draft very, very well and to try to get the most value we can when replacing some of these guys as we build our roster together. The hope is that Purdy is good enough to be able to continue to keep us over the hump. But it's the NFL, and you never know what's going to happen, especially when there are a lot of powerhouses in the AFC side. Our benefit is we are in the NFC, the weaker of the two divisions. Meanwhile, Stanford's not necessarily in competition whatsoever. They don't really have a good roster. They don't really have a good team. However, they are now finally in a conference that is going to get some respect in college football because the Pac-12 never did, and they are going to be sitting here in the ACC. Our hope is that we can turn this team back to its former glory with Andrew Luck, but I have my doubts. This is something that we've struggled with so far, but my hope is that we can find some way to build a roster, a interesting team for essentially a college that hasn't seen a whole lot of production since Andrew Luck left. Now, thankfully, we do have a starting quarterback who is a freshman in Elijah Brown, who hopefully will develop over the next several years and become a legitimate good starting quarterback. And so we're going to be starting off here with the Giants, who play first chronologically here in 2025. The big thing with this team that I'm thinking is we need to probably get as many pitchers as possible. I think our position players and our players that we have to develop in the position, so like outfield, are going to be okay. While I still will want to get some, I don't think that we need to really invest heavily into them. Pitching, though, we will. And a big thing we're probably going to do is spend a lot of money in free agency to try to bring in another ace to go alongside Logan Webb. I don't necessarily believe that the rest of our starting pitching staff has a whole lot of potential. The bullpen, on the other hand, definitely does. I like a lot of the bullpen arms that we have. The question is, can they continue to perform at a level that we're hoping to see out of them? When it comes to the lineup, I like everybody here. I think that we have a fantastic roster. Yastrzemski is probably the only guy who we will replace, but we'll just wait till his contract's up or until he's too old and doesn't want to get signed, because I like every player on this team. Fitzgerald is a player I really enjoy, really good on base percentage type player. Lamont Wade has been good. Jung-Hoo Lee is a good contact guy. Helio Ramos can hopefully perform more against righties because he's good against lefties. I just need more against righties. And then we have Willie. I love Willie as a Brewers fan. Wish he was still in Milwaukee, but he's not. Flores is pretty good. Chapman is an elite third baseman, and Patrick Bailey is one of the best defensive catchers in all of baseball. The question is, can we get over the hump with this team? There's still a chance we're going to go for some free agents, and we also have Bryce Eldridge here, who is somebody who can come up here soon. So this season, we're really focused on seeing if we can make a wild card with this roster. I don't want to have to sell on any of our prospects to get pitching at the deadline, but we might have to. But otherwise, trying to draft well, make sure we are set up for success, and maybe we're going to trim some salary if we're not, so that way we can sign some guys in free agency this year to build a really good team for 2026. Halfway through the scouting season in the major leagues, I think I found one of the greatest pitchers I've ever seen, just considering his stats as well as his already being 63 to 68 overall. This is like a Cy Young candidate as soon as this guy comes into the majors, and he's a lower overall. This is the type of candidate I love, but the thing with this team that I'll have to mention is because of the Willy Adames move that we made, there's not a whole lot of actual picks that we have the ability to do. We don't have our second round pick. We have no compensatory picks, so we're going to have to hit big on that first pick and get lucky on the later ones. I like that pitcher, but also Felipe Marrero, if he's there, is a phenomenal find at what he's originally supposed to be 24. Love the contact, love the vision and discipline. This is a guy I really want to get. But I am doing something I don't normally do. I'm discovering prospects because we only have late picks. I'm going to use discovery. I've done it for the last couple rebuilds after doing my scouting video, and it's not worked out once yet. So I'm hoping this can be, I don't know, something different. Just give me something to be able to use. But here, before we get to the NBA draft and the NBA offseason, we are sitting at 41 and 36. We've actually kind of went on a little bit of a slide. You see 3 and 7 in our last 10. We had a series against the Dodgers, and we lost a series to the Rockies. Yeah, we're at a little bit of a slide here in June, but I think we're in a good position. This is a potential playoff team right now. We are still sitting in the wild card because the NL has been terrible thus far this season. So I think we have our shot to be able to make it. I'm hoping we can find some good prospects in scouting. Haven't been able to find any in discovery. At least nothing like interesting yet. But we'll see what we can do. But it's time to get to the Warriors, the draft, and their offseason. The Mavericks don't take Cooper Flag. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The Spurs, who are just going to be gifted Cooper Flag? I hate you so much, Dallas. When I say we're old, I mean we're old, because it hurts to see the Spurs be able to get Cooper Flag, because this team is just not in a good position to be able to keep this thing together. We got Pods, who did get a little bit better. Moody got a little bit better. Kuminga didn't, but Green got worse. Butler got worse. Payton got worse. I brought in Dinwiddie. He got worse. Post got worse. He's 25. He got worse. I brought in Love. He got worse. Buddy Hield significantly got worse. Yeah, we're going to have to, I mean, hopefully Curry can just kind of bring us over the top, but yeah. And so it's not exactly a star-studded lineup to go, but hey, that's what they get from the Jimmy Butler trade. It's kind of, and the extension. This is the direction they wanted to go in. We're going to change that direction, by the way. But for now, this is what we got. And the hope is that Curry can put together, I guess, an MVP-like season. But I have my doubts for the 37-year-old point guard. So you just got to talk trash to the game. If you talk trash to the game, they give you what you want. Let's hope this guy's actually good. Because I want him. In the third round, that is. So for the MLB draft, we're kind of leaning heavily on this, just getting Felipe Marrero. If he's not there, I don't know what to do. There's a lot of top-end talent, I think, but this guy's amazing. Amazing. I need him. There's also this guy, Aguilar, who could be available. We do have pick 13, so there's a good chance. Dwayne Talbot is the top guy that was on the board. I don't even think he looks as good as Marrero, but like top ranked guy on the board, we'll take him. And this was the guy that we had there. So he wasn't good. I just don't have luck with Discovery. It's just terrible. We find better guys that were just like randomly ranked lower. If Marrero is not there, Silva is probably the best possible guy we can get there. There are some non-ranked pitchers. There are some non-ranked guys that we found, but like, yeah. This draft is entirely dependent on Felipe Marrero. So lucky. I was scared. Seeing all the position players go off the board there, they scared me a lot. But Felipe Marrero is here. We are going to take him. That is our future first baseman. I hope he's on the higher end of each of those spectrums. But yeah, this is a can't-miss prospect. And so at the All-Star break, we have a 3.5 game lead in the wild card. Pretty good security, I suppose. Though, the Padres and Diamondbacks are catching up. So there's still a chance we don't make it, but I'm pretty confident we played pretty well so far this season. I wish the offense was a little bit better, but 53 and 44, we are holding that second wild card spot, and the Dodgers are dominating this season. So it's a question of if we make it to the wild card, doesn't matter. This team is stacked. Just hope that the NL East kind of cannibalizes itself a little bit. When we take a look at All-Stars this season, I don't know. I really don't feel like we've had a lot of really good production. I guess Ryan Walker. I mean, look, 3.92 ERA from your closer. If that's our All-Star, I'm not very excited about it. And I'm going to guess, Lamont Wade did make it too. 245, 5 home runs for him. So there's that. Tyler Fitzgerald's an all-star. Okay, so we actually had a couple. Tyler Fitzgerald, 19 home runs. 340 on base, 277. I said I liked him. I didn't think he was going to be that good. But yeah, not necessarily a great season so far for us, but hey, I'll take 3 all-stars from Wade. Especially excited about Tyler Fitzgerald. I love to see that. I'm thinking what we could do, knowing that we have a shot here at making it. I'll see if I can get a starting pitcher off of the block from somebody, but the question of whether or not there will be something available for cheap, because I don't want to give up like Eldridge or anything like that. We'll see what we can do just to see potential prospect, to see if we can get something. And so, since we decided we were going to buy here at the deadline, Sandy Alcantara is going to be the guy I'm going to go after. He hasn't been the best this season, but he does have 3 years of team control. And we can get him for Reggie Crawford and Mason Black. I might throw in another C potential prospect for him. We'll just throw in David VR as well. Just so that it's a little bit more balanced. But we could have got him for just Crawford and Mason Black, and I'll take that because I think that having the 3 years of team control over Alcantara would be fantastic. It works out really well for us because that does give us a potential ace if he develops and returns back to his previous form. I mean, it's a low overall for him already to start, but we'll take this deal, and I guess that'll improve our starting pitching staff for the rest of the season. Because we're bringing in Alcantara, that means I'm actually going to have to clear up a spot on the roster. And the way we're going to do that is I am going to DFA Robbie Ray because he has been terrible. Honestly, he really hasn't been good outside of his Cy Young season. I struggle to understand, realistically, why this dude got a big contract, knowing that he really only has had one good season in his career. And I don't want him because this has been terrible from him. So I'm hoping that this will fix a little bit of our pitching because we're on a little bit of a slide right now. We have lost 10 straight games right now. This is falling apart real fast. Do we sell? Do we pull an Angels? Circa 2023? Do we sell? Okay, a little patience. We won five in a row now, so okay. This is why you don't pull an Angels circa 2023, because it never worked out for them. I'm really happy we got Felipe Marrero, because this dude is going to be fantastic. He starts at 66. That's really close to the top of what we were looking at. I mean, he's 59 to 68, and we got 66, meaning he will be here in like 2 seasons. Felipe Marrero is phenomenal. Good contact, good vision, good discipline, good clutch rating. I mean, this is a guaranteed star, I think. It means that, to me, I have to question it, like, what am I going to do with Bryce Eldridge? Because if this guy can only play first, I want him playing first. Keo Burton, low overall, decent potential. Guevara, low overall, decent potential. Almonte, very low overall, good potential. And then a reliever, low overall, decent potential. We did okay in the rest of this draft, but yeah, not hitting on any of those discovery picks hurts because I just can't seem to hit on it. And the Willy Adames contract, getting rid of, our second rounder where we could have got Silva. Oh my God, do I want this guy. 66 overall, high walks, high hits per 9. But hey, we get Willy Adames. Willy Adames or Fernando Silva? That's the question. That's what we basically made that exchange for. I'll take Willy, I think, because the shortstop. And here was the discovery guy, Eric Winkler. Yeah, that's why I'm just gonna keep justifying. I'm starting a rift here in the MLB the show community. My money ball and my reality is that the least effective thing is discovery. It never works. It never works. Never works. At least not for me. So maybe other people feel that way. But I generally see people say, oh my God, it's the greatest thing. How could you not use discovery? I don't know why it doesn't work for me. It never works. Despite getting our, stud first baseman, I still did sign Lamont Wade to an extension and Kyle Harrison to an extension because I found that I could get those two guys for really, really cheap, and I just wanted to do that. So that is a good addition, I think, for the next 5 years to at least have those guys locked up. Thankfully, we stayed pretty patient so far because now we are 76 and 61. We are in a pretty good position now to hold on to this wild card spot. 5 games up on the Diamondbacks, who are also very good. So there's still a shot that we do lose it. It's going to be close, but within this spot that we're in, I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to hold on to the rest of this season. If we look at our calendar for the last month, we have a series against Colorado, 2 series against Colorado, actually. But the big one being we play Arizona for 2 straight series this last month. We also play the Dodgers, so that's going to be tough, but we have some we have some at least one-on-one series to finish the season off for us to make the postseason. I'm hoping we can do that. As we're starting the college football season, it's safe to say this team is not necessarily in as good of a spot as the other teams are. We're not as good of an organization or a program here, and being an ACC is going to be very tough for us as somebody who's not very competitive right now. We do have some players that I like to look at, and that's Elijah Brown being one who, as a redshirt freshman, will start all 4 years for us, and I'm hoping he could develop. He is a 3-star, but he's at least an impact 3-star, so I'm hoping we can see some decent development out of him. We have Spencer Irvin here at running back, who's a junior, could be, or not Spencer, Cedric Irvin here, who could be something interesting at wide receiver. We have Jalen Moss, who is a redshirt junior, who I think could be a stud if we get some good passing out of Brown. Tight ends are okay. Offensive line, we do have a few decent offensive linemen, especially in Makula, but no center. We're going to get crushed, I think. And defensively, we don't have a whole lot of standout guys either. I think outside of probably David Bailey here at left outside linebacker, I'm not seeing a whole lot of standout players. I don't know if we're really going to be in contention for anything. Essentially, the way I see it is this year, our goal is to develop Brown so that he can be something interesting in the next couple years, get a bunch of recruits in, because the ACC is going to be tough for us to win. And if we can just make some bowl games, maybe we can get ourselves in position to make a run for a college football playoff over the next 5 years. Now, we are going to be pursuing some 5 and 4-star guys. Now, whether or not we're able to get them, I think is going to be entirely dependent on our performance this season, because finding players that have the actual like traits and values that are Stanford, academic lifestyle, the campus lifestyle. I mean, this is one of the smartest colleges in all of, I guess the Power 5 pro sports. So that's not normally a trait you find within 5-star prospects and 4-star prospects. I'm hoping that we can get some, but we're just going to try to do what we can to get as many guys from California as possible. I could completely fail, though, because USC and UCLA are still here, and then obviously the big hitters exist, too. And we're starting our schedule with Hawaii before San Jose State and Penn State here in the month of September. Not a whole lot of chances, honestly, to compete. I'm hoping we can win 2 of the 3 of those games, but it's going to be tough. We just need to get to 6 wins. That's what we're pursuing to get a bowl game. I'd call that a good start to the season, taking on Hawaii with 3 sacks from David Bailey in our first game of the season. He also gets National Defensive Player of the Week. Very disappointing, as we are unable to get this gem quarterback who's from Washington. He does commit to Washington. We were so close to getting him. I put a lot into trying to get him, and sucks. So the thing that's good is that I guess that we have quarterbacks, but sucks to lose out on a 4-star gem quarterback, especially after a dominant victory here. An absolute shootout in Stanford versus Penn State. 644 yards of offense to 592. We end up winning this game 54-42. I guess there's Penn State, but look, I mean, that helps. You lose Drew Aller, that helps us win. I guess that's probably why we did. But Elijah Brown, 300 yards, 4 touchdowns in that one. 138 and 2 for Cedric Irvin. I keep saying it wrong. It feels like it should be Irwin or like something else. 86 big touchdown from him. Do we get any defensive numbers? A half sack from Galvin, half sack from Tafiti. I mean, really, looks like we just scored touchdowns. That means we're 3-0. And we miss out on the other big QB too, Darren Graves. We fall to 3rd on the board. He goes right to USC. Not a good start for us in the recruiting department this season. But coming off of beating Penn State, San Jose State, and Hawaii, we are 3-0 and now ranked 24th in the nation as we enter October. Meanwhile, in the NFL, we have the San Francisco 49ers. I did get some free agents who were left over and signed. Keenan Allen being one of those guys who I brought back in. Simply, Juwan Jennings is starting off the season injured, so I figured we could use a veteran presence in that second wide receiver spot while Jennings comes back, with Pearsall being the 3rd guy. Raheem Mostert was available, so, that's like a Shanahan thing. I feel like you got to bring Mostert back. Those guys are just all trading Mostert off. The offensive line's a little weak, but I think that's where we're going to be looking a lot in the draft. Our defense is also terrible. I did get Stephon Gilmore, but that's the only reason that the cornerback room even looks decent. Yeah, defensively, this team has a long way to go. This is not the team that was in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. It's a long ways from that, and with the monetary constraints of Brock Purdy's contract now, we're gonna be grinding to actually build a good team here. But we have a quarterback, we have a running back, we have a number 1 receiver, we have a number 1 tight end, we have a number 1 left tackle, we have a number 1 edge rusher, we have a number 1 middle linebacker. It's just filling out the rest. So let's get into our first season here with the 49ers. We got absolutely smacked by the Patriots in week 4. No offense. Like, we're supposed to be a really good offensive team with the weapons that we have. 187 passing yards, 64 rushing yards. That's a rough way to go. And Purdy, I need more. McCaffrey, I need more. That's rough. And so our team that should be the best technically in this Bay Area is not off to a good start. 1-3 to start off this. As we move towards the month of October, maybe the Giants will be able to get their way into the playoffs here, and we won't have to worry about the absolute disappointment we're seeing out of the 49ers. Thankfully, Stanford is sitting at 3-0, meaning I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to make a bowl game at that. I don't think they're going to be a college football playoff team or ACC championship game, but bowl game probably on the table. If San Fran doesn't put this together, that's not a playoff team. 49ers, that is. But our lead in the wild card race has absolutely dissolved, and the Diamondbacks are a half game behind us as we have lost 3 in a row after a series with the Dodgers. And I think a lot of this is going to determine right here as we have a 3-game series with the Diamondbacks. If we can take a big lead in this one, we sadly do have the Dodgers after this, but we have St. Louis and Colorado, who are both bad teams. If we can win this series against the Diamondbacks, I have a lot of faith. Game 1, Verlander versus Zach Gallen. 0-7 loss. We get annihilated in that one. The Diamondbacks have now taken the wild card spot from us. Game 2, Logan Webb versus Corbin Burns. We lose another. They are now way ahead of us. Jordan Hicks versus Fott. Please turn it around, guys. Thankfully, we do. We lose the series to the Diamondbacks, meaning this is going to be a close race here at the end. And we get swept by the Dodgers right afterwards. I mean, come on. Don't fall apart on me now, Giants. We get swept by the Dodgers, but we're only a half game back from the Diamondbacks because they also just got swept. So, or 1 game back. 6 games till elimination, and the Brewers have fought their way back into this race now, as we have St. Louis and Colorado to determine whether or not we're going to make it to the postseason. We really cannot afford the collapse. So, Hicks versus Liberatore in this first game of this St. Louis series, we lose 3-5. We pretty much got to win 4 of these next 5, I would think. Alcantara versus Fetty. We get swept by the St. Louis Cardinals. We don't have a whole lot. 2.5 games back on the Diamondbacks. A sweep and they need to get swept. Who do they play? The Diamondbacks have the Padres here, as we have the Rockies. So, game 1 against the Rockies. Verlander versus Marquez. We win that one 9-4. We're going to run as if we don't know. If we win this one, maybe we'll check. There's no way we made it. We're probably eliminated. It looks like they won a game. They won both. We somehow missed the playoffs after being significantly ahead going into this last run here. We had a terrible month of September for the Giants, and we are going to miss the playoffs. It's a rough way to go out. A loss to the Rockies. Just looking at this calendar is depressing because we were 76-61 going into this last month, and we went 6-19. That's how we missed the playoffs. And if we looked at it in the wild card race, I mean, obviously we just needed to not have the worst last month ever. If we win 10 games in the month of September, we make the playoffs. Instead, we win 6. Taking a look at awards, Shohei Ohtani wins the MVP, hitting .334 for 60 home runs and 160 RBIs. Insane season from Shohei Ohtani. Cy Young also to Shohei Ohtani. How much WAR did he rack up this season to get that? So offensively, or this is the pitching number, 3.9 WAR this season with a 3.32 and a 1.34 whip and 221 strikeouts. And with the bat, 214 hits, 161 RBIs, 114 OPS, 10.6 WAR. That's 14.5 WAR. That's 14.5 WAR from Shohei Ohtani. That's insane. Doesn't get the batting title. No Triple Crown, though. Oh my God. He was close to having it in both, though. He almost had a double triple crown. Okay. On the AL side, Devers gets the MVP. 281, 45 home runs, 125 RBIs for the Boston Red Sox. In the Cy Young, Garrett Crochet with a 3.05 ERA and 188 strikeouts. I think that's probably more deservingly to like a Cole Ragans or Joe Ryan, but 17 wins for Crochet gets him that. League leaders on the NL side, Juan Soto gets a 334 average to lead the way in the National League. Your hits leader is 214 from Shohei Ohtani. As we just checked, he led in doubles. He led in home runs with 60, 20 more than Kyle Schwarber, and led the way in RBIs with 161. Saves goes to Evan Phillips, who had 59 saves for the Dodgers, and the ERA crown goes to Paul Skeens, the 277, and strikeout leader Shohei Ohtani with a obscene 221 strikeouts. On the AL side, Aaron Judge leads the way with a 325 batting average for the New York Yankees. Hits leader Josh Smith of the Texas Rangers gets 201 hits, breaks the 200 barrier, and your home run leader Rafael Devers with 45, Judge and Rooker right behind him, giving Devers also the RBI lead. Saves leader in the AL is Lucas Erceg, who had 55 saves for the Kansas City Royals, with Weaver right behind him. ERA crown goes to Joe Ryan of the Texas Minnesota Twins. Nathan Eovaldi of the Texas Rangers was right behind him. And then in strikeouts, Cole Ragans leads the way with 206 for the Kansas City Royals. Honestly, that Cy Young probably goes deservedly to Cole Ragans, as I am making the decision. Our Hall of Fame pitcher, Justin Verlander, has a pretty mediocre final season. It's not bad, but 81 strikeouts isn't going to help him with much. 4.41 ERA, 137 whip in this. Does have a positive WAR, but he gets sent down to AAA. He's going to retire then for us. Anybody else get sent down? Doesn't look like it. When we go to our major league staff, Spencer Bivens, 243 with a 107 whip in the bullpen. That's pretty good to see. Tristan Beck, 299 with a 103. Also good. Tyler Rogers, 394 is a little high, but the 113 whip is pretty good. So not that bad from one of our more expensive relievers. Birdsong, 309 with a 119 whip. Eric Miller, probably our worst reliever here, but he's also a lower overall, so I understand it. Walks behind is pretty low. I think I might get rid of him. I don't like his stats. Camilo Duvall, 345 with a 122 whip for him, a little overpaid. He's not going to perform very well. Randy Rodriguez, though, very good, 244 with a .87 whip. And Ryan Walker, high ERA, but 116 whip is pretty good to see. 37 saves, 9 blown saves, though, on the season. Don't like to see that. Logan Webb, our ace, with a 3.58 and a 1.25 whip this past season. Jordan Hicks was terrible. Just all around really, really bad. 5.01 ERA, 1.51 whip. I think we're paying him $11 million. We're also paying Alcantara $11 million. And that's a significant difference of production value in that. And then Leonard Rowe, 3.68, 1.28 whip. Pretty good for essentially a rookie starting pitcher for us this year. I like that. We're going to need to get another starter in this offseason. We are going to be signing a free agent. And yeah, because Verlander's gone. And did somebody pick up Robbie Ray after we DFA'd him? That's hilarious. Taking a look at the lineup, we had a pretty mediocre year from a lot of guys here. 220 from Sam Huff off the bench. Wasn't that bad. Wisely, 277. I'd like to see that as our platoon lefty second baseman. Luis Matos, 256. Not bad in his 35 games. He could possibly come up next year. Casey Schmidt, or, have an actual place in the lineup is what I mean by that. Casey Schmidt with a 235 average. Okay, whatever. Tyler Fitzgerald, 261. 29 home runs from Tyler Fitzgerald. Didn't expect that level of power. He does go down against lefties for contact, but 46 doubles, 10 triples, 29 home runs. A lot of extra base hits for Tyler Fitzgerald. I'll take that from him. 2.4 WAR from him as well. Lamont Wade, who we signed to an extension, 255 average with 8 home runs and 52 RBIs on the season. Jung-Hoo Lee, 275 with also 8 home runs on the season. Helio Ramos, 22 home runs, 273 average from him. That's what I like to see. 352 on base percentage. That's a pretty good player for us. Mike Yastrzemski in probably his last year. I don't know if we're going to let him leave, though. Like, do you really want to see him anywhere else? Probably not. I think we'll just bring him back to be a platoon bat this next season. He should be much cheaper than $9 million. 252 average, 22 home runs for him was pretty good. Oh, Willie Adames, 312 average, 26 home runs, 81 RBIs, massive increase across the board in stats. Very good to see. 415 on base, 993 OPS, 6.1 WAR. That's a really good free agent signing. I know we didn't have our second round pick, but I'll take that for this. That's a great trade-off. Wilmer Flores, yikes, 216. 243 for Matt Chapman with 20 home runs to still play Gold Glove level defense. I'm going to hope. Did he get one? No Gold Glove for him this past season. And then Patrick Bailey, 234, 6 home runs, 298 on base. I still want him to get a little bit better at getting on base this upcoming year as we go, because he's one of the best defensive guys, and you can see that from his last year's Gold Glove and the 99 fielding and all that. I want him to be able to continue to play this level of elite defense, because you're not going to find a catcher that produces that level of value. 100% fielding percentage, no errors this past year. So, yeah, I like him. I just need some better production across the bat from getting on base from him, getting better hits. We're going to try to make sure that he improves that in that category. But that means that next year, I think what we have to look at is probably increasing and getting ourselves another ace in the starting rotation, and then maybe a little bit around the edges in the outfield I could see. But I really like this team, like where we're at. Just disappointing that we fell apart here at the end of the season. And our first commit for the Stanford Cardinals is going to be Timothy Westerman from Honolulu, Hawaii. The middle linebacker, 4-star to start it off. I have a feeling, amongst anything, it's going to be just a pain to deal with Oregon. I went all in on this running back, Amari College, and the fact that they were able to take him last second, that's terrible. That's a really annoying too, because it's not much I could really do about it. You know, I went all in every single week on this guy. We had all the traits, and we just weren't able to get him. That's going to happen for a lot of guys here. We had Rawlings number 1 the entire time. Cal beats us at the end. And Oregon takes College from us at the end, too. And I think the big thing is we just lost that game. If we win against Pitt, and now we're on a little bit of a slide here, things might be different. Maybe we get those two guys. It's hard for me to generally quantify why we are bad, but having Bailey be injured and having really no secondary help at all this season is probably why we are now sitting at 3-3 going against Virginia next, 0-3 in the ACC, and one of the worst recruiting classes because we just keep losing games. Brock Purdy, just ending a little bit of the slide here, getting a really good game. 5 touchdowns, 1 sack only, 28 for 32. That's really, really accurate for him as we do take down the Arizona Cardinals and thankfully can win a game in one of the sports. And taking a look at our first mock draft of the season, and has us taking a right tackle, Jarius Graham out of South Carolina at pick 9. I'm hoping that we're not actually picking this high. So we do need tackle. That's not something that I'm going to ignore. We are focused on that too. So maybe more Paul Holiday, maybe or Xavier Holloman. Once we actually put it together, I'm hoping that we are a playoff team here. We also find ourselves in a pretty good position free agent-wise, because I just have Keenan Allen here, Miles Murphy, Stephon Gilmore, all guys that I could go without. I don't need them. So we might be able to make something happen in free agency, though I'll state there's not exactly a lot of guys that are going to be available in free agency, but it's possible. However, the Bears did have Braxton Jones on the block, and knowing that tackles are going to be hard to come by if we can't get one in the first round, it doesn't hurt to go after one. We are making a trade, the 3rd this year, a 4th next year, and a 7th next year for Braxton Jones. That should help us move on in order to be able to get a official tackle on the opposite side of Trent Williams. But it leads us to a pretty big game here against the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm hoping what we can do is we can turn this into a nice 4-3 start, but the Chiefs are 5-0. I feel like this is a good big game. Let's just go advance it and watch it live. See, the Chiefs are a phenomenal offense, which is crazy because they shouldn't be. But we lose that one 36-26. We are going to have Sunday Night Football against Dallas up next. But also, it's time for another team to start their season in San Francisco. And not a bad way to start off the season. We do beat the Lakers 136-125 with 43 points out of Steph Curry. Started the season 9 for 16 from 3. with 5 steals too. Also really, really cool there. I'm hoping what we can do this season, especially in the development, because as I'm thinking about our team, is we can do something to make it so that Kuminga can get more play. It's something that like Steve Kerr hasn't done very, very well with the Warriors over the last couple of years, is actually implement guys that aren't Steph Curry. And what my goal is essentially to try to usurp the problems of Steve Kerr. But Curry's going to have to carry us until we're able to do so. And a couple games into the season, I haven't seen any of that. I mean, Kuminga technically is our second leading scorer right now. 47% from the field to start off, but 29% from 3. I mean, Curry hasn't been good from 3 yet either to start, but yeah, not a great start to the season. Curry is doing Curry things, I guess. I don't really know how to describe it other than Curry things. The rest of the team is not pulling their weight. We are 5-8. And, yeah. So, all that thing I just said about Kuminga, I guess Steve Kerr gets to be Steve Kerr this year. Curry, can you average 40? If I can get more games like this, yes, just give me more games like this. 657 yards of offense. Virginia was 5-2. We smacked them 59-7. And Elijah Brown, I like him. I like him a lot. Who'd he pass to? Moss? Ho ho ho! But then we follow up games like that with games like this. Like, okay, better offense than them. But we just didn't convert because, yeah, can't lose to SMU, guys. Can't lose to SMU. But that's what we want to see. 6-4 means that we are going to be going to a bowl game. We get the boost up. I'm still a terrible recruiting class, by the way, so far. But we'll be going into a bowl game, and we have a rivalry game at Cal to cement it. I'm hoping that we can win this one here in the Bay. 3-6. I mean, come on. This is supposed to be the good team. 3-6. Now, we're a good offense, but we are just an awful defense. And so, I know he's not real, but goodbye. What is your purpose? What is your purpose on this team? Like, dude, I brought in Stephon Gilmore off the scrap heap, and he's better than you. I know it's a completely different position, but okay. Rookie, better than you. Better than you. Kevin Givens is better than you. Off the scrap heap, better than you. Just, oh my God, I hate Nick Bosa. I think our only saving grace is that the NFC West is awful. 4-9 is only 2 games out. So, as we look at Week 15, 16, 17, 18, 4 games left. One of them against the Rams. We kind of have to win this one. So, can we beat the Rams? If we beat the Rams on Thursday night, maybe we'll have a shot. Oh, maybe we'll have a shot. All right. I love how it's 3 weeks. Exactly. That's great. It's all down to Mac Jones. Hey, we're somehow back ranked 7-4. We beat Cal. I love it. I love it. Oh. Ooh. Colin Wright. 3 picks, 5 tackles. I have no understanding how I didn't get this guy. Where Arkansas is on this board right now is ridiculous. We were basically an inch away from having him, and they were sitting where Tulane is right now. Like, how did they jump that much? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Your Heisman is Jalen Daniels, the quarterback for Oregon. And I'm going to guess we don't have any, but we are playing the Arizona Wildcats in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. You know we got to win the Pop-Tarts Bowl. So the question is, are we going to be able to pull away and win the Pop-Tarts Bowl against Arizona? Let's just advance and see if we can do it. I'm hoping we get the Pop-Tart dancing on our side. And oh my God, Oregon. 8-5. We must have won the Pop-Tarts Bowl. We got a dancing Pop-Tart on our field right now. Let's go. We are officially Pop-Tart champions. Good for Teavaru Tafiti, the left outside linebacker. 3 sacks on the day for us in that game. And so we end our season with Elijah Brown having 38 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, 3,600 yards. I want to get the picks down, but I like that out of a freshman quarterback. Very, very good production out of him. When it comes to the rushing game, we need a running back. I'm hoping Cedric Irvin can be better next season. I'm hoping Cole Tabb can be better next season. They're a sophomore and a junior, respectively. So we're in a pretty good position there. And then receiving Jackson Harris, 10 touchdowns on the year, ends up being pretty good as a sophomore. Jalen Moss is coming back. Sam Roush at tight end is coming back. Tiger Backmeyer is coming back. We got a lot of guys that will be coming back next year. The one who won't, sadly, is going to be our left guard, Jake Mikula. I'm hoping he ends up being a top pick in this next year's draft. And defensively, Tafiti ends with 10 sacks on the year. Good year for him, the senior out of Hawaii, ends up with that. 7 sacks from David Bailey, the senior, who missed half the season with a PCL tear. And our interception leader, Colin Wright, the senior cornerback. We might have some guys get drafted. Bailey, I don't think Tafiti will, but a very good production from him this past year. And yeah, we might get some guys drafted. I'm hoping that'll help at least. Offensive lineman, left guard, left outside linebacker, and corner probably. Gunnar Stockton out of Georgia leads the way in passing with 4,500 yards on the season and 50 touchdowns, led the way in that category, though Jalen Daniels was a little bit better this year. This is why it frustrates me, because they had that and then they get every single guy. So good for them, I guess. Leading rusher, Makai Hughes out of Tulane. Whew, 97 overall. Amazing season for him. 21 touchdowns, 1,900 yards on the year. That's crazy. Receiving, Isaiah Myers out of Central Michigan leads the way with 108 catches for 1,500 yards and 16 touchdowns. Touchdown leaders Antonio Williams for Clemson. Comes to defensively, this thing is always pretty wrong, so take it with a grain of salt. It says Julian Simon is the leading sack getter with 12, and the leading interception is Avion Terrell with 8. I don't know if that's always true. Sometimes I feel like, yeah, it's not. 13.5 from Sean Brown in our division. 14 from Luke Pires here. I think defensively they might categorize it by overall, and so I don't necessarily know if there might be a limit, just because there's so many defensive guys on the board. Like if I go receiving ACC, it doesn't change too much, but like, yeah. So there's a little bit of a limit to how this system works. And your national champion ends up being Oregon, getting a 38-3 victory over number 1 seeded Clemson this past season. And, yeah, I hate them. They got all the guys I wanted, and they get to win the whole thing. They're going to be in our way the whole time we're on the West Coast. Now, normally I wouldn't show a Week 18 of 2 6-10 teams, but if the Rams lose at 7-9, I think we have the tiebreaker. So first we have to beat Arizona, and then Seattle has to beat the Rams. Let's see what happens. Are we going to be in the playoffs at 7-10? Oh my God, we are. I mean, we don't really deserve it. Max, we won in overtime. We were down 17-10. We score 7 in the fourth, and we win in overtime. Mac Jones throws 2 picks. Kyler plays terrible. McCaffrey doesn't even play good. Oh, but somehow we get in there. I mean, defensively, who got the pick? I'm going to guess Bernardo Green. We have a little bit of pressure from Nick Bosa, but somehow it was enough. We only gave up 253 yards to the Cardinals. We still almost lost. Meanwhile, the Rams lose 20-17. 2 good games. I mean, they lost to a team that looks like they just got outplayed. Cooper Kupp outplayed Tutu Atwell, but somehow at 7-10, we make the play. I almost wish we didn't, because it's 6-11. That's probably a high pick. Instead, we're going to be a playoff team. And so here's the bracket. We have the Lions, who are the 5 seed. They're a very, very good team. I don't really have a whole lot of faith in us being able to go anywhere with this, but if we beat them, that's cool, right? Like, we shouldn't be here. But anyways, take a look at our end of season stats. Brock Purdy wasn't even that good in the games he was there. Mac Jones was terrible. 24-15 is not very good for Purdy for 2,900 yards in the games that he was able to play. Rushing, McCaffrey doesn't break 1,000, 993 and 6 touchdowns, but we were a losing team, so I guess he didn't get a whole lot of shots. Receiving game, Ayuk did get over 1,000 yards, 1,108 for him. Very, very good. Kittle was 780. Keenan Allen had 700, McCaffrey had 600, and Jennings had 530 when he came back, and doesn't look like Pearsall ever really got a shot then, sadly. Defensively, 119 tackles from Warner led the way. Our sacks leader was Nick Bosa. He heard me talking trash, did get to 7.5. That's still not enough, but we'll take it. And then interception leader, Stephon Gilmore had 5, so not bad. 4 league leaders, Patrick Mahomes leads the way with 4,900 yards, 50 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. A dominant season from him. It's probably an MVP caliber year unless Jalen Hurts ran for, 26 touchdowns like he sometimes does. 40 touchdowns and 5 picks for Hurts. I'm going to guess he's going to be up here, though. Okay, well, Derrick Henry ends up leading the way here with 1,200 yards for the Baltimore Ravens and 13 touchdowns, though the touchdown leader is Najee Harris with 18. Jalen Hurts did get 16. That's dumb, but Jalen Hurts ends up with 56 touchdowns on the year. That might get him an MVP. Receiving leaders, Puka Nacua with 1,685 and 20 touchdowns, 118 catches, just really one-man offense there for them. Very, very good. Rashee Rice right behind him with 19 touchdowns. Defensively, Edgerrin Cooper leads the way with 147 tackles for the Green Bay Packers. Your sacks leader is TJ Watt with 18.5 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the interception leader is Cam Taylor-Britt with 7 for the Cincinnati Bengals. And so we really should just get run out of the stadium here. Though it is our own stadium, I don't necessarily believe we have a whole lot of a chance against Detroit. Let's just see live. Did we win? Oh my God, we didn't win. This playoff game is so bad that the fans in the league are literally debating, should we have divisions anymore? Oh my God, 45-6. We get annihilated. Goff throws for 3 touchdowns. Purdy with 178 yards. Rushing, Gibbs has 68. They had a touchdown from Ali Gordon, touchdown from Montgomery, touchdown from Goff rushing. McCaffrey ends with 19 rushing yards on the game. Receiving wise, Williams had 75. Ayuk did get 72. But yeah. Did they get sacks against us? 1 from Hutchinson, 1 from Anzalone, and Jordan Elliott had 1 for us, and there were no picks in the game. Wow. Right now, we're sitting down here in the 7th seed with the Warriors. I mean, we're above 500, but we're in the West, so that means we're near the bottom of this cesspool of teams right here at the bottom. I mean, I think when I look at this roster, the problem is that we suck, I guess, essentially. Injuries. I mean, no Kuminga. Jimmy just got hurt. We missed Moody for a while. Dinwiddie's been out. I mean, Jimmy's now gone. It's just been terrible. I saw that, thankfully, I mean, Curry's been phenomenal. 53 points. He currently has the season high. And he has been really, really good so far this season. I mean, 33 points per game, 4 and 50, 40, 90 so far. But yeah, if we can't get the rest of the team to just minimally perform, there's no chance. There's no chance. And I did see, thankfully, that Draymond announced his retirement. Thank you. I think now is about a good time to go look at our offseason for Major League Baseball, and I'll remind you that the Braves won the World Series, defeating the Tigers, which is fun. Now, the free agency pool isn't the best this year, so I don't want to go out and waste the opportunity to get a pick, so I'm going to try to avoid any qualifying offers this year. Zach Eflin is the top guy I'm going to pursue this year. Off of the Orioles, he did end up having a good season last year. I mean, not necessarily the best, but that hopefully lowers his value a little bit. I think he's generally been a pretty reliable starting pitcher for Baltimore the last couple of years, or Tampa and Philly and like whatever, you know, a reliable pitcher in general. And I like what he brings to the table, and I think he can be good for us, and I'm hoping that he is. And so he's going to be our main target. I also want to bring in Hunter Harvey because I do like him. I've seen him perform really, really well, and this is my opportunity. We actually have money in San Francisco to spend, something I normally don't get to do. And then we're going to try to make sure that Yastrzemski stays for his last season in San Fran. I really would rather him be here than anywhere else. I saw Braxton Garrett get traded to the Tigers earlier in the year, and they just kind of stashed him right away. He wasn't good for them, never got to play. I don't know why they did it, but they did. Stashed him. I want him. I said I was going to get rid of Eric Miller, and Eric Miller and Tom Murphy are going to get us this stashed 28-year-old starting pitcher. And he's going to make our rotation. And somehow I got him to sign this. I don't know. But I guess we have one of the best value starting pitchers for a long time. Hey, I see a pencil. Actually, a pen. Hunter Harvey coming in 4 years, 5.7 per year. Oh, another one. I didn't even have to click away. Let's just see. How about another one? Are we going to get this one? We do not. So, not going to happen on Zach Eflin. He does not sign, but he doesn't go anywhere else. So maybe we'll still be able to get him. Hey, we got Eflin. 4 years, 14.7 million. A little bit higher than I originally wanted to pay him, but I kind of got pushed to the edge by the A's who were offering him a contract. And so Eflin is going to be our starting pitcher 3, probably. Looks like we'll probably be running Webb, Alcantara, Eflin, Garrett, Hicks. Maybe Hicks to the bullpen. Don't know yet. Oh no, I did a whoops. Now I have Zach Gallen too. Okay, Jordan Hicks is in the bullpen. We have another ace. We do end up getting 3 top 3 round picks. David Bailey goes in the first. Colin Wright goes in the second. Jake Makula goes in the third. I can't pronounce that name, so I apologize if I messed that up. But 3 top guys, and I didn't have anybody leave. But man, we have had a rough recruiting class thus far. Somehow this class was considered 34th ranked in the nation. I think a lot of that relies on that Elam wide receiver that we got. But yeah, not a good class. Hopefully it'll be enough, though, to still contend. I do like that we got receivers, and I think that's good that we got a corner and a middle linebacker. I'll take that from player development. Tab is an 89, and more importantly, Elijah Brown is an 87. We have gone up from an 80 overall team to an 85 overall team. The Minnesota Vikings defeat the Patriots in the Super Bowl? That's hard to believe. 31-14, Vikings beat the Patriots. McCarthy gets the Super Bowl MVP. For awards, Jalen Hurts wins the MVP. Kevin O'Connell, Coach of the Year. Hurts with an Offensive Player of the Year. Khalil Mack gets a DPOY. Matthew Golden, Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Abdul Carter gets Defensive Rookie of the Year. This is just a season from hell for the Warriors. I mean, come on. Now Pods is out too? Maybe we'll make the play-in. I don't even know. Your MVP in the NBA this year is Victor Wembanyama with 22, 12, 3, 1.5, and 2.5. I mean, that's just what he does. Ace Bailey wins Rookie of the Year, so maybe the Mavericks didn't mess it up. They did, but, you know, maybe. That's what they're talking about to themselves. Josh Giddey wins Sixth Man of the Year for the Knicks. Victor Wembanyama DPOY. Most Improved goes to Kello Ware of the Heat. And Devin Booker wins Clutch Player of the Year. Pop was 68 and 14 for the Spurs. They have Cooper Flag. I mean, they have Cooper Flag. Like, come on. All-NBA first team goes Victor, Luka, Jokic, Shea, Tyrese. Second team is Steph, Giannis, Cade Cunningham, Sabonis, Mobley. Third team, Bam, Ja, Embiid, Şengün, and Devin Booker. When it comes to all defensive teams, I don't think we're going to have anybody on it. Nope, because Draymond is washed. And then Ace Bailey, Cooper Flag was the runner-up for the Rookie of the Year race. Taking a look at our season, Steph Curry had a phenomenal year, ends up averaging 32 points per game on the season with 4 assists, 4 rebounds, 1.5 steals. Just misses out on 50-40-90 by going 49% from 3, 41% from the field, and 95 from the free throw line. Phenomenal year from Steph Curry. How many three-pointers did he hit this year? I don't like how this works. I just wish they just had it like this. 412. Yeah, that's pretty good. 412 threes for Steph Curry this year. Pods with 14.8, 5.5, and 3 assists for him. Jimmy Butler, 18 points per game. Kuminga had 15 before he got injured. Moody had 14 points before he got hurt. Hield averaged 10. You know, yeah, the team is bad. Like, look, Draymond Green. Oh my God, he's so awful. I'm glad he's retiring for us. But we do get a scoring title from Steph Curry, who leads the way in the league with 32.4 points per game this season, just beating out Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Rebounds per game leader was Sabonis with 12.8 on the year. Assists was Tyrese Halliburton with 11. Steals leader was Ausar Thompson with 2.3, and your blocks leader Walker Kessler with 2.8. When it comes to field goal percentage, your leader was Derek Lively for the Mavericks with a 65% field goal percentage, and your three-point percentage leader was Kevin Durant, actually, with a 46% three-point percentage. Free throw percentage leader is Klay Thompson, just beating out Steph Curry, who's now on the Kings. Okay. We have pick 19 here in the draft, and the Giants have pick number 1. I actually have a pretty good draft board. A few guys, some favorites, including Nate favorite. But there's a couple guys that I really liked in this class. The big one that I liked a lot is this wide receiver, Gordon DuBose. I put a lot of my favorites down, but this dude was just phenomenal across the board. Really good. I don't think he's going to drop to us, but if he slips, he's somebody who we're going to have. Actually, let me just go to favorites. So these are a bunch of the guys that I liked. I can see right here 2 guys that I've focused on late here in Eason, who is a round 1 to 2 tight end and was originally round 3-4, and an undrafted center who was round 3 to 4. I really like that. I saw that. Another one that I like here is this Jose Jackson, who, when I look at traits, because that's what we generally do here, physicals, Jose Jackson, elite acceleration, elite agility, elite change of direction, elite jumping, elite speed. This dude's going to be phenomenal, and he's supposed to be day 3. We are 100% taking him. A bunch of other guys that had some elite traits that I really liked, and so this is hopefully some of the guys we're going to end up taking. But the question is, what's going to be available to us at pick 19? First off, let's go see who takes the number 1 pick. It is going to be Nate favorite. I would think you would take the left tackle if he's that good. Or maybe they'll take a quarterback. Who dat? That's not Nate favorite. Who are you? That looks like a tackle, though. Patterson? That's a left end. Okay. Yeah, he didn't even come close to falling to me. I saw that name up on the board right away. Cleveland got him. And good for them, because this dude looks phenomenal. Gordon DuBose, top talent. We're still going to get Jose Jackson, so I like that, but I really wanted the top receiver. We made some trades back because there wasn't really anything I liked here, but there was one guy that I did enjoy on my board, and the reason I was able to trade back is because the guys that I like or that are near the top of my board are all guards, and generally guards don't go very high, and we have one guard here sitting with a round 1 grade at, round 1 to 2. There's some other guys. I like this running back here too, but I have to kind of take this shot, I think, at Kamani Gary. I don't know if he'll be the best guard off the board, but the game seems to think he is. We're going to take him. And we stockpiled some seconds and thirds. 16th in true value, got him at 29 with a hidden dev. I think we did pretty well drafting on traits. We got Kamani Gary in the first round, who is a hidden dev left guard. I still have the tutorial things on. Hidden dev left guard. It is 75 overall. We got a tight end here in the second, Eason, who has a hidden dev. He's 21, 74 overall. He was basically, he had elite strength and elite agility. He was the only one with both of those as a possession. That was why I took him. Jose Jackson, hidden dev, and more importantly, 99 speed, 99 excel, 99 agility, 94 jumping. Yeah, this dude was an elite athlete. One of the best we'd seen. And then Marcus Cunningham here was hidden dev as well. From Colorado State. So we had 4 hidden devs, and then Becton was the miss. I think what we could do too is we've talked about doing this. I might wait. Nah, we'll just do it now. We're gonna make a name change. Gary is going to be Makula. Jake Makula from our team. We mentioned the idea of doing this. Some people suggested I do this. I like the idea of doing it. So Jake Mikula is going to stay here, which is great because I'm also still not going to be able to pronounce the guy's name the whole time. So that's what we'd like to see. And we do have the 5 seed, so we didn't even have to worry about being a play-in team. We are going to be able to be a 5 seed here going against OKC in the first round. It's going to be tough for us, I think, but we do have Steph Curry, and so hopefully it'll be enough. First off, let's get through the play-in and see who the rest of the teams that get in. Denver's an 8 seed. Sacramento is a 7. Klay Thompson's on Sacramento. So we have this first one. We are going to be taking on OKC. We win our first game, 118 to 108 in game 1. Game 2 against OKC is going to be a tied series. They beat us 108, or is that 106, 105? That's a close one. Was that OT? No, they just won at the end. Shea had 34, Curry had 32. Game 3 in the first round, Buddy Hield is a bruised right hip. We are going to have to adjust it manually because the game actually messed up and brought Pods and Kuminga back. I'm not going to put them back in the lineup because they shouldn't be here. We are just going to replace him with Gary Payton and take Hield out of the lineup and just roll like that from now on for the rest of this series, and just give Curry 40 and give Draymond 28. I don't know, and give Jimmy 5. I don't care. Whatever it is, this is not a good team. Game 3. We lose. Game 3. All right, game 4. We lose 3-1, 124 to 118. They are up 3-1 here, and we do come back. We do win that one, 108 to 100. Minnesota advances, defeating the Rockets. And in game 6, we are eliminated by the Oklahoma City Thunder. In that one, one of the problems is the game accidentally put those guys back into. They shouldn't have been healthy. That was a torn ACL. It was, they shouldn't have been healthy, so it shouldn't have brought them back. So I had to kind of manually do this. But Curry ends with 44 in game 6, but it's not enough. Team's not good enough. Shea gets 40 in as well as a response. OKC is playing San Antonio, and Dallas is playing Minnesota. New York versus Indiana, and Toronto. So it's pretty much straight chalk here as we go into the second round, going to the conference finals. The Spurs and Dallas advance, and Cleveland and Indiana advances. Dallas with Dylan Harper. Can Indiana two-peat? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know who won that, actually. Victor Wembanyama versus Evan Mobley. The Spurs are playing the Cavaliers in the finals, and your finals winner are the San Antonio Spurs with Victor Wembanyama. 15-11 is enough for finals MVP. And so we end 2025 with no titles across the board and a grand total of 0 points as the Niners made the playoffs but weren't able to do anything. Stanford did win their bowl game, but once again really weren't able to do anything. We did get a scoring title out of Steph that thankfully gave us an extra point. as the Giants had missed the playoffs last year. So a grand total of 0 means so far 2025 San Francisco is the worst year that we've had yet. But I'm hoping that we're in a better position for next year, I think, with a couple of these teams. San Francisco, what we have this next year is going to be Logan Webb, Zach Gallen, Zach Eflin, Sandy Alcantara, Braxton Garrett, Hicks, Raup, Randy Rodriguez, Hunter Harvey is now here as well. I think this is a fantastic pitching staff. Lineup is a little bit limited. I was unable to bring back Yastrzemski. He did sign with somebody else, so Victor Robles Rule 5 was the only thing I was able to do. And we brought up Bryce Eldridge, who's going to play DH against righties this season. Essentially, we're rolling with it, pretty much running it back, but with a new pitching staff. This should be a playoff team this next year. So, 2025 complete. Soon we will see you in 2026, starting off with the San Francisco Giants before we can see what the Warriors can do in the draft. But that is it, as we are now doing this episodically. So, see you in 2026. Welcome back to the Greatest Cities of Sports, episode 2 of the Bay, year 2026. If you have not watched the first episode, please go back and watch that. I don't want to spoil anything. However, we are coming off of a pretty disappointing season in 2026 or 2025 for all 4 of the teams. Essentially, we ended up falling apart near the end in every season. Some due to our own constraints, some due to just the constraints of the roster, and some due to injuries and other outstanding factors. However, I have a lot of faith that I think that we're going to be much better here in 2026. Whether or not we are going to contend with any of these 4 teams is still going to be up for debate. I would say that the Giants are probably in the best position this season, besides the 49ers, who are a good team, but really disappointed last year. And so first, we're just going to take a look to remind you where we are at and the moves that we made last offseason. When it comes to our pitching rotation, this is the big moves that we made. We have Logan Webb, Zach Gallen, Zach Eflin, and Alcantara, and Braxton Garrett. Braxton Garrett, we got a phenomenal deal for, and locked him up basically for the rest of his career. That's going to be a great deal for us, very cheap. Alcantara, we got in a trade with the Marlins for a couple prospects. And then Zach Gallen, I signed. And one thing I wanted to remind you with this, this is something that I talked about going into this last offseason. We had an issue in the draft last year where we didn't have our second round pick because of Willy Adames. Now, Willy Adames was phenomenal last year. Hit 312 with a 415 on base percentage, almost 1,000 OPS. But not having a second round pick really limited what we were able to do when it comes to the draft. And so I don't want to be in that same position this upcoming year. We decided that our way of avoiding this is going to try to make sure we didn't sign any restricted free agents. Zach Gallen cost me $27 million, normally is a restricted free agent. However, the restricted free agency was no longer extended to him by the time that I made the signing, and therefore we should be able to get our second round pick this upcoming season. With that in mind, I think we're going to be in a very good position, especially after we ended up drafting a very good prospect near the top last year. Felipe Marrero, our top pick, is going to be really, really good. I can't wait to see him up, and actually, we're kind of moving Eldridge up early because I think Marrero is going to probably take the first base spot from Eldridge otherwise. And so I want to make sure that Eldridge gets his shot before Marrero comes in and easily takes that position away. And yeah, so as we move into this season, well, weird noise. As we move into this season, we are going to be looking at how can we contend and stay near the top with one of the best pitching staffs and a good contact staff, knowing that we're also in an extremely, extremely competitive NL West. However, I'm stupid, and therefore I did not keep my second round pick. I guess I hope Zach Gallen's good. I would not have made that signing otherwise. But I also did it accidentally anyways. I kind of lowballed the offer and I got him. Lowball at $27 million. That sounds wrong. About halfway until the draft, 7 weeks into the season, we are one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball, though I'll say The Zach Gallen blunder isn't really looking very good, and Sandy has been rough. Especially if I look at the most recent games, he has been getting blown up the last couple games. Gallen has been getting blown up the last couple games. So we were one of the best pitching staffs, but we've kind of gotten lit up the last couple games. And scouting wise, I've been doing discovery the whole time. I'm just going to show you quick. I feel like I'm harping on this too much. I don't know why this is this way. But people might not believe me when I say that guys that I scout and find in discovery suck. Because this guy's not good. This guy's decent. Not good. Those are just some of the guys that I started to. Because most of them weren't even worth my time. That is 7 weeks of discovery. Not a single guy worth my time. And this might be one rebuild, right? However, it just keeps happening year after year after year. So I'm doing something wrong. Hence why I never use it. So this is going to be the last year I use it. I'm going right back to my normal method unless I don't find any scouts available, because the scouts, to my knowledge, that I have available in this are awful. So hopefully we'll find somebody available to us at pick 15 that'll be interesting, but I'm not liking our chances. But right before the NBA draft, I mean, we're in a good position. Again, pretty good above 500. Actually in a better spot at this point of the year than we were last year. But I have never seen a drop-off like this. Whoa. These two. Oh my God. How are you this bad? Like, these are terrible games. Pelicans have the first pick in the NBA draft, and we have pick 22. The question is, what guys are going to slip? If anybody does start to slide, we might trade up and see what we can do somewhere here in the draft. We don't have a whole lot of things to do, but we do probably need to make this team younger. And I doubt I can get rid of Jimmy, but if we can try to turn some of these role players into young prospects, I will do that. The Pelicans take Darren Peterson instead of AJ Depanza, which means he's probably going to the Knicks. He doesn't. Cam Boozer does. AJ goes to the Rockets, though. So, okay. We'll see who slips. Okay, that's an insane trade. Dame and Bobby for the 5th overall pick. The Bucks are getting way younger, and I don't think the Thunder should have done that. I mean, they got a lot back, but I don't think they should have done that. All the guys I wanted are gone, so I'm going to trade pick 22, and I see that one of the guys who I actually did want is going to be available to me from the Chicago Bulls. So we're going to offer this deal, the pick plus a cuff, or plus Dinwiddie and Hield, and get a cuff back. And I'm going to see, I might do one more trade here as well after we make this deal, but this gets me at least somebody who I like. Darius Acuff is going to be on our team. Getting a first that is originally a Bucks first, also a swap for Jock Landale. And I'm going to get Oso Ighodaro for Trace Jackson Davis, Gary Payton, and a second. And then I'm probably just going to try to just dump Royce O'Neal for a second. The Jimmy Butler contract hurts, especially because he's this. But like when I look at it, last year of his deal, he'll be a free agent at the end of this, and we'll be able to get off of his contract. Happily, what I think we made as good moves was Oso Ighodaro is up to an 80 overall now, and Tyler Kolek was a 1-and-1 deal, and I got him. He's up to an 81. I think he can be a backup 2 for us, if not a backup 1. I do think a Cuff will be the backup 1, but I really like what the team's at. It's not great. I mean, it's not really a contender, right? Our goal right now with, I think, the Warriors is just to trim as much cash as possible so that we can be a contender as soon as Butler is gone. Because I just don't think this team's really got it. And we need to basically prepare for life after Curry, see if we can compete for a couple more years with him. But I just don't know. He didn't retire, so I think we at least have 2 more years with Curry. I don't necessarily know if there's a lot of really good talent in this, and not having a second round pick is going to hurt us again. And with Gallen underperforming, it hurts. This is the top guy on the board, Felipe Tejada. I doubt he'll fall to us at 15, but if he does, that's who I would like to take. I also do have the number 1 guy here in Pedroza, but I don't necessarily think he's going to be as good. We did find a few sneaky players. I think that there is a chance that Doug Webb ends up being decent, non-ranked, and then I think the best one that I like actually is this Angelo Aguilar, who I'm hoping we're able to take with the second round, and maybe Doug Webb will be available in the third, or technically our third round with Aguilar and the fourth with Webb. But we'll see what happens, and maybe we'll be able to get it. But first, I'm hoping that we can just get lucky in the first round. I don't know our luck, but honestly, that's insane that he's available to us right now. Felipe Tejada is still here. You gotta take it. I actually don't like his stats that much, but I mean, you gotta take it. And so here at the All-Star break, we are 54-43, just above 500, holding that roll above the Diamondbacks, and thankfully now leading the wild card. We are a little bit better, but our pitching is getting worse and worse as the season goes, and I don't necessarily know why. I guess that's our averaging to a mean, but yeah, Alcantara and Gallen have been terrible. Our bullpen is starting to just get bad besides the back end. The long relievers are bad. I'm thinking we might have to make a move. We're second in pitching, but it doesn't feel like it. When it comes to All-Stars, we have, let's see, probably Ryan Walker. Yep, Ryan Walker at closer is an All-Star. And then, do we have any others? Really? Okay. Just Ryan Walker, our closer, as our only All-Star. All right. I mean, when I look at the lineups, it's not like necessarily things have been great. I just feel like Jung-Hoo Lee maybe should be. He's hitting 297, 386 on base percentage so far. 285 from Lamont Wade. That's pretty good. But whatever. We're cold. We're bad. It is what it is. We're also going to make a move here at the deadline. Jordan Hicks has been just miserable, and I just don't want him. He's getting paid $11 million. We have another year with him with $11 million. I just don't think he's that good. And so I kind of just want to get rid of him. And we're going to get at least something back. We're going to get Dylan Lesko, prospect from the Rays. And we're going to get a reliever in Kevin Kelly as they sell who they have in the block. And that'll give us a relief pitcher for now and a starting pitcher for the future to get rid of Jordan Hicks' contract. Wow, he was a 79 overall. Good power and 91 potential. We'll take that from Felipe Tejada. Good defense, everything. We just need to get those contact stats up, and maybe this guy will be a legit good outfielder for us. I like to see that. Maybe just as he's not even a DH. I don't really know where to put him. All right, that's good. Angular, 58 overall, but 88 potential. And Doug Webb, 58 overall, 90 potential. These two guys we will not see. The Kansas City Royals were able to scout and find a 99 potential left fielder with good contact. I think this is a guy I would have liked to have over everybody else. But I feel like I looked around and I did not see this guy having contact stats like that. Because I totally would have taken this guy if I saw him. So I don't know where they found him. He definitely wasn't near the top of the board. And Patrick Bailey broke his hand with 1 to 2 months left in... 1 to 2 months out with less than 2 months left in the season. I can't put him on the IL because we can't afford to, and I don't have a backup catcher besides Sam Huff. So Sam Huff is going to have to play, and then I guess I'm going to bring up Max Stassi in September, and we'll see what we can do there because that hurts to lose Patrick Bailey this close to the end of the season where we look like we're a playoff team. So once again, we are leading the wild card going into September. We have a massive advantage this time. 5.5 games over the rest of the teams, though it is much closer in this spot as the NL is far more competitive than it was last year. But we just need to make sure we avoid having a collapse like we did last year in this final month. And I think we'll be able to. We've been a lot hotter. We have a lot better team, better pitching staff, theoretically, obviously. We keep mentioning that when it comes to Gallen and Alcantara, who have not been good. But since I moved off of Hicks, it's been nice. I think our bullpen's been a little bit better. And we've got a phenomenal pitching staff with Zach Eflin really, really fighting for a potential Cy Young. He won't get it because of the wins and the strikeouts, but I mean, 2.28 with a 0.95 whip. This was the guy I really wanted, and I got him, and I'm happy I did, and I might trade Gallen in the offseason. Yeah, other thing that I like is Bryce Eldridge. 274, 14 home runs, 60 RBIs for the rookie right now. I don't know if he'll be able to get in the Rookie of the Year race because he is only playing against righties, and so he doesn't get as much of a shot as the rest of these guys who are full-time players. But I think besides maybe Henry Matsui, Eldridge is better than Kaplan and Talbot. The question is, I think because of the amount of snaps that they, or games that they get, 109, 118, 114 versus Eldridge, who, I mean, is been getting a good amount. 105, I don't know. There's a chance Eldridge could fight for a potential spot up near that Rookie of the Year race, and I signed him to an extension. 10 years, $100 million. We need defensive ends and offensive linemen and really just defense in general. I think with our quarterback, running back, and wide receiver trio, getting Elam last year, having a good developing quarterback in Brown, and I think honestly at running back we're going to be pretty good with Sab. I think mainly we need to make sure that we can actually build a serviceable defense in the future. So we're going to go heavy on defensive ends and tackles in this recruiting. I'm still going to get the other positions, but those are the two that we really, really need to get. And we've got a few guys that we might be able to pursue near the top 4 or 5 star guys. I'd kind of have to get lucky, I think, but we're going to try it. Elijah Brown has 99 throw power here in his sophomore season. He doesn't have a whole lot of room to develop anymore. His caps are his caps are nice, but he doesn't have a whole lot of room to develop more. We'll get that accuracy up, but after that, he's really not that much more. Honestly, I'm very happy. He's got 99 throw power. He's got a cannon. So for a 3-star quarterback from SoCal, we'll take it. He's a sophomore. I think this team goes as far as Elijah Brown takes us. And we had the ACC Offensive Player of the Week in our first week against Hawaii, our traditional matchup. I'll take that. That means that we're going to get some good development from our receivers too, if Elijah Brown is going to hit them all. And we're ending the month with our rivalry game against San Jose State. I'm hoping we can take a victory here because I think we've got some guys that are really close to committing. And if we get a victory, I think we might be able to just get over that hump with some of them. And after last year's recruiting class, I'm really hoping we can get some guys. Ooh, we don't get Viroche. We don't get France. But with 1400 XP, that sounds like a victory to me. We go 3-1, brand exposure goes up, and that means I think we're in an even better position as we are going to be 3-1 entering the month of October. On the NFL side of things, we are going to be rolling with a little bit of a brand new offensive line when it comes to the 2 rookies we drafted. Jake Mikula, the left guard from Stanford. I know it says Michigan. I didn't change that. But he is going to be probably the best player that we have this year. That was our first round pick. And then we also have a center who we drafted later. We have a lot of really good players. We have another developmental tight end who could possibly replace Kittle if Kittle retires. And we have a 99 speed wide receiver with sideburns. Very, very strong sideburns. Otherwise, I think this team is going to be interesting offensively. The question is, can the defensive side uphold what they were not able to do last year? Can we get more pressure? Can Mikel Williams end up being a little bit better this year? We do not have Stephon Gilmore this time. But I was able to get Bobby Wagner in free agency, and that could be a good, backup middle linebacker. I'm surprised he didn't retire. Hope is that this team will be enough this year to make the playoffs again, but whether or not we are able to do so is going to be entirely reliant on whether or not the defense can perform at a better level than last year. We replaced all of our coordinators, and we made a little bit of a scheme change as well. But a lot of this is still going to be based on the development, and maybe Purdy, if he stays healthy this year, and McCaffrey can get us enough offense that it doesn't even matter. Well, it's not Purdy, but it's Trent Williams, so at least it's only 3 games. I'm concerned we're going to have injury problems when we have this top-heavy of a roster, and they're not exactly a durable roster anyways, but Hey, that's the 49ers for you. The entire team injured by week 5? That's what we need. I think one thing is this team's going to be pretty tough to keep together. We have Kittle as a free agent, Braxton Jones as a free agent, Jawan Jennings, who I think is probably the odd man out. Honestly, if we're not competitive, we'll probably trade him because we at least could go Pearsall Jackson. Sampson, whatever. But Collins, I think, is a big one. Mikael Williams is a big one. I think a lot of the other guys we could possibly get just general replacements from, but we've got a lot of guys who are free agents, and the question is, how much is Kittle going to require? He's a 96 overall, but he's 32 years old, and really, I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to withhold that rating. Hey, and we got a breakout for Jair Brown. If he gets this breakout, that might end up being a superstar at strong safety, which could be really big because our secondary is not the best. Oh, he got it. He just got it. I didn't even need it. He just, okay, there was no breakout scenario. He just got it. I mean, a pick helps. I'm surprised that's a superstar trait right there from getting that. I mean, that's all he had. No touchdown, but I'll take it. That's going to be really, really nice to have at strong safety because our secondary is not very good. So if he can continue to develop at a good rate, I love that. Seattle's 4-0, but we are 2-2, so not too bad of a start as we go into the month of October as well here, and not bad. I mean, I wish we were a little bit better, but I'll take it, especially considering that our defense is still awful, but offensively, we have not performed to our level. 2-2 is a little lucky. We need a significantly better defense. Our secondary still needs a lot of improvement, and we need some D tackles badly. I think there's a chance at the or like somewhere in the deadline area, I might see if I can find a D tackle off of a team because we need something to help defend the run. We are a really, really bad defensive team. Unlike last year, we actually did lock it up this time. There's still 6 games left in the season, but we have guaranteed a spot in the wild card, and my hope is that we will retain the top spot in this as the NL West is dominant and might find 4 playoff teams. Unless, we see them, I think they might cannibalize each other. They could. 93-69, we are making the postseason as a wild card team, facing the Padres in the first round. In our wild card position, that means that the Padres also made it, and we are able to do so and happily find ourselves in position where we have an award winner. Ryan Walker wins the Delivery Man of the Year as the best closer in all of baseball. Your MVP this year, Shohei Ohtani, once again hitting .296 with 51 home runs, 131 RBIs, just beating out Bryce Harper. Cy Young goes to Brandon Woodruff. Woody gets it for the Brewers, 17-6 with a .286 ERA and 191 strikeouts for him, beating out Glasnow and Skeens. When it comes to the AL side, Judge ends up winning the MVP, 321, 44 home runs and 122 RBIs over Gunnar and Rooker. And the Cy Young is Carlos Rodon, of the Yankees, gets it with a 3.41 ERA and 172 strikeouts. I would say that's a wins thing because this is far. Tanner Bybee gets it. So far, the AL Cy Young has, in both years, gone to the wrong guy, I would say. I do want to look because we had a good rookie this year, but 30 home runs out of a rookie third baseman, first round pick for the Cubs last year, ends up hitting 30 home runs. Is going to beat out Bryce Eldridge, and honestly, I'm surprised it wasn't this guy who hit 26 but hit a little bit better. I think this guy deserves it more. But we miss out on the Rookie of the Year, but still very good to get a Delivery Man of the Year from an amazing season from Ryan Walker. Zach Eflin, oh my, league leader in ERA, innings pitched, and WHIP on the season. Phenomenal signing for us. Was really, really good. I don't even know how to categorize that. I think ERA we're going to give ourselves a point for. Innings pitched, probably not, and probably not WHIP, but I would say, that's a really good season for Zach Eflin. We also get the league leader in stolen bases from Victor Robles as he was a Rule 5 pickup, and we got him for 54 stolen bases this offseason. Really, really good for us. Batting title goes to O'Neal Cruz with a .328 average for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Over Trey Turner and Will Smith, your hits leader was Trey Turner with 214 for the Phillies. Your home runs leader was Shohei Ohtani with 51, who also led in RBIs with 131. Saves leader goes to Tanner Scott, who gets 49 saves. That comes with winning the division. They had a lot more opportunities over Ryan Walker, but Ryan Walker's 47 is still very impressive. ERA, Zach Eflin wins it by a good amount over Shota Imanaga, 2.41 for him. And the strikeout leader, Mackenzie Gore, with 192 for the Nationals. On the AL side, the batting title goes to Gunnar Henderson with a 3.26 average for the Orioles over Aaron Judge, Vladdy, Bobby Witt, and Corey Seager. He also led in hits, the only guy with 200 in the AL. When it comes to home runs, Aaron Judge led the way with 44 for the New York Yankees and also led with 122 RBIs over Gunnar and Kerry Carpenter. No Triple Crown, but a phenomenal season from Aaron Judge. Your saves leader on the AL side is Emmanuel Clase with 50 saves for the Guardians, right above Ursig, Munoz, Miller, and Hoffman. ERA crown goes to Shane Baz with a 2.38 ERA for the Tampa Bay Rays. Very good season from him. And your strikeout leader, Cole Reagans, with 183. Now, this is highway robbery for Spencer Bivens. He gets sent down, but on 43 innings, he has a 1.03 ERA and a .8 whip. It's a small sample size because it's 43 innings, but oh my God, amazing relief pitcher. Very good season for him. One of the best that I've seen from a reliever that wasn't like a closer. He's a 72 overall. He got sent down, had a great season, and then I think Beck wasn't good. He got sent down too. When it comes to our actual rotation, Zach Gallen did put together a good second half of his season. I still will consider trading him because I don't like the contract we gave to him, but I might keep him too. We'll see where we're at. I don't know. I have 5 good pitchers here. It's just a question of whether or not they'll perform. Randy Rodriguez, 3.77 with a 1.27 ERA. Birdsong, 4.34 with a 1.31 whip. That was... I said ERA with a 1.27. My bad. 2.64 and 1.09 for Camilo Duvall. Hunter Harvey with 3.4 and a 1.09. Kevin Kelly with 2.33 and a 1.29. And Ryan Walker, 1.26 ERA, .77 whip, 47 saves, 5 blown saves, and 8 earned runs. So that means that pretty much every time he gave up a run, it was a blown save, which meant that these games were close. And he was a very pivotal piece for us. At the top of our rotation, Logan Webb, 3.93 with a 1.29 whip. Not good. He actually saw some regression. At one point, I saw him as a 96 overall. He just didn't perform to the level I was hoping, and he really got outplayed by Zach Eflin, who had a phenomenal season. 15-9, 212 innings, 128 strikeouts, 2.41 with a .96 whip, 3.4 WAR from Eflin. Loved that signing. Roop was not necessarily the greatest in his season, and Alcantara was terrible this past year. I don't think he would be this bad next year, but there's a concern when you lean on that he will end up consistently being that bad. Braxton Garrett, our amazing contract of a pitcher, 2.93, 1.13 whip. You want to talk about production per millions of dollars? You get me 3.2 WAR as a starting pitcher for $1.4 million. It does not get much better than that. Lineup-wise, Patrick Bailey is still injured for 2 to 3 weeks, but we kept him on the roster because he had a good season up until the point he got hurt. 251, 321 on base, and more importantly, when we look at him, it's that 2.3 WAR that he put together in that season with broken hand. I mean, only one error on the entire year. Really good from him, but still sucks to have him injured when it goes to the postseason. Brett Wisely, 228, not the greatest. Luis Matos, 245 in a small sample size, but was pretty good. Encarnacion, 157, only 51 at bats though. Victor Robles had 54 stolen bases. We let him hit leadoff against righties, and that helped him get that. And so he ends up getting 54 stolen bases on the year, caught stealing 9 times, and 2.7 WAR for a Rule 5 pickup. Jung-Hoo Lee ends up hitting 294 with 11 home runs. He gets a total of 169 hits. Would have liked him to get a little bit more shot. He was sitting around 300 all year. Love to see that. I think he's a really good contact hitter, 5.6 WAR. Willie Adames, 286, a little bit down from where he was last year, but we had him hit lefties this year, which he did not hit last year. So a little bit lower average because he did play against lefties. I actually don't know if I can look at that on here. No, I think I'd have to look at the actual individual stats. And we're not going to go into that depth, but he was still very, very good this season and 5.2 WAR player. Helio Ramos, 268 with 22 home runs. Lamont Wade hit 290, 16 home runs, 399 on base percentage. We signed him to a cheap contract, and we have him in a good situation. Fitzgerald, 248 with 17 home runs this year. Chapman was probably one of our more disappointing guys, but 253, 321 on base percentage, and as a good defensive player means he pulled in 4.3 WAR. Bryce Eldridge, 267 with 15 home runs at 64 RBIs. Could have been in the Rookie of the Year race any other year but this year. And then Sam Huff, not a good catcher. But it's crazy because basically Lamont Wade playing this well at first base. 290, 399 average, or 399 on base percentage. And Eldridge playing pretty well in his first season. We have Felipe Marrero, who we have to worry about too, who's going to come up next year. He's got to come up. He played it phenomenal. And he had like a 400 on base percentage all season in AAA. He's got to come up. I don't have room for him. So let's think, I guess. There's a chance that maybe we move Eldridge out or to the outfield. Maybe we move Wade to the outfield. It's tough because Marrero could just be a DH because he does have 69 fielding. It's not the greatest. And then that means where do we put everybody else? Wade on first probably. And then maybe in outfield we have Eldridge play. You know, especially maybe he's the right-handed batter for Ramos. Maybe he's the left-handed batter for, I don't know, Robles apparently is going to keep this spot over Matos. So it'll be interesting next season, but first we have the San Diego Padres in the month of October. Can we take this out before our first game here? I want to beat these guys before Saturday so we can actually get this done before we see it, but let me put Bivens back into the rotation. We are going to be going Logan Webb versus Framber Valdez in Game 1, Eflin versus Cease in Game 2, and then Braxton Garrett versus Joe Musgrove in Game 3. I wanted Garrett to pitch because I think he's been our third best pitcher this season, and I'd rather have him have the shot than rely on one of the other guys. So Game 1, Logan Webb versus Framber Valdez. Can we get the victory? Oh, first we want a double-A thing. 3.8. Oh my God. 108 ERA. He gives up 5 runs without getting a single out. Well, I guess 1 out. He got 1 out. He got a strikeout. Logan Webb gets lit up by the Padres. It was a 3-3 game outside of that first at bat. But win or go home for Eflin versus Cease. He's been phenomenal all year. Can he hold it up in the playoffs? He can. We win that one 5-2, 6-2. That's a poorly placed font. Meaning we have Game 3 here against the Padres down to Braxton Garrett versus Joe Musgrove. We advance, and we will be taking on the Dodgers in the NLDS. And with another game on Saturday, we are now going to play. It looks like the Dodgers have the first game of the night. So Saturday night, or Saturday afternoon, gets Zach Gallen versus Shohei Ohtani in LA. Can we get the victory? We do. We are going to go into another one. Look at Ohtani gets just crushed in the first inning. 6 runs before he gets an out. Amazing start. Gallen gets the win. We did almost blow it in the 8th, but we were able to hold on. We are going to go into Game 2 with a 1-0 lead. And so later in the day, I'm hoping Stanford has the ability to beat Duke here. Can we get it with the victory? This is going to be a big one. If we can win this, that's going to be at least 1-1 in the ACC. And I'm hoping some recruits get in. Can we get it? Stanford versus Duke here in Game 5 or October 3rd. Can we win? We get a 5-star commit in Rodney Soto. We are unable to get Wayne Dove and Tua Klotz, but I'm okay with that. We get a rank up. That's probably a victory. we do win. We are 4-1. It was a close one, but it was, I guess, them coming back near the end here for that, because we do win 24-18. Our offense is down a little bit this year, but I think it's been okay. When it comes down to it, we end up winning the game. Brown gets 1 touchdown and 214 yards. And at 4 p.m. here on Sunday, the Cardinals are going to be playing us. And can we advance and take second place in the NFC West? With this victory, I'm hoping that we can take out the Cardinals to do so and keep up our momentum. I need to see it. We are able to do so, defeating the Cardinals. We win that one, and now we'll have Thursday night football against the Vikings next as second place in the NFC West. And so, 3 games before we have to play the defending Super Bowl champions, but I'm hoping that we can just get this series out of the way before that. The problem is, we've got Sandy Alcantara on the mound, who has been not good this season. Maybe he'll be able to put it together here. Sunday night baseball in LA. Can Sandy take on Glasnow and get the victory? He can. We win 4-2. So, going back home to San Francisco, we are up 2-0 on the Dodgers. Logan Webb with 108 ERA against Blake Snell. Oh, Logan Webb has been rough. We are now up 2-1. Game 4. Eflin versus Shohei Ohtani. Please give me the victory, Eflin. Well, we're going to travel to Minnesota quick on a tangent and maybe defeat the defending Super Bowl champions. Are we able to do so? That would be huge to take a 4-2 record going into week 7, and we do, winning 17-12 in a close matchup. We take down the defending champs. And game 5, the season comes down to this. Braxton Garrett with it all on the line. He came out on top last time against the Padres. Can he do it going back to LA? We haven't won in San Francisco, but we won on the road. Can we take Game 5 from the 105-win Dodgers? It's all down to this. Garrett versus Glasnow. We do! He's 2-0 and wins both elimination games for us. We are taking on the Mets in the NLCS. Oh, this is a big one. I don't think we really have much of a chance. If I look at the actual overall matchup against Notre Dame, they are considerably the better team to us. But if we get lucky, we might be in a position where we could pull this off. It's a rivalry game, and we've got a lot of guys that are still on the boards for possibly coming next year, and I really want to get them. Winning against Notre Dame would do that. They're a good team. Can we be the roadblock for them to greatness? I'm going to guess, based on not getting some of these guys, that we were not. Oh! 1,000 XP is a lot of XP. Oh my god, we are! We beat Notre Dame! For this to make sense, score-wise, that means they were up 21 to either 21-19 or 21-16, and we scored at the very end of the game. I guess I should check to see if we got a field goal. We did. AJ Seidler gets the game-winning. Oh, he's from, like, where I'm from. That's sick. AJ Seidler. That's awesome. Ah, dude went to a private school. No wonder I hadn't really heard of him. So, as we return back to the Giants, I really want to see Logan Webb put together something better. This has been an abysmal start to this postseason for our ace. I mean, really, look at that. Braxton Garrett is a 7 ERA, but he's won 2 games, so I don't care. And these two have been our best 2 pitchers. All right. We are taking on the New York Mets in... Wait. At home? We have advantage? Oh, they're the 6th seed. We have home field advantage against the Mets. All right. We're playing them in San Fran that it is then. Gallen's going to start, then Alcantara. So, as I just said, these are our 2 best pitchers right now. And the hope is that they'll continue this because our pitching staff has completely fallen apart so far in this postseason. But maybe against the Mets, we'll be able to put it back together. Game 1. 4-3 victory. Zach Gallen gets it. Paid him $27 million for that victory right there. We are up 1-0 on the Mets. Game 2, Alcantara versus Clay Holmes. 11-4. We are up 2-0 going into New York. Logan Webb versus Tyler McGill. Please, Logan Webb, don't have another bad one. It wasn't a bad game, but we lost. No offense, 0-1. We lose that one. In New York for Game 4, Zach Eflin versus Sean Manaea. Guys, what is going on? Why are our good pitchers playing terrible? Braxton Garrett versus Kodai Senga. What's happening? 21st ranked Stanford is playing against NC State here on Saturday. 5:45 game. I think we've got a good shot here to win it, but you never know. NC State is overpowered in college football 25, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to take advantage of our great season start, though. Can we get a victory? We get a commit from quarterback David Olaseni from San Marcos, California. We sadly do not get Stephen Alabi and 988 XP. That's generally enough for a victory. We do. We are 6-1 and now ranked 16th in the nation. Kind of one of our most definitive victories of the season. 462 yards. Maybe Brown is finally putting it a little bit together so far. 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, 300 yards so far in this game. That was good. 2 sacks, but good way to get a victory. Did we get a good amount of rushing too? We did. Moss, 81 yards rushing. But before we return back to the San Francisco part of the Bay, 49ers, who are not playing in San Francisco, are going to need to beat the Rams here to take a good shot. I don't think we're going to get the lead of the NFC West, but if we win this, we're going to be in a good position to be able to do so. This would make us 5-2, and I'm hoping that we can take on and beat the Rams. We are the better team. We have a better offense. We still have an abysmal defense. Can we take down Los Angeles in this series? In this game, we cannot. They get the upper hand. They win 30-24, getting their vengeance for the Dodgers. Spirits are low in the Bay Area, but Patrick Bailey is back, and we're hoping that having their catcher might help fix the rest of our rotation. And that's going to lead down to our last 2 games. Zach Gallen versus Clay Holmes and Sandy Alcantara versus Tyler McGill. Zach Gallen in Game 6, Sunday night, after we just lost to the Rams. Can he turn it around? He can, meaning we are going to Game 7 here in San Francisco. Let's get right into it. Can we advance to play the Detroit Tigers? Now, we were a better team during the season, but our pitching staff has been pretty abysmal so far in the postseason, yet still technically better than theirs, as we are going to be playing in San Francisco, in Oracle Park. Here, with Alcantara on the mound, I trust him more than Logan Webb right now. We're going to go with that. Is there anybody who is underperforming? Helio Ramos is underperforming, but we are going against a lefty. So I feel like Ramos is probably the best bet here for us. And Adames is going to be the unlucky one, I think. We'll see what we can do. But they are starting David Peterson, somebody who has not yet pitched for them in the postseason, versus Alcantara. They have Lindor, Luis Angel Acuna, Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Mark Vientos, Cedric Mullins, Francisco Alvarez, Brandon Nimmo, and Brett Beatty in the lineup. So pretty much their team plus Cedric Mullins. Can Alcantara pull it together and beat the Mets here in Game 7? Lindor, guys.
Ball 4, take your base.
All right. Okay, guys. I'm not doing this. I'm going to Logan Webb, I guess.
Take your base, ball 4. He's safe. Logan. 3.
What's the point? The Mets are killing us. in the first 2 innings. We do have men on first and second. Okay, Willie does get us a 3-run home run to make it a 3-run game at least. But wow, that was a huge start for the Mets. And they're still just racking up runs. Helios Ramos gets a double. Ground out from Matos. A double from Jung-Hoo Lee. Strikeout. Another double from Adames. We're down by 3. So it's not over. I'm making another pitching change. I think we're going to go full bullpen. I don't know who to trust. I think a lefty. I just don't have lefties. I don't have any lefties besides Braxton Garrett.
Now pitching for the Giants, number 29.
He gets out of that one. Bottom of the 5th. Can we get more? Lamont Wade walks. Single, men on first and second for Helios Ramos, who flies out. Double for Luis Matos. We're down by 1. It is now 8-7 as they switch to Jose Butto. Can Jung-Hoo Lee get in? No, that is a strikeout. Garrett with a pop-out, fly-out, single for Alonso, single for Vientos. We're going to make a pitching change for 1 pitcher. We get out of that for Bivens. Bottom of the 6th. Strikeout, strikeout, ground out. Bivens, I believe in. Ground out, walk, hit by pitch. I should have made the pitching change. I was considering doing it. And we backfire by not doing it. I'm going to Camilo Duvall, who gets a fielder's choice and a pop-out. We are now down 2. They are going to Danny Young. Tyler Fitzgerald strikes out. Lamont Wade, solo home run. It is still a 1-run game. Matt Chapman strikes out. Ramos, they're going to do a pitching change for Daniel Nunez. Walk for Ramos. Error. Men on first and second for Jung-Hoo Lee. Please hit him in, buddy. Single. It is a tie game in the bottom of the 7th here in this Game 7 of the NLCS. We are going to go Duvall here. Fly out. Strikeout. Gets out of that. It is the bottom of the 8th. Willie Adames versus AJ Minter. Pop out. Single for Bailey. 2-run home run. Tyler Fitzgerald turn the game around. It is 11-9 going in the bottom of the 8th. Walk for Lamont Wade. Christian Scott. Double play. We are going to make the pitching change and go to Ryan Walker here. He gets a ground out. He gets an error. I think we're going to have to enter the game and watch because the tying run is up to bat and Brett Beatty. It is Game 7. We have turned this game around. Can Ryan Walker end it all here? 1 out in the top of the 9th of Game 7 of the NLCS. We have come back. He throws a slider right down the middle, and Beatty takes it. 0-1 count. Lindor is on deck. He has to get Beatty out. If he lets him on base, that is going to be 2 men on for Lindor, and I don't want to see that. Beatty is hitting .222 this postseason. With the pitch. Ball low, sinker. Misses the zone. Ryan Walker, your reliever of the year, trying to come up clutch here in Game 7 of the NLCS. With the pitch. Sinker outside, just misses. 2-1 count for Brett Beatty. This comeback has been phenomenal, but we can't blow it here. Ryan Walker drops a sinker down and inside. Payne in the corner, 2-2 count. I see the San Francisco fans panicking in the back. He throws it in the dirt. Patrick Bailey does block it, but that is probably going to let the runner advance to second. Actually, it doesn't look like he moved. Our runner did not move. They were afraid of Patrick Bailey. Full count for Brett Beatty against Ryan Walker. Can he get it? Please, Ryan Walker, get the pitch in. That ball is hit. It is hit deep. It is hit long. It is down right over the head of Victor Robles. Robles throws it to the cutoff man. Throws it home. 1 run scores as Beatty hits an RBI double to make it 11-10 here in the top of the 9th of Game 7. Francisco Lindor is now up to bat here against Ryan Walker. Oh, the stress is killing me. With the pitch. That ball is down, out in the corner. The Mets are going to tie the game as Lindor hits an RBI single to make it 11-11 in the top of the ninth. Come on, they are going to make a pitching change. We are going away from Ryan Walker into Kevin Kelly for Luis Angel Acuna, who's hitting .298 and already with a 2-run home run in the game. With the pitch, fouls it off. Stopping them from scoring would be huge. If we can go tied into the bottom of the ninth, I think there's a chance we could score. They have a bad pitching staff as well. I say that as if our pitching staff was on our strength all season. It is not in the postseason. Kevin Kelly with the pitch, drops it low and inside, 0-2 count for Luis Angel Acuna. In this stressful Game 7 of the NLCS. With the pitch, he drops it low, left it in the zone, but 0-2 count, fouled off by Acuna. Can we just hit into a double play so I don't have to see Juan Soto? Ball high, 1-2 count. Nothing scarier than Juan Soto, I think, because if we go to Juan Soto, then Edwin Diaz is going to be the pitcher that we're going to have to beat. With the pitch, he drops it low, Bailey blocks it. Lindor does not advance. Throws the pick off, it does not get Lindor. 2-2 count, still, for Luis Angel Acuna. With the pitch. Another one low. We have no control. We just cannot get the balls in the zone. Juan Soto has hit 5 home runs. He's hitting .367 this postseason. If we just blow this 0-2 count, Kevin Kelly. With the pitch. Strikes him out. Means Soto is still going to come up here, but with the K for Kevin Kelly. Means we don't have to worry about it too much if we can get Soto out. .367 here for Soto. Strike. Outside sinker. This is a long one. I did not expect this Game 7 to be this intense. And it has been, and we're going to keep going if we don't blow this here. I mean, we already blew it. We were up 11-9. With a pitch. Misses outside. Sweeper. 1-1 count for Juan Soto. Now, Juan Soto might walk, and that's a thing. He's really good at drawing walks, and Pete Alonso would be after him. The Mets have built a pure offensive team. Strike. That makes it a 1-2 count. Hayden Birdsong is warming up in the bullpen. I'd rather not see him. As we have to win this one here. 2 strikes for Soto. He throws another pickoff to Lindor. Does not get him.
2 gone. The possible go-ahead run at first.
With the pitch. Fouled off. Still 1-2 count for Juan Soto here in this top of the ninth. Ball inside. Misses on the sweeper. Does not seem to paint the corner. I feel like this is going to be the longest game we're ever going to see from me. With the pitch, he leaves the sweeper up high, left it hanging, but Soto was not ready for it. Looking for the fastball, he fouls it off. Another pitch for Kelly. He hits it hard but foul. 2-2 count still as Kelly is up to 14 pitches now against Acuna and Soto. Another one. That one is fouled off the other way. Still 2-2 as Soto is fighting here to stay alive for the Mets. With the pitch. Hit to third. Chapman throws to second. We are going to the bottom of the ninth here in San Francisco. I'm going to guess we're going to see Edwin Diaz here as we advance now. We're just going to stay right in it because I don't think I've ever shown this part. I just want to see if we can do it. Helio Ramos is going to be up against Christian Scott here in the bottom of the ninth. They're not going to Diaz. They're going to stick with Scott. With the pitch. Swing and a miss at the splitter. They do have Montas and Edwin Diaz warming up in the bullpen. I'd rather see Montas than Diaz, to be honest. Ramos is hitting 192 so far this postseason. He hits that one hard. Is it going to be far enough? It is not. Soto gets under it. 1 out. Luis Matos is now up. Here in the bottom of the ninth. Christian Scott with the pitch. Ball high. Slider does not drop. Into the zone. 1-0 count for Luis Matos. Another pitch. Another pop-up to the infield as it looks like Lindor is going to get underneath it. We're going to go to our sixth man in our lineup here tonight, Jung-Hoo Lee, who does not have any home runs, but he has a double, a single, and 2 RBIs so far tonight. Here in the bottom of the ninth, against Christian Scott, he leaves the sweeper right down the middle, doesn't take the swing at it. I know he's a patient hitter, but I would have liked him to swing at that. And he doesn't swing at that one either. I have no faith now, Jung-Hoo. You are giving me no faith. Another pitch. Ball outside. We're probably going into extras unless Jung-Hoo can fight and get on base. With the pitch. Oh, does he poke it? Foul. Thought he might have poked that one fair. That would have been a double, I think, if he gets it fair. With another pitch. Slider up and inside. Almost hits him. He doesn't flinch. He's focused. Jung-Hoo Lee. Not focused enough. We're going to extra innings. I think I'm going to jump back to quick manage because I don't want to sit here forever because this could go really long otherwise. We are going to select our team and go back into quick manage and see what we can do. Pete Alonso, Vientos, Cedric Mullins up next. Fly out. Ground out. Ground out. I am going to stay here, so we will not see if we hit a walk-off. Fly out. Pop out. Strike out. We're making a pitching change here because we kind of have to. Hayden Birdsong against Francisco Alvarez. Strikeout. Ground out. Walk. They score a run on a Francisco Lindor double. Single puts men on the corners. Strikeout. It is now 12-11. Edwin Diaz is going to come into the game. We have Tyler Fitzgerald, Lamont Wade, and Matt Chapman. Double for Tyler Fitzgerald. We're going to jump right back in now and watch. And hopefully, Lamont Wade can make sure and defend our honor. We just blew this game. Can we get it right back? Lamont Wade versus Edwin Diaz here in the bottom of the 11th. Ball up and high. Slider misses wide. The Bay Area San Francisco Giants fans waving the towels, going crazy over the chance of making it to the World Series against the Tigers. Just like it's 2012. With the pitch, Edwin Diaz leaves the slider high and inside, or high and outside. Does get it in. Wade does not take the swing. Wade is hitting .315 so far this season, or this postseason. And they miss low. Edwin Diaz to a 2-1 count. Our tying run is on second. Lamont Wade is a good hitter. Can he get it in? That ball is considered a ball. 3-1 count for Lamont Wade. Chapman is on base, or is on deck for us. If Wade can get it, that's going to leave Chapman with 2 men on. Can Wade draw the walk? He can. It is a walk for Lamont Wade. We have men on first and second for Matt Chapman. They're bringing in Victor Robles to pinch run. Robles is our fastest player on our team. Chapman up to bat. Ball outside, low, 1-0 count. Diaz is kind of wild right now. And I like that. If we can load these bases, I'll take it. 2-0. The ump gives us an advantage. That ball looked like a strike to me. Diaz does not get the strike call. It is 2-0 count for Matt Chapman. 3-0 count for Matt Chapman. Alvarez is telling him to calm down. As Chapman just needs to draw the walk here to get bases loaded for Helio Ramos. With the pitch, strike right down the middle. You take that pitch. Diaz has been wild. It is a 3-1 count now. With another pitch. Another walk. Walks the bases loaded for Helio Ramos here against Edwin Diaz. I'd do a pinch hitter, but I'm not in control. Elio Ramos versus Edwin Diaz with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 11th. With the pitch. He swings, tries to check it, doesn't, fails to do so. 0-1 count for Ramos. This part of the lineup was a little weak. Can they pull it together? With a pitch. That's good, solid contact. It won't get down, but that will score a runner. It is going to be 12-12 with a man on third. And we just need to get a sac fly from Luis Matos. You watch as we came back and Fitzgerald gets in, scoring the game-tying run here in the 11th. They're switching pitchers, going away from Edwin Diaz. Frankie Montas is coming in here in the bottom of the 11th for Luis Matos. This is the longest I've ever spent in one game. With a pitch. He fouls it off. I was scared that was going to be a double play ball. I was so scared this was going to be a double play ball. You just got to hit it in the air, Matos. With the pitch. Ball outside for Matos. 1-1 count. Can Montas get us out, or is Matos going to be able to advance us to the World Series? That ball is probably not deep enough for Chapman to score. It is not. 2 outs now. Jung-Hoo Lee, our best contact hitter. If he can get good contact and get a hit, we score here in the bottom of the 11th. He makes hit, contact, ball on the ground. The Giants are going to the World Series in 2026. Jung-Hoo Lee hits the walk-off single in the bottom of the 11th of Game 7 of the NLCS. One of the longest games I've ever been in. Jung-Hoo Lee is our savior, taking a pitch from Frankie Montas, hitting it just enough to actually score a run. We are advancing to the World Series and are National League champions here in 2026. What a crazy way to end an NLCS in which we gave up 5 runs in the first inning and blew the game in the 9th, and here in the 11th, we end up winning it in an up and down, turmoil-filled game, advancing to the World Series against the Detroit Tigers. I think with that game alone, we might make this one of our longest single-year rebuilds ever. We're not even to, like, that's crazy. We are going to be playing the Detroit Tigers in the World Series. The reason that's crazy is because I feel like this is already long, and we haven't even started what happens on the 20th. We can be honest, though. The Warriors is the 20th, but the Warriors are not going to be the fun part of this year. Maybe Curry can put together a crazy season. I have my doubts. So here on Friday night, we have Logan Webb versus Tarek Skubal in Game 1. Before we see anything else, can we take them down and maybe get some pitching, please? We cannot. We do make Skubal give up some runs, but for our first game here in San Francisco, we are unable to take the victory. Here on Saturday, we have Georgia Tech coming to Stanford, and hopefully in the Bay Area we can get a dub. Just to lead into the night, I want to get one in the afternoon. Georgia Tech hopefully won't be able to take us off and we can stay ranked. And a lot of this is going to be determined here. Ricky Lieber, we get a 4-star recruit. But we miss out on a lot of guys, including Caleb Key, a 5-star left end I really, really wanted. But we do stay 7-1. Oh, we missed out on a lot of guys there. I spent a lot of time on Caleb Key, but he goes to ASU. They're here to ask you, how are you going to respond? Please, can we get the victory? Eflin versus Flaherty here in San Francisco. No. Down 0-2 going into Detroit. On Sunday, the worst defense in all of football will hopefully be able to come out on top against Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans. I'm hoping so. because we would love to be 5-3 and not 4-4 going into our bye week. We do take a 22-7 victory. We are on bye and Stanford is on bye. Everybody is sitting here watching as the Giants are the only team in San Francisco, outside of the Warriors, it's the beginning of the season, nobody cares, playing. The focus is on them. Can they turn it around from down 0-2? Here we are in the World Series, down 0-2 as the Tigers took us out in both games in San Francisco. We were able to win the Dodgers series while not winning a single home game. However, we have home field advantage, meaning we do have to win one. It's actually funny because we reversed that against the Mets, where we only won home games and could not win in New York. We are going into Detroit, where we need to take 2 games off of them to make this a series. They have a really good pitching staff, and we have not performed thus this postseason. Garrett versus Casey Mize in Game 3. 9-3 victory. We do beat up on Casey Mize. We just need one of these 2 games. Gallen versus Job in Game 4. We win. It is tied 2-2. Alcantara versus Skubal in Game 5. We do not win. Alcantara blows it. We are down 3-2 going back into San Francisco for the worst part of our lineup, I guess. Webb and Eflin in Game 6 and Game 7. It's a Game 6 of the World Series, an elimination game, so we have to jump in. They have been phenomenal this postseason. We have not. Can we take down the Tigers? Here we are playing in San Francisco. We have home field advantage, and we are going with Logan Webb here in Game 6. The bats have cooled down. We don't have really any momentum at all. We're going against Flaherty. They have McKinstry, Baду, Kerry Carpenter, Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, Josh Rojas, Jake Rogers, Colt Keith, and Parker Meadows in the lineup. We need a good performance. They have like all lefties. Single from Robles. I'm going to steal second. Stolen base. Jung-Hoo Lee lines out. Single for Adames. Runners on the corners for Ramos. I'm going to go for the sac fly. We get that. We get the run. We are up 1-0. Lamont Wade gets runners on the corners. We have a 1-0 lead going into the second. And Webb gets a double play to get out of it. Fly out. Walk for Eldridge. Fly out. Robles flies out. That gets us out of that one. We are doing well. We have men on first and second for Helio Ramos. 3-run home run for Ramos. He has 4 RBIs in the game so far. We are up 4-0 on the Detroit Tigers as we are able to hold a good lead here. Now can Webb just hold on for Game 6? Jung-Hoo Lee with a 2-run home run. We are up 6-0 here against the Tigers. Webb just needs to continue to get through. I want 6 good innings out of him. But we're going to keep going for more if we can. I'll get a little greedy. We are in the bottom of the 6th. Eldridge the fly out, line out, and a walk for Robles. We're going to steal second again. Stolen base and ground out. Webb in the top of the 7th. Fly out, ground out, fly out. He is pitching a gem here in Game 6 of the World Series. And Adames hits a home run to take a 7-0 lead. Ramos walks, strikeout, hit by pitch, men on first and second, and a double play. Webb with another really good inning, gets out of that one to the bottom of the 8th. Romero is here. I'm going to try to use no bullpen if possible. We have bases loaded for Helio Ramos, who gets in another 3 RBIs. 10-0. We're going to just let Webb go. I gave up a few runs, but I was not going to make the pitching change. We win 10-2. After an insane Game 7 of the NLCS, we are going to Game 7 of the World Series. All eyes in the entire nation are here watching as the Giants try to come back in this series in San Francisco. Zach Eflin is going to be on the mound. It didn't go well last time against Casey Mize. The hope is that this will be enough. Eflin has been awful this season, or this postseason. It's been so long. This postseason is going so long that I'm actually shocked that it's not still the season. Same lineup. McKinstry with a double. Strikeout, ground out, and we fly out. So he gives up a leadoff double, but we do get out of it. Walk for Robles. He steals second. Single. Men on the corners for Adames. Sack fly. Gets him in. We are up 1-0. Fielder's choice gets Ramos on the first and a ground out. We have a 1-0 lead. Eflin is pitching scary, but he gets out of that one. 2-run home run for Bryce Eldridge. The rookie takes a 3-0 lead. Triple for Victor Robles, gets him on to third. Jung-Hoo Lee walks. Adames with a double. We are up 5-0. I can't believe we're coming back. Eflin with a single. Fielder's choice. Walk. Pop up. Walk. Bases loaded. Fielder's choice. That's going to be it for Eflin. I do not trust him. But we have men on first and second for Chapman. Bases loaded for Bailey. Pop up. Double for Robles. And we have an 8-0 lead. I'm going to Braxton Garrett because I trust him more than I trust Eflin. Solo home run from Jake Rogers. Fly out, and we get out of that one. But 8-1 lead. Solo home run from Willy Adames. We are up 9-1 here in Game 7 of the World Series. Just need Garrett to pitch well. He's the only lefty we have, so I looked at their lineup and was like, this is the only thing that makes sense. Men on the corners for Patrick Bailey. Let's just sack fly Bailey. He strikes out. So, all right. The only guy who can get hits are their catcher. Double for Jung-Hoo Lee, ground out, and that's it there. Top of the 7th, fly out. Double for McKinstry, single, one-man scores. Carpenter gets in, and another fielder's choice. It is 2-9. Alex Lange is going to come in. Chapman with a home run. We are up 10-2 in the World Series. A walk, men on first and second for Victor Robles with a single. Bases loaded for Jung-Hoo Lee. 2 more runs score. We're up 12-2 in the bottom of the 7th. Error, bases loaded. 2 more runs from Helio Ramos. Walk, bases loaded. Fielder's choice. I don't care. Another single. It won't stop. It won't stop. We are up 16-2 here in the World Series. Game 7. Our pitching staff finally showed up. Our lineup finally showed up. Swing. I don't care. Steal second. Just do it. Just rub it in, buddy. In fact, steal third. You got caught. Solo home run from Jung-Hoo Lee. 17-2. And we are going to go to, I guess, Ryan Walker. Strikeout, and let's watch as Ryan Walker is going to put the nail in the coffin. That's a monumental collapse for the Tigers. Like a monumental collapse for the Tigers. I don't think I've seen something that bad. They completely fell apart here in Game 7. And Ryan Walker is going to be able to put them in a position to end it. Right back to him. Walker throws it over to first. The Giants win the 2026 World Series. It took 3 games to win an elimination game in the Wild Card Series. It took 5 to come back and win an elimination game in the NLDS against the Dodgers. It took 7 to come back in extras to beat the Mets in the NLCS. And it took 7 to come back and beat the Detroit Tigers in the World Series. What a run by the Giants. I don't think I've ever had a sim go like this. Oh my God. The Giants are 2026 World Series champions. Jung-Hoo Lee is exhausted. He's fallen on the grass. We're celebrating. I can't believe this team made it. What a World Series run from the Giants, and how much pressure that puts it on everybody else to try to match it. We win here in 2026. The Tigers sadly cannot do it again. 2012 and now. What a way to win our 9th World Series championship for the San Francisco Giants. Rule 5 pickup Victor Robles is the World Series MVP for us here in 2026. And playoff MVP goes to Tyler Fitzgerald. What a team. Those aren't even like the free agent signings. These are just guys. Like, they're just guys being dudes out here. 6 home runs from Fitzgerald. Ends up getting that. That's amazing. I can't believe we just did that. Torkelson does get postseason MVP for them. And, wow. What a way to end the first of 4. Oh my God, this video is going to be long. And the first other game in the Bay after the World Series is Jalen Brunson dropping 49 on the Warriors. The Warriors are good, but yeah, that's a yeah. Maybe the 8th ranked Stanford can get a victory and, just keep the momentum that the Warriors are not. The young teams, not Golden State. I mean, they don't even have it in the name, right? Like, are they really part of the bit? They are. But, like, I mean, let's just 4-star. 4-star. That's some offensive linemen. I love that. We did lose out on Tripucka, the 4-star right end who went to Boise State, but that's okay. Because that is a victory. We are ranked 5th in the nation. Hey, we got this is a DB one? Jaquan McMillan gets a, for a DB, that's hard. Can he just get like a, yeah. Pass deflections are hard to get. Yeah. That's going to be tough. I don't think he's going to get it. I probably shouldn't have changed that. I think the sack TFL might have been easier, but it's a corner. Like, how is he supposed to do that? I have a feeling that means that he didn't get it. Wait, he got the dev trade anyways. Okay. Which is crazy because we lost that game. Like 27-25 to the Saints, who are not good. Spencer Rattler beat us. Rattler beat us. What did McMillan do defensively? For us. 4 tackles. No TFLs. So I guess because he got the 4 tackles. So probably a good thing we changed it. But really this season, I think it's all about trying to stay on top in the ACC because Stanford is sitting at 8-1. And we've got a matchup against 8-1 SMU. 16th ranked SMU versus 5th ranked Stanford. I think we're probably like outmatched in this one. Like they should probably be the better. Oh, we're the better team. Okay, so we're the better team. All right, give me the victory here at home. I want to see it. I want to see us continue to climb the ranks. Can we do it? Can Elijah Brown bring us to the promised land? We do miss out on 3 guys, sadly. 1,000 XP. We're 9-1, ranked 4th in the nation. Pretty decisive victory at that, 34-20. We end up winning. We have more offense. We got our conversions. I think the big thing, it seems like, is that Elijah Brown has just been phenomenal this season. I love that we basically have ourselves a legitimate good quarterback, and he's a sophomore, so he's got way more room to grow yet. Don't have much of a rushing game, but who needs it when you've got this good of a passing game? I guess Tab does. Tab's a little upset that we are this, and he's a junior, which would be annoying because he might transfer out. But we have been really, really good so far, and we're sitting there at on a massive win streak. We lost this one game to Louisville. Since then, we have not lost a single game, and we've done so in pretty convincing fashion. Don't worry, the Warriors are doing their job of being exponentially fragile. That's just what we do. Curry's gonna have to play through a broken nose because I don't see how we win a single game without him. I guess we get we get masked up Curry here in this season. He's 38. Put the mask on. And he wants a contract extension? I don't care. No retiring. We might have him the whole time. He'll play till he's 40. Give him whatever he wants. 3 years, another $50 million. Let's pay him till he's 41. And if only Brock Purdy could, like, beat the Carolina Panthers. I mean, dude, just... what? Why is he a $265 million quarterback? I think as we shift our focus entirely to the college football season, because we have a really, really good shot of doing something special with Elijah Brown here this year. We have 2 games left in the season before we'd have to play in the ACC championship game, which I would love to be able to do. We have Cal and Miami up next. First, we have to win the big game here against Cal. I think we're going to be able to do so. Elijah Brown has been really good this year, and I love what he has brought to the table. I think we've been a really good team. Ooh, we don't get John Visciano, but whatever. Everybody else moves up the board, and we win. We are 10-1 and ranked 2nd in the nation right now. This is an unbelievable run for us. And that means there's only one team in our way from making this run all the way to the ACC title game. Ranked 2nd in the nation, Miami in our way, here at home. Can we keep the streak up? Please, let's do it. I want to see that win again. We get a 4-star quarterback in Zach Romberg to commit. That is generally good news because we did have him visiting. Only 682 XP though. But we win! 11-1! We are 2nd in the nation, and that means we are going to the ACC title game as the top team in the ACC. We are taking on... we're not the top team in the ACC. Clemson is, of course, the number 1 and the number 2 team in the nation facing off in the ACC title game. I think we're going to have to watch this one. I'm going to bet you we get absolutely demolished, though. It's time for the ACC championship game. Stanford versus Clemson. I really don't have a lot of faith in this one, honestly. They're probably a better team than us. We're actually going to watch this one, which is something I don't normally do because I know I'm going to get blown out. Okay. 92 overall. We are going to get blown out. But maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to pull off an upset with Elijah Brown. Either way, we should make our way into the college football playoffs. I just would love to add an ACC title onto the trophy case here for us this year at Stanford. I mean, our only loss so far was the OT game to Louisville, that 3-point game, and if we keep up the momentum, maybe we'll be able to keep going. So far, we've only lost 1 game. Here's Clemson. They're ranked number 1 in the nation. They were in the championship game last year against us. Against Oregon. They did lose 38-3. So we're going to roll out here and hope that Elijah Brown can pull off a miracle for us as we'll get right into the Super Sim and see what we got.
Taking on the number 1 team in the land, the Clemson Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined here in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get to the...
So we get underway with the kickoff. We're going to start with the ball here. Getting the ball, going to return it. Only down to about the 22-yard line, but that's a good start, I guess. We get to start with the ball. Elijah Brown's going to come out here. Look at how good he has been this season. 438 yards per game, most of it coming passing. I'm hoping that what we can see is a consistent performance here. I do want to watch the first play before we get into the Super Sim, just to see if we, throw a pick to start it off. Oh, with the option. Elijah Brown to the outside, runs past the runner, jukes to the outside, and he gets out. 18-yard rush. So, as we get into it, can we move down the field? We get a nice couple plays here. 2-yard rush from Jalen Moss. 2nd and 8, 3rd and 3 here. I'm going to skip the moments. I just put it on play the moments so that I could jump in to watch. Ashton Hampton gets a penalty. So we are moving down 1st and goal. Are we going to be able to score first from the 9-yard line? 2-yard rush for our Cole Tab on 3rd and goal now after another 2-yard rush. And then as we get in, 6-yard touchdown, Elijah Brown to Sam Roush. We take the lead early here against Clemson. I love to start it. Now, can we hold them? Our defense has not been good this year. Well, I mean, it's not a good defense. It's been good this year, but it's not a good defense. If we can hold off Clemson, it's 3rd and 13 as we get a good start to that. And we stop them. They get a 0-yard catch. They're going to have to punt it, and we're going to get the ball back right here in the first with a good punt return. Bad punt return. What am I talking about? We are on the 8 to start, coming out of our own red zone. Incomplete from Elijah Brown means we're going to have to punt it right back to him, and that is going to be a 57-yard punt. 18-yard return for Tyler Brown makes it 1st and 10 on the 48. They're moving down to the 43, 3rd and 3 here as Ethan Vasco can't get in. And a sack by Harvey Dubs makes it 4th and 9 as they're going to have to punt it right back to us. We get the ball back, it looks like on the 10 this time. 2-yard rush from Cole Tab. I want to see Elijah Brown do more passing here if he can throw it to receivers and not the ground. 2 incompletes. I got what I wanted, but we didn't complete any of those passes. Another punt, as we are probably going to end the first here with a 7-0 lead if we can hold them off in the next 30 seconds. A big sack by Harvey Dubs on 3rd down here in the first quarter. Oh, of course. Big touchdown pass, breaks past the defense, 7-7 at the end of the first. So, when I look at this, I think we're in a good spot to still win. I just need to see some completions. Clemson's defense showed up after the first drive, but we had a really good first drive, so that gave us a chance to be in this game, something I didn't necessarily think we'd be able to do. 10-yard catch to Cedric Irvin. Just not a whole lot of catches from our receiving core to start off this game, especially if Brown is throwing a lot of incompletes, a lot of thrown away, a lot of pressure coming from the Clemson defense. As we are marching down the field, big pass to Cedric Irvin. We are going to be in the red zone on the 11-yard line. 4-yard rush for Cole Tab brings us to the 7. 2-yard rush brings us to the 5 for 3rd and 4. Can we get in on this one? 4th and 4 as it's dropped by Jackson Harris. We are going to kick the field goal and make it up 10-7 in the second. Kickoff. One good thing about having the play the moments on is it actually pauses that for a second, so I know when it's 3rd down, because the game has always been a little bit buggy. Madden's a little worse than college football, but it is a little buggy in the Super Sim and sometimes has automatic scores, so it's nice to see where we're technically at. As Jay Haynes gets a couple runs, not for much, but they do get the first down after a pass to Marcus Hickson. Another 5-yard reception for Jay Haynes as they are marching down the field, but Vasco throws the ball away. On 3rd down here, 3rd and 5, we get the stop for an incomplete pass, probably forcing another punt. Touchback for us, which is actually probably better because we've been stuck inside the 20 twice. Avion Terrell deflects the pass, another thrown away pass from Elijah Brown, and another drop now by Cedric Irvin. We haven't thrown it to like any of our receivers so far to start this game. Besides like the first drive where it was actually thrown to Tiger Backmeyer. In this one, another sack, Braden Marceau Oliyenka. I don't know. I give up. Sheldon Lewis punts it. 2-minute drill here in the second quarter. We are up 10. Ooh, not good. We get a safety. 10-9. Cole Tab gets tackled in the backfield. I don't like that. He wants to leave. Don't leave. A sack for Harvey Dubs. That's 3 on the day for Harvey Dubs. We are up and 4th and 16. Our defense has shown up so far. I just need the offense to show up. 49 seconds. Can we get down the field? Elijah Brown throws a 15-yard pass to Jalen Moss, but incomplete on the next pass. Another incompletion with 11 seconds left. 1st and 10. 15-yard pass to Tiger Backmeyer. Let's jump in, actually. We're going to say play the moment, but what I'm actually going to do is we're going to go back into Super Sim and we're going to watch the field goal and see if we can get the field goal from Austin Seidler. Nope. Nope. It just did it anyways, so. All right, we'll just keep jumping to the next play. All right, 10-9, we don't kick the field goal. Well, the timer ran out in the end of that half because we didn't call timeout. 4th and 4, they get an incompletion right there. That is going to give us another punt, hopefully, unless they kick the field goal. Another punt, 10-9 here in the third. It's a good game. It's close. It's a very defensive game, but a big pass from Jackson Harris brings us down to the 46, getting out of there, back, out of the red zone finally. Elijah Brown with an incomplete pass on the next play. And another big pass to Sam Roush. We are finally on their side of the field. And a 3-yard rush from Cole Tab. Can we get into field goal range for Austin Seidler? Another catch from Sam Roush makes it 3rd and 1 on the 28. And we get a first down with a 5-yard rush from Cole Tab down to the 19. I don't know how that's 5 yards, but okay. That must have been a pass interference. We're down to the 3 on 1st and goal. We had an incomplete pass. On 2nd and goal, what are we going to get? 3-yard touchdown, Elijah Brown to Sam Roush. 2 touchdowns to Sam Roush so far this game. We kick the extra point, going up 17-9. We are beating the number 1 team in the nation in Clemson here in the ACC title game with 1 minute left in the third. Can we hold off? Can this defense continue to perform? Or are they going to start throwing the ball down the field? Marcus Dixon gets a 16-yard reception. 2 quick plays in a row. Vasco gets a nice 3-yard rush to get a first down there to the 43. Looks like Clemson is marching here. First and 10 on the 43. Big pass to Tyler Brown. Scores the 43-yard touchdown to make it 17-15. That's 2 touchdowns they've had at the end of quarters. And we didn't score at the end of our quarter when we had the ball. Are they going to go for 2? They must have and didn't complete it. So we are up 17-15 here with the ball in the 4th. Couple plays later, 3rd and 3 on the 32. 2-yard rush makes it 4th and 1 on the 34. I don't know if we're going to go for it or if we're just going to punt. We're going to make the punt, giving Clemson the ball here with 8 minutes left in the 4th. Vasco throws the ball away. A sack from Harvey Dubs. That's 4 sacks on the day for the middle linebacker, Harvey Dubs. That's crazy game from him. 2-yard rush from Ethan Vasco. Harvey Dubs is the savior of the ACC championship game. Only a 40-yard punt gives us the ball back on their side of the field, plus the 13-yard return from Cole Tabb. It is 17-15. Elijah Brown throws the ball away. We are on the 49-yard line. The question is, can he continue? Yes, he can! Jalen Moss, 49-yard touchdown. We are up 23-15. Kick the extra point. Seidler, 5-yard penalty on the offense on the field goal attempt. But he does get it 24-15 with 6:46 left in the game. Are we going to be able to hold on to this? We have been dominant so far here against Clemson, but I don't want to hold them out because they are the top team in the nation for a reason. Antonio Williams with a 14-yard catch. 8-yard reception from Tyler Brown. 3-yard rush from Jay Haynes. Now, they're a big play team, so I'm expecting a touchdown from 40 yards any second now. But an incomplete pass is not a touchdown. Thrown away from Vasco. But we get a defensive, probably pass interference, 15-yard penalty, brings them down to the 11. They're going to be an easy scoring position. 11-yard touchdown to Marcus Dixon means that it is a 24-21 game. Make that 24-22 after the extra point. 5 minutes left in this game. We need to go down and score again or run the clock out. Elijah Brown with a 2-yard rush. 2 yards is not enough, but 12 yards is. Sam Roush gets a first down to the 39. I want to see that clock roll down, and a 15-yard penalty against Jordan Ross makes it the 44-yard line, 1st and 10. 23-yard rush from Elijah Brown brings us to the 21. We are in the red zone after a 2-yard rush, 2nd and 8. Just need to get in and hold on to field goal range. It is 2:32 left in the game. I don't want to have it a field goal, but incomplete pass from Elijah Brown makes it 4th and 5. Seidler's going to have to make the field goal. 27-22 with 2:22 left in the game for Clemson. 27-22. Incomplete pass from Ethan Vasco on the 25-yard line. There's 2:06 left. With the next play. Nope. Advance. A sack from Staples gets a 6-yard loss. Makes it 2nd and 16 on the 149. Our defense has showed up today. 3-yard rush from Vasco makes it 3rd and 13 with a minute and a half left. An incomplete pass. It's going to come down to this. I'm going to have to change this speed to slow, not fast. That's the wrong way. We're going to watch this next one, and maybe we're going to stop them right here. 4th and 13. This is for the ACC title game. Can we get another stop? With the drops back, Vasco throws the ball over the middle. Incomplete pass. Stanford's going to take the ball back here in the ACC title game, up 27-22 as we look at our chance to win the ACC title here in 2026 after only winning the Pop-Tarts Bowl last year. 4-yard rush. They're going to use their timeouts. If we get a field goal, it's still an 8-point game. Incomplete pass as he doesn't use that last time out. I just need the field goal from Seidler. He does get it, so it's an 8-point game. It's not over. I got a little over eager. It is not over. Clemson has the ball. Interception! Brandon Nicholson. It doesn't matter. Stanford is winning the ACC title game. Elijah Brown kneels. We are going to be advancing to the college football playoff as the #1 team in the nation. Stanford out of nowhere. Preseason projections just screw the analysts. We're better. Elijah Brown, 3 touchdowns on the day, 264 yards. The sophomore quarterback, he's better than Brock Purdy. Who needs Brock Purdy? Bring up Elijah Brown right now. We are going to the college football playoff as the #1 team in the nation with Stanford. Let's go hold up that trophy. I want to see Brown hold it up. Give it to me. Nah, we're going to walk off the field? Come on, give me the trophy. No trophy celebration? I don't play college football enough. Look at the celebration. ACC champions. We are going to be the #1 team in the nation after the ACC title game. Let's just hit advance. I want to see that #1 ranking next to the S for the Stanford Cardinals. Will we be able to do it? Georgia Laka commits. We get a center. We do miss. Oh, I missed out on Moffitt. I had him way ahead of Alabama. But we have the #1 ranking going into this. We also lost Hopper too. Man, we were way ahead of these teams and we didn't get it. That's crazy that they didn't commit to us. But okay, we are going to be advancing to the college football playoff. Harvey Dubs, 6 total tackles, 1 TFL. It doesn't show the 4 sacks that he had on the day as well. But 2 touchdowns from Sam Roush gives them the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. We are going to be the #1 seed taking on, oh, of course, it's Oregon. Entering the month of December, we'll find that we are 6-6 with the San Francisco 49ers. They've got 4 more weeks left. This is actually enough to be the 7 seed right now in the NFC. Shows you just how bad the NFC is. But I do want to see us win these other games. It'd be nice to have the, World Series from the Giants, be the #1 seed with Stanford, and make it to the playoffs with the 49ers, but we're going to have to beat a couple teams in order to do so. So can we take down Jacksonville? That is going to be very important for us to win this game here against another 6-6 team, but we cannot. This team is just still underperforming. We are an 86 overall, 88 offense, 84 defense, and we probably got to win out to make the playoffs. But even if we don't win, this is a not bad thing. Mikael Williams on a dev trait scenario would be very, very useful to have. Let's hope that he actually can get it. I would love to see him get a star dev because we could use that from the opposite side of Nick Bosa, who I don't think has been very good once again. At the end of the month of December, the Golden State Warriors are 22-11, still sitting at the 3 seed, but it hasn't been a great season. I mean, we're relying on a broken-nosed Steph Curry to kind of produce anything for us, but it's been all right. We're just not really that good of a team. We can be honest with that. We should not be 22-11. We are a little lucky, but I really don't have anything I can do to fix this roster. We just kind of got to wait for Jimmy Butler to be off contract. I'm not going to re-sign him. He wants to, but I'm not going to re-sign him. I don't know if he got it. This happened with McMillan too. Exact same text, in fact. Conversation. Oh, it doesn't matter. We got it. I think we're once again going to have to get pretty lucky to make it to the playoffs. We are 8-8, and we are 1 game behind the Rams and tied with Seattle without the tiebreaker. So we kind of have to win our division to be able to make it. I think that means the Rams have to lose, and I don't know who plays today. Please don't be the Rams against the Seahawks. It's not. Rams play the Colts, and Seattle plays Chicago, who's 12-4. If both of them lose, maybe we have a shot, especially if we win. Can we beat Houston and make it to the playoffs once again as a back? Nope. Nope, we cannot. We won, but it looks like somebody else made it. Was it Seattle? Was it? It was the Rams. They won because they are the 3 seed. They won their game. So we miss out on the playoffs going 9-8 with the 49ers. On the season, Brock Purdy ended up with 3,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, and 14 interceptions. Not a great season from him, but I think it's better than he was last year. Now, that was due to injury a little bit last year, but Still not necessarily great for a $265 million quarterback. Christian McCaffrey did end up with 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns. I'll take that. 4.5 yards per carry. I'd hope I'd see a little bit more out of him, but it's okay. When you have a 99 overall quarterback like running back like McCaffrey, you'd hope that he'd be able to produce at a high level consistently, and I'm not seeing that from him. Receiving, Ayuk, no guys over 1,000 yards, but Ayuk does have 984 and 15 touchdowns, but Jennings with 948 and 5, Kittle with 675, Pearsall with 489 and 1. McCaffrey does have almost 400 yards and 6 touchdowns. A little disappointed Jose Jackson didn't get more snaps. Knowing that we weren't going to keep Juwan Jennings, maybe I should have swapped them out, because I'm not going to re-sign Juwan Jennings, but it'll do. I mean, when you're going for the playoff spot, you want to put the best guy in a position to play, and Juwan Jennings is better than Jose Jackson, but still, maybe would have been better to move to Jose Jackson. Defensively, we're still bad. 129 tackles from Fred Warner. Nick Bosa does end with 12.5 sacks. He must have played really well the last couple of weeks because he had 5.5 at week 13. And ended up getting a lot of production near the back half of the season. And we had a lot of, interceptions. Fred Warner, really good season for him. 129 tackles, 6 TFLs, 2 sacks, and 5 interceptions. And our cornerback room was pretty good too. It's not necessarily great, but it was pretty good. We did force turnovers, but outside of Bosa, we didn't get really any defensive pressure, and we were one of the worst defenses in the league again. So we're going to make a scheme change going into next year, make some adjustments, and hopefully that'll help. We do have another star development edge rusher, Michael Williams, now on the opposite side of Bosa, and the hope is that that'll help get the extra production, because he did only get 3 sacks, though, on the season. Your passing leaders in the season was Josh Allen with 4,500 yards on the year, beating out Joe Burrow with 4,400. The touchdown leader is going to be Jordan Love with 45 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Really good season from Jordan Love to have that much offensive production, just over Mahomes and Goff. When it comes to rushing, 1,300 yards and 13 touchdowns from Kenneth Walker leads the way in the NFL, and touchdown leader is going to be Lamar Jackson with 20, because he is ridiculous. When it comes down to it, I think that means he ends up with, so that's 20 touchdowns on top of 27. Okay, so he ends with 47 touchdowns. No crazy season like you normally see out of Hurts. When it comes to receiving, Jamar Chase, 1,822 yards and 10 touchdowns on the season. Led the way in the NFL, and 20 touchdowns for Wan'Dale Robinson was the most in the NFL. Wan'Dale Robinson. What overall is he? 87 overall from Wan'Dale. Okay, all right. Watch Wan'Dale Robinson, I guess, for progression. Really, really good season from him. I'll actually have to check. I can't remember what the record is, but that's going to be close to it. I don't think it is the record. I think it's near the top. Oh my God, great season from Batonio. Defensively, leaders, tackles was Devin Lloyd, as well as Henry 20202. Okay, that's his name. I can't pronounce it. I apologize. Leads the way, tied at 133. When it comes to sacks, your leader was Max Crosby with 17.5 sacks. Bren Monk, the rookie, with 16 sacks for the Cardinals. Crazy season there. And your interception leader, Marlon Humphrey, with 8 on the year. Heisman Trophy winners, John Mateer, 48 touchdowns, 4 interceptions for Washington State. Do we get any award winners on our end? Sam Roush wins Best Tight End of the Year, 621 yards and 5 touchdowns for the tight end. That's good to see. We got D-Back of the Year from Frosto Ramos with 4 picks and 59 tackles. That's not even really that great of a season, but I'll take it. We end up getting 2 awards going into the college football playoff. At the end of the season before the college football playoff, Elijah Brown ends with 2,900 yards, 33 touchdowns, and 7 picks. Nowhere close to the Heisman contenders, but still really, really good for a sophomore quarterback who was very, very productive for us this year and has led us to the number 1 seed. On top of a really good offense just in general, 779 yards from Cole Tabb and 5 touchdowns is pretty good. Would still like to see a little bit more, but for splitting the backfield between 3 guys with Irvin and Jalen Moss getting touches, that's pretty good too. Receiving leaders was Jackson Harris, who's 736 and 15 touchdowns on the year. He does have a deal breaker, but I would doubt that he would leave, being from the area, knowing that we are a contender. 662 from Tiger Backmeyer, 621 and 5 from the tight end of the year, Sam Roush, and 556 and 6 from Jalen Moss as well. Defensively is where I think we had some crazy production. 78 tackles from Matt Rose led the way for us, and we had two guys with 10.5 sacks, Omar Staples and Harvey Dubs, who was dominant in... He's a freshman? What scale is he? What is he? 3-star freshman? 10.5 sacks for a 3-star freshman middle linebacker led the way there. And we had the DB of the year from Jashawn Frosto Ramos. Only 4 picks, so it's kind of crazy to me that he got it. But I guess with the 8 deflections on top of that, forced fumble recoveries, was really good. Ends up being phenomenal. We have a lot of production from our defense this year, which is honestly surprising. I know that the defense is good, but I didn't think it was going to be kind of the reason we won these games. The passing leader was Jake Strong at Texas Tech with 4,200 yards on the season. Led the way there. And then touchdowns leader, that's going to be Mateer with 48. Vasco, who we did beat there at that last game, 44 touchdowns. So really good for us from, but John Mateer leads the way there. When it comes to rushing, leader was Bill Davis of the Raging Cajuns with 1259 and 9. Your touchdown leader in rushing is Jalen Buckley at Michigan with 17. When it comes to receiving, your leader in receiving yards is Dominique Henry, senior wide receiver out of FAU. 86 overall, ends up doing really, really well this season. And your touchdown leader, Tony Freeman from Washington State, got a lot of those catches from John Mateer. When it comes to defensive stats, know that these are a little bit always messed up. I'm going to have to jump a little bit around. Tackles leader, according to this, is Ja'Cory Stewart. Sacks leader is, that's not right. Let's just go take a look at individual divisions. Booker Pickett leads the way there, 9.5, 11.5 from DePepe. And then Will Helt leads the way in the Big Ten, 15.5 with Blake Purchase. So yeah, it's never perfect. So the national rankings, I wish it had more people on it so that it would actually be more accurate. Interception leader, according to this, is Jacoby Henderson, who is probably not the actual interception leader. Let's go to the Big Ten. Oh, maybe he is. Maybe he is. Okay. But no league leaders for us, but at least we had 2 award winners and the number 1 seed waiting on the winner of Oregon. And it's probably just going to be Oregon. I'm just going to say that. It's going to be Oregon. And even if it's not, it's Washington State. Oregon and Washington State. Who are we going to play? Let's just advance and see what West Coast team are we going to have to play in the college football playoff. We are going to be playing against Oregon. I did just look at this. We dominated. The best DB, we had number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 6. So, DBU is Stanford? And so here we are in the Orange Bowl. I think because I don't want to jump in and watch potentially 3 games, I'm okay with 2. It's similar to what I do in the MLB, where I only watch 2 games at most. If we make it do game 6, I don't watch game 5. Because I only want to watch 2, we're just going to sim this one and hope that we can beat Oregon. Let's see what we can do. Simming to the next week. Will we take out Oregon? Alfonso reaches top 3 schools. We're 13-1. We beat Oregon. Who are we playing next? We won the Orange Bowl. Another defensive player of the week for Dubs. 91 yards and 2 touchdowns from Jackson Harris. We have UAB. Not only did we win, we won in dominating fashion over Oregon. 34-10, 338 yards, their 249 of offense. Only 1 touchdown from Dante Moore, where we had 2 and 1 from Elijah Brown, and both of those went to Jackson Harris. if he wants to transfer, he's not allowed. Like, he's not allowed. Good defense from us. We got a bunch of sacks again. Just a good pass rush, I guess, for us here at Stanford. We are playing UAB, and on the other side, it's LSU versus USC. So, the lowest seed possible has advanced. Can we beat them? I think they must have like beat Tulane or something like that, because Tulane was supposed to be up here and UAB was nowhere near being in. I think they're the same conference too, so they must have beat Tulane. But yeah, let's see if we can take out UAB and advance to the national championship game.
Welcome everybody to New Orleans and the iconic Caesars Superdome, the long-term home of the All-State Sugar Bowl, which this year, of course, is part of the college football playoff. We've reached the semifinal stage, one last hurdle to clear before that national championship game. And today we're going to find out who's got the toughness and the depth to continue their drive and keep championship dreams alive. As we'll see the number 12 seed in this playoff, the UAB Blazers, taking on the top-seeded team in the playoff, the Stanford Cardinal. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined by Kirk Herbstreit. And here we go, a college football playoff semifinal. Which team will keep their national championship hopes alive today?
So here we are on the way in the semifinals of the college football playoff against UAB. We're starting with the ball here. Russ Waitman takes the ball off in a 15-yard catch to Arliss Boardingham to start it off. Can we just march down the field? Let's just make it a dominating win over UAB. 4-yard rush from Cole Tam gets us another couple yards. 5-yard reception to Jalen Moss makes it 3rd and 2 on the 48. 2-yard rush, first down to the 50. Couple incompletions knocked away by Kelvin Hill and an injury by Chris Bracey. Out on the field, makes it 3rd and 10 on the 50-yard line. 10-yard catch from Jalen Moss makes it 4th and inches. I would love for us to run the ball in here and just take the first down instead of punting it. Nope, we just take the field goal. Oh, he missed it. Missed the field goal. UAB is going to get the ball back 0-0 here in the first. 3-yard rush from Jalen Kitna, maybe son of John Kitna. 3-yard rush makes it 3rd and 4. And a 4th and 1, they probably are going to punt it, I would think. Here, touchback from George Ball. We get the ball back here on the 20. Elijah Brown with a pass thrown away, incomplete on the 20-yard line. Another incomplete from Elijah Brown makes it 3rd and 10. And another incomplete from Elijah Brown makes it 4th and 10, forcing us to punt here. Right back, a poor punt. Gives them the ball right back, pretty close. They're going to be in scoring range here. Please don't let us lose to UAB. 2nd and 8 as Jalen Kitna rushes for 2. A negative 2-yard rush now for Jalen Kitna. Makes it 3rd and 11. This must be an option team. 14-yard reception to Corey Milner. Puts them on the 25. Negative 3-yard rush from Jamarian Wilcox. Another 3-yard rush from Milliner. And 1st and goal as Kitna throws it to Cam Shanks down to the 4-yard line. They score a touchdown to Jack Nickel. Sadly, we weren't able to score on that first drive. Really should have just went for it on 4th and inches, I think. But down 7-0 here in the first. We still got a long ways to go. 3-yard rush from Elijah Brown. 3-yard rush from Cole Tab. 10-yard reception to Tiger Backmeyer makes it 1st and 10 onto the 40. 4-yard catch to Benji Blackburn. As the end of the first quarter, we are down 7-0 here in the semifinals. Sack. Elijah Brown goes down to Derek Shepard. It means it's 2nd and 17 here. Next was only a 3-yard rush from Elijah Brown to make it 3rd and 14. 14-yard catch to Sam Roush puts us on the 15-yard line in scoring position. And a 15-yard rushing touchdown from Cole Tab is going to tie the game up here at 7. 8:50 left in the game. Can we continue? Walter Childress touches the ball back. 5-yard rush from Lee Beebe. And then a 3-yard rush from Lee Beebe. And then a 3-yard rush from Lee Beebe. And then a 5-yard penalty against Jashon Froster Ramos, the defensive back of the year. I'm not going to go that much. I feel like that's going to be annoying if I do that. So we're going to keep going. We'll move a little quicker here in the second, as this is a pretty stagnant game so far, it looks like. But they get a first down as soon as I say that, so stop jinxing myself, please. But UAB is just kind of moving down the field. I think we've got a really good pass rush, but they must be an option-based team, meaning we are going to struggle defensively to stop this team, just because it's not necessarily good for us. Oh, I saw we just had an injury, and it's 4th and inches. Please kick the field goal. Nope. He throws the touchdown pass to Milliner, and Marsu Oleinka is injured on the play. I think that's 2 injuries already in this game for us, and that means we're going to be down a little bit short-handed. I need to see us come back here in the second. Let this offense wake up. I mean, we're playing UAB. We beat Oregon. We beat Clemson. We should be really, really good here. I don't know why we're seeing some struggles. Elijah Brown is throwing a lot of incomplete passes, but we're marching down the field now. Sam Roush with a big catch. 17 yards, puts us under the 25. Sack. Chris Burge sacks Elijah Brown for an 8-yard loss, but we get 11 yards back to Tiger Backmeyer. 4th and 8 after an incomplete pass. That should be a field goal. And Seidler makes the field goal, making it 14-10 with 1 minute left here in this first half. They returned it and got a 25-yard reception down to the 50-yard line. I'm stumbling over my words with the amount of people there. Another 29-yard catch. They are just dicing us up. Corey Milliner with the drop. Another big pass. Injury. They kick the field goal to make it 17-10 at half. We're going to kick the ball off. UAB's got the lead here going into the second half of the semifinals in the Sugar Bowl. I really hope we can pull this off, because I think this is our best chance to win a national title, because Stanford is not supposed to be that competitive. We finally force a punt and are going to be able to get a stop, but a 10-yard penalty on Alan Thomason is going to hurt. 3-yard rush from Elijah Brown. 3 yards is not enough, guys. 31 is. Cole Tab gets us down to the 47. 3-yard rush from Cole Tab. And then we continue, get only 3 yards. This is 3rd and 5. 4th and 5 from the incomplete pass. Elijah Brown is struggling in this game. We punt the ball off, and we get them down to the 3. 3-yard rush from Lee Beebe. 3-yard rush makes it 3rd and 4. 4th and 1. They should probably punt here. They punt. We get the ball back. It's 17-10. We have the ball. Big pass to Jalen Moss. 32-yard touchdown is going to tie the game. If Seidler makes the field goal, he does. 17-17 here in the Sugar Bowl in the semifinals to make it to the college football playoffs. So we just need to take out UAB to advance and maybe see USC or LSU. First, let's get this victory. We stop them right there. 4th and 5. It's going to force another punt. We get the ball back on the short punt. Pass knocked away. We are still in decent range, and we just need to get a couple more yards. Elijah Brown with a 33-yard rush to bring us to 35. A defensive penalty puts us down to the 20. Pass dropped from Jalen Moss on the 20-yard line. Another incomplete from Elijah Brown. And a 0-yard rush from Elijah Brown is going to force the field goal, and Seidler makes it. We get a nice 37-yard field goal to take our first lead of the game, 20-17 here in the third. Kitna is going to move down. I think they're going to move to passing a little bit more, and it's going to hurt us because we were stopping them before. But a big sack from Harvey Dubs makes it 4th and 7. The freshman middle linebacker makes it 11.5 sacks on the season, 20-17. Elijah Brown pass is thrown away. And thrown away. Dude, throw it to a receiver. Elijah Brown, throw it to a receiver. We have been on your back all season. He's going to have to punt the ball away because he's just not doing anything here in this game. Kitna throws the ball away. Another thrown away from Kitna. And a 17-yard pass to Corey Milliner. Another 15-yard pass to Joshua Jackson. Pass dropped by Jack Nickel. Thrown away from Kitna. 3rd and 10. But another first down to Cam Shanks. 35-yard rush from Kitna puts him on the 5-yard line. They're going to score a touchdown to Amari Thomas to take the lead right back. I need Elijah Brown to throw a completed pass. Just a completed pass in this fourth quarter. Thank you. Okay. Now please throw another. I didn't mean that. 20-yard reception, 2-yard rush from Cole Tab. Sacked by by Daniel Harris. 6-yard loss, 3rd and 14. But a big 14-yard gain from San Roush makes it 1st and 10. 15-yard catch to Jalen Moss makes it 1st and 10 on the 20. 5-yard rush from Cole Tab, 2nd and 5 on the 15. With 5 minutes left, a 7-yard penalty on Emmanuel Waller will make it 1st and goal on the 7-yard line. 3-yard rush from Cole Tab down to the 4. And a 4-yard rush from Cole Tab makes it a 3-point game. If we make the extra point, which I believe in Seidler to do, we do. We are up by 3 points with 5.5 minutes left here in the 4th against UAB in the Sugar Bowl. Kitna throws an incomplete pass to start off the drive. But a 25-yard catch to Cam Shanks puts them onto the 50, as I think they're going to dice right through us. 3-yard rush for Lee Beebe Jr. Another 3-yard rush makes it 3rd and 5. Chance for a stop. 4th and 1 on the 41. And a field goal is missed. We are up 27-24 thanks to the missed field goal by Jonah Delange. 3:56 here as a... Why are we passing? Incomplete pass from Elijah Brown. 33-yard rush from Elijah Brown gives us to the 26. We are in field goal range with that. 16-yard catch to Tiger Backmeyer makes it a 10-yard line. We do get a negative 2-yard rush from Cedric Irvin. 1:49 left in the game. We're on the 12-yard line. Okay, it was the same play. When it comes down to it, another 2-yard rush from Cole Tab down to the 10, 3rd and goal. 10-yard touchdown. Elijah Brown passes it to Jalen Moss to take a 2-score lead here with 1:35 left in the 4th. They are going to kick the ball off, and we're going to see if we can do it. It's a great return, but a sack from Harvey Dubs against Jalen Kitna makes it 2nd and 15. 6-yard reception to Lee Beebe. 5-yard reception makes it 4th and 4. And an incomplete pass is going to give us the ball and the chance to kneel it out as Elijah Brown kneels. And we are going to be going to the national championship game here in 2026, taking out the underdog, the Cinderella story UAB. Number 1 Stanford has won pretty much every game this season. It is a shock. That was a terrible game from Elijah Brown, but we are able to still succeed, overcome a bad game from our sophomore quarterback, as we are advancing to play the winner of LSU and USC here in the Natty this year in 2026.
And that is going to wrap it up. We enjoyed this one here.
Semi-final playoff game winner. We win the Sugar Bowl, and we are going to play. And let's see who we have, USC or LSU here in the Natty. I want to see it. We are playing against Harvey Dubs. Player of the week again. The freshman middle linebacker. With another defensive player of the week on the 2 sacks. Cole Tab with 108 yards and 2 touchdowns. Just show me who we play. USC! It is a California national championship. The number 1 Stanford Cardinals versus the number 2 USC Trojans.
Welcome everyone to the ultimate game in the college football season. Everything has built to this, the battle for the national championship and college football immortality, a moment that every young football player grows up dreaming about. And it almost feels like we were destined to get to this point. The top 2 seeds of the college football playoff have survived. They've been on a collision course all season long. They've come through the challenges and the distractions, and now they'll fight for that beautiful trophy. As we'll see the number 2 seed in this playoff, the USC Trojans, taking on a team from the ACC, the Stanford Cardinal. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kirk Herbstreit, and this is it.
Here we go in the national championship game, USC versus Stanford, 14-1 and 14-1. This is going to be big. I really hope that we can do it, because I don't know if I'm going to get another shot like this. It is hard to make the national championship game in college football, and especially with a team like Stanford, who are going to be underdogs the whole time. We force a 3-and-out on the first drive, going to get the punt and going to get the ball back. I just want to see us go score. That was a great punt. 5-yard rush onto the 5-yard line. 16-yard pass to Jackson Harris gets us down to the 21. Can we just take a huge lead, please, and just win the game? That's what I want. I don't want this to be close. Please don't give me a close game. 3rd and 9. Good pass to Jackson Harris. Forces another 1st and 10 to the 38. 5-yard rush from Coltab brings us to the 43. Interception by Desmond Stevens II is going to give USC the ball back. It's the first pick we've seen from Elijah Brown so far in these. And a big 32-yard rush from Quentin Joyner brings him down to the 8. 3-yard rush from Quentin Joyner brings him to the 5. They're probably going to score here. 2-yard rush from Ridley Brown makes it 3rd and goal. 4th and goal down to the 1. Maybe we can get the stop. They kicked the field goal. Okay. Hey, we'll take it. They kicked the field goal. We didn't get a touchdown off of it after getting the interception. So I need Elijah Brown to go down. Ooh, okay. All right. Big sack to start that off. Don't like that. 2nd and 19. 2-yard reception to Coltab on the little check down and an incomplete pass. We're going to have to punt. We are out of our depth here against USC. 45-yard line. They're going to start with a 4-yard rush from Jaden Maiva. 2-yard rush from Quentin Joyner to make it 3rd and 4. 1st and 10 after the pass to Quentin Joyner makes it to the 37-yard line. Incomplete pass by Jaden Maiva. And 2nd and 10. A pass to Jack Endries makes it 3rd and 10 under the 37-yard line and incomplete. We're going to force another field goal, hopefully. I think they missed it because we got the ball back here. 1st and 10 on the 37. It's 3-0, and we should be down by a lot more as we get a 4-yard rush from Tab and another 4-yard rush from Tab to make it 3rd and 2. 2-yard rush makes it 4th and inches. Just go for it, guys. Just go for it. Nope, we punt. Our punter is terrible. 3rd-yard rush from Quentin Joyner makes it 2nd and 7. Another 1st and 10 after pass to Jack Endries. 2nd and 6 after another 4-yard rush from Quentin Joyner. 3rd and inches to a pass to Jacoby Lane. And a 38-yard rush from Jaden Maiva scores the touchdown. We go down 9, now 10-0. In the second, I need to see some offense, guys. A big pass to Arliss Boardingham makes it to the 39th yard line. 5-yard rush from Coltab. Let the offense please wake up. Never mind. Interception by Isaiah Rubin for 29 yards. Elijah Brown, the spotlights are too bright for him here in the national championship game. We are down 16-0, 17-0 in this blowout. Kickoff to Tyler Robles. I'm not very, I don't know if we're going to be able to turn this around. Coltab with 2 4-yard rushes. Penalty against the defense brings us to the 45. 5-yard penalty against our offense makes it 1st and 15. 2nd and 12 here. We need to see some scores here or we are going to drown quickly. Jackson Harris with the 15-yard reception. Another 15-yard reception from Tiger Backmeyer brings us to the 13. And down 1st and goal after Jackson Harris gets there. 1-yard rush from Irwin down to the 1. And a 1-yard touchdown to Tiger Backmeyer means we do get some points on the board here as Seidler kicks the extra point to make it 17-7. We need some turnovers. We need some sacks. I need Dubs to show up here for us to really get a shot. 1-yard rush from Joyner makes it 2nd and 9. 3rd and 9. And then an 11-yard pass to Joyner makes it 1st and 10. Another 8-yard reception to Zachariah Branch as they are marching. Incomplete pass makes it 3rd and 2. And 4th and 2 after the 0-yard rush. Going to force the punt here. And we get the ball back here with 58 seconds left in the first half. 4-yard rush from Cedric Irvin. I don't know why we're rushing. Pass the ball. 29-yard rush from Elijah Brown with 12 seconds left. I don't think we're really going to do anything there. No score with the 58 seconds. We needed to really go for that there. We get the ball back at least here in the start of the second half. Down by 10. It's not something we are completely out of, but I don't have a whole lot of faith with how the offense has been performing. 2 incomplete passes makes it 4th and 9 for the punt to give them the ball back. 17-7. Maiva with a 3-yard rush makes it 2nd and 7. Pass knocked away makes it 3rd and 7. I need an interception or a sack. That's not that. That's a 27-yard catch by Jack Endries to advance to the 39-yard line. 5-yard rush from Maiva makes it 2nd and 5. 3rd and 3 after the 1-yard rush. 4th and 3. Forces the punt. We'll get the ball back here. Penalty first on the offense means that now we'll get the ball back. 3-yard rush from Coltab on the 39. 1st and 10 as Tiger Backmeyer takes it 21 yards. 24 yards from Cole Tab as we are now down to the 17. But an interception again, Isaiah Rubin with a huge 86-yard interception in the end zone. Ruins another chance to score. They are going to get, actually, nope, that said 86 yards. It was not. That was a touchback. They have the ball here on the 17. 30-yard rush for Quentin Joyner. Interception by Cam Richardson. It's back in our hands here. We have another shot. We turn the ball back in our shot. I need to get a score, though. 3rd and 5. 4th and 2. Please don't just be a field goal. 5-yard rush from Cole Tab. We're playing aggressive. 1st and goal. Jalen Moss gets a 21-yard catch to the 6. 2nd and goal on the 1 for Cedric Irvin. And we score another touchdown. Cedric Irvin makes it 17-13, 17-14. Cam Richardson coming in clutch to make it a 1-score game here for the USC versus Stanford in the 3rd with 56 seconds left in the 3rd. 16-yard catch for Xavier Jordan as USC is going to try to march down and really choke out the hope that we have, but an incomplete pass might keep us alive as we're going to go into the 4th. 1st and 10. They do get a first down after a 3-yard rush. 2nd and 7 out of the 47. Another 0-yard rush makes it 3rd and 7. But another first down from Jacoby Lane. 6-yard reception to Zachariah Branch. 1st and 10 after Makai Lemon gets another reception. They're marching 2nd and 6 after the rush. We need to get a stop, but that's not going to do it. 1st and goal onto the 8 as Quentin Joyner gets a big catch. And they score a touchdown as Joyner runs it in. I'm really hoping we can keep turning this around. 24-14. We have played spoiler so far, but it hasn't really been doing it. 2 incomplete passes from Elijah Brown. A 3rd one. He is having a terrible day here. He gets the pass, only 8 yards to Bachmeier, gives USC the ball back on the 33. They're probably going to go down and score and really silence us and end it after the incomplete passes. Field goal is good. We are still only down 2 scores with 5 minutes left, but Elijah Brown really has to wake up here. 12-yard pass to Jackson Harris. Incomplete from Elijah Brown makes it 2nd and 10. A penalty against the offense, and Elijah Brown makes it 2nd and 5. But Jackson Harris gets the catch to make it 3rd and inches. 4th and inches after the ball is knocked away. 1st and 10 thanks to the rush from Cole Tab. 4 minutes left. 2nd and 10 for us as we have another incomplete pass. Pass knocked away from Cameron Fountain. 3rd and 10. 4th and 17 as Elijah Brown gets sacked. It's going to be all down to this 17-yard pass, but it's not enough. USC gets the ball. We don't cross the line of scrimmage. 27-14. We are going to not be able to pull this out. 4th and 5. I don't have any real faith with 2 minutes left for us to score 2 touchdowns. We would have to do something huge. And I don't think Elijah Brown has it in his bag. 8 yards. With 1:23, we are 2nd and 4, just dinking and dunking. We have to pass the ball down the field. Incomplete pass from Elijah Brown. 12-yard. He's still dinking and dunking. Why are we doing this? Elijah Brown falls apart here in the national playoff or championship game. And we are not going to win the Natty, as we are unable to do so. 3 interceptions from Elijah Brown, a bunch of incomplete passes. USC defeats Stanford. We had the shot. We were in the red zone twice for 2 interceptions for him, and that's how it ends. We don't win it, and yeah, that's a way to go out, I guess. But we did make it to the national championship game, which is very, very good for us. Stanford, really, really close. We do get to keep some of our real core players in Harvey Dubs and Elijah Brown. Maybe some experience going into next year will be enough for him to perform, because yeah, he got outplayed in this game. Played really, really poorly, and that's how it ends. USC wins the national championship game over Stanford. Maybe we'll see them back next year, but we're going to need to have a good season. That's a pen. That's some paper. I got a new starting pitcher. I have too many starting pitchers, though. So, also too many, like, $30 million starting pitchers. I paid him a lot of money. Adding Freddie Peralta means that we are 1 pitcher too heavy, and I think The guy that makes the most sense to move is going to be Sandy, because as an $11 million deal and an expiring deal at that, I don't really feel like keeping him. And so I'm going to try to get him for, I'm not going to get much back, but we're just going to get a pitching prospect in Gene Dobbins, a closing pitcher, just to fulfill our bullpen, and maybe he'll end up being good, but basically selling off Sandy just so I don't have to pay $11 million to pitcher number 6 or 7 on my roster. Aw, that's sweet. We'll keep Robles for a couple more years. I know we've got guys, but if I can get him for $10 million per year, you got to keep the World Series MVP on the roster. I have no doubt that we're going to be a playoff team, but look at the difference between us and the two teams above us in our differential. We are barely performing. We are really lucky. We're winning a lot of close games for us. We are one of the worst offensive teams in the league. And thankfully being one of the best defensive teams in the league. I need more offense, and I have no assets to move, nothing. I want to sell, but what do I sell? I came up with something, but I didn't think it was going to be accepted. I was honestly trying to just play around. Let me show you what I actually did. It's probably not good, but it gives me more offense. The only team that actually had money that we could maneuver around were the Kings, and they had Klay Thompson. I thought it just made sense. Let's just bring him back. And then DeMar DeRozan can be the offense that Jimmy's not providing. Honestly, I think we're going to get more production out of DeMar than we would out of Jimmy. We did have to get rid of a pick swap, but I'm okay with that. And Josh Green, who wasn't playing for Valanciunas, I'm going to do another trades around the margins now because I have too many guys. You know what? If we're going to be old, let's be old. I swapped Royce O'Neal for Contavious Caldwell-Pope, picked up a couple extra dollars in that on a one-year deal, and we're going to move that combined Valanciunas and KCP into Drew Holiday, age 36, to be a backup point guard for us. So the team is still going to be bad. A playoff team, at least, but it's still going to be bad. But we have Curry, Pons. DeRozan should be a significant improvement over Jimmy Butler offensively. Kuminga is going to move up into the lineup because of that. Bagley has taken the starting job from Oso Ighodaro. And then I'm going to play a cuff over Drew Holiday. And Klay Thompson's not going to play either. But I'd be willing to let either of them get minutes. We have a lot of injuries generally, and it doesn't hurt. Bring Klay back into the fold is okay with me. I like to see him here, and that allows us to, let him retire in Golden State instead of in Sacramento. And so he can also help develop Pods and Moody and all that. So that's what we're going to hope for, and hope that this is going to be good enough. Maybe we'll run them in the postseason. Well, we lost Pods again for a second straight season. He broke his leg this time. So Klay's back in the starting lineup. Let's go, Klay Thompson. In the Super Bowl, the Buffalo Bills defeat the Detroit Lions 31-28 here in the Super Bowl. Which number is that? I forget. 50, 60? 60. Super Bowl 60. In Super Bowl 61, technically. Because I forget it's not the extra year. The Bills win. Josh Allen gets Super Bowl MVP. Lamar Jackson is the MVP. Head coach of the Bears, Bill Summers, aka Ben Johnson, wins the Coach of the Year. Lamar Jackson wins OPOY. Defensive Player of the Year goes to Max Crosby. Quarterback Denzel Cooper wins Offensive Rookie of the Year for the Steelers. And Ben Monk wins Defensive Rookie of the Year for the Cardinals. For free agency for the 49ers this offseason, I'm not really targeting a whole lot. I'm surprised Kirby Joseph is here, so I'm going to go after him. I don't know if we'll get him, but he's going to be the top guy on my board to get. Otherwise, I really think the guy we're going to try to get is Carson Schlesinger, just knowing that we need outside linebackers, just coverage linebackers, something else. If we have Williams on one side, Bosa on the other, as long as we can get some outside linebackers that are serviceable, that should help this roster. We are going into the draft at pick 16, and where I'm not necessarily certain I'm going to get a guy that I really like for talent for our production, I did find an absolute stud. Just looking at his traits, he was really good. I focused him. I found a top 5 running back in Brandon Windsor, who, if he's available to us at pick 16, I know we have Christian McCaffrey. I feel like I have to take him. That's my top guy on my board. If I look at the rest of my favorites, most of them are later picks. I do like Oscar Lyons. I really want him. Matthew Hertz has some insane physical traits. I don't know who's all going to be here. These are all guys that I just saw with traits that I liked. And we'll see what I can find. I'll have to check on Windsor, what he ended up being. He went pick 8. I just skipped right ahead after he went. The big thing is, looking at my board right here at pick 16, I still don't really know if I like any guys on it. If I were to take a look, the thing is, there's some linemen that are probably good, like, Markel Good here is probably a good offensive lineman. And if I look at physical traits, if I look at left tackle, he's probably a good offensive lineman, has really good physical traits with agility and acceleration. When you look at his skill set, he is very good. But do I really need another left tackle? How long is Trent Williams going to play? That's another question. I'm going to see if I can trade back, acquire another pick for maybe a draft that's a little bit better, and then see if I can get Oscar Lyons, I think, instead, who is really probably my favorite guy that I have here, who's a round 1 talent. I'm just going to take the guys that I like. He didn't have any of these physicals, but he looked pretty good, I think, traits-wise, and actual attributes. So that's the guy who I want in this one. Just awareness is generally pretty good at middle linebacker. We'll see what we can get otherwise. Oh, that guy. Also, okay, these are some good abilities too. Okay. We'll see. And this is exactly what we're looking for, essentially, to get a future first to drop back down a little bit to pick 30. I'm going to do that. We're going to take this Bengals offer, and then we'll regroup next year. So I'm going to take Oscar Lyons. I do need middle linebacker help after Fred Warner, and I think this will be a good pick here. At pick 32, I moved back again to pick up an extra 5th. And let's see. Maybe he'll end up being really good for us. He is 16th ranked in true value, so we end up getting him. No dev trait, sadly, though. We had a lot of picks in this draft, and it looks like we hit some and we missed some. Oscar Lyons, no dev trait hurts a lot, but at pick 32, I'm not going to complain for 75 overall middle linebacker in the draft. In our second round pick, we got Tamarcus Neighbors, a right end, also normal dev, 73 overall out of Tennessee. He had, good agility, something you don't normally see there. Really good speed from Matthew Hertz. He ends up being a 72, but as an 88 speed middle line or outside linebacker, really liked the coverage traits there. Just no dev trait once again. Then we hit on this guy, Trayvon Reeves, hidden dev out of Notre Dame, a running back I found here pretty late here, looking at, I think, late round 3. We hit on that. Another guy we hit on is a run blocking tight end, Spencer Pemberton out of Wisconsin. Just easy to find run blocking tight ends. And we even hit pretty well here on this random receiver, 97 speed. Another just a good, fast receiver that we found late in there. I might change his name to our... We had a wide receiver drafted, so we'll change it to that too, so that we have him. He won't ever play, but that's not bad. I do want to see where Reeves ranks and where Windsor ranks. So let's look at the entire NFL, see what was on the board. When it looks like overall, Windsor was the top guy on the board. Okay, 83 overall, was the best player in the entire class. Halfback ends up going there at pick 83. Jason Watts was also really good. This was the second overall pick, and Reeves was the third best player in the draft. We'll take that. Ends up looking really good for us to get that. Not bad. And I'm curious to see. There's a couple guys we could have got that we might have missed, but not too bad. Looks like Lyons was the best linebacker in the class. Okay. I think we did all right. Could have done better, but I think we did all right. No dev traits hurts, but besides Trayvon Reeves. So we have a backup running back for McCaffrey. It's actually nice because Dylan lines up, 6th round pick, just like Jalen Moss, 6'1". That'll end up being a good replacement. So Jalen Moss will take the name of Nathan Dillon in ours, as we have one guy drafted. after going, which actually is pretty good. That means we kept just about everybody. I will say I skipped past it, but we were unable to retain our top receiver this past year. He left in the transfer portal. If you do not recall, I guess he's not on here anymore. He's going to be in the transfer portal. Who we're gonna be spending some time here in the transfer portal. It's kind of how we got the players that we did. But let's go just organized by team, because we did lose somebody. I'm gonna have to go from the other way around. I forgot his name. He's very good. I just want to show you who it was. Sucks to lose him, but we lost Jackson Harris, 4-star wide receiver. He transfers out due to play style. Which is crazy, because he ended up with like 17 touchdowns in the season, and he's going to leave because our play style didn't fit him. We're going to need to replace him. And despite getting sniped off of a bunch of guys again this year, we end up with the 19th best class in the nation, mostly supported by offensive linemen and 2 good transfers with Pieper and Collins. 8 4-stars, 1 5-star. Should be enough to help propel this team in the good direction that we need to go for trying to run it back. Harvey Dubs was phenomenal for us this past year, and honestly, I really want to invest in him more, but he's near his caps at middle linebacker, and so what I think I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to make him do some position changes just to try to change the caps. Maybe if I move him to a left outside linebacker, he'll get a little bit of a slight adjustment, and that should help him grow a little bit more, because otherwise I don't think he's going to grow like at all, which is going to be disappointing after how productive he was for us this past year. He's only going to be a sophomore, and if this is what he maxes out on, that'd be disappointing. I want him to really, really cap out. I'm glad we made the position change. Tab goes up to 92, but Dubs goes up to 91 at right outside linebacker. He is going to be a phenomenal player as a sophomore this upcoming year. Pale doesn't actually move up that much, and Brown doesn't move up that much, which is a little disappointing. I don't know how much room he has to grow ratings-wise. I mean, he's got a cannon. The question is, I guess, can he work on his accuracy this upcoming season, as well as his elusiveness, get a little bit better at breaking sacks, some better awareness so he doesn't throw 3 picks in the national championship? But I think we're in a good spot. It looks like everybody got better. Our team is way better. Mainly our defense is now an 89 overall across the board. Running game is going to be a little bit weaker. Didn't see much progression there, but look at our receiving core. Our 5-star receiver, Raheem Elam, is going to take the place of everybody. He's probably going to be our number 1 guy this year, as we have an entirely new receiving core this year and new tight end core because we don't. All those guys left. We are on this is a brand new team, essentially. When it comes to the offense, the defense is different. We have a pretty good pass rush. Oh, that guy didn't go up at all. And then Collins didn't move either. But the big ones, I guess, Maxwell Richardson up to an 88. Tamote Westerman is an 87 as a freshman. And then Dubs is a 91 as a sophomore. We're going to be in a really good spot this year. Victor Wembanyama wins the MVP in the NBA on 23-10, 4-2, 1.9 on the season. Your Rookie of the Year is Cameron Boozer of the New York Knicks with 17 points per game for him. Also, 6th Man of the Year for the New York Knicks, who got really lucky with essentially, I think, a Washington pick they shouldn't have. But whatever. Victor Wembanyama also wins Defensive Player of the Year, and Carter Bryant wins Most Improved Player. Only 11.5 points for him. Shea wins Clutch Player, as Tyronn Lue, now the coach of the Spurs, because Popovich retired, wins Coach of the Year at 70 and 12. Aaron Phillips, it's the Spurs. They have Cooper Flag. It's stupid. Wembanyama is hurt, though. Torn MCL going into the postseason, so we might have a shot. Luka, Jokic, Cade Cunningham, Morant. Do we have Curry anywhere on here? Curry does not make an All-NBA team. Do we have a defensive? No, we do not. Do we have a rookie team player? Hey, Darius Saccuff makes the second team. Yeah, not great. We are going to be the 3 seed, though, as the West is actually pretty weak now. We are not good, but the 3 seed I will take. And if the Spurs don't have Victor Wembanyama, they might not be there. So this might be a shot for us to really go on a run. Taking a look at our season, Steph Curry led the way for us with 22 points per game. He, he's going to retire after the end of the year? Oh, no. 22 points per game for him after 32. A big drop off from him there. Now, I think there's a minutes per game part about that, but yeah, big drop off from him this past season. He did play 2 less minutes per game, but still a massive drop off for Curry. Kuminga, 16 points per game for him. Not bad. I think taking the number 2 role on this team. DeRozan ends with 13 on the season. Kolek with 12. Clay with 11 in his return. Is he going to retire? Did he also say that he wants to retire? No, he did not. Okay, Clay still wants to stick around. Pods, 11 points per game. Moody, 11. Bagley, 10. Iguodaro, 9. Iguodoro's been pissed this whole time because Bagley took a spot and hasn't given it up. Bagley's been playing pretty well. And, better than Iguodaro, which I guess is all he's got to have to keep the spot. And then a Cuff didn't play a whole lot of time, 6 points. Holiday played 75 games and only got 4 points per game. But hey, we got a defensive menace on the team in Drew Holiday. Let's see how the rest of the league was for us. Devin Booker led the way, getting 32.8 points per game, leading the way and getting the scoring title. Only played 69 games, but does this for the Suns. And the rebound leader is Walker Kessler with 13.3 for the Utah Jazz, beating out Jokic. When it comes... Wemby played 71 games. Tyrese Halliburton gets 9.9 assists, leading the way there. Steals leader, Dyson Daniels. Dyson Danimals leads the way with 2.2 steals. Your blocks leader, Walker Kessler, with 2.6. Field goal percentage leader, your most efficient scorer is Zion, just over Mark Williams. 3-point percentage leader on the season is Dalton Connect, now with the New Orleans Pelicans at 46%. And your free throw, Klay Thompson. Yes, we have a leader. It's Klay Thompson. He shot 97.8%. Oh, we get to say that we won something. We're going to roll into this playoffs with the oldest team ever. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, DeRozan. We got the young guys in Kuminga, Bagley's not really young, but Kuminga, Kolek, Moody, and Iguodaro. And Drew Holiday is going to play over a Cuff, as we are going to try to make the run here from the 3 seed against Minnesota to start. Game 1, actually, let's simulate the plan to see. Portland advances New Orleans on this side. So we have Minnesota in the first round. Let's just check who they have. They are rolling with Rob Dillingham, Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, Julie. Okay, same team with Dillingham over Uncle Mike. Let's go through game 1. We win game 1. Oh, no, we lose game 1. What am I talking about? I'm looking at Minnesota. We lose game 1, 117-84. A big loss there. Game 2, we do come back 113-101 in that one. In game 3, we win 107-104. Was that an overtime game? It was not, but we win. Edwards had 35, but Curry had 33. We are up 2-1. Game 4 against Minnesota. It is they scored 151. We're supposed to be a good defensive team. 41 from Edwards, 26 from Dillingham. Kolek led the way for us points wise. I think I'm going to have to shrink the rotation a little bit. Let's just shrink it down to 8. And just roll with it. We're going to go to 8. And that's going to move Moody into the lineup of DeRozan, who has been cold. Holiday is also cold. Let's see what we can do. 8-man rotation in game 5. We lose that one 122-90. We really don't deserve to be here. They beat us. Advance there. So that is it for us. We don't make it. San Antonio does squeak out against Portland, despite not having their guy. But we're the only real big upset. Looks like Charlotte beat Chicago on the other side. But let's go through the next round of the playoffs. San Antonio gets the sweep, and Dallas makes it. Is Cleveland and Detroit and San Antonio and Dallas in the conference finals. San Antonio wins. Cleveland wins. You're going to see this a lot, essentially. And as we finish the postseason, the Spurs win another one. Victor Wembanyama getting finals MVP. And so as we end the 2026 season going into 2027, We ended up getting a title with the San Francisco Giants and almost got there with Stanford. Though the 49ers were unable to make the playoffs, and the Warriors were, but are just too old to really compete, we end up getting ourselves a really, really good season. Getting that victory over the with the Giants and Stanford making it to the national championship game gives us a lot of points that we've scored. This might be one of the best seasons that you're going to see until we see two teams win in the same year. Looking at the Giants, what we did in the offseason, we are going to be rolling with Freddie Peralta as the second pitcher. They have a really good pitching staff now with Garrett in the third spot. Harrison's going to come up here after we moved off of Alcantara. And really the same bullpen. We're kind of running it back. Same team next year. I didn't make any changes, really. I brought in Matt Vierling. This is why we're a little bit further ahead, because he was waived, and Anthony Rendon, because I just needed roster spots for actual lineup guys. But we're going to be rolling in, trying to repeat with the Giants next year with a good pitching staff. I mean, we were kind of a surprise last year, and I think we're going to be in a good position for 2027. The big question will be, can the Warriors rebuild their roster after being just as old as they are? Klay Thompson, DeMar DeRozan, Stephen Curry. It's going to be a whole refresh at some point here soon. I'd rather have it all happen at once than have to wait for it, but if we can make one more year with Curry, I'll take it. It's just going to be a big question there. But that's going to be it for 2026. We'll see you in 2027, where maybe we'll be able to repeat with the Giants, but hopefully Stanford will be able to really hold their own and come back for a national championship and get their revenge for Elijah Brown. Welcome to 2027, our third year of the Bay Greatest Cities in Sports rebuild, where we're coming off some great seasons here in 2026, and I'm hoping that what we can see is basically compiling the production we had in 2026 to lead into a really, really good 2027. Now, if you have not watched the first two seasons, I would go back and watch those so that way you understand who we have and the players that we have. But if not, what I would say is, looking at this roster and looking at what we have across our four teams, we are in a really good position to win a title with at least two of them. The other two, the 49ers and the Warriors, are going to be a question mark. And a lot of that is due to just the age and the production and development of their rosters. When it comes to the 2027 San Francisco Giants, we are sitting with a really, really good team. Good core, a lot of guys under contract after winning the World Series last year in 2026. I like this team to hopefully withhold and upheld what they just did last year. On top of that, what I'm really excited for are the top prospects in our system, Felipe Marrero and Felipe Tejada, the 2025 draft pick and the 2026 draft pick, both of which could come up this season. They are both pretty much ready to go, as they are both phenomenal players. Felipe Marrero, our first round pick in 2025, was a fantastic draft pick who we got. Really good contact vision, discipline, and clutch. We're going to watch what he does in the minors this year to see if he can come up by September. Same thing goes for Felipe Tejada, who should not have fallen to us. He was the number one ranked guy in the entire draft, and he slipped all the way down to us. And that puts us in a good position to have pretty much he's not generational, but pretty much a generational talent in the outfield. As our other player, these two guys are going to come up and be really, really productive. We've got a couple other guys that we have in our system that I'd be excited to see, but we might not need them because this team is ready to go. We're rolling back the exact same roster as last year, including a little bit of a contract that we gave to Victor Robles, who was the World Series MVP after a Rule 5 pickup last season, and I'm hoping we can see that type of production. Also, because the stolen bases were really, really nice to have a leader in stolen bases. But as we go into 2027, the question is, can we repeat? Or are we going to run into the roadblock that is the Dodgers, and maybe we just had a fluke season? Halfway through our scouting period, I found a few players that could be interesting. Now, the big part about this is knowing that the guys that I want to bring in need to be able to pretty much play for us right away, knowing we're only doing 5 years. This non-ranked discovery find might be somebody who could be an outfielder, but I'm not even sure, like just a defensive replacement. Maybe he comes in. But we're pretty much just going to swing for the fences. I might go for a closer, to be honest, because that's generally where you can find somebody who could compete and be on your major league roster right away. Though there's a lot of good pitchers in this class, and it doesn't hurt to grab them just as trade assets. Just before we go to the offseason for the Golden State Warriors, the Giants are sitting at 40-37, and the big problem is our pitching staff has been okay, but our offense has just really underperformed so far to start. And it's making me think maybe it's time to just go and bring up Felipe Marrero and Felipe Tejada. And one of the reasons for that is when I go to the lineup in AAA, I've seen fantastic production from Felipe Marrero, 325 with a 422 on base. Like, what am I waiting for, really, with him? Tejada's a little bit further away. We could wait on this, and actually, he's regressing. Maybe he should go back down to AA. He's not ready, so we could wait on that, but I think Marrero's got to come up. He's a 73 overall. There's no way he's going to get much better there. And it's not like, Anthony Rendon has played, because he hasn't. He's played one game. So we could cut Anthony Rendon and bring him up. Because Eldridge, awful. Eldridge has been awful. So I think it's time to just say, let's bring up Marrero and give him the shot, because Robles has been awful. And so has pretty much everybody. I think that changes everything for us. Steph Curry wants to retire. Clay want to retire? Clay doesn't want to retire, but Clay's a free agent. Do I tell him not to? I think we tell him not to, which means this is going to be his last season with Curry. I could say no. I could say no. Wait. I could say no. No, we're going to override it. We're going to give him a go-away tour, or a going-away party here for us. We honestly would probably be in a better position if we didn't keep him, because it means we could go into free agency with a bunch of cap space. But instead, we're going to go into this free agency with Curry and see what we do in the offseason. We have pick 25 in the draft, and I don't really know if we're going to get anything that is like any value really in it. I guess this guy could be, this guy could be all NBA, Dalton Vaughn. I'm not necessarily sure what we'll find. I also looked to see if I could trade this. Jaren Jackson's not bad with Sam Perkins as a bench. That could be something. I might just trade this pick. We traded our pick, plus also traded DeMar DeRozan. Got a bunch of extra firsts in the future. They took Jared Whitehead in that spot. So I'm not that worried about it. I wanted to clear up cap space anyways. This is going to be Curry's last season, and our goal is to essentially try to build a young core to replace him once he's gone. I think it took me an hour in real time to negotiate enough contracts to move everything around to try to keep this team together and build what we just did. Giannis is going to be a part of the Golden State Warriors next season, along with Curry's last season, Pods, Kuminga, Moody. I also brought in Cam Johnson, who was a pretty cheap deal to bring in. And so was Agbaji, was pretty cheap, and brought Clay back in. So kept everybody for pretty cheap. A big +6 for Darius Acuff and +5 for Marvin Bagley on this season. Crazy that he developed like that. But we have Giannis. I think now the window is back open. And so talk about turning it around. We spent the back half of last season in 2026 reorganizing all of our contracts to get everything to be expiring to give us some cap space. And we had just enough to pay Giannis. I had to move and get rid of DeRozan to do it. I had to get rid of a couple other guys in the back end of the lineup that I liked to do it. But it's okay, because we end up with Giannis and Curry this season. I don't know how if Curry is going to last much longer, but at least we'll have a member of the team for the rest of the time if Curry retires. Pretty much every player that I liked in this class that was going to be a first-round pick is gone. The big one that I really wanted was this Jose Juarez, just thinking that he would end up being good for us, and he starts at the season. He'll probably actually regress, but he could be a player that we could play right away. But I think what we're going to do is we're just going to take two closers here. We're going to go with Cy Alexander, and then we're going to go with Tony Irvin. I mean, I have a couple other guys. Carlos Mantos could be good too, and Manny Castillo could be good as well. A couple guys that could be good, but I think it's just safe to just go with the closers. because they could at least play for us. We have gotten hot since I brought in Felipe Marrero. It's been a really good plus to this offense, and we are 9-1 in our last 10, and therefore 52-44. In the wild card race, though, I think we're going to need to do pretty good to catch up the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers, especially the Dodgers, who are really dominant this year. I don't know if we're going to have a shot to beat them this season and repeat, but I would hope that we can. We are the third-ranked team, but just outside of it, because I think our division is good and we underperformed a little bit. When it comes to All-Stars, we don't have any starters, but Ryan Walker is an All-Star for the closing pitching position, 113 with a .86 whip so far this season. Really good for him. And then I believe we have Matt Chapman also starting at third base, 14 home runs, a .262 average. Not great necessarily, but it's good enough to get it. And I don't think we have anybody else. We do not. I don't know who Greg Cruz is, but he's just got good stats. Okay. But yeah, so we have one All-Star. It's Matt Chapman. And the hope is that we can sign these guys and they end up being semi-decent for us. And we can go on a run late. Maybe Felipe Marrero will end up doing a lot. Let's see. What is he doing right now since we brought him up? No, only 227. But 320 on base. We're going to take the punch that he brought in for us. The goal was MLB ready talent, and I think Cy Zander could be somebody who is. His walks per 9 is pretty bad, but he could end up being a pretty good reliever for us. Jorge Manuel is not going to end up being anything, but good defensive stats. Maybe we could trade him away. And honestly, I think Tony Irvin is even better than Cy Zander as a potential prospect. And we also got Quevedo, who could be traded away as a 93 potential starting pitcher at the age of 21. Maybe we'll trade him. This is 100% the guy I wanted. 84 overall already. Good defensive stats with 82 potential. So yeah, he'd regress a little bit once you brought him in the league, but not enough to make it substantial. So could have been something for 1 to 2 years as like a backup catcher. With 1 month to go, we have clearly jumped out up into a really good position, 82-57. We are 6 games up in the wild card. We're not going to win our division, but if we can hold on to this and the production that we've had at the second half of this season, I think we're going to be in a really good spot. And that actually doesn't come from Felipe Marrero. I sent him back down because I figured what we could do is we could actually capitalize on his rookie year next year. And I thought it would just make more sense to send him back down. He's very, very good in the 25 games that he played. But this is me manipulating, trying to get an extra pick and an extra award out of him because he's not going to win Rookie of the Year this year, but he could next year. And so as we look at it, I think the other part is I could bring in Jose Miranda, who in AAA was hitting 330, and could do that. And Sam Huff can play first base as well. Just anybody but Eldridge, really. But I think what we're going to be looking at is, can we make it and hold on this season? You know, it's a competitive NL West, and looking at our calendar, we thankfully only had to play the Dodgers once, but we do have to play the Diamondbacks, and that's going to put us in a position where if we lose to this Diamondbacks team and then the Dodgers, I'm just saying we'll probably drop a couple games to Colorado and Washington and Texas. I want to make sure we can win them. We cannot get swept by those teams. But as it's September, let's get into a different season. We are going to be starting off the season in Stanford with the #1 ranked team in the nation. Coming over USC, who we lost to in the national championship game due to the 3 picks by Elijah Brown. I'm hoping that his maturity now going into his junior year will allow us to be able to produce and get over that hump and win this season. Now, that means that we really cannot falter early. We have to keep it together the whole season because the ACC is still going to be a bloodbath. Clemson is still here, ranked 3rd, and it's not like they're the only team. You've got SMU down here, who is ranked 10th, and a couple other teams like NC State, who are always a powerhouse in this game. They're not yet, but they will be. And so, as we look at it, we have a better defense this year than offense, and the hope is over this schedule, this team that we have, that we're going to be able to hold on to this #1 ranking and be able to get in a bunch of 5 and 4-star recruits for the next 2 years as we try to compete here in 2027 and see if we can get over that hump that we failed to do last year. A big part of that is going to be through Elijah Brown, who is our starting quarterback this year going into his junior season. He is an 88 overall in this roster for us now. He has slowed a little bit in the development, but I think he's going to be okay this year, and we just need to make sure he is going to be more mature and make better decisions. Cole Tabb is going to be a 92 overall this season. Looking at the starting running back in his senior year, he'll probably get drafted as well. We don't have any other really running backs in this place unless Ricky Lieber ends up developing, or if I find a transfer portal guy to replace him. Wide receiving core, the thing I'm excited about is look at junior in Amari Borden, sophomore in Eric Bergman, and freshman in both Rakeem Elam and DJ Brink. These two being the two guys I'm the most excited about. I'm hoping that with the better young receiving core, which it's not actually better, by the way, it's just younger, we're going to be in a position to contend this season, looking at just a hopefully really powerful offense. We don't have as good of a tight end because our senior Roush left last year, but I really like where we're at. The other big piece that we have this year is Harvey Dubs. The last year's just dominant middle linebacker at the end of the season. We converted him over to right outside linebacker to make sure that he would continue to develop, and he has. He's going to be a 91 overall as a sophomore and going to be a key piece for our defense. The 3-star linebacker out of Louisiana is going to need to really perform this year and kind of hold the defense as his own. If anything, he's the best player we have out here. We do have some good corners in Brandon Nicholson and Cam Richardson this year, a couple juniors that I really like, but a lot of this is going to be down to what production can Omar Staples on the left side and Harvey Dubs on the right side produce as we attempt to run it back. That's a big start to the season. We start out 4-0 with Stanford, keeping number 1 in the nation as we go into the ACC play. 2 games already getting victories. Now, we had a pretty easy schedule, but we'll take that, holding on to the top spot as USC also holds on to the top spot. Clemson does drop. They're 2-2. But we are in a good position to hold on in the ACC, and I'm hoping we can continue this really good start to the season. It must have happened near the end of the offseason because I don't think it happened during the retirement period. Trent Williams retired. We do not have a tackle. The reason I know that is because it happened afterwards, is because in free agency, we didn't have the cap space from him. But the instant it rolled over, we all of a sudden had $70 million in cap space this season. So he must have retired after the draft, and that means we have a big hole to fill that Cam Williams is going to have to do this season. Reeves isn't going to play much because McCaffrey's still here, but Reeves could take the job soon. Maybe I'll trade McCaffrey if we're bad because, I mean, why not at that point? And defensively, we're looking at pretty much the same team that we had last year. There's really nothing different, which is bad to say. We have no significant changes with this team underperforming 2 years in a row besides losing Trent Williams. So let's see if we can put it together this season. I'm not sure. I made some scheme changes, made some adjustments there. New offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, new offensive scheme, new defensive scheme, and hopefully that'll be enough to get us over the top this year, and maybe Purdy will actually be an efficient quarterback. That might be asking too much, though. Well, in the draft, I think we're going to be seeking out left tackle, and this guy's name is Chris Farley. Like, legit. Random generated. I want him. Let's just take him. I hope he's available to us whenever we get it. I think we have 2 firsts this year. The 49ers have been such a disappointment, and 1-3 right now, but I will say, if you want to take a positive and a little bit of an optimistic note here for us, we fixed the defense, supposedly. Now the offense is just awful. So maybe change the scheme of the offense back to what we were? In 4 games, Purdy has 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Do we at least have rushing yards? Nah. 283. That's okay. Should be better, though, with Christian McCaffrey. But the Giants go 97-65, making the postseason as a wild card team. We're not going to take out the Dodgers in the division, but we do make the playoffs at 97-65. Another season, no division title, but we made the run last year as the wild card team. Maybe we'll make it again. For a second straight season, Ryan Walker gets the Delivery Man of the Year, the best reliever in baseball. We will take that. Shohei Ohtani wins the MVP with 48 home runs, hitting .316 with 157 RBIs. Really nothing stopping him from that. That's 6 MVPs, including 5 in a row. I also see the Cy Young, and I hate it. Soto is second. Willie Adames does finish third. He wins the Cy Young 18-5, 336 with a 191 strikeouts. He's not going to get the Triple Crown, though, this time. When it comes then to the AL side, Aaron Judge wins the MVP, hitting .301 with 43 home runs, just beating out Gunnar Henderson, who hit .310. Cy Young goes to Taj Bradley, who had a .327 ERA for the Tampa Bay Rays. Rack up another league leader. This time, Braxton Garrett leads the league in ERA. Top of the boards as Logan Webb in second with the innings pitched and whip. We're only going to count ERA. I don't think innings pitch or whip are really valuable. I mean, whip is, but I don't think teams consider that as a major stat. We don't even look at it. So we do end up getting that, though. No stolen bases from Robles. When it comes to the batting title, Will Smith wins 333 for the Dodgers, leading the way there. Dodgers are really good. Hits 202 for Shohei Ohtani. Leads the way with Mookie Betts right behind him with 199. When it comes to home runs, Shohei Ohtani led the way with 48. Willie Adames with 43 in second place. RBIs was 157 from Shohei, leading the way there. Ryan Walker won the reliever of the year, but does not lead in saves. He had 44, but Devin Williams with 52 leads the way in the NL for the Chicago Cubs now. ERA, we have the top two, but Braxton Garrett gets it with a 2.40 ERA on the season. Logan Webb with a 2.66. So even if Garrett didn't put that good of a season together, Logan Webb would have. And then your strikeout leader is going to be Mackenzie Gore of the Washington Nationals with 203. On the AL side, the greatest player in the history of baseball, Jacob Wilson, hits for 325, getting the batting title there for the shortstop with 201 hits as well, just beating out Gunnar on that category. When it comes to home runs, Aaron Judge led the way with 43 over Gunnar Henderson. The saves leader in the AL is Andres Munoz with 48 saves for the Seattle Mariners, just beating out Mason Miller. ERA crown goes to Drew Thorpe with a 2.69 ERA for the Chicago White Sox, and your strikeout leader, Cole Reagans with 197. I'm starting to think the game has something against you, Spencer, because it sent him down for a third straight year after another 184-107 season. Just, he's been phenomenal in the bullpen. Really, really productive reliever. Kind of want to make sure I'm looking for him in the future now, because he keeps getting sent down. That makes me think he'd actually probably be a Rule 5 pickup that I'd be able to get in future rebuilds if he's going to be this productive. But Spencer Bivens gets sent down, and looks like that's all that gets sent down. Jelly came up, but was bad. When it comes to the rest of the bullpen, Kyle Harrison, 363 with a 128. Whip was pretty good in 72 innings. Hunter Harvey, 231.96 in his 97 innings of appearances, 98 innings. Tristan Beck had a 301 with a 127. Camilo Duvall, 393 with a 135, was one of the worst relievers in our pen. Kevin Kelly with a 353 and a 108 whip. And your reliever of the year, Ryan Walker, with a 1.74 ERA and a .91 whip in 67 innings, getting 44 saves. He blew 9 saves and still had a 1.74 ERA. That's a phenomenal season from him. When it comes to our starting rotation, Logan Webb with a 2.66 and a 103 whip, leading the way in innings pitched in the NL this season. Freddie Peralta, not a great year from Freddie, 3.75 with a 119 whip. I'm hoping we can get that back up to in the twos, where we could probably see him go for the Cy Young next year. Zach Eflin, 3.21 with a 116 for him. Zach Gallen with a 3.43, 1.22 whip, and Braxton Garrett, 109 strikeouts, 2.40 ERA with a 109 whip. It's crazy that we have like 18 million, 30 million. I think he's 14 million, 27 million, 1 million. And which guy was the most productive? 1 million. Yeah, Miranda wasn't very good when I brought him back up. And he wasn't the only guy who got sent down. So did Bryce Eldridge, who just had a terrible season. And I'm hoping he can come back next year way better. That was really, really bad for him this year. I think Casey Schmidt was also somebody who, okay, he didn't really play, though, when we had him up. So we had the back end of the lineup was pretty weak. We're actually going to have Marrero, I think, play in the postseason, just because I don't have a faith in much guys. Sam Huff, good at 275 this season. Brett Wisely, lefty platoon at second base, hit 245 on the season. I think he ends up with a, okay, could be better. Matt Vierland, 244 off of waivers. That's pretty good. Luis Matos only got 23 at-bats on the season. Then Marrero in his 91 at-bats hit 319. Jung-Hoo Lee, 290 with 19 home runs. How many hits did he end up getting? 183? Okay. Lamont Wade, 260 with 22 home runs. I think he actually just got DFA'd, like, in real life. But whatever. Willie Adames, 283, 43 home runs, 109, was third in the MVP this season, hitting 172 hits with a 908 OPS. Not as good as he was 2 years ago, but it looks like the WAR is actually technically higher this year than it was in 2025. Helio Ramos, 250 with 17 home runs. Tyler Fitzgerald, 261 with 24 home runs. Matt Chapman, 247 with 20 home runs. He had his first All-Star appearance in a while. But it didn't really make a difference. Victor Robles, 223, 281, didn't get a bunch of stolen bases. Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of him. And then Patrick Bailey, 236 with 10 home runs. Our offense was very disappointing relative to our pitching staff. Let's hope that as we go to the postseason, Felipe Marrero is going to take that spot. We will be able to produce and make a run like we did last year. Last year, we had the Padres in the first round. This year, we have the Diamondbacks. Another really, really good team in the NL West. I mean, the NL West is stacked. We have 4 teams in the playoffs again. The Padres did make it. So the question is, can we uphold and do the run from the wild card just like we did last year? Game 1, Logan Webb versus Corbin Burns is a 3-8 loss. Already starting in the hole, Peralta versus Michael King in Game 2. We win that one 3-2, making a clutch Game 3. Zach Eflin versus Brandon Pfaadt. We win and we advance to take on the Dodgers on Saturday the 2nd. We are going to play this one, and then we have a college football game right after. Zach Gallen versus Shohei Ohtani against the Dodgers here in the NLDS. They were unable to get over us last year in the NLDS, and the hope is that they'll be unable to get over us this time. Game 1 here in LA. Gallen versus Ohtani. We get the victory. Can number 1 ranked Stanford hold it up? We just had a victory against the Dodgers earlier in the day. Maybe we'll be able to take down Virginia Tech and keep the number 1 ranking later here on Saturday. I want to see it, and I'd like to see some commits, please. But no commits. In fact, we lose a couple guys. But we stay 5-0. So, 2 wins on Saturday. Can we make it 2 wins on Sunday? We need the 49ers to start it off here at 4 p.m. in Levi's. Can we get the victory over the Commanders? I would like a victory, please. We do win that one closely, 27-24, with a weekly award here, as well as Bosa gets 3 sacks. I think he had 4 sacks last game, so he's really just racking it up as we have just seen a massive improvement with the new defensive scheme. 5 games into the season, Nick Bosa has 9 sacks. That's great, because the last 2 seasons he had 1 at like week 13 and like 2.5 at week 15. This is significantly better. This mock draft has me taking a left outside linebacker, projected in the 3rd to 4th round at pick 9. I'll have to look at him, but I doubt it. Why would I do that when, like, Chris Farley's still there? We're taking Chris Farley. But here we are, Sunday night in LA. Braxton Garrett versus Roki Sasaki. See if we can win another one in LA. Game 2, we do not. We lose 6-8. Looks like Kevin Kelly blew it. We are tied 1-1 going back to San Francisco against the Dodgers. Game 3, Logan Webb versus Tyler Glasnow. We win. Ooh, we lose. We are now down 2-1 in this series. Peralta versus Ohtani. We win that one 3-2. That makes it Game 5. Eflin versus Sasaki here on Friday night. Are we going to be able to do it again? We are. We are advancing to play the Cubs. Second straight season we've done this. Please don't make this a 7-game series against the Cubs. Next up, we have Clemson. The number 1 ranked Stanford is going into the Tigers' den here. They're a way better team than us. That 16th rank is not necessarily mean they're the 16th best team. They should be one of the best teams. They have just had a much harder schedule than we have thus far. And so this is a big testing point for us. Can we take them down? Are we good enough to make it and hold on to the ACC, or are we kind of frauds at the number 1 ranking? This is the big question into the Tigers' den against Clemson. I would love to hold on to the number 1 ranking, but I'm going to guess we're not going to get it. It's a lot of XP, but is it enough? No, that's a lot of XP to lose. So we fall 45-34 here, falling now to 10th ranked in the nation, and we had 450. We outscored them. But I mean, really, we scored 27 in the 4th. We had more offense than them. We just didn't have conversions in this game, and 6 turnovers to 1 turnover will do that. Sellers was 4 for 0 touchdowns. How was Elijah? Get over these picks. 5 interceptions, Elijah? You're not giving me a lot of faith that you've improved over where you were last season. Was it to one guy, or was it to the whole team? It was mainly to one guy, but it was pretty much to the whole team. I mean, that's what happens when you throw 5 interceptions. I didn't expect Brown to be that bad. Purdy's been terrible too. I guess we just don't have quarterbacks here in the Bay. Can he turn it around? I don't know. Not with that one. Another loss, 30-24. And now it's down to the Giants, trying to make a run for a second straight World Series. They went 3-5. Last year they went 3-5-7-7. I would like it not to be the same, but also that would mean we'd get another World Series. Can we win this quicker, please? We go to Chicago to start. In Game 1, Gallen versus Justin Steele. We win that one 3-2. Close matchup. Zach Gallen pitches a gem in that one. Braxton Garrett versus Shota Imanaga in Game 2 here on Monday night. We lose that one 8-9, but we took a game off of the Cubs in Chicago. Hunter Harvey blows it in the late stages of that game. As we come back to San Francisco for 3 games, if we can take them all, we win. If we take 2, we're in good position. If we only get 1, that's going to be a struggle. Logan Webb versus Ben Brown in Game 3. Not a good start to our games here in San Francisco. Freddie Peralta versus John Means in Game 4. We are down 3-1. Eflin versus Justin Steele in Game 5. We take it back, as it's time to go back to the other ones. This is going to be a 7-game series, isn't it? All right, give us some momentum back, guys. Stanford versus SMU. We need to win this one to probably uphold our spot in the ACC. 2 losses in the ACC is hard with how many teams are in this division. SMU is 2-4. They're 2-4. Do not lose. Can we get a recruit too, please? We win. Still 8th ranked. I mean, okay. Still a top tier defense, but our offense is awful. Give me a game. Just give me a game. Show me the season still has a chance. Please. Show me the season. Okay, it still has a chance. And a weekly award. Who'd it go to? DeMarcus Neighbors with 3 sacks. But I'm doing it. McCaffrey's leaving. And I'm getting a 1st-round pick from the Bills. Seems like an underpay, but I'm not paying him. And he's just not performing at a level. Let's just let the rookie play. 2 games again. Gallen and Garrett. Same position we were in last year. In Chicago. Game 6. Oh, please don't make this stressful. Game 6 against the Cubs. All right. Braxton Garrett versus Cade Horton. It's a Game 7. At some point, you're going to get sick of quick manages, because we are going into a quick manage here in Game 7 of the NLCS, trying to make it back. Look at how much our pitching staff has fallen apart. It's just something that happens, I feel like. And our offense has been decent. I mean, mainly look at Adames and Lamont Wade to start off, and Fitzgerald. Marrero has not been good in the postseason. But okay, this is it. Game 7. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to start us off here. Strikeout, fly out, and a strikeout. Garrett has to go against PCA. Darby Swanson, Seiya Suzuki, Jorge Polanco, Taylor Ward, Kaplan, don't know who that is, Michael Busch, Jonah Heim, and Matt Shaw. Ground out, and not Darby Swanson, Dansby Swanson. What was that? Helio Ramos versus Cade Horton. Walk from Fitzgerald gets us a man on base. Pop out from Chapman. Another walk from Marrero, and a ground out from Robles. Garrett gives up a home run to the Kaplan guy who I had no idea who he was. Strikeout. Horton is pitching a gem here. Double from Matt Shaw. Sack bunt. Gets him to third, but a pop-out gets us out of that one. It is 1-0 game going into the fourth. Adames gets a walk. Fly-out from Ramos. Fielder's choice puts Fitzgerald on first. And another fly-out. Single from Suzuki into a double play, and Ward grounds out. We are into the top of the fifth with Cade Horton pitching a no-hitter. Fly-out, walk from Bailey, and a pop-out. Strikeout, flyout. Garrett's pitching a good game, but Cade Horton just has a no-hitter going on. Wade to first. Fly out from Adames. Pop out from Ramos. The no-hitter's gone. Fitzgerald gets a single. Okay. All right. Garrett strikeout. PCA strikes out. Swanson pop up. It's just a pitcher's duel. They're making a pitching change. Marrero flies out. Robles flies out. Bailey with a double. They're making another pitching change. Jung-Hoo Lee versus Amir Garrett. Pops out. Bottom of the seventh. Strikeout. Fly out. Double from Ward. Walk. Think it's time to make the change against Michael Busch. We'll go to Kyle Harrison, who gives up a single. It is now a 2-0 game in the top of the eighth. Lamont Wade versus Amir Garrett. Actually, Porter Hodge. Single from Wade. Single from Adames. Fly out from Ramos. Strikeout from Fitzgerald. Come on, Chapman. All right, we're going to make the pitching change here. Go to Spencer Bivens. The trustworthy Spencer Bivens gets out of it. Top of the ninth. What can we do? Felipe Marrero against Devin Williams. Walks. Victor Robles is on bat. I'm going to make a pinch hit here, I think. We're going to go... I think Sam Huff is probably the best move. Yeah. Sam Huff! Pinch hit! 2-run home run in the top of the ninth against Devin Williams. Oh my God. Patrick Bailey hits a solo shot. Devin Williams is falling apart. Here for the Cubs. We're up 3-2. They're going to go to Yency Almonte. Strikeout. Pop up. And we get out of that one. Spencer Bivens is on. We are going to make the pitching change to Ryan Walker. What just happened? Single from Suzuki. Double play. We are to the last batter, Taylor Ward. Sam Huff. Sam Huff. Pinch hit. 2-run shot. Gives us a 1-run lead against Taylor Ward here with Ryan Walker, your reliever of the year, on the mound in Game 7. They had a no-hitter through 6. They made the pitching change, and that was a mistake. Ryan Walker with the pitch. Fouled off, sinker down low. The Cubs want to see the World Series, but I think the Giants are going to play spoiler again. Sam Huff is going to play spoiler. Ryan Walker with the pitch. Fouled off. 0-2 count. Taylor Ward down to their last pitch here in Game 7. He's hitting .351. This is Ryan Walker we're talking about with the pitch. Slider outside. He misses. Throws a throwaway pitch, trying to get him to swing at it. It's a 1-2 count for Taylor Ward here. Ryan Walker can end this right here with the pitch. Ball grounded to second. Fitzgerald throws it to first, and the Giants come back in the ninth off a 2-run pinch hit home run from Sam Huff and a solo shot from Patrick Bailey to finish it, to go ahead and take the lead. Ryan Walker gets the save, and the Giants are advancing to back-to-back World Series.
This team clearly excited, and they deserve every bit of this moment. Enjoy it now, but get yourself ready for the biggest series of your lives. For my partner Chris Singleton and our great crew, thanks for watching the National League Championship Series on Mlbtheshow.
Last year, we had to take on the Tigers in the World Series. This year, it's the Empire. The New York Yankees have made it. Can we take them down and win 2 in a row here with the Giants? It's going to be Logan Webb versus Max Fried, Peralta versus Luis-Gil, and Eflin versus Rodon. Game 1, Logan Webb versus Max Fried. We lose that one 0-2. Let's play this one prior to the game on Saturday, just so that I can move forward with 2 in a row. Peralta versus Luis-Gil here in New York. We win that one, taking a game off of them. Actually, no, we have home field advantage. Whoops. We are down. We lost a game in San Fran. We had to pull a game off of them in New York. Oh, no. All right, well, we got Boston College next. Stanford versus Boston College. We're the way better team. Please just give me a simple victory. Don't stress me out. I'm so worried about this New York series. We just can't get a single recruit. Leveled up, though. I mean, besides the blemish against Clemson, this has been a good season for us so far. LSU is going to be our biggest challenge, I think, outside of that Clemson game. And Notre Dame is tough, too. But, oh, they're 3-5. Maybe they're not tough. I think if we beat LSU, we're probably in. Unless we fall apart in the back half of the season. We probably make it if we beat LSU. And that's who we have next week. But we will see them after the rest of the World Series. So in our first game without McCaffrey, we're playing the Miami Dolphins, and I'm hoping that our running back can do what he needs to overcome the gap that we have left there. As our offense needs to continue to wake up. We've moved from 32nd to 26th. Tied with the 23rd team, who we're playing right now. If we do this, we go into our bye at 4-4, which will be much better than 3-5. Taking on the Dolphins. Can we get a victory? Please let me get a victory. 31-14. Our first game without McCaffrey ends up with a victory. 3 games in New York, then we're playing in San Francisco to finish it off. Please, can we just win the games in New York? I'm getting stressed out by the theatrics that this Giants team likes to play with. Game 3. Eflin versus Rodon is a victory. We take a game off of them in New York, making it 2-1. Please don't lose 2 straight. Zach Gallen versus Clark Schmidt. Schmidt has been just crushed so far in the postseason. Gallen has not. But we lose. Shouldn't have said it. 2-2 series going into Game 5. Garrett versus Max Fried. Oh my God, 17-1 victory? 17-1. 3 home runs from Tyler Fitzgerald. 3 home runs and 2 doubles from Tyler Fitzgerald. He had 5 hits and 5 extra base hits. World Series MVP Tyler Fitzgerald. All right, Game 6, an elimination game here. Yep, we got a quick manage. We have the better pitching staff, and we have the better lineup in this postseason. Playing in the Oranges here in Oracle Park. Please don't make us go 7. I don't want to go 7. Kind of just want to go Freddie over Webb. We'll go Webb. All right.
Play ball.
They have Nico Horner, Mauricio Dubon, Aaron Judge, Ben Rice, Jason Dominguez, Ryan McMahon, Austin Wells, Emmanuel Rivera, and Anthony Volpe. So, not necessarily a supercharged lineup, but we have a good shot here. Not if he gets a double to start it off. Caught stealing, though, and Judge strikes out. We get out of the first without much damage being done. Rice lines out, fly out from Dominguez, and a pop-up from McMahon. Home run from Ramos makes it 1-0. Fitzgerald gets a single. Strikeout from Chapman and a double play from Herrero. We still have a 1-0 lead here as Webb needs to pitch around the order. Luis Eel versus Victor Robles with a single. I'm going to make him steal second. He stole second for Patrick Bailey, who grounds out. Jung Hoo Lee flies out, and a ground out means we don't get anything out of the stolen base and a man on second. Dubon versus Webb. Judge up the bat with a single. Fly out from Rice and a pop-up. We are still out of it in the bottom of the fourth. Strikeout from Adames. Single from Ramos. Pop-up from Fitzgerald and a strikeout from Matt Chapman. Strikeout, fly out, and a fly out. We are out of this clean. 2 hits so far against Logan Webb as we go 3 up, 3 down there in the 5th. Top of the 6th, Webb strikes out Volpe. Strikes out Horner. A triple from Dubon puts Judge up to bat with a single to tie the game. Maybe I should have taken out Webb, but he has pitched well up to this point. It is now 1-1. Jung Hoo Lee walks to get on the first. Double play from Lamont Wade. Adames grounds out. We're going to make the pitching change now as we are going to go to a bunch of lefties, so I think I'm going to go Kyle Harrison. He's going to go Dominguez, strikes him out. Error from McMahon gets him on. Wells flies out, and Rivera strikes out. Luis Eel versus Helio Ramos. Solo home run. 2 home runs from Ramos, who's 3 for 3 on the day. We are up 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th as they're going to move to Jacob Junis. Ground out from Fitzgerald. Strikeout from Chapman. And a single from Herrero, who finally gets on base. Robles with a double. Man on second and third for Patrick Bailey, who grounds out. We are up 2-1. I'm going to make the pitching change to the guy I trust the most, Spencer Bivens. Fly out. Hit by pitch. Fly out. And a strikeout. Spencer Bivens. As we move to the bottom of the 8th here, they're going to move to Jake Cousins. Strikeout. Walk from Wade. Strikeout from Adames. Another single as Ramos is 4 for 4 on the day. Fitzgerald hits a single to give us a 3-1 lead and some safety. Bases loaded from Herrero. I gotta do it. Hit by pitch. He takes it. We were up 4-1. They're going to go to Jorge Lopez, and they get out of that. We're going to make the pitching change to Ryan Walker, who in the top of the 9th has to take on the middle of the lineup. Grounds out to Ben Rice, fly out to Dominguez. Let's enter the game. And maybe there will be no theatrics here in Game 6 of the World Series. 1 game less than last year. He's got Ryan McMahon. Ryan Walker versus Ryan McMahon here in Game 6 in the top of the 9th of the World Series here in Oracle Park to repeat. He just has to get the out with the pitch. Strike 1, 4-seam fastball up high. We're looking at somebody's face. They're really into that guy's face. Walker versus McMahon, 0-1 count now. With the pitch. Ball low, sinker misses, 1-1 count. That means we have not only won 2, we've won 2 from the wild card, coming out of nowhere in both of them. I want to see the victory, though before I get too excited, that ball is going to get over his head. McMahon is probably going to get a double on this play as we are unable to get it. Helio Ramos throws it to second and is unable to get him out. McMahon is on second with a double against Ryan Walker. That means we are going to bring up Austin Wells here at the top of the 9th with a man on second. McMahon is not going to be the last batter. It is going to be Wells this time. Sinker outside, 1-0 count. He flied out in the 3rd. He's hitting 159 this postseason. Just get him out. Just get him out, Walker. Just get him out. With a pitch. Chopper, foul, 1-1 count for Austin Wells. Walker's shaking off Patrick Bailey. Shouldn't do that. Bailey's a good catcher. Believe in him. Believe in your man. with the pitch. Ball low. What 2-1 count for Austin Wells. Don't you dare walk him. Walker, just need you to get me out of this. I don't want more stress. With the pitch. Fouled off. 2-2 count as Austin Wells is down to his last pitch here in Game 6 of the World Series in the top of the 9th. Can he do it? With the pitch. Strikeout. Ryan Walker strikes out Austin Wells, and your San Francisco Giants win back-to-back World Series in 2027, coming from the wild card in both. Out of nowhere, we end up doing it, and everybody's celebrating here because this isn't even over. We get to keep this team for a little while, and this team underperformed this year and ends up winning a World Series despite that. Back-to-back World Series for the San Francisco Giants. A lot of pressure on everybody else to try to keep up because, I mean, the Giants are outperforming you guys. That's 2 trophies. Really good pitching game from Logan Webb. The bullpen comes in. Spencer Bivens is my hero. And Helio Ramos on a 4-for-4 day gets it. But really, I don't think any of this happens without Sam Huff's walk-off in the NLCS. We are going to hoist the trophy for a second straight time in 2027. And the question will become for the Giants is, even if the other teams in the city can't win, can the Giants create a dynasty and win 3 in 5 years just like they did in the 2010s? Can they do it again in the 2020s? Their 10th World Series championship here in 2027. Your World Series MVP is predictably Tyler Fitzgerald after his massive 5 extra base hit game in Game 5 to win 17-1. And he did get a good hit there in Game 6. But we win that one. Playoff MVP goes to Lamont Wade. Though I think everybody knows the actual postseason MVP should have been Sam Huff. But we hit really, really well in the postseason. Most of the lineup did. Fitzgerald did. Wade did. We end up getting back-to-back World Series here. Nico Horner was the postseason MVP for the New York Yankees. The question is, what are we able to do next year? I think Victor Robles is going to be gone. We're going to make some adjustments to this team. And I really can't give up on Sam Huff because he's now the hero, right? And so to follow up the World Series title, the hope is that we're going to be in a good position here to beat really our last major opponent. After LSU, we will be pretty much riding home smoothly. We just have to beat LSU. So let's get into this one. Will we beat LSU here? Please give me the victory. Hey, 4-star commit BJ Rome. We get a corner. Man, I'm missing a lot of guys though. Second Mancuso to Colorado. Oh, that's not gonna be enough. 226. That's not enough. 7-2. We fall down to the 12. That means that we're gonna be fighting on the back foot for the rest of the season, trying to catch back up in this to make the college football playoff. Thankfully, it doesn't look like our conference has been that good. NC State? Not only did we lose, we get just demolished by LSU. I think what's been proven is last year was a year of the underdog. We snuck through, made a lot of runs that we weren't supposed to make. And so we really overperformed. And this year, Elijah Brown is being exposed. Oh my God, Elijah. That is 9 picks in the last 3 games. It hasn't exactly been a good start to the Giannis era in Golden State. Part of that is due to our defense has just been awful to start off the season. And I think we're kind of limited right now with the roster. And I'm looking at this year. Kuminga at center. We just don't have a lot of defensive guys. We really poured a lot into trying to improve the offense this past year. And I don't know. Maybe Curry's got to go. When Curry retires, we'll be at a little bit different position. As we rotate to building around Giannis next year, it's going to be a lot different. But for now, we have just to see if, what we can do for Curry and see if we can get him a shot at least, because this is his last season. This is the farewell tour of Stephen Curry. But the power of having Giannis as he puts up games like this, 2 steals away from a 5x5. He's center right now because everybody's hurt again. Trayvon. Am I confident he'll be able to do it again? He's Trayvon. He's replacing Christian McCaffrey. Of course he is. I don't want to go too much, though. I want him to be able to get it. Give me a dev trait. Because, hey, this is a good thing to get a dev trait scenario, potentially, for our new running back to increase his dev trait 125 rushing yards. Hey, did he get it? Did he get it? Did he get it? Superstar development for Trayvon Reeves. Who needs Christian McCaffrey? Looks like it was in a loss, though, sadly. To the Rams. Oh, well, Purdy went... Okay, Purdy played terrible, though. So, Purdy went down, but he played terrible. I mean, I don't know when he went down. How did we only get that many yards of offense? 140 rushing or pass? Okay, that's why. He is a stud. Look at how many times the Rams sacked us this game. No wonder Purdy was bad. Our offensive tackles. This is what happens when I lose Trent Williams at the end of the offseason. We got crushed by this Rams defense. But hey, season's looking much better. We're sitting at the 3 seed right now with the Cardinals in our division at 7. That means maybe the West isn't terrible this year. It's bad, but it's not like terrible this year. Maybe it's just a really top-heavy season for us. We're at the 3 seed. I think we're only 6-5 though. But I'll take that. 6-5 is good, coming off of a victory against the Cardinals. And one thing I want to show. Nick Bosa has 18 sacks right now in Week 13. Monday Night Football against the Eagles. We're probably not going to pull it off, but that'll be a good last month to see if we can hold on to this playoff spot, as we've got a really, really good defense. We do make it to the ACC title game, despite losing those 2 games to Clemson and LSU this year. So we have a chance to win it and go in. I don't know if we'll make it if we lose to Florida State. It's kind of crazy to me that Florida State's the team. I thought NC State was undefeated. So it's us versus them. We're 5th ranked. Our 2 losses did not hurt us too badly on the season. It ends up being not that... How did Clemson go 6-6? Ends up being not that bad of a season for us. Outside of that, threw me off a little bit. It looks like we just ended up playing nobody all year, though. If LSU's not ranked and Clemson's not ranked, the highest ranked team we played was Washington at the beginning of the season. Yeah, this is a... Notre Dame went 4-8, and they put up 38 on us. I don't really think we're legit at all. I don't think we're legit at all. But legit enough to win the ACC. I guess we beat Florida State. I'm kind of surprised. We're back in the college football playoff. I don't know what seed that's going to give us. But Defensive Player of the Week goes to Omar Staples. Didn't get any sacks, but he does get that. Right now, college football playoff, we won 26-21. We are going to be the 3 seed. In what is this playoffs? Alabama lost. They were ranked number 1. They lost. They fell down to 5. TCU is undefeated. So we have TCU, Tulane is 12-1. UAB is 12. They must have beat each other. Stanford, we have... Okay, we've got the winner of Liberty or Wisconsin. I like that chances. I'm surprised Wisconsin's 11-2. It's just a weird looking playoffs. Your Heisman Trophy winner is a wide receiver from TCU who only had 844 yards and 12 touchdowns. Braylon James gets the Heisman for TCU? Do we have any? Nope. No award winners from us. We'll have to go back and take a look to see how we did regarding that, FSU game. I actually should have double-checked that before. A game-winning touchdown? Oh, I should have watched this one. I didn't want to make this us watching 5 games again in case we made a run. So, guess we pulled this one out. 2 touchdowns, no picks. Brown, only 1 touchdown. So, good game from Cole Tab, I guess, gets us the victory. That's 2 touchdowns. How did we get the other ones? Did we get a defensive touchdown? Like a fumble return? Cam Richardson? Or maybe they were all field goals. 2 field goals. That's 20 points. We get a kick return? No? How did we score that last touchdown? Oh, I was looking at the wrong guy. 4 field goals. Okay, that makes more sense. I was looking at the extra points made. I was like, only 2? We did only score 2 touchdowns. 4 field goals from Seidler. At the end of our season, anyways, Elijah Brown was terrible this year. That's his worst season. He barely gets any progression. I mean, when we look at his stats on the career for him, that's like, he's regressing. He's getting worse. Technically, his passer rating is higher, which is because of the completion percentage. He throws the ball a little deeper. But 2025 was his best season, no doubt to me. Okay, Elijah Brown, 16 interceptions. I don't want to see that number get to 20 in his senior year. Rushing, not that. Rushing leaders for us. Tab had 775 and 5 touchdowns in his senior year. Borden ended up getting 5 touchdowns. I do not have a running back, really in place to take over for Tab. Receiving, Bergman with 964 and 8, the sophomore redshirted there, and Elam 830 and 12, our freshman redshirt, who's an 86 overall. Borden with 707 and 5. So our receiving core is good and young. It's just that running back room I'm going to need to see some improvement from. Tackle leader was Westerman, the middle linebacker who took the place of Dubs this past season, and Dubs was phenomenal too. 8 sacks, 11 TFLs. Not as good as he was last year, but he still has a college football playoff to rack up some more numbers. The big hitter was Omar Staples, 11.5 sacks on the season for him from the opposite side of Dubs. Still really good pass rush from those two, and our interception leader was Dubs. 2 picks. Should have got more from this secondary. The passing leader on the season was Roman Gagliano, a junior from Middle Tennessee, only guy to get over 4,000 yards on the season. And your touchdown leader on the year was Malachi Nelson, now with Boise State. 47 and 3, right above Hobart, Robert, and Gio Lopez. Really good from South Alabama. When it comes to rushing leaders, your leader was PJ Martin, also from the Jags there. 1175 and 13 touchdowns, which led the way. PJ Martin was the best running back in all of college football this past year. Receiving leader, Eric Smith from Liberty had 1597 and 18 touchdowns. The touchdown leader was Gabe Romero from Boise State, a freshman who ended up getting a lot of touches. This is more Heisman than whatever the guy who got it was, the 865 and 12 or whatever he was, and I guess it's 53 catches. Defensively, no, these numbers are not necessarily perfect. It says that Lanier is the tackle leader with 109, your sacks leader. I should just go check some conferences. Staples with 11.5 is leading the way there. Joseph Matumbo from Rice with 13.5. 19 sacks. I think that's going to be your leader from Washington, Sateki Wilcox, the junior out of Hawaii. And we'll be taking on that top receiver in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Liberty Flames versus Stanford Cardinals. Pods is hurt again. 3 straight years he gets hurt. I'm starting to think I might just have to trade him if he's this fragile. This is a good one. We might have a shot at our first NBA Cup. We're going to be taking on the Nets in the NBA Cup, taking out the Spurs and the Mavericks on our way there. I mean, they're 8th in their conference. They were 1st in theirs. I think we got a really good shot here of winning the NBA Cup. Let's just simcast this and watch it. I want to see what happens, see if we can pull it off against Brooklyn. They take a good first quarter lead. They take a good second quarter lead. I think we are getting demolished by them. Looks like Brooklyn's going to take this one. Winning the cup by almost 50. And not even from like a crazy standpoint. I mean, I guess Jabari Smith had 22, Liam McNeely with 20 and 8. Isaiah Joe had 17, Nolan Traore with a double-double. We just had nothing outside of Giannis, who only put up 24 this game. Rest of the team just didn't really show. We started off 5-5, and we put it together here, winning 11 straight games. We're 26 and 8 after... I think the NBA Cup game doesn't count in this. We won every other game in between there. Team has just really performed well. I think Giannis has done most of that work to just make this team look significantly better. He's up to a 99. I don't know why he wasn't a 99 already. I think he was sitting at a 98 or 97 or something like that. Morale and all that probably pushes him up to a 99. But with Bagley back, I think that's the big difference. And it looks like Curry has moved to the 2, and Darius Sacuf has taken the 1. I'm trading Pods once he gets back from his injury. That's what we'll see there. But let's finish the NFL season before we get there, and let's finish the college football playoff before we see what we do with Pods, who should be back soon. 11-6. Our scheme changes helped. Trading away McCaffrey helped. I mean, if you think about it, we were 3-4 when we traded away McCaffrey, and we ended up 11-6. So it's good to move off of him. We end up having a good rookie, and that's going to put us in the playoffs as the only team in the West, as the Cardinals do miss out at 8-9. So I mean, the AFC is just not, or NFC specifically, is just not very good. When you look at the playoffs, we are going to be taking on the Detroit Lions. We're the 2 seed. Giving us a good advantage. 11-6 is the 2 seed. That's something. If we win this, I guess it just means we don't have to play the Eagles, which is going to be nice. I don't want to play the Eagles. Taking a look at our season, Brock Purdy ends up having 3,900 yards, 37 touchdowns, and 9 picks, a significant improvement over where he had been, despite that terrible game against the Rams that we looked at, that we lost. That ends up being, I think, his best season since we started here. When it comes to rushing, Reeves in about half a season ends up getting 716 yards, 4.3 average, and 8 touchdowns, which is very good for half a year with our rookie running back. He's going to be in a really good position to succeed next season when he plays a full, 900 downs, 1,000 downs instead of 500. Will be much more beneficial for him. Comes to receiving leaders, Ayuk gets over 1,000 yards, 1,113. Jose Jackson, 874 and 8. Pearsall was 757 and 4. And Kittle was 709 touchdowns. A pretty good even attack from those 4 guys, our 4 weapons. Love to see that. Defensively, Fred Warner leads the way with 108 tackles for us. He was a free agent. I signed him to a 3-year extension so that we'd keep him for the rest of the time. When it comes down to the defense, though, it's all about Nick Bosa, who finally puts together a really good year with 22 sacks on the season. I mean, he had 16 by week 13. It's like he flipped the script. The last couple of years, he didn't show up till the end. This year, he showed up at the beginning and fell apart at the end. I'll take that as a separation, because 13 weeks, if our midway point for Nick Bosa is week 13, then perform better in that first half of the season, if he thinks halfway through the season is week 13. 10.5 from Mikael Williams, though, very good. And DeMarcus Neighbors was 7.5. Our rookie defensive end who played our backup D tackle this season. We also had 5 interceptions from Fred Warner on top of his 108 tackles. 4 picks from Renardo Green, 2 from Williams, 2 from Lenore, 1 from Brown, and 1 from Matthew Hurts, our rookie. Across the NFL, Joe Burrow leads the way with 4,700 yards. Another season where he is very dominant, with another probably leading in touchdowns too. 48-4 over Mahomes' 48-9. That's going to be good enough. I would think that he's probably not going to win Rookie of the Year, because that's good, or not Rookie of the Year. MVP is probably going to go to like Hurts, who has 4,000 rushing touchdowns. But your rushing leader was Najee Harris with 1,269. McCaffrey did get over 1,000. So he was still decent. He was actually better with Buffalo than he was with us. So we'll be okay, I think, going with our new rookie this next year. But McCaffrey does put together a good season there. Touchdown leader on the year is Quinshon Judkins with 18. Caleb Williams with 14 as well from him. That means that Jalen Hurts might not win MVP. It'll go to Lamar instead. No rushing things from us, but that's because we had a rookie. Receiving leader Amon-Ra St. Brown with 1,700 yards and 24 touchdowns on the year. Leads the way in the NFL. Yes, leads the way in touchdowns. One over Rashee Rice of the Kansas City Chiefs. Our chance of leading anything comes down to the defense. Tackles, Omar Spates of the Rams leads that with 131 and 10 DFLs. But sacks leader has got to be Bosa. That's Nick Bosa leading the way in sacks with 22 over Micah Parsons' 20.5. An interception leader on the season was a four-way tie between Sauce Gardner, Foyesade Oluokun, Garrett Williams, and Zach Bond. If we got one more pick from Fred Warner, that'd be another league leader. But we'll take the league leader for Nick Bosa, as he also has a shot of getting a DPOY as well. Once again, in college football, to avoid ourselves jumping in and watching 25 games and making this another 2.5 hour season, which it still could be if we end up doing that and have to go all the way, we're going to skip past this one and sim the game against Liberty and see if we can get the victory over the Liberty Flames. And maybe our experience this time will get us somewhere. We are going to be winning that game, staying in it. Who do we have next on the board after we win the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl? Advancing now to the semifinals to play. Let's get this. Artie Kuhn got 2 sacks. Elijah Brown with 5 touchdowns and 434 yards on the game against Liberty. We're playing Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl. Our offense put on a show against Liberty, which makes sense because Liberty is a very offensive team. Not much defense been played in this game. We end up scoring 56 points in this game. A lot of good scores. 459 from Jaden Bradford for Liberty, but 434 and 5 from Elijah Brown, who, as we move to our chance of making it... Actually, who did he throw it to? Raheem Elam, the freshman, with 2 touchdowns. Cole Tab got hurt. That's going to be a little bit risky. But as we play Oklahoma, I'm going to hope that the maturity that Elijah Brown has gotten by playing in the playoffs last season and having a terrible year will be enough to beat Oklahoma. And we're going to do the same thing here in the NFL. I'm not going to jump into 3 straight games if we were to make a run. Actually, if we made a run, that's 4 straight games. We are going to sim the wild card and sim the divisional if we make it to the divisional. We will jump in for the championship games if needed. So we play Detroit, who made it to the Super Bowl and represented the NFC last year. They kept their team together. They are a very, very good team. But we have been on a run this second half of the season. Can we take down the Detroit Lions here in San Francisco and advance to the next round? We are able to do so. We win 28-21 to take on Atlanta in the next round of the playoffs. Purdy had a good game, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Jack Campbell also had a good game too. But it was enough to get there for the weekly award in the playoffs. But it looks like really we just came back in this game. Must have been down 21-13 or something like that in the fourth. Must have went for 2 to tie it at 21 and then maybe scored another touchdown late in the game to win it. We had a lot more offense than them. Our offense showed up here. Purdy had 3 touchdowns and 349 passing yards. Did get sacked 5 times. Reeves only had 50 yards on the game. Gibbs had 2 touchdowns on the game as well. But Jose Jackson versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Amon-Ra had an 80-yard touchdown on the game. But yeah, ends up being enough for us to win here. And we will be advancing to go play Atlanta, who I think they beat Dallas. Yes, they did. They beat Dallas 38-24. Cleveland versus Pittsburgh on the other side. Kansas City versus Jacksonville. And Philly versus Minnesota.
Welcome everybody to beautiful Miami and Hard Rock City, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. We've reached the semifinal stage. One last hurdle to clear before that national championship game. And today we're going to find out who's got the toughness and the depth to continue their drive and keep championship dreams alive. As we'll see the number 3 seed in this playoff, the Stanford Cardinal, taking on the number 2 seed in the playoff, the Oklahoma Sooners. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler, joined by Kirk Herbstreit. It's been a tremendous college football playoff so far, and it's down to this, the semifinals. Which team will head on to the national championship game?
And so we are underway here against Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl. We are slight underdogs, but not by much. The question is all going to be down to how legit, I guess, Brown's last game was. Elijah Brown's last game was, because if it was legit, that means I think we are a legitimate contender, as Omar Staples gets a big sack to make it 3rd and 15 on the first drive, but they get a 19-yard catch from Zion Kearney. Injury on the field, though, right after. So if we can, have a legitimate performance from Elijah Brown, this team goes as far as he does, we are going to be able to do it. He had a lot of picks in the national championship game last year, and he's thrown a lot of picks this year. If he can get that accuracy under control for this postseason, I'm going to feel very, very confident about what we can get out of him. 2 plays down, 3rd and 7 after the pass is knocked away, 2-yard rush, 4th and 5. We're going to have to punt the ball back to them. So this might be a defensive matchup too, but bad punt makes it. They're only down to the 37. 34 after a 3rd and 5, 4th and 3. They'll still be in field goal range, though. No, he punts it from the 35-yard line. Okay, Elijah Brown gives the ball off to Troy Liegber because we do not have tab. Elijah Brown is sacked. So our running game is very, very weak. This is all down to him to pass the ball a lot. Rakeem Elam, 22-yard catch. 8-yard catch from Amari Borden here in that one. Timothy Gash gets a 1-yard rush. Another 2-yard rush from Liegber. 5-yard rush by Amari Borden makes it 2nd and 5 on the 45. 2-yard rush from Gash. Penalty against the defense lets us move down to the 17-yard line. But we fumble the ball. Nesta gets it for... Yep. I'm going to guess that was probably our running backs because we don't have tab. Oklahoma has the ball. Turnovers hurt us last year, and I'm really hoping it doesn't hurt us again here. Turnovers have actually kind of hurt us the entire time. We only really lose due to turnovers. It's still 0-0 here. Going into the second, 10-yard penalty against the offense makes it 2nd and 16 on the 33. A nice 1-yard rush makes it 3rd and 15 on the 34. And a 1-yard catch is going to stop them in their tracks and give us the ball back. So here in the second, Liegber gets a 4-yard rush. Another 2-yard or 3-yard rush to the 3rd and 4. And passes dropped by Borden. We're going to have to punt the ball right back to them. Defensive matchup. Like I said, this is going to be very low scoring because we don't have a run game. 21-yard rush. 24-yard catch. They were marching, but an incomplete pass might stop them. 1-yard rush might continue to stop them. And a 2-yard rush will stop them. 4th and 7, they punt the ball back to us here. 4 minutes left in the second. We are still in a 0-0 game, but Jaden Jackson's sack will force 3rd and 15. And it's knocked away. We're going to have to punt again. No offense coming out of this one. They get the ball back. 20-yard punt return. 1-yard rush from Dodds. 2-yard rush from Dodds. And a 3-yard rush from Dodds. Makes it 4th and 4. They're going to have to punt the ball to us. This is a matchup of punters. And that's it. I think people would be really disappointed after seeing the Liberty versus us game last time. 3rd and 7. After Liegber can't get anything going. For this game to be this low scoring. We might go into half 0-0, and I'd actually rather that happen than Oklahoma go down to score here. But we force another 3 and out. We'll get the ball back with 33 seconds left. I don't think Elijah Brown's going to be able to do much. 4-yard reception to Bergman. 24-yard catch. We're on the 19 for 1st and 10. But sack from Wyatt Gilmore, that's going to end our chance in the first half to score. 0-0 at halftime. We're going to get the ball to start the second half. We had some good momentum there at the end of the first half. 10-yard rush from Timothy Gash. But the pass is knocked away on 2nd and inches. Just give me the extra 1 yard. Elijah Brown is able to do that. 1st and 10. 3-yard rush from Elijah Brown gets us to 2nd and 7. Another incomplete from Brown makes it 3rd and 7. And a 4-yard rush makes it 4th and 3 for another punt in this 0-0 defensive shootout here. But a big penalty on Sumlin is going to make it so they can get over to the other side of the field. Hicks gets a 1-yard rush, 3rd and 5, 4th and 2 for Hicks. Are they going to kick the field goal this time? They punt again. That's 2 times they were on the 30. They punted. Now, we have not been able to move to their side of the field. Blackburn gets a big 16-yard catch. Our only time that we made it over there, we got sacked. 3rd and 2 after Liegber gets a 6-yard catch. And an incomplete from Brown. We're going to have to punt again. We just haven't even been able to get on their side of the field. If we were them on the 32-yard line twice, Seidler would have been able to kick those field goals. We'd be up 6-0, but we're not them. Our offense can't even get moving. Gash to the 42. Can he cross the 50? Gash gets a 30-yard rush. We cross the 50. We're on the 28. 15-yard catch by Blackburn brings us to the 14. Don't fumble again, guys. Negative 2-yard rush from Liegber. I guess we technically did advance to the red zone once, so we fumbled. 2nd and 10. Another 1-yard rush from Liegber makes it 3rd and 11. 4th and 9 after a rush by Borden. We kick the field goal. 3-0 lead. 8:55 left in the 4th. Let the defense continue to play this way. 1-yard rush from Dodds. 3-yard rush from Dodds. And a 4th and 4. Are they going to go for it or kick the field goal? They punt. Kick the field goal. I meant punt. They punt. We get the ball back here. 4-yard penalty against the defense. We're on the 46. 7-yard catch for Bergman. 3-yard rush from Brown. 3rd and inches. A 4th and inches after the pass is dropped by Borden. Just go for it. Oh, no. Seidler took a 61-yarder. That puts them in really good field position. And they get a 26-yard catch to get down to the 30. 2-yard rush from Hawkins down to the 27. And they score a touchdown. Why did he kick that field goal? Should have just punted at that point. We are down 7-3 with 6 minutes left here in the 4th. We have not been able to get the offense rolling. 14-yard catch from Blackburn, though, gets us to the 40. A negative 2-yard rush from Liegber. Pass knocked away by Rossi. Another pass knocked away. It's 4th and 12. Please punt. We punt. All right. We're down 7-3 with 4.5 minutes left. Just need the defense to continue. We get the turnover. Naziah Caravallo forces a fumble. We get the ball here. 16-yard catch to Amari Borden puts us in the 42. Jacoby Johnson is hurt. Negative 3-yard rush from Gash puts us back to the 45. Only a 2-yard rush from Gash. 3rd and 11 with 3 minutes left. Interception by Rossi. Brown throws a pick. It's still 7-3. We still have a shot, but I don't know if our back was just broken. It might have been. Rashed gets a pass knocked away, but they go and score a touchdown on the next pass. Elijah Brown throws a game-losing interception. I don't think we're going to be able to make it back. He's going to try to just toss it to Elam a bunch of times. We are going down the field, but are we going to go quick enough? Pass knocked away. 3-yard rush from Brown. Negative, or only a 1-yard rush. We do get the touchdown to make it something serviceable. Don't get the extra point. We lose on the field goal because Brown threw a pick. It's all because Elijah Brown threw a pick and because of a terrible coaching decision for Seidler to kick a 61-yard field goal. I know Seidler can make it, but that was a terrible coaching decision. They win, we lose, we do not advance to the national championship game. Terrible way to go out. Oklahoma will go to the national championship game, play the winner. I don't even know who made it to the other side, but what a way to go out. Elijah Brown, 18 for 30, 249 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick on the game. The big problem was we had no running game. Without having Tab and having no running back in his place, we just had nothing. We really had nothing that could replace the production. We were unable to get the run game going. It made us a one-dimensional team. It made Brown have to make decisions that I don't think he was able to make. He is not a great decision maker. He just has a great arm. And so we failed to win this game when we really had a good shot of doing so. We'll not be going to back-to-back natties. Browns got one more year. Your national championship game is going to be undefeated TCU versus Oklahoma as TCU takes out Boise State. That could have been us against TCU. I don't know if we would have stood a chance against TCU, but could have been us. But NFL time, I guess we still have a shot with the 49ers to make a run. Remember, I don't want to jump in early. It's just kind of my thing. I feel like we go into the championship series and the Super Bowl and the World Series in the MLB. We do the semifinal, or I guess technically the semifinal and the championship game for college football, and we will do the conference championship and the Super Bowl if we make it here. Now, we have to beat Atlanta, who is 8-9. So I think we're going to be in good shape to do so. We are the better team. They have a very, very good passing offense, but we have a very, very good defense. Let's see if we can do it and hold down Penix and Bijan Robinson and advance to the NFC Championship game. We do. We beat the Falcons 34-20, and we will be taking on the Minnesota Vikings in the Conference Championship. Another game where the offense just showed out 34-20. We end up winning that one, holding their defense or their offense to only 274 yards. Our defense really played well this game. Penix got sacked 8 times in this game. We ended up not getting much offensively from the rushing game. It was pretty much all Purdy, throwing 151 yards and a touchdown to George Kittle, taking advantage of the lack of linebackers in Atlanta's defense to stop that. But what did we get defensively? I mean, 3 sacks from Bosa, 2.5 from Collins, 1.5 from Williams, and 1 from Neighbors. That's 8? I don't know. It is 8. Math. Yes, that's 8. I don't know why that took me so long to get it. We did get the interception, throw it to Cameron Kinchins, but defense showed out. We have Minnesota next. They won the Super Bowl in 2025. Let's make sure they can't win it in 2027. The rest of the playoffs, Chiefs Browns on the AFC side. So whoever wins plays the winner of the Chiefs and the Browns. And I hope it's us. They are the underdogs. They took out the Eagles for us, thankfully. Let's jump in. Let's see if we can beat the Minnesota Vikings. NFC title game, J.J. McCarthy versus Brock Purdy. San Fran versus Minnesota. They still have Jay Jettas. They still have a very good defense. We still have Ayuk, Fred Warner, Bosa. Vikings are a good team. They're a very good team. They've been a good team. Thing is, I think we're better and we played better this season. And Purdy has playoff experience. I guess McCarthy does too. McCarthy did win a Super Bowl. But Purdy has plenty of playoff experience and Super Bowl experience too if we end up getting there. Let's see what we can do. Can we take down Minnesota and advance to the Super Bowl here in 2027? So we're starting this one off with the ball 0-0 here to begin. Penalty from Zach Meadows. I'm probably going to jump a little bit quicker than I do in college football games simply because the game's a little longer. But we are moving down the field. First try. Kittle gets over the other side. A 9-yard rush from Purdy brings us all the way down to the 24. I like that the font's a little bit bigger in this game. 2-yard rush from Reeves. 1st and 10 on the 22. 12-yard pass to Ayuk. Puts us on the 10. Incomplete from Purdy. 2nd and 10 here on the 10, and a touchdown pass to Ayuk gives us the early lead here against Minnesota. I don't know why we have the NFL logo on the bottom, but we do. So we kick the ball off to Minnesota. Can we get a good stop to start it off? And I have a lot of faith in our defense to be able to do so. McCarthy with a rush there, a pass to Addison as they're going to move down the field. But a negative 2-yard rush from, Windsor. That was the running back that we wanted. They had him. Minnesota did. 10-yard pass to Addison makes it 3rd and 2. 3-yard rush from Windsor gives them a first down as they cross the 50. 5-yard pass to Jay Jettas as they move on, and another pass to Addison. Just passing to Addison and Jettas over and over again, and then rushing with Windsor. That's pretty much their entire offense. 3rd and 8. Can we force the field goal? 8-yard rush makes it 4th and 1. Austin Siebert. I called Seidler Austin before. I think that's who I was mixing it up with. I didn't know. I couldn't think of the guy's name. That's who I was thinking of. Austin Siebert kicks the field goal. 7-3. We do get a good stop there in the red zone. Pass to Pearsall for 6 yards for our second drive. Purdy gets a 3-yard rush to make it 3rd and 2. 4th and inches after the rush from Purdy. We'll probably punt it away. Wisnowski punts it to the Vikings. Rush from Pierre Brown. As we go to the second, up 7-3. Now, the Vikings still have a very dominant passing attack, and you can see that as they just go Addison, Jefferson, over and over again. Hawkinson, don't forget about him, as well as now they're rushing with Hairston. But a big penalty on Hawkinson will make it 2nd and 18 and put them on the back foot. Incomplete pass from McCarthy makes it 3rd and 18, and a pass knocked away by Noel Williams, 4th and 18. They have to punt the ball to us. 7-3. We keep the lead here in the second. Pass knocked away from Purdy on 2nd and 10. Another thrown away from Purdy makes it 3rd and 10. But a pass to Pearsall gives us a first down out of the 33. Sack by Grenard makes it a 4-yard loss. 2nd and 14. We're on the back foot. But a penalty against Tyree Sheldon gives us 15 yards to move to the 48. 4-yard rush from Reeves advances us to the other side, and we keep going as he gets the first down to the 37-yard line. Pass to Kittle makes it 15 yards to the 22. 8 minutes left in the second, and a big pass to Jose Jackson brings us to the 10 again. 8-yard rush from Purdy brings us to the 2, and will we get the touchdown? No. Sack by Jay Toya. I'm going to go with Toya. Brings us back to the 8. 3rd and goal. Purdy throws it away. I think that's only going to give us a field goal after getting us to the 2-yard line. The big sack by Toya does put us in a position where we could have went up 2 scores, but instead we were just 1. They passed to Gavin Bartholomew for 15 yards to the 45. Windsor gets a 3-yard rush to make it 2nd and 7. Another 4-yard rush makes it 3rd and 3. And a first down after McCarthy rushes for another first. Another first to Hawkinson brings them to the 34-yard line with 4 minutes left here. 2nd and 8. 3rd and 7 after the 0-yard rush by Hairston, but he can always find Jordan Addison to get a first down. Jefferson for another to get them 2nd and 1. 1st and goal after the McCarthy run to the 5. Well, let's let that run there. Pass knocked away by Renardo Green makes him 2nd and goal on the 5. But a 5-yard pass to Justin Jefferson ties the game up at 10. We have a minute and a half left here in the first half to go down and score. Maybe we'll be able to do so. 1-yard penalty against Grenard. Pass knocked away by Zach Meadows makes it 2nd and 10. 3rd and 10 after Purdy throws the ball away. And an interception by Byron Murphy. Not a good way to end the first half as they rush it all the way back to the 14. McCarthy, will he score? Big sack from DeMarcus Neighbors makes it 3rd and 18. Might put us in just field goal positioning as it's a 4th and 8. They kick the field goal. Thankfully, the interception only turns into 3 for us, but we are down 13-10 now after the interception from Purdy. He is supposed to be an accuracy guy. I don't like to see us losing games because of interceptions. 10-yard pass to Ayuk. Pass knocked away by Mekhi Blackman. Pass to Ayuk, but it's not going to be enough. At half, we're down 13-10 here in the NFC Championship game. Ball kicked off. Minnesota's going to start with it. I need our defense to wake up. I need Nick Bosa to wake up because we have only got like 1 sack here. But a big penalty makes it 1st and 20. And an interception by Jaquan McMillan. Ask and I shall receive down to the 16-yard line. 0-yard rush from Brock Purdy. But a pass to Ayuk gets us a touchdown. We take the lead here. After the big interception by Jaquan McMillan, I asked for some defense to show up. We got a pick right afterwards. They're going to move down the field, though, because I need this defense to wake up again. It's just got to play good. We have them as they're going to march. J.J. McCarthy is marching. Incomplete pass. 8-yard rush from McCarthy makes it 3rd and 2. 1st and 10 after the rush by Windsor. Another 4-yard rush from Windsor makes it 2nd and 6. but a negative 2-yard rush on probably an end around by Addison puts them on 3rd and 9. It doesn't matter. They find Brandon Wright for 26 yards to get down to the 5. Hairston for 2. Hairston for 3 and a touchdown to take the lead right back from us. All right. We need Purdy to really play well here in this end of this game. 3-yard rush from Jose Jackson makes it 2nd and 7. Pass to Kittle makes it 1st and 10. 3-yard rush from Jose Jackson makes it 2nd and 7. Eason gets to 3rd and 1 with the 7-yard rush there, or 7-yard catch. Ayuk gets another 10, 1st and 10 here. Minute left in the third. Pass is dropped by Ricky Pearsall. With a minute left here, can we continue to advance? 8 seconds. Reeves gets us down to the 25. That's going to be the end of the third. In the fourth quarter, we are down by 3, but in the red zone, as Ayuk gets 15 yards to get us down to the 1. We just need to get in. Kittle gets the touchdown. We take the lead 23-20. Full quarter of play left to go. We now have the lead as a big sack by Bosa finally showing up here in the fourth quarter. He liked to show up at the end. 2nd and 13. 3rd and 12 after the Hawkinson check down gets 1 yard. Pass thrown away by the Vikings makes it 4th and 12. They had to punt the ball to us. Let's go make this a 2-score game. Trayvon Reeves with the 4-yard rush makes it 2nd and 6. Big pass to Ayuk for 22 yards, 1st and 10 to the 45. Penalty against Jordan Phillips in the defense makes it 1st and 5. Another first down by Trayvon Reeves. On to the 29 after a 4-yard rush from Purdy. Negative 3 from Reeves makes it 3rd and 9. Another sack by Grenard might push us out of field goal range for Moody. We do not score. Grenard is really holding us, is kind of their best defensive players so far this game, as they're going to march down the field. Pass incomplete. Fumble recovered by Diomador Lenore. We get the fumble. We have the ball. 8 minutes left. The Trayvon Reeves is going to rush down to the 43. Another 5 yards for him down to the 38. Garendo gets 5 yards to make it 2nd and 5. 8 yards from Reeves to the 26. 5 yards from Purdy. We are running the clock down. 4 minutes left. Purdy throws it away. 3rd and 5, but a pass to Reeves makes it 1st and 10 on the 11. 7-yard rush from Reeves. 2:40 left in the game. Reeves rushes in for a touchdown. We take a 2-score lead with 2.5 minutes left here in the game. Mitch Wisnowski kicks the ball off. Minnesota's going to have to score quick. They're going to pass to Hawkinson. Well, now they'll pass to Hawkinson out of the 2-minute warning. Rush from McCarthy. That's not good for them. Reception. Pass to Windsor for 0 yards as he checks down. Big pass to Rondale Moore, but I think what we should do is we should jump in and see this one. We are going to change the speed to slow and jump to the next play. We're going to watch to see what McCarthy's going to do here. They're at the 30-yard line. Will they be able to score? Big pass dropped by Jordan Addison. It makes it 2nd and 10 with 12 seconds left. He wants the flag. He's not going to get it. So 12 seconds left. I think we've got it. I'm just got to make sure we don't overly celebrate. McCarthy's going to drop back looking for the end zone. Rushes forward. The pressure is too much. He can't get there. We get a tackle. It doesn't end up being a sack. 3-yard rush. 6-yard line. That's going to do it. I just want to get the on-field celebration because we're going to go to the Super Bowl. He throws the ball deep. Ball is tipped down. 1 second left, technically. 4th and 7. I guess we'll watch this one now. As our last play, he's going to go for probably the Hail Mary. Probably looking for Justin Jefferson. It doesn't matter. The game is over. We are up by 11. Whatever he does, it doesn't change anything. We end up even getting an interception to end it. Or now, that was just a knockdown as an incomplete. We win the NFC Championship game. Fred Warner out there. That's 2. That's 2 for us. Or 2 or 3, I guess, for Fred Warner. Now, going to the Super Bowl again. And the question is, can we overcome? Can we not play the Chiefs, preferably, so we don't have to play them again in the Super Bowl? But that's going to be enough for us here. We are advancing to the Super Bowl. Maybe this is going to be 2 teams in 1 year. It's down to the 49ers to do so. It's 2027. The lights are on here as we are in the Super Bowl of the final, I guess not even final season, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm flustered. We are playing the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the third time this matchup has happened, and our hope is that we can finally get vengeance against Kansas City and Purdy can overcome Patrick Mahomes. Playing in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, you see the Chiefs rolling out here, ready to win another one. They haven't won one in a couple of years. They've been in a little bit of a slump, but we are here to make sure that they don't break out of that slump, and Purdy is here to try to win his first Super Bowl in 2027, Chiefs Niners. And let's get underway here. This is our chance to finally see a team win 2 titles in the same year, a city win 2 titles in the same year, and San Francisco might be able to do it here in 2027. We just need to march down, and like I said, I don't like stressful games. I know everybody in the audience does. I don't, because they stress me out. So marching down the field is good. Let's just hope that we can go score right away. Trayvon Reeves, the 5-yard rush to bring us to the 27. Penalty on Chris Jones brings us to the 22. Another penalty on Leo Chanel makes it to the 14. Another penalty brings us to the 9. But a sack from Chris Jones brings us back down for another 9 yards. 2nd and 15, or 14. 3rd and 10 on the 14-yard line. But a 14-yard touchdown to Ayuk gives us the lead early. 7-0 over the Chiefs. 8 minutes left in the 4th. Let's just see if we can hold on. The Chiefs are a really good team. Pacheco gets a 6-yard rush. Renardo Green with a big penalty gives them a move to the 38. A 3-yard rush from Pacheco. 3-yard catch for Pacheco. And a 1st and goal after a 25-yard catch to Rashee Rice brings them down to the 7. And Rashee Rice scores the touchdown, getting them in the end zone. 7-7 after this. This might be a high-flying one here. I don't want to jinx me, though. So, 2-yard rush from Jose Jackson makes it 2nd and 8. 11 yards from George Kittle brings us to the 43. Guerrendo with another 4 yards. Another 4 yards from Guerrendo. 1st and 10 after the pass to Braden Eason. Another 8 yards to Jose Jackson to the 34. 2-yard rush from Guerrendo gives us the 1st down. Pass incomplete as Purdy throws it away. That'll end the first half with a touchdown. Pearsall, 31-yard catch to end the first. That is going to move us into the second quarter up 14-7 here against Kansas City. 6-yard pass to Rashee Rice. We really got to stop Rice because I don't think Kelsey's still here anymore. 17-yard pass to Romeo Doubs. And another 5-yard catch to Romeo Doubs. Make it 2nd and 5. Another 16 yards as they just move down. But a pick from Fred Warner gives us the ball. Fred Warner picks off Patrick Mahomes. 2nd and 8 now. 3rd and 1 after the rush by Purdy. And a pass to Pearsall for 13. A sack from Chris Jones brings us back to 2nd and 17. Only a 3-yard rush from Trayvon Reeves to respond. A 5-yard rush from Purdy that's going to force the punt. They're going to get the ball back. We aren't able to do anything after the interception by Warner. Worthy gets a 13-yard catch. 15-yard catch by John Branch. Incomplete from Mahomes. Makes it 2nd and 10. But a pass to Xavier Worthy gives us another 10 yards. 2nd and 10 after another incomplete. And another 16 yards from John Branch. Another 12 from Pacheco. They are marching down the field. We are really unable to do anything. They're down to the 3. And a pass to Rashee Rice is going to tie the game up. Our top-end defense, I don't know if we're going to be able to handle Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, but I just need to see Purdy play a little bit more here. Come on. 6-yard rush makes it 3rd and 4. 1st and 10 after the pass to Jose Jackson. Can we march down and at least score before half? 2nd and 5, but the negative 2-yard by Reeves makes it 3rd and 7 with 2 minutes left. Incomplete as Pearsall drops the ball. We're probably going to have to punt again. We do. Let's make sure they don't score here. 1-yard rush from Mahomes. 2nd and 9 on the 21. 4-yard penalty, though, from Lenore gives them another 1st down. 16-yard catch, or 14 to John Branch. But a sack from Bosa is going to end the half. 14-14 going into the 3rd. Tie game here against Kansas City in Super Bowl 61. I think it's 62 technically. Here, Xavier Worthy with 6 yards in 1st and 10. 2nd and 10 as the pass is knocked away by Noel Williams. John Branch gets another 18 yards, but pass is thrown away. But another big pass to Dubs. This is just what Kansas City does. They don't run the ball. They only pass. And I knew that, and it still doesn't matter. They get and take the lead 21-14. Harrison Butker with the field goal there. 5-yard to Pearsall. 10 yards for Kittle. 6-yard rush from Trayvon Reeves. Big pass to Ayuk for 13 to make it 1st and 10. Penalty against Braxton Jones. Big penalty makes it 1st and 20. 8-yard rush from Purdy to 2nd and 12. 3rd and 9 after the 3-yard rush from Purdy. And pass is thrown away. 51-yard field goal, at least as good, as we are down 21-17 here in the 3rd. Pass is knocked away by Renardo Green. 2nd and 10. 7-yard rush makes it 3rd and 3. But a pass to Rashee Rice as they just keep marching. Xavier Worthy for 17 yards. The Chiefs feel inevitable. This is ridiculous. They just keep moving. We can't stop them. Penalty on Noel Williams brings them down to the 6. And they score a touchdown to take a 2-score lead. Two championships in the same season is really hard when you have the Chiefs in your way. We have a really, really good team and a really good offense and a really good defense, but we're going to have to do miracle work to beat the Chiefs here, as we are down 2 scores, but a negative 3-yard rush from Reeves isn't going to do that. 6-yard catch makes it 3rd and 7. 1st and 10 after Kittle gets the 1st down. 2nd and 6 by Reeves. 1st and 10 as Jose Jackson gets 14 yards. Jose Jackson for another 6. We should score here. We do. Ayuk gets 6-yard touchdown. We are down by 3 as we get the 2-point conversion by Trayvon Reeves. We need a stop, and we need one that's not just an interception. Pacheco runs for 5. 1st down after Pacheco runs for 7. Pass knocked away by Renardo Green makes it 2nd and 10. Doesn't matter. John Branch with a 1st down. Pass. Patrick Mahomes is sacked by Mykel Williams, makes it 2nd and 17. 3rd and 6 after the 11-yard catch for Rice. 4th and 1. Make them punt it. No, they pass it on 4th and... 4th and 1, they passed it. They went for it. 2nd and 7. 3rd and 2 from Pacheco. 1st and 10 as Mahomes runs the ball. Guys, get a stop. Just get a stop. 3rd and 7 here. Let's go watch this one because this is a big play right here. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. 4th and 1. Are they going to kick the field goal, or are they going to go for it on 4th and 1 on the 6? No, not like that. Stop misclicking stuff. They're going to go for it on 4th and 1. If we can get the stop, we have a shot here of winning this game. Are they going to run it with Pacheco? They're going to drop back and pass. Mahomes scrambles out left, but he's going to make it and he's going to score. Patrick Mahomes scores to take a 2-touchdown lead for the Chiefs. That's a tough way to probably lose this game. I don't know if we're going to be able to come back from that. We're down 10. We just could not get a stop here against Patrick Mahomes. Purdy with a 5-yard rush. Purdy throws the ball incomplete. 20-yard catch from Pearsall. I don't think it's going to be enough. 19-yard catch from Pearsall. We lose in the Super Bowl here in 2027. The Niners are unable to get over the hump to make it 2. The Chiefs continue their dominance over San Francisco, and Kansas City gets another one for Patrick Mahomes. The Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes win Super Bowl MVP. Burrow was the MVP on the season. Sirianni, Coach of the Year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Offensive Player of the Year. We do get the Defensive Player of the Year from Nick Bosa. Offensive Rookie of the Year to Eli Williams, and Defensive Rookie of the Year to Jarvis Cross. At least we scored a point from Bosa there. And we did advance to the Super Bowl, but just wasn't enough to beat Kansas City. Taking a look around the league, looking for guys that we could possibly buy on. I do have picks, so I'm going to look for some teams that we might be able to get some guys off of. We can look at, the Clippers. They have Kawhi. I don't necessarily want to invest a lot if I were to trade for Kawhi, besides maybe the contracts, but Kawhi would be valuable. Boston, maybe Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. Looks like they're willing to trade Jaylen Brown. I might have to look at trading for Jaylen Brown. That would be a really, really good addition to this team if we're just going to move pods off that. Any other teams that are rebuilding or selling? I mean, this team has nothing of interest. This team has, I mean, Kessler's kind of interesting, but nothing real crazy. That team's already good. They have Luka and Jokic. Selling. Nah, they're not selling any of the guys I'd want to. I think we're gonna call Boston, and we're gonna see if we can get Jaylen Brown for pods. It's a little bit older. I guess our team is getting older there, but if we're able to do so, that's an extremely valuable defensive piece to improve on somebody also who's just considerably more reliable than what pods has been for us. So this is going to be our offer to Boston for Jaylen Brown. We're going to get rid of pods. We're going to get in Brown. We're only going to give up a pick. This is going to be a swap. It's not ours. It's Milwaukee's. But I think that's a lot to just move up for Jaylen Brown. Now he's older. He's 31, and he's way more expensive. Like Pods' contract is great, but Jaylen Brown is Jaylen Brown. If I can get him, I'm going to go after him. We have a trade exception. We agree. Jaylen Brown is now a part of the Golden State Warriors. And so our lineup for the rest of the season, I think we're going to stick with a Cuff at point guard. He's been really good so far. Curry will play the 2. Jaylen Brown at the 3. Giannis at the 4. Bagley at the 5. I think with these 3, we should be able to get over the hump. Brown is better than Pods. And to think about it this way, I mean, Brown seems like a big investment, but Pods has not been good. So if Brown is there, that's great. The other guy who has not been good is Kuminga. I just feel bad to trade both Kuminga and Pods, right? If Kuminga can't put it together, maybe we trade him in the offseason. I don't want to get rid of both of them. I would rather build this Golden State core, but it's the only guy we got left. It's also one of the worst guys we have. With the Giants, because I'm going to kind of go through some off seasons before we get to our final run with the Warriors. The Giants, we're going to sign Pavin Smith, and my goal is, I think Robles was pretty bad last year. We have Elliot Ramos on the left field. We have Jung-Hoo Lee in center, so my right field is a question mark. My thought is either Robles will play right field, or we're going to platoon Pavin Smith and Luis Matos. I'd be okay with either. I'm going to go for the platoon first with Robles on the bench, and then we can move on from there. And maybe Felipe will end up being really, really good, and we can move him up the order and have him actually come up to the majors. But he was so bad in the minors last year, I doubt it. This is the only move we're making this offseason. Made one free agency signing with the 49ers. Brian Branch was available. You really can't. He was the best guy in free agency. And the only other position I could think that we could need is right tackle. And Ronnie Stanley was going to cost me $25 million a year. I know that would have been possible, but I think we're just going to get Chris Farley in the draft. We have 3 first picks, the first rounders in this draft, first rounders. And I'm going to spend a lot of this draft maneuvering and trying to acquire assets, acquire players. I really want Chris Farley. There was another tackle that I think is better that I scouted that is better than him, but he's going to go pick 1 or 2, so I'm not going to be able to get up to that. But we've done our job to stockpile assets for this draft, and the goal is, can we flip them now to become something to compete next year and potentially go to back-to-back Super Bowls? First move we're going to do is we're going to move up from 22, our highest pick, up to pick 12. I think Farley should be there at pick 12. That's pick 4. Well, I got a guy who I liked in a different draft in a trade. First round pick plus Manny Allison. Pick 12. Going to the Saints. They're not a competitive team. We're going to get a star left tackle. That's what I would have taken with this pick. So, And so with our first round picks, what we're actually going to do is we're going to take this Brandon Harvin guy, one of the top corners I saw on the board. He is ranked as a top 5 talent. I thought he'd be available in the second. That's why I didn't want to trade all my firsts to move up. And the goal was originally to take Farley, Harvin, and Tony Russell. I guess we have Nate Favorite now instead. And we'll get Harvin and hopefully Tony Russell with the next pick. But Brandon Harvin, we don't need a corner. He's just too valuable not to take. Fifth in true value, we drafted him at 24. He ends up having a hidden dev. I knew this draft was pretty good, and I'm glad I kept a lot of the picks that we did. We kind of stockpiled for this draft, and it ended up working out. Well, I probably would have flipped a lot of them had they not. It's also why I made the trade for McCaffrey, because I saw so many guys in this class. I mean, when we looked at the mock draft and it had that Chancellor guy, that round 3 to 4 ranked guy in there, in my top pick, I was like, okay, why is he there? This is why. This dude is phenomenal. Hidden dev, 77 overall. He was supposed to be like a 3rd or 4th round guy. Ends up being there. Brandon Harvin was our top guy, hidden dev at corner. We also hit another one with this D tackle, Tony Russell, in no dev trait, but still 77 overall. Needed the number 2 D tackle anyways. And guy that I didn't have on my board really ended up having a dev trait too, 75. There, we ended up hitting well there. And yeah, didn't really hit anything else, but just missed everything else besides this was a speed guy. You can see 97, 97, 97. You can tell I'm doing by traits. Here's acceleration. Here's acceleration. Here's acceleration. I was just kind of looking at strength, agility, all that stuff in order to try to get these guys. But not a bad draft. It does allow us to move off one of the corners if I need to get something else. We now have a left tackle, and I can move off Mustafa due to the Brian Branch move. So this team's better. We can run it back, I think. We could probably use another, like a number 2 receiver. So maybe I'll see if I can move like Mustafa in a future pick for a receiver. Wide receiver 2, Luther Burden. Or maybe we would have had a shot against TCU, because Oklahoma just completely walked them out of the stadium. That Brown interception hurts so much. Cole Tab did go in the first round despite his injury. I mean, if he doesn't get hurt, we probably do beat Oklahoma. We also lose Simeon Pale, who is going, or probably Palais or something like that, who is going to be a 3rd round pick. 2 guys to replace this upcoming year. Elijah Brown really doesn't have a whole lot of room to grow, but this is the year, right? He's a senior. This is our shot. He is a 94. Roland Vernon was a receiver that I got out of the transfer portal and instantly moved him to running back. He's going to be our number 1 back this year. Big movement up to 93 overall, but we do have quarterbacks in place. I think Olaseni will be our starter once Brown is gone. So year 5, we're still going to be in good shape. Olaseni will be able to play for us in that spot. And we have other guys too. Like, we actually really built a good system here. And yeah, I mean, because our running back room outside of that converted wide receiver isn't really anything. Ricky Lieber could be something. He's a freshman, so he was the guy we got last year. Otherwise, I think the big pieces is this wide receiver room, which has Borden, Elam, Bergman, Brink, and Ojiri, with just Borden being the only senior. So we actually are in a good spot to have a lot of them be replaced. Blackburn didn't go up at all, though, sadly. I think offensive line, we saw some growth. Yes, we did. Across the board. Look at how good this offensive line is going to be this year. Head is up. Kuhn is up to an 88. Good D tackles. Caravallo, I moved over to left outside linebacker. That worked. Richardson and Westerman here at the top at middle linebacker. And Dubs is a 92. Cornerback room. Love to see that too. We're in a really good shape. Honestly, we are in really good shape. These are just the development. That doesn't even include all of our freshmen. All right, this is the team next year. It's all down to year 4 of Elijah Brown, which I think is like yeah, he's almost capped out. He just needs that extra bit of accuracy, which he definitely needs. So we need to see him improve just that little bit more. And I think if he can get over that hump, that's all I got to say. Giannis wins the MVP in the NBA 21-10. That's a terrible MVP season. That's also a terrible Giannis year. 21-10-4. I mean, I guess we have Curry on the team. And he's kind of fallen off. I know he doesn't sim very good because they can't make him this good, but I guess the defensive numbers went up. Giannis wins MVP. Your rookie of the year is Jake Cunningham of the Kings. DeJounte Murray of the Bucks wins 6-man, and we get DPOY from Giannis as well. Fantastic year for Giannis. Most improved for Cam Boozer. Clutch player of the year. We get a coach of the year from Steve Kerr as well, as we are 62-20. Giannis first team all NBA. They had 2 Lakers on the first team as well. Boozer was third. No Wemby anywhere. Curry didn't make all NBA teams. Giannis was all defensive first. Wemby's not here. Is Wemby hurt? I mean, I'll take it, but oh, no rookie teams. There's not enough rookies for a rookie team. We are the 1 seed and the best team in the West. The Bucks are the best team in the East, despite us taking Giannis. So we'll see if we end up playing them. That would be, I feel bad for Giannis if he left Milwaukee and had to play against the Bucks in the first season. Spurs were the 2 seed. I'm just surprised they don't have Wemby. Like, is he hurt? He's not starting. Not like this team is bad without him. Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt. Oh, broken ankle. He's out for 4 to 6 weeks. Our team on the season, Giannis ended up leading the way with 21 points per game. Curry also had 21 on the season too. So I wonder if Curry retires, which he said he's going to do, then we're going to have Giannis maybe gets a point resurgence once Curry is gone. I will need a new point guard. Well, actually, we got a cuff. Jaylen Brown, 18 points per game, a cuff with 12, Bagley with 12, Kuminga with 11.5. I think I might trade him in the offseason. Moody with 9, Cam Johnson 9, Kolek 7, Iguodaro and 7 points. So Bagley took the job, didn't give it up. Giannis with 27-10. Yeah, that's an MVP. We get any other big ones? It looks like 54% from the field there, 50% from Brown, 50-40, 74. 50-40-90 for Steph Curry, though. And did we get another 50-40? Nope. Booty, he didn't. Nope. But 48% from Ogbaji. There was a part where I kept putting him back in the lineup, and then he kept coming back out of the lineup because they said he was a lower overall, but he really should have been starting all season. Taking a look at league leaders, Cade Cunningham wins the scoring title, averaging 27.8. Scoring is down across the NBA this year. 27.8 for Cade Cunningham. Your rebound leader is Cam Boozer with 12.2. Assist leader, Tyrese Halliburton with 9.1, just beating out Trae Young. Steals leader, Asar Thompson with 2.5, and your blocks leader is Chet Holmgren with 2.1, just beating out Giannis. Their field goal percentage leader, Derek Lively, leads the way with a 68% field goal percentage. 3-point percentage is Ochai Agbaji with 48%. We have a league leader for Agbaji. Didn't qualify for free throw percentage. Nick Smith Jr. just beats out Curry for free throw percentage, but we do have a league leader, 3-point percentage for Ochai Agbaji. So as the 1 seed, we are taking on the Houston Rockets in the first series of this. We have the last game. They have Bones Highland, Jalen Green, AJ Dabansa, Amen Thompson, and Alperen Şengün. We are the better team because we have Curry and Giannis. Can we get Curry a championship here in his last season? Simulate through game. Game 1, we win 119-94. Game 2, We take that one as well. 133-93, dominant fashion. Game 3, 103-94. Can we get the sweep against the Rockets? Nope. They win 141-131, so maybe gentlemen sweep. We gentlemen sweep them. Looking through that first series, I mean, oh my, 40 for a cuff in Game 5. Let's just look at our team. That's really all I care about here. Game 1, Curry had 34 and Giannis had 20. Game 2, Giannis had 39 and Curry had 25. Game 3, Jaylen Brown led the way with 32, and Game 4, Curry led the way with 26. So that was the loss because Jaylen Brown fouled out. That's probably why we lost that one. But we are going to go play against the winner of Phoenix and Minnesota. And we're playing Phoenix here. San Antonio lost, so no Wemby means no San Antonio in our way. All right, Phoenix. They should have Devin Booker, I think, still, but Durant's gone. Who do they have on this roster? Devin Booker, Gary Trent Jr., Ryan Dunn, Jeremy Sohan, and Karl Anthony Towns in Phoenix. We should easily take this team down. I'm not that worried at all. Game 1, 136-90. We win by 46 in Game 1. Game 2, 118-90. We win that one. Game 3, oh my God, 151-98. This team should not be here. Bagley just scored 30 points. Bagley just outplayed Karl Anthony Towns. They have Ben Simmons getting valuable minutes. Yeah, this might be a sweep here. Simulate through this one. Kuminga is hurt. So we do lose that one. Maybe another gentleman's sweep, guys. We get a gentleman's sweep. We're playing the 7-seeded Memphis Grizzlies in the conference finals. Jaylen Brown got hurt in practice, apparently. Tyler Kolek is starting this game. I don't know why he is over a cuff, but they have John Morant, Desmond Bane, RJ Barrett, Jonathan Mogbo, and Zach Edey. So they don't have Jaren Jackson. He is on the Spurs. Crazy that they were able to afford him. But they still have a good team. They still have Ja. So Game 1 against the Memphis Grizzlies, we win 116-90. Game 2, Jaylen Brown should be back here in Game 2. We win that one 112-91. Are we going to get through this 3-0, 103-94? Curry gets hurt, though. But we get the sweep. Giannis is Western Conference Finals MVP. Donovan Mitchell is Eastern Conference Finals MVP. As we advance to the finals, that means this season, the Giants went to the World Series. The Niners went to the Super Bowl. Stanford was basically one drive away from the national championship game. And the Warriors are here in the NBA Finals. Donovan Mitchell versus Giannis. Might have to make a quick adjustment to the lineup. No Curry means Kolek is going to be starting. Okay, we are a little bit undermanned in this one. Let's see what we can do here. They have their full team. It's their team. Game 1 against Cleveland. Cleveland has basically walked through the park in this one, just losing one game to Brooklyn. We need Curry back as soon as possible. Game 1, we still win that one 130-94. How did we win that? Mitchell played bad. Hunter played awful. Allen didn't play well. Okay, Game 2. Another 20-point victory. Game 3. They win that one 122-105. Please let Curry be back here soon. Game 4. This one is in Cleveland. Kuminga should be healthy. Curry should be healthy. We take a 3-1 lead up 144-102. Marvin Bagley led the way with 27 and 11 as Giannis had 12, 12, 14, and 4 and almost fouled out. Let's do a simcast so we can jump in for Curry. Actually, before we do that, let me make sure the game plan is right and we have Curry in the lineup. Curry is in the lineup. Can we get Curry his 5th ring before he retires? Simulate with simcast. Start with the game. Let's go through the first. We are up, actually down by 1 after the first. After the second, we are down by a good amount, but we're still in this one. Down 3, down 2. Going into the fourth, we are down by 10. Cleveland is going to take a big lead here to start the fourth, and it doesn't look like we're going to be much into this one. Yeah, probably not coming back here. We can just jump ahead. Cleveland beats us by 20 here in Game 5. Game 6 now. Let's go back into with Simcast. Game 6. This should be on the road, right? I believe so. We are going to start this one. Can we get it? Cleveland, comes out to, I guess they win the first quarter. Let's make sure we don't blow a 3-1 lead, guys, to Cleveland. Nothing like that rivalry here. Okay, close game. 3-point game at half. It's a very close game in the third. Cleveland has the lead, though. They're pulling out to an even bigger lead. Here in the fourth, they pull away. They're up by 25. We lose that one, too. This is Game 7. We cannot blow a 3-1 lead to the Cleveland Cavaliers. This cannot be 2016 for the Golden State Warriors. Let's make sure. I'm gonna shorten the rotation. We're gonna go all in here. We're gonna go, I think, 8-man rotation. What's 8-man look like? Kolek, Moody, Kuminga. Kuminga's hot. That's fine. Let's even shorten some of these guys' minutes. Kolek, how is he doing in this postseason? I think I'd rather have Agbaji. Whatever, we're just going to give more minutes to Curry and Giannis. And Jaylen Brown. This is going to be the team. They're each going to get 40 minutes. $41 for Giannis. All right. Here we are, going into Game 7 in Golden State. Can we make sure not to blow a 3-1 lead to Cleveland? Slow start, but we have the lead. We up 41, so maybe not a slow start. We have a big lead going in at half. Just don't blow it to Cleveland. Come on. Cavs are on a big run here in the second, but we are able to hold on to the lead for the first half. In the third quarter, can we hold on to it even longer? This is still a very close game. We have not run away with it yet. We are only up by 15, and Cleveland is very, very good. We're going to go into the fourth quarter up by 18. This is still close enough, though, that I don't say we have it. We're up by 20. 6 minutes left, 5 minutes left. We are up by 20, 4 minutes left. 3 minutes left. This isn't the Pacers. This is the Warriors and the Cavs. Let's jump in to see the celebration, because the Golden State Warriors are going to be winning the 2027. I'll just play it. The 2027 NBA Finals. I'll just play it. Big block by Marvin Bagley. Let Curry hold on to the ball and dribble out the clock. Golden State is going to win another NBA Finals. Curry gets his 5th championship, beating the Cleveland Cavaliers in 7. We don't blow the 3-1 lead. We storm the court. The Warriors win it. That's 2 titles in 1 year in San Francisco. Moses Moody goes over to Jaylen Brown. That was a good mid-season acquisition. Cleveland unable to take us out. They have Jaime Jaquez on the bench. We go over and talk to Kenny Atkinson. Marvin Bagley hugging Mobley in the background. Giannis got to sit at the end. Giannis gets his 2nd championship too. 3 MVPs for Giannis. 2 championships. Curry with 2 MVPs. Clay's on the bench. I forgot he gets another one too. Yeah. Let's go. Hold the trophy, Marvin Bagley. Give it to Curry. It's Curry's 5th. Let him hold it up. Let him hold it up. What a farewell tour it is for Stephen Curry. What a farewell tour it was. We are going to win this. Giannis, Finals MVP. The Bay, victorious once again. Giannis, Finals MVP, 25-12, 6-2-2. And if we look at that last game, that box score of these, I actually kind of want to go through how we did in this series. We started off game 1 with a big victory with Giannis putting up 35, Bagley putting up 19 and 10. Marvin Bagley, really, really clutch postseason performance, really clutch acquisition. Normally he doesn't play this well. He has played really, really well for us so far, and for an extremely cheap contract too. I just signed him to basically the minimum for a couple of years, and we are going to hold on to him because he's performed. In game 2, we won that one as well. Giannis with 41, 11, 2, and 6. Just being Giannis in the postseason. In game 3, we were not able to come out top on this one. Giannis could only do so much. We still didn't have Steph Curry. In game 4, Giannis, we shouldn't have won this, but we had a full effort from everybody across the board. Bagley put up 27. We won by 42. How do you get only 18 from Brown, 17 from Curry, and 12 from Giannis and win the game? That gave us a 3-1 lead. Then they went on a run here. We didn't do very well in the next 2 games. Curry had 20, Giannis had 12 in game 5. In game 6, we were also unable to do it. Giannis had 23. Bagley was our second leading scorer in that one. Played great defense for Giannis, but in game 7, Mitchell disappeared. That's the big difference. Donovan Mitchell only scores 8. In game 7, Giannis ends with 30. Brown ends with 29. Curry ends with 22. We did it. 2027 sets an incredibly high bar for any other city to ever overtake, and for San Francisco to try to top. We end up with a World Series, an NBA Finals, a Super Bowl appearance, and a college football playoff semifinal appearance, plus an MVP from Giannis and a DPOY from Nick Bosa. It's going to be really hard to top this, and I'm not sure it's going to, but we already have a couple titles here in San Francisco. I would love to see Elijah Brown be able to overcome his failures and win in his senior year for Stanford, and I would love for the 49ers to be able to win, make our first team, or our first city with 4 teams to win in total. But we have 3 titles in the books, and we have 2 more years left here. And I'll say this, for those who are liking the content, I hope you're enjoying this, because I was not expecting these to be 2 to 2.5 hours per episode. They're supposed to be like an hour, and we are going to be here for 2.5 hours this one, and maybe another 2 if we end up being this consistently good in San Francisco in year 4. Well, 2028 is on the way. Like I said, I wanted to show in the lineup, we only signed Pavin Smith for the Giants. We will get there in the next time so that you can see what this team is, see if they can three-peat, see what the Warriors can do, see if they can repeat with Curry no longer on the roster, and see if San Fran can get their revenge and Elijah Brown can get his redemption. But that'll be it for 2027. It's been an incredibly long year. It's been an incredibly fun year. I'll see you next time. Welcome to the greatest city in sports rebuild once again. Year 4. 2028. And if you have not seen the previous 2 seasons, I don't know what to say, 3 seasons, technically this is episode 4, but if you have not seen the previous 2 seasons, you are missing out. The San Francisco Bay Area is in a position of pure greatness. It's going to be really hard for some cities to top this. I already know San Francisco is going to be really high on the leaderboards at the end of this because we have built some phenomenal teams across all 4 of these. We've maneuvered the salary cap, we've maneuvered everything, and you can tell how much maneuvering I've been doing, how much minutia we've been doing. because those videos have been really, really long. If you see the timestamp on this one in the bottom, and it is, I'm recording this right now, early. I don't know what the timestamp says on the bottom for how long this video is. If it's over 2 hours, you got another banger on here. If it's under 2 hours, it's because I'm going to do this season. Something I don't normally do in rebuilds, but I just know how long these last two have been. And if I make this into a supercut, it's going to be like 10 hours. No recruiting, no scouting. We don't need it. The teams are already in a good spot. I'll simulate it. We'll let the computer do it. You don't need my extra ability to do so. That should hopefully make the Giants go by faster, as well as Stanford go by faster. We will come back for Stanford in the transfer portal portion. But there's no Giants recruits that we would get or prospects we would get that would actually be able to play in year 5 anyways. The guys we got last year might be able to participate in year 5. Probably not. But let's get into this. So with the Giants, which we're going to start with chronologically here. If this is a supercut, you're probably like, dude, what are you talking about? We did not make a whole lot of moves this offseason. We have the same pitching staff coming back this year with Webb, Peralta, Eflin, Gallen, and Garrett. Rope is gone. I kept Harrison, and I had to keep Spencer Bivens. I mean, Spencer Bivens is the GOAT. Had to keep him. The only other move we have is Francisco Peralta, who's a free agent that I signed for $40K. And somebody must have not, just left him available. He looks really, really good. So we'll have him. Otherwise, the bullpen is the same. Lineup, the one change we made was we got Pavin Smith. This is because of this right field problem that we had. Robles was really good 2 years ago. Last year, he was bad. And so we are going to start with a platoon of Pavin Smith and Luis Matos. If anybody underperforms and Robles looks good as a bench bat, maybe he comes in to take that right field spot. First base is going to be permanently Felipe Moreros now. I'm going to platoon Bailey and Sam Huff because Sam Huff was phenomenal last year in the postseason. We cannot ignore it. And he's good enough defensively that I'm not going to say he's a negative compared to what Patrick Bailey does. Eldridge is up. Lamont Wade might not necessarily last that much longer on this team, but who knows? And the question is whether or not Felipe Tejada, who is in AA, can develop. He's an 81, but he played so bad in the minors last year that I'm not sure he'll be able to contribute just yet. I would love him to be able to, but he was really, really bad in the minors last year. So this is the team going for a three-peat. So sorry if I spoiled it for you. Going for 3 in a row here with the Giants. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. At some point, generally, something falls off. Something falls apart. Somebody falls apart. I hope that it's not I could see it being Matt Chapman. He's 34. He's in year 10. But I think we'll be able to be fine. We're still the second-ranked team. We're the second-ranked pitching. It's third-ranked in contact. The comedic thing is what's going to happen is we're probably good enough to win our division, which means we'll miss and lose in the first round of the playoffs because we've been just coming out of nowhere each season. So I guess what we can hope for is a 100-win season when the Dodgers win 105. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'll probably meet you around the draft. I'll do a couple updates for the next 2 months, but let's get into this season 2028 going for the three-peat. Bad news. We're leading the division 24-9. That's crazy that I can say that that's bad news. And the reason it's bad news is because we need to play underdog. And right now 24-9 is phenomenal. Our offense is playing really well and our pitching staff is amazing so far. I mean, you can kind of see it. It's in the middle, but the bullpen is really what's doing the work. Spencer Bivens hasn't gotten a shot yet. Come on. Give me more for Bivens. Maybe Walker can get a third straight reliever of the year. But I really like how this team has been performing thus far. And I haven't seen any real problems. I guess kind of exactly what I predicted. Matt Chapman might regress here. And Robles is playing well, but it doesn't matter because so is Matos and Pavin Smith. So we're in a good spot. I guess Lamont Wade is cold. He's hitting 301. Who cares? This team is playing really, really well. I mean, we got Shohei versus Willie in the MVP race 2 months into the season. It might be an NL West battle, but our pitching staff, though, Freddie Peralta 9-0. You know how big of a deal that is to the game. Those wins, no losses. Might get a Cy Young out of Freddie Peralta and maybe an MVP out of Willie. though Shohei is hitting 350. And so as we approach the NBA draft and the offseason in the NBA, we have a very good hold over the NL West. Great offense. We're about the same as the Dodgers, slightly better, but the main thing is our pitching staff has been phenomenal thus far. Our bullpen and our starting rotation. We are one of the best pitching staffs to a 2.91 ERA. Their lineup is technically better, but we just are in a better, I think we're a better team right now. And when it comes down to it, if you look at our lineup, the one thing I'd say is there's a chance that Lamont Wade might necessarily be done, and Matt Chapman is done. I don't even know if he really has much value. He's still a 2-WAR player at third, but what it might make sense for us to do is to make a trade here shortly, looking for a new third baseman, knowing that Chapman, who's still under a $25 million contract, he's still got a 322 on base percentage, might be, his career might be over, essentially, is what I'm saying for us. We might be stuck with this contract because he is really playing poorly. This team might have 60 plus wins at this point if he wasn't playing so badly, but Willy Adames has 26 home runs. He's hitting 338 right now so far at this point of the season. Over 1,000 OPS, almost 1,100 with 5.9 WAR. Then, you know, across the board, it's been a pretty good season. You can see that Sam Huff is great. I love him. But our team's really good here. It's just a question of whether or not Chapman can hold on to third. I don't have another third baseman. I guess I have Tyler Fitzgerald, but we don't really have one. And the other guy that we could start talking about is Felipe Tejada. I called him up to AAA, and now he is playing well. There really isn't a point to bring him up just yet. He's not necessarily going to fulfill a positional need for us. He'd just be a DH, but Wade has been okay in DH, so there's not necessarily a need there. Pitching staff-wise, I mean, Webb's kind of meh, but, like, it's okay. Peralta's still in the Cy Young race. Eflin in the Cy Young race. Gallen in the Cy Young race. Braxton Garrett's not. Bivens hasn't given up a run. Look, guys, he never gives up runs. And our worst bullpen arm is Tristan Beck, who is regressing. So there's a chance maybe I move up him. This Peralta guy's good. Duvall has been good. Kelly's been good. And Ryan Walker, 3 blown saves, is not as good as he was the last 2 seasons, but maybe he'll put it together for the rest of the season. We're in a good spot. But, guys, I think somebody's going to retire somewhere. And we got to go check in on that team. Stephen Curry is going to start off this year 4 by retiring. We did exactly what we had to do about it. I mean, we wanted to make sure we got him another title, and we were able to do so. He had another 50, 40, 90 season in his last year in 2028. He played 19 years in his career, and when you look at his total stats by the end of it, he averaged 24.8, 4.5 rebounds, 6.1 assists, shot 42% from 3. But the real totals is he got over 30K points despite having some bad seasons to start his career with the feet injuries and the ankle injuries. He ends up getting up to over 30K and 3 points, almost 5,000. If he would have got there, that would have been a crazy way to end it. I mean, 25-26. It's crazy that he was that good that year, that he almost... he was better than he was in 2015, 2016, a 10-year gap between those. But he ends up being one of the greatest players of all time, 30,000 points. And when you look at his trophy case at the end of it too, 5 championships, 2 MVPs, a finals MVP, 12-time All-Star, 4-time first-team NBA, and 5-time second-team All-NBA. That doesn't include the third-team All-NBAs that were not listed because he's got too many awards. One of the greatest players of all time. Kevin Durant also retires. James Harden retires. Drew Holiday retires. DeRozan retires. Jimmy Butler retires. Middleton, Draymond, which, by the way, I can't believe he didn't retire right away. Klay Thompson also retires at the same time. He gets 5 championships as well. Draymond only gets 4. So his terrible contract is why he was gone. And I'm glad that we kind of got rid of him because we didn't need it. That is going to be all 3 of those guys retiring. Do they get... Let's actually check and see if Kerr retires. Carlisle does. Spoelstra does. Kerr does not. Hall of Fame inductees. Stephen Curry, James Harden, Kevin Durant, and DeMar DeRozan. Klay Thompson doesn't get there. Draymond Green doesn't get there. But they should get their jerseys retired here in Golden State. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Stephen Curry. Durant gets his jersey retired in OKC. Harden gets his retired in Houston. The end of an era. We also end up with pick 6 in this draft after a trade that I think we made that wasn't a Boston trade. I think that might have been part of the DeRozan deal, where he ended up in San Antonio. We got a Boston pick here at pick 6. We also have a Houston pick at 16 and our own pick at 30. Might be able to move these around a little bit. So starting the 2028 NBA draft, the Nuggets are going to start on the clock. There was a guy who was like clear and far ahead, was the best player. That's Randolph Edwards. I had no shot we were going to get him. So here at pick 6, I might do something where I think we're going to move around and try to turn this pick into a player, because we are win now. I mean, we just won the NBA Finals last season. And we have Jaylen Brown, we have Giannis, and we have a big hole to fill with Curry now gone. And so the question is, what can we do with this? I don't like a lot of the guys. I think there's a couple players here, but I think most of them that I liked are gone. Let's just see what we are offered. Pick 7, we should take that. Across the board, doesn't really look like a lot. Pick 6 is not necessarily super valued across the league. But I think if we stack that and put that on top of a contract, that will make for something a little bit more interesting. Because if I look at prospect scouting, Randolph Edwards was the best player here, right? 100%. There's a couple guys that I should actually check, because I didn't even see. Todd is the second best player. Conley, Poole. And I don't think there were any other guys here that... Marvin Warren, maybe? Tatum? Tiggs? Tatum? Tiggs? All NBA? All NBA? I think we'll try to trade this. Well, I made a trade with the Pacers. I didn't expect it to get accepted. So... let me show you who our new point guard is. So, Jonathan Kuminga, Cam Johnson, Najee Marshall, 3 first-round picks got me Tyrese Halliburton. The Pacers have not been good. He's in the last year of his deal. And so, I thought it made sense for us. And so, this is going to be the team next year, or this year, technically. Giannis, Halliburton, and Brown. Mid-20s. I think this is a really, really good core. I do have to extend Halliburton and Brown. Both of them have expiring deals. Bagley, it's going to be expiring this year. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep him. He's been really good, though. I've just been really happy with the production he gave us. So he's an 85. I can't believe he's going up. But that's the team. And so here's our team for this upcoming season. Halliburton is going to start with Moody. I could debate between Halliburton and Moody or Halliburton and a Cuff. I kind of want Halliburton to just be the primary ball handler. And then with Brown, Giannis, and Bagley, a Cuff, Kolek, and Charles Bassey with Ochai Ogbaji as well, getting 14 minutes. He should honestly get way more after how good he was last year. We still got some other guys down here on the bench that are going to be interesting. They want to play 27 minutes of Dante Exum because I don't have a shooting guard. I think I'll just make a position change for like Moses Moody. Patrick Bailey breaks his hand. He's out for 2 to 3 months. This is the second time this has happened. Good thing we have Sam Huff, who has been really good this season. So we will have a replacement. And we were kind of talking about that already. So losing Patrick Bailey hurts, but I think Sam Huff will be able to do the job. At the All-Star break, we are 5 games up on the Dodgers, 69-28. They're 64-33. It is a 2-team show here in the league. I mean, I guess... technically, there's other teams that are good too, but it's us two. It's us two. And the question is, if we can, that means we'll probably end up seeing them in the NLDS, just like we have the last few times. We're holding it off right now. When it comes to the All-Star game right now, Zach Eflin is an All-Star. Freddie Peralta is an All-Star. Neither are starters. Framber Valdez gets starting as a Padre. But we also should have some more. Ryan Walker in the bullpen is an All-Star. One of his worst seasons yet. A lot of blown saves, I think, from him. Actually, you can see some regression across the board from Ryan Walker, as he has played a little bit poorly this year. But we have some more all-stars, because you know how we're doing. Tyler Fitzgerald is an all-star. 20 home runs right now for Tyler Fitzgerald, hitting .261. We have another starter in Willie Adames, who is, in the MVP race with Shohei Ohtani. Jung-Hoo Lee is an all-star starter in center field, hitting .318 with 12 home runs. And then there's Ohtani. So this is going to be Willie versus Ohtani, I think, to see if we get an MVP here in San Francisco. I think I found my third base fix for this season. Josh Smith is generally pretty good in this game, and he ends up being available on the block. We're going to give up a good amount. I don't need to give up this much, by the way. I'm just doing it. We're giving up a really, really good prospect in Francisco Quevedo, but he's never going to play for us, and he's pretty far away anyways. They would have taken him straight up, so I gave him a couple other prospects on top of it. We will have a third baseman in Josh Smith. He also can play a lot of other positions, so if Chapman does put it together, Smith can move to play first, short, outfield, whatever we need him to play. Look what the computer drafted. They found some good players here in the right field spot. Look at that. First guy sucked, but they found something. This is like the race to the home run record. It's the race to, I guess it would say the win record, but we would only have to lose 5 more games in order to do that. 99-41. As September starts, the Dodgers are 5 games behind us. Look how dominant we are across the league. They are 17 games ahead of the second place wildcard team. This makes the third place wildcard team below 500 in the NL. That's how dominant these two teams are right now. And the other thing is, on top of this, I know that we are really hunting these awards down, and I think we might be able to hold on to them. Willie is leading the MVP race. Shohei fell a little bit behind, and Austin Riley caught up into it, but the RBIs are helping Willie. Cy Young, Blake Snell has taken it from Freddie right now, but Freddie, if he continues to win, if Snell loses, Freddie could take that right back. He's got a better ERA. He just needs those wins. Batting title, Willie is right behind Arias, as well as Jung-Hoo Lee. Reliever of the year, Walker is right behind Evan Phillips. We could win a ton of awards this year. We're starting the college football season here in September. At the third-ranked team, we are now a 91 overall. So, really, if anything, we should be able to outperform these two teams. Oklahoma's ahead of us this year. Last year was USC. This year it's Oklahoma. The teams that beat us seem to get the ranking above us, but we might be able to take that one spot pretty quickly if we end up having a good start. I know I play Miami early in the season. That's probably our toughest game on the schedule, though we do play Florida State. I think we play NC State. We play SMU. ACC is very, very good. But Stanford's season relies entirely upon quarterback Elijah Brown, who has kind of regressed a little bit over the last couple of years, gotten a little worse, but he's made it to 2 college football semifinals, made it to a national championship, and as a 94 overall, just needs to get a little bit more accurate. And then I think this dude is an NFL quarterback. The question is, can he just clean up the picks this year? If he can clean up the interceptions this year, I think we have a shot to win the whole thing. And so here it is, week 4 of the college football season at Miami is our first big matchup on the year. We're 3-0. We took down Liberty and Virginia and the very simple matchups to start off our season. Can we take down Miami and advance to 4-0 and maybe take the 1 spot? I don't know. I don't think Oklahoma's going to lose anytime soon. But if we can get the victory, no commits this week. And we lost a chance at a 5-star in Willis. Plus 832 XP. We win 4-0, 2-0 now in the ACC after taking down Miami. It was a close one, but we were able to do it 30-38. We end up winning this one. And I mean, the big question is, how is he doing? He's still throwing picks. That's not 5 picks. That's much better than 5 picks. It's 1 pick. I'll take that, Elijah. The amount of interceptions he gets means he's not going to be in contention for like a Unitas for a quarterback or, getting himself a Heisman, but it could still get him drafted. Oh, and we're going to jump in with 49ers going all in. We don't have Trent Williams, so I think it makes sense to let's just invest everything into a tackle. I'm giving up 2 firsts for Joe Alt. Chargers are bad, so who cares? And so this is going to be the team. The 49ers this year are trying to come back after losing the Super Bowl last year. We want to really try to contend, and I think by improving the offensive line and Joe Alt and Nate Favorite, we are going to be able to do so. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be enough, and I know it's a huge investment in the offensive line, but essentially what we just did was we traded pick 12 for Favorite, plus some other stuff, and then 2 future firsts, plus a tight end, plus a good corner, a bunch of role players that are also good starting caliber players for Joe Alt. I think on top of this, we have given up and basically exhausted our assets now. If we are bad this year, if we don't make it this year, we don't have a first round pick to fall back on. We don't have picks to fall back on. We're investing in this year. And mainly my thought behind that is George Kittle is pretty old. Fred Warner is pretty old. Bosa is pretty old. And so we're in a position where a lot of these guys might not necessarily be able to produce at this level for that much longer. Including, I don't think Brock Purdy has been that productive. I would just say that we have to take our shot now, and we're going to do that. So this is a team that should win a Super Bowl. It is a Super Bowl contending, Super Bowl caliber 49ers roster. Despite the phenomenal roster, San Francisco 49ers start off 2-2 on the season, dropping games to Green Bay and Philadelphia. It's not a bad way, I guess, for 2 teams that you want to lose to, but looks like our division might be a little bit better this year. I don't know. It's a little early to tell. It's just we're going to keep the downwards tone here because Stanford's 4-0 and the Giants are on a huge run. Not a great start for the 49ers coming off the Super Bowl, but I think we still can put it together. We have been pretty good, and if you look at it, the cool thing is that we've got a really good offense to start off this season, which is nice. I don't like that the rushing game isn't good. I want more out of our rushing game, but passing game, glad that we have something there, and I'm hoping we can flip this a little bit. One reason why I think this is such a dangerous position to be in is because with the Joe Alt signing, he is a free agent, as is Luther Burden, as is Dominic Pooney, as is Renardo Green, as is the backup. We don't have the money to afford this, so we really do have to win this year. The window is now, and I guess it is that for all the teams, because when you think about it, Stanford has this year, and 49ers have this year, and I don't know if the Giants can keep up their run, and maybe 2029 isn't going to be a big hit, but 2028, if we're going to win 2, 3 titles, we got 2 last year, we're going to win 3 and get the bonus points, might have to be now. It was a good season. I didn't think we were going to set the wins record. The crazy part about it is the Dodgers go 107-55. I mentioned wanting 100 wins while they go 107-55. They do go 107-55. We just go 116-46. That's insane. Pitching staff, phenomenal. Hitting, phenomenal. We have some awards. We have to have a bunch of them. 3 awards on the year. Ryan Walker gets Delivery Man of the Year, Cy Young to Freddie Peralta, and MVP to Willie Adames. So that is a minor award and 2 major awards, as Adames gets the MVP here, hitting .321 for 52 home runs and 147 RBIs. Doesn't get the Hank Aaron. Kind of surprised with that, but ends up getting the MVP. Adames breaking the Shohei Ohtani streak this season. And in the Cy Young, Freddie Peralta gets it 20-3, 2.39 ERA with 219 strikeouts, and Eflin was right here in third, 250 with 130 strikeouts. Two amazing pitchers. Looks like Adames finished third in the batting title, and 59 saves from Wyan Rocker. Gets him a third reliever of the year in a row. Yeah. Oh, Ohtani beat him. I don't understand how that's Ohtani beating him, but Ohtani beat him. Is that like OPS? I forget what that award is, technically. 1,038. They're tied. It's fine. I wouldn't have counted it anyways. Not batting title. MVP. Aaron Judge wins the MVP on the NL side, on the AL side. Another one beating out Gunnar Henderson. That is, how many does he have now? 5 MVPs for Aaron Judge, 45 home runs, 118 RBIs. And your Cy Young is Tarek Skubal, who dominant fashion wins Cy Young, 22-5, 2.22 ERA, and 172 strikeouts. We're just racking up the points. Look at all of these stats we led in. Freddie Peralta led in strikeouts, ERA. Zach Eflin led in wins. Ryan Walker led in saves. Eflin led in whip, and Freddie led in WAR. And when it comes to hitting, Adames leads in home runs. Adames leads in RBIs. Jung-Hoo Lee leads in hits. Adames in runs, and Adames in WAR. Batting average does go to Luis Arias, hitting .330, beating out Willie for the batting title, but 211 hits for Jung-Hoo Lee, 204 for Willie Adames in second place. When it comes to home runs, Adames with 52 leads the way there, and RBIs with 147. I think that means we have 1, 2, 3, plus the MVP is 6 points just from Adames and Lee. And while I'm not counting wins, because that's a team stat to me, really good for us to have 3 guys in the top. I mean, that's what happens when you win 116 games. The bigger thing, another point, because Ryan Walker leads in saves with 59 saves in the NL. We get another one because Peralta leads in ERA with 2.39. And then another one because Peralta leads in strikeouts with 219. Meaning our pitching staff, Walker and Peralta, get us another 7 points for leading in 3 categories, plus a reliever of the year and a Cy Young. So let's take a moment. We're going to go to the AL now. Riley Green gets the batting title, hitting .318 in the AL for the Tigers. 203 hits for Nico Horner leads the way for the New York Yankees. And home runs leader Aaron Judge with 45. Hader gets 60 saves on the season, coming just short of the record. I think it's 62. Oh my God, Josh Hader. Go off. .66 ERA. That's insane. ERA, Skubal ends up leading the way with a 2.22 for the Tigers, barely beating out Kate Povich. And then your strikeout leader, Jack Flaherty, with 182. They decided to send down Kevin Kelly this time instead of Spencer Bivens. I wonder if they're like, finally giving in to my feelings. Kevin Kelly with the 1.37 whip is not necessarily great. Looks like he walked a lot of guys, but still got guys out. He's got a 76 walks per 9. Feels like it should be better. Beck also gets sent down 372 with a 1.22 whip. Wasn't necessarily the greatest this year. But in the MLB, we had one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. Kyle Harrison in the bullpen, 204 with a .89 whip. Spencer Bivens, only 4 innings pitch. 6.75 ERA in those 4 innings. Not great. You're ruining my propaganda train, Bivens. Hunter Harvey, 250 with a 104. Francesco Peralta with a 3.86 and a 1.19 whip. Hayden Birdsong, 260, 1.21. Camilo Duvall, 3.82 with a 1.39. And Ryan Walker, 247.95 whip. 57 strikeouts and 59 saves for a 2.47. Ends up getting another reliever of the year. That's 3 in a row for him. Logan Webb as our ace has not really performed like our ace. I'm glad that we went out and got like Freddie and Eflin, because those two have really outperformed Logan Webb, who had a 3.49 with a 1.19 whip this season. Freddie Peralta, though, Cy Young, 2.39, 1.07 whip, 219 strikeouts, 20-3, leads the way. A fantastic season, 5.4 whip. WAR, kind of knew this was coming. I actually wanted him more than Zach Gallen, which is why I was frustrated I did the Gallen contract originally, because I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to get Freddie. We got them both. Eflin, 250 with a .96 ERA, 130 strikeouts, 22-4. And Gallon 372 with a 117, and Braxton Garrett on his $1 million contract, 388 with a 129 whip, and 93 strikeouts. He's up to an 84 overall. Game seems to think it's time for Lamont Wade to go down, but I don't think so. He's got a 368 on base percentage. He walked 102 times this season. Got a really good eye, 159 hits on the year. Still sent down 259. Anybody else get sent down? Doesn't look like it. Bryce Eldridge did, but Eldridge has been incredibly disappointing. I was hoping that he would end up being like a guy for us, but he just has not, and we gave him a contract extension, and it hurts. It hurts to look at that extension because he has been bad. Let's ignore that we did that. All right, Matt Chapman, 227 as he regresses down to an 84 overall. He's getting old. We just need a little bit more production out of him for a couple more years, as Josh Smith probably did a good job to replace him for the rest of the season. Robles, 247 in on the bench this season. Patrick Bailey, 280, 3 home runs after getting hurt and missing most of the season. Still had a really good year. Luis Matos, 297 for him. And then when it comes to our actual lineup, now Lamont Wade got sent down, but Jung-Hoo Lee, 314 with 18 home runs. He ends up hitting 211 hits on the season. Really good in center field. We'll come back to Willie. Elliot Ramos, I was mispronouncing him all last video, and I apologize. 241, 21 home runs. A little bit down year for him. Looks like he had some regression. A little bit of World Series high from him last season. Still got 1.1 more as he was better defensively this year. Tyler Fitzgerald, 31 home runs, 265 with 119 RBIs for our second baseman. And then Josh Smith, good trade piece, 291, 33 home runs, 100 RBIs. For the third baseman, platoon guy. He's going to get some cash in the offseason. Not from me, though. Felipe Marrero, 282, 14 home runs, 71 RBIs for our rookie. He did not get a chance to... He was not rookie eligible. I did not send him down early enough last year to get the eligibility. That's on me. I honestly should have just kept him then, I guess, last year. But, all's well that ends well. We'll take it. He ends up getting more development, 282, 355 on base for our first pick that we took. And Pavin Smith, 273, 19 home runs, platooning, 375 on base percentage. Really good in right field. Sam Huff, our World Series hero last year, 252, or our NLCS hero, actually, 252, 12 home runs, taking the place of Patrick Bailey for most of the season this year. He's put together 2 really good years in a row. Like 2 really good years in a row. It's crazy to think he's just kind of a backup catcher to us. Expensive backup catcher, but a backup catcher. I could have gotten rid of him. But the real show comes from Willie Adames. Up to a 98 overall. His potential is definitely not that high. So I think that 2025 season he performed really well, pushed his potential up, and he just kept performing, so it just kept going up. And the power got here, and look at him. I mean, not like the power wasn't here before. He just was never healthy in Milwaukee. 162 games, 204 hits. This is what happens when he plays a full season and is consistent with the bat. 38 doubles, 52 home runs, 147 RBIs, walked a good amount, hit 321 with a 400 on base percentage, 1,038 OPS on the season, and racked up 10.8 WAR this year at shortstop. He ends up getting an MVP, Silver Slugger. That is first All-Star? That's crazy. And the home run champion, Willie Adames. Let's go. For a third straight season, we are meeting the Los Angeles Dodgers here in the NLDS. However, the tables have turned, and this year, we have home field advantage. Now, home field advantage has not mattered so far in our series with the Dodgers. We've won both of them and upset them. Now, our goal is to not let them upset us in return, which is crazy to say because they won 107 games, but I guess we won 116. Game 1 against the Dodgers, Webb versus Snell. We lose 0-4. The Stanford Cardinals on Saturday night, or Saturday afternoon. No, it's Saturday night, actually. Are playing against Georgia Tech. Surprised we got a night game in college football. We are hopefully just going to be able to take this. Georgia Tech shouldn't really compete with us as a top team. We are one of the best teams in all of college football with one of the best quarterbacks. We got to commit. We got another commit in Austin Beavers. We got another commit in Morgan Simonette. And, I mean, this helps that we're now a top team. I think we're 4.5 stars now. 1100 XP. Looks like probably a player of the week. Raheem Elam, 2 touchdowns, 104 yards. Yep, we win. We are 5-0, up to still number 2. So that means that I think Oklahoma is still undefeated ahead of us. Sunday night, it's game 2. We've got Cy Young winner Freddie Peralta on the mound. We need to tie this series up in order to, really have a chance. I don't think we're winning 3 straight. So Peralta versus Ohtani in game 2. We do win 6-2. It is 1-1. We've lost our home field advantage, but we still could pull this out if we don't lose both in LA later this week. And it's Monday Night Football for the San Francisco 49ers playing against the Cardinals. After this, we'll have a bye week, so this will be it's an early bye. It's essential for us to go in 3-2, I think, over 2-3. But it's the Cardinals. We shouldn't really expect much out of them. They haven't really been that good this entire sim so far. And they're not. We win 38-17. 3 games to decide whether or not we get to continue our dynasty or the Dodgers get to restart theirs. Game 3 in LA. Zach Eflin versus Roki Sasaki. We win that one 5-0, taking a 2-1 lead, stealing a game off the Dodgers in LA. Gallen versus Glasnow in Game 4. We win both of those in LA. We're better on the road anyways. We win that one 3-1, and we will be taking on the Washington Nationals here in the NLCS. And so to stay 5-0 here in this, we have SMU. They're 2-2, 0-1 in the ACC. Question is, if we can hold this, maybe we'll be able to take it from Oklahoma. Going into this, can we beat SMU and either take the number 1 from Oklahoma or not? We get a 4-star commit. We get another 4-star commit. The commits generally mean you get a good chance of winning a game. And 1,000 XP normally does too. We win 6-0. We're taking on 5-1 Notre Dame next week. Look at the type of games Brown has been putting up. He's still throwing picks, but when you throw for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, who cares if you're throwing for picks? Like, it doesn't matter. The Nationals haven't even really made any signings. They've just had really good development from their core. Jacob Young, James Wood, CJ Abrams, and Dylan Cruz. Looks like the only signing they made was Pablo Lopez and maybe some bullpen arms, but it's kind of interesting to... I mean, I know it's 2028, so they should end up being good by then, but it's crazy to think they did this without really signing any free agents at all. But it doesn't matter. Those lack of free agent signings aren't going to be enough to beat the San Francisco Giants. The Nationals are coming in. We have home field advantage. We should be able to take them out pretty easily. I don't think they're that good of a team. We have... I guess Garrett will pitch game 1. I'm okay with that. Our pitching staff is phenomenal across the board. I don't care who starts. Game 1, Garrett versus Lopez. We win 8-4. Game 2, Logan Webb versus DJ Hers. We win 2-1. Going into Washington, Peralta versus Mitchell Parker. We win 7-1. And Eflin versus Jake Irvin in Game 4. We get the sweep. We will be taking on the A's or the Orioles in the World Series for a 3rd straight appearance. Let's just see who does it. Right now, 2-1 for the A's over the Orioles. 3-1 for the A's over the Orioles. The A's! We have an 8-day break in between games before we play the A's in what could have been a Bay Area brawl. The A's are in Vegas by this point, meaning this is the Bay versus what could have been. Let's see if we can take them down next week. So with a week before we play, we have Notre Dame here, who are unranked surprisingly at 5-1. Our rivalry game, can we hold on to our undefeated season against Notre Dame? Maybe take the 1 spot. Oklahoma could lose, please. And we could take the 1. I mean, we got to beat Notre Dame first. 4-star commits usually mean we win. We don't. We lose to Notre Dame. 38-35. We are unable to do it. Looks like we just get outplayed, really. CJ Carr, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Brown didn't even throw interceptions. We just got outplayed by Notre Dame this week. And, close one. We only lost by 3. But there goes the undefeated season. And before World Series week, we had to take on Denzel Cooper and the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are 2-4 right now. as we can hold on to the NFC West if we get this victory. Actually, I don't know if we're leading it right now, but we don't. We lose to Pittsburgh. I think there are just some games where Purdy comes in and just puts up a dud. I mean, getting sacked 4 times doesn't help when you're paying, you know, as much money as we are to our offensive line, but still hurts. It's time for the Bay Area Brawl. That's what we're going to call it. I know they're in Vegas. I'm still calling it that. The Giants versus the A's in the World Series. We're just going to run through this. I think because it occurs on a weekend, I think I'd rather just run through this than, jump in, play one game, and then show the other ones. So we're just going to fully focus on Giants A's and maybe be able to three-peat here. Or the A's could play spoiler and underdog and beat us and say that they are technically the rightful heir of the Bay Area, which you might be able to say they are because they were from Oakland while the Giants were, originally from Brooklyn. But it doesn't matter. They're not here anymore. So, game 1, we've got Gallen versus Gallen versus Hicks, then Garrett versus McGill, and then Webb versus Beto. The A's have a really good core, right? But the pitching staff is not part of that. So, game 1, Gallen versus Hicks. We lose 2-10 as they bring in a lot of offense. We are down 0-1 in this series. Braxton Garrett in game 2 versus Tyler McGill. We lose that one. We lose both games at home. They think that the Bay Area is theirs. Let's go take them back in Vegas. Going to Vegas. Webb versus Beto in game... Are we going to get swept by the A's? In game 4, we win from Peralta. In game 5, Eflin versus Hicks. We win that one. Oh, this is going to be 2 jump-ins again. Elimination game. Can we come back down 3-0 against the A's? All right, we're in. They won 85 games. We won 116. They are truly the underdogs, and we're the juggernauts. David versus Goliath has happened. We are now Goliath. And can we make sure this spunky little team out of Vegas doesn't get a shot as we're going to play here? In this one, I think we're the better team. I shouldn't even think about it. They have Wilson, Schumann, Rooker, Soderstrom, Butler, Langoliers, Geloff, Jake Meyer. How is this team... How did they take a 3-0 lead on us? Okay, maybe that 8-day gap in between it really just it hurt us. The long bye hurt us. We get through the first inning, no problem. They get through the first inning, no problem. But Lawrence Butler gets a single, another single from Geloff. Fielder's choice gets us out of that. McGill has been pitching really well too here, so double from Jacob Wilson, strikeout. Rooker pops up, we get out of that one. McGill gets out of the side again. Walk to Soderstrom. Fly out from Butler. Double play gets us out of that. Single from Wade gets our first hit on the day, but a double play from Adames means that we don't get anything out of it. Low scoring game here in this pitcher's duel. Josh Smith gets a hit, but still not enough. Gallen versus Wilson. Wilson gets a single. Strikeout from Schumann. Fielder's choice from Rooker. And another strikeout. Is 0-0 going into the bottom of the 6th. Pavin Smith versus Tyler McGill. Pop out. Fly out. Jung-Hoo Lee walks. Wade flies out. It's top of the 7th. Butler gets on an error. Then steals second. A single from Langoliers. I think I have to make the pitching change now. I gotta go to my hero, right? I gotta go to Bivens. Strikeout. Double play! Spencer Bivens! He's my hero. We get out of the jam from Spencer Bivens. Ground out from Adames. A single from Ramos. Gets a guy on first for Fitzgerald. Fly out. Smith gets a single, men on first and second for Felipe Marrero, who flies out. Bivens gets a ground out. Gets a line out. And a ground out again. It is the bottom of the 8th. It is still tied 0-0. They are switching to Michael Otanez, who has not given up a run here in the postseason, but he walks Pavin Smith. Fielder's choice puts Huff on first base. Lee flies out. Single from Wade. Men on the corners for Willie Adames. This is big. Can Adames hit in the run to keep the series alive? He can. We take a 1-0 lead here from an Adames single. The MVP gets it. We're going to make the pitching change to the reliever of the year, Ryan Walker, for Rooker, Soderstrom, and Butler. Fly out from Rooker. Fly out from Soderstrom. Ground out. We give up 0 runs. We win 1-0 against the A's to advance to Game 7 of the World Series. And it all comes down to this. I think every single person in the world is rooting for the A's here in this game. The underdog versus the juggernaut once again with... Do I go the closer, Braxton Garrett? He ends series, or do I go Logan Webb? I think you just got to go Webb. I love Garrett, but I got to go Webb. If I make the mistake, that's how we make it.
Let's play ball.
No one's rooting for us in this one. We can be real. No one is rooting for us in this one. But this would extend the dynasty. Single from Wilson, walk from Schumann, double play, and then Soderstrom flies out to get out of the jam in the first. Fly out from Lee, double from Lamont Wade, gets Adames up to bat, ground out. Ramos, runner thrown out, going home because Wade is very slow. All right, into the second, pop out, strikeout, and a walk to Geloff, but we get out of that one. Beto grounds out, gets out of the side there. Blade versus Webb to start it off, a walk. Single, men on the corners for Schumann. Sack fly gets them a score. Caught stealing. Pop up. We are down 1-0 to the A's. Pavin Smith gets a hit. Strikeout from Huff. Double play gets them out of that one. Solo home run from Soderstrom. Oh, we're down 2-0 against the A's. A triple from Geloff. Fly out. Ground out there. Adames gets a single. Ramos with a fly out and a strikeout again. The offense just is not here today. Fly out, strikeout, and we get out of that one for Webb. Beto grounds out Smith. Fly out there. Why is this pitching staff so good right now against us? Grounds out Rooker. Strikeout, get out of that one. It is the bottom of the 6th. Can we just get the starter out? Jung-Hoo Lee gets a double. Ground out there. Adames up to bat, pops up. Webb with the ground out. Fly out there. Another one. We are still pitching well, but we just need to get this starter out of the game. 2-run home run from Josh Smith, the midseason acquisition. We tie the game 2-2 in the bottom of the 7th. They're going to switch to Tyler Ferguson. We got the starter out of the game. Single from Marrero. Strikeout. Single from Huff puts runners on first and second for Jung-Hoo Lee, but we get a ground out there. I'm going to make the pitching change. We are going to go lefty, righty, righty. I'm more afraid of Wilson than anything, but I got to go Bivens. Double from Blade, fly out, pop up. Bivens gets me out of that one. All right, Lamont Wade versus Tyler Ferguson. Actually, Michael Latanias. Strikeout, walk from Ramos. Puts a men on first for Tyler Fitzgerald. 2-run home run. We take a 4-2 lead. Coming back in this one. They took out Beto. It is going to end up meaning that we have our opportunity to win 3 in a row. The clock has struck midnight. Ground out, fly out, enter the game.
Welcome if you just joined us, John Shammy and Chris.
The Cinderella story ends here as the clock has struck midnight and the shoe has dropped. Shea Langoliers up to bat. They had a 3-0 lead in the World Series as Walker throws a slider. The A's have fallen down by 2 in the 9th, down to their last batter against the reliever of the year. Oh, he almost gets another dot in there. 1-1 count for Ryan Walker against Langoliers. The 8-day break gave them the opportunity. They pounced on it. The A's pounced on it, took a 3-0 lead in the series, fouled off by Langoliers, but it might not have been enough. They needed 9 days in order to get this real lead here. They took a big lead here in game 2, started off 2-0, but we were able to come back and close it on two-run shots to win this, capped off by Tyler Fitzgerald. taking the lead. If Walker can get this strikeout, that would be 3 in a row for the Giants. Ball inside, 3-2 count for Langoliers. I mean, with a walk, it's technically not over. We still could lose this. Walker with the pitch. Full count, top of the 9th in the World Series. Ball is popped up to right field. The Giants win 3 straight World Series. David has met Goliath, and David has fallen. Your World Series MVP is Josh Smith, who hit the game-tying 2-run shot in Game 7 of the World Series. Playoff MVP, also Josh Smith. What a mid-season acquisition to pick him up. 346, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs in the World Series, and he hit .417 this postseason, as we not only win 3 straight championships with the Giants, we cap off the greatest season of all time. 116-46 with defeating a 107-win Dodgers team, sweeping the Nationals, and coming back from down 3-0 in the World Series to win in 2028. After winning another one and really capping off a great season, the Giants have posed a question to the rest of the Bay, saying, "Are you guys even here?" Like, to the Bay Area fans, they're asking, why do you watch anything but baseball? Because while the other teams have been good, the Giants have set a precedent that are going to be near impossible to match. The question will really lie on whether or not Stanford and the 49ers can put it together, because I think the Warriors can match the call the Giants are putting together, as long as, Wemby doesn't stand in our way. We have Virginia in the next week here. Let's just win this one. Then we'll jump ahead a little bit after this, after we do this one, and then watch the NFL at the time. And take a look as we get a commit there. Another commit from Cole Batonio. Another commit from Cortez Lester. And we probably beat... Yep, we did. We beat Virginia. We are 7-1, 5-0. We go into a bye week. We'll jump ahead a little bit in the rest of this college season as we try to approach an ACC championship game. We'll look at some of the rest of the big matchups. It's crazy to go all in for a Super Bowl and be 3-4 8 weeks into the season. But hey, that's what we do here in San Francisco. I guess at least we're losing close ones because we do have a really good offense and a really good defense. We lost 38-32 to the Jags. Like, our losses have been close. We need something else to go our way. Like, we almost lost to the Bengals too, which if we lost that one, that would have been even worse. We'd be sitting at 2-5 with the only victories over the Cardinals. Now, we do have a very tough schedule to start off the season, where I think it gets easier in the latter half. It doesn't, actually. I mean, the Bears are good, the Vikings are good, the Lions are good, the Browns are good. The Ravens still have Lamar. We just have an insanely difficult schedule this year. Maybe we'll be able to squeak out 9-8. Will that be enough for a wild card? I don't even know. Oh, and Giannis broke his leg. Not a great start to the Giannis era. Post Steph Curry. Not a great start. Don't worry, we don't have Giannis. We have Marvin Bagley. Who needs Giannis? Marvin Bagley's like the same thing. Giannis was averaging like 26, 12, and 7 before he went down. But I signed Marvin Bagley to an extension. But with Wembanyama back, it's going to be hard for us to win unless Giannis can come back at the end of the season. Which, if he if we rush him back, he might be able to make it back by March, February, somewhere around there. Maybe we'll get lucky, and he'll be able to come back around there, and we'll be able to compete against Wemby. Likely no MVP in the cards, though, for us. Maybe we'll get a most improved for Bagley. Well, this is a battle. I didn't realize that North Carolina was this good. They're ranked 11th. We're ranked 5th. Probably the top two teams in the ACC. We outmatch them by a lot, but they've just really performed well. This is our last good team out left on the schedule. So if we win this one, we're in really good shape for the ACC title game. If not, we'll probably see North Carolina have to beat them again anyways. So do we take down North Carolina? Are we able to uphold and keep our top spot in the ACC? We are not. North Carolina beats us. It's another one of those just 3-point losses. We lost by 3 to Notre Dame, and we lost by 3 to North Carolina. Brown got sacked 6 times. He's a 96 overall now, but he got sacked 6 times this game. That's going to be why you lose. We probably had no running game either. Yeah. Well, Vernon had 3 touchdowns. Yeah, I guess it was the sacks was enough. We didn't do anything to stop them. Well, we sacked him 5 times. Just weren't able to convert. Third down conversion rate? No, just red zone conversion. 100%. That's crazy. We had a lot of opportunities, just weren't able to score, really, and we lose because of it. We get a rematch in the ACC championship game against now number 3 ranked North Carolina for a chance at another ACC title here with Stanford. And so our season comes down to this. I doubt we'll make it on 3 losses. We've lost to North Carolina by 3 and Notre Dame by 3. Hopefully today we can get our vengeance on North Carolina, who will probably be in it even if we beat them, and take the top spot of the ACC and get another bye. Let's advance and see if we are able to upset North Carolina, get our revenge, and go to another college football playoff. I don't see any commits. But 11-2, third. That means we won the ACC title game against North Carolina, another ACC championship. We are advancing. Harvey Dubs with 3 sacks on the day. Elijah Brown had 2 touchdowns, 199 yards, no picks in the ACC title game. We will be advancing. College football playoff bracket, we won by, looks like, a lot. We are the 3 seed. We will be taking on Indiana, who won the Big Ten. Oklahoma is undefeated as the 1 seed. Cincinnati is 12-1. We will be taking on the winner of... If we have to play North Carolina 3 times in the same season, that's insane. You gotta be kidding me. Again? Your Heisman Trophy winner is Michael Hawkins at Oklahoma. He beat us in the national championship game last year, or not in the semifinals last year, and he ends up getting a Heisman this year for Oklahoma. Do we get any awards? Harvey Dubs, linebacker of the year with 13 sacks. He's been phenomenal. He's a junior, and it looks like Elijah got the interceptions under control this season. 43-8 on the year. 3,600 yards on the season, 66% completion percentage. This looks like a first-round draft pick we might have at quarterback. Elijah Brown has really turned around his career. Not really turned it around. He's just kind of come up and been a very, very good quarterback for us. This is a real dude. He's actually going to be Stanford's quarterback this upcoming season. And it's really cool to see him be able to play this well. Rushing leaders, Roland Vernon, 839 yards and 10 touchdowns on the ground. When it comes down to receiving, Rakeem Elam, the 5-star freshman that we basically recruited, one of our only real recruits that we have that have done really well, our only 5-star that we have. Almost 1,400 yards and 16 touchdowns, 796 and 13 from Amari Borden. 428 and 4 from the tight end, Andrew Rapalea. I don't know. I'm going to give up on that. Tackle leader for us this season was Maxwell Richardson with 87. we had from sacks, Harvey Dubs had 13.5, Artie Kuhn had 11.5, Ume had 7.5. So we end up getting really, really good pressure this year from our edges, but mainly from Harvey Dubs, who he could go to the NFL, but I want him to stay around for another season because he's been so good. Couple interceptions. Frederick Westbrook gets one, or gets 3, leads the way for us there. Be curious to see. I mean, I don't think 13.5 is enough to lead it, but we'll have to look around to see if he might actually be leading in sacks. Your leader in passing this season was George Sims of Hawaii with 4,400 yards on the season. When it comes to touchdowns, though, that was Michael Hawkins, who does beat out Elijah Brown, who did get to 3rd. So good on Elijah Brown to do really well to get up to 3rd place in that race. I love to see that. I'm happy that he's able. There's a guy who. No wonder USF is in the college football playoffs. 38 touchdowns, 0 picks. Whoa. Okay. All right. When it comes though to rushing, very small amount of yards here. Heath Droge leads the way with 1,100 yards for Cincinnati. Touchdown leader was Steven Blanco of the Ragin' Cajuns with 14. Not a lot of running the ball this year in college football. Oh, 17 yards. 17 yards from leading the way for Raheem Elam. He loses to JoJo Stone of Louisville. 1409 to 1392. Touchdown leader, also JoJo Stone with 20. Was the best receiver in football this year. Elam did have a whole other game to do that, but 17 yards. Okay. All right. Defensively, tackle leader, Ahmad Kamara for Eastern Michigan. That's probably not accurate. Sacks leader says Harvey Dubs, but we're going to have to check the conferences. He led the ACC, but JJ Jean Lewis had 15 in the American. So he does not lead the entire all of college football in sacks, but he was up there. I mean, the San Jose State guy had 14. Fresno State guy had 14. 22.5 from this guy from Ole Miss. I should be checking just SEC, I think, with these. Like, what's the tackle? No, he wasn't. And below her in the SEC. But, okay. That ends up being it. No league leaders for us, even though Elam was 17 yards away from getting that. Again, they beat Iowa State. We're going to be playing them next. Also, North Texas and USF both advanced. Maybe we won't have to see Oklahoma. Maybe USF can just take care of business. But back at the NFL side, how's going all in going? It's going so great. 2 guys with broken legs in the Bay. Look at this game from Purdy against the Minnesota Vikings. 6 touchdowns, 19 rushing yards. And we won 51-30. Yeah, we've flipped this season around. We're on a streak right now. The 49ers win their division 11-6. Only lost 2 more games in the season. You can see we lost to Cleveland there, and I think we lost to the Falcons. Went on a run in the middle there at the end, and that helped us get there. But yeah, 11-6. We win the NFC West again, win our division 3-6. Actually, the West was not good. So pretty simple for us to get that division title there. And we have to take on Green Bay in the wild card to see if we can go make another run. Eagles still exist. I hope the Falcons don't win because I don't want to play the Eagles. Taking a look at our season, Purdy ends with 4,100, 48 touchdowns and 8 picks. He really woke up in that latter half of the year, had a really, really good, just his accuracy finally paid off into touchdowns. 48 touchdowns is a lot. I'm actually curious to see who got them all. First rushing, Reeves had 888 and 8 touchdowns. He's not getting 1,000, but I think it's because he doesn't play every down, because we do have a third down back. Maybe I take that off of Guerrero next season and we give Reeves a shot to be a 3-down back to get over 1,000 yards next year. But I'll still take 888 and 8 and 200 attempts, 4.4 yards per carry. The big Ooh, let's go. Ayuk, 1,100 yards and 19 touchdowns. That's pretty good. Luther Burden, 980 and 8. Jose Jackson, 867 and 6. And 837 and 12 from Kittle. Plus 225 and 2 from Reeves. Mainly, 19 touchdowns from Ayuk is great. Burden as our pickup was good too, getting 8 touchdowns in his season. Defensively, how did we do this year? Fred Warner with 116 tackles led the way for us there with 7 TFLs, 2.5 sacks, and 3 picks. Nothing crazy from Bosa. Bosa gets 15, but not over 20 this year. 15 sacks. We're happy to see Michael Williams get to 12. Like to see him produce. Our rookie, Tony Russell, had 3.5. Nothing really else out of the rest of the team, but those two, our edges, were really good this year. An interception leader, Brian Branch, our free agent signing, had 4, and Jaquan McMillan had 4 as well. Patrick Mahomes led the way in passing yards with 4,700 on the season and 46 touchdowns and 15 picks, but I don't see anybody with 48. Yes, we are the league leader in passing touchdowns with Brock Purdy getting 48 on the season. I don't think he's going to have enough yards to be in the MVP conversation because Burrow exists and Mahomes exists and he doesn't really run, so he's not going to compete with Hurts or Josh Allen, but really, really good season from Brock Purdy to get a league leader in passing touchdowns. Comes to rushing, your leader is Kenneth Walker with 1,300. Brian Windsor had 1,251 for the Vikings. Caleb Johnson also had over 1,200. I don't see McCaffrey up here. Did McCaffrey retire? Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't. He looks like he got hurt. So McCaffrey must have got hurt. Only got 482 yards. So that trade looks better and better. Even though Reeves only had 888, that trade looks really, really good for us, knowing that it turned into a D tackle and or maybe not even. I think it probably turned into the corner because the Bills lost in the first round last year for us to get that high pick. Touchdown leader on the season, Quinshon Judkins with 18. Just seeing the amount of rushing touchdowns Hurts is probably going to be the MVP this season. But Judkins leads the way there with 18 touchdowns. When it comes to receiving leaders, your leader is Wan'Dale Robinson again. 1692 and 19 touchdowns leads the way in the NFL as the Falcons have a really powerful passing offense. And your touchdown leader, beating us out by 1, Devontae Smith with 20. Defensively, we had Jarvis Cross led the way with 133 tackles on the season. Your sacks leader this year, 24.5 from Greg Rousseau of the Bills, breaks the record. And then when it comes to interceptions, interception leader Keith Broyles, Jalen Ramsey, and Deron Bland all get 8. All right. Third time. Let's just beat North Carolina again, please. I don't want to play. I don't want to lose here in our last season to North Carolina. Okay, it looks like I think we won 12-2. We must have won that one. Yep, we win the Orange Bowl. I just can't believe we had to play them 3 times in one season. I'm glad that we won the Orange Bowl. Who are we playing next? After that one, Dubs had 2 sacks in the day. That'll help. From that, we have Indiana, the Hoosiers, in the Peach Bowl. Oh, this is just a brutal annihilation. They scored 14 in the 4th, but we were up 41-7 in the 3rd. Us being the better team finally showed out here, I think. Brown did throw a pick, didn't matter. We were dominant the whole game. So that's a good sign for this game against Indiana to advance, hopefully, to the national championship game if we win against Indiana. But the other side has Oklahoma and Cincinnati. So if we can beat Indiana, we might have a rematch against Oklahoma. But in the NFL, we have our first round. We are just going to advance to see if we can make it to the divisional after the wild card game against Green Bay and see who we play. We have the Atlanta Falcons. Looks like we came from behind, winning this one in OT 19-13. Despite holding them to 192 yards of offense. And Purdy threw 4 interceptions on the day. Good to get it out now, right? Good to get it out now. Who do you throw him to? That's awful. Tyler Rowland had 2. Cooper had 1. We had 1 from Will. Oh my God. I guess we got lucky. We really outplayed them, but 4 turnovers put them in position to score. They just could only get field goals because Love is not good enough, I guess, to get over the hump there. But we win. We are taking on Atlanta in the next round, and they beat the Giants 28-7. The Vikings advanced again, and it looks like we have Chiefs, Bengals, and Bills, Steelers on the other side.
Welcome, folks, to downtown Atlanta and Mercedes-Benz Stadium, site of this year's Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl and, of course, part of the college football playoffs. We've reached the semifinal stage. One last hurdle to clear before the national championship game. We'll find out here today which side has the toughness and the depth to keep driving toward that ultimate goal, the chance to raise that gold trophy over their heads. As we see the number 3 seed in this playoff, the Stanford Cardinals, taking on the number 2 seed in the playoff, the Indiana.
And so here in the national semifinals, we have our chance to get our revenge. I guess not revenge, but our chance to redeem ourselves and make it back to the national championship game that we were in 2 years ago. We have Indiana standing in our way from doing so. We are the 3, but oh my God, that's not a good start. I didn't even get through a monologue, man. Brown already threw an interception? Guys, Brown, come on. You can't do this to me, man. We start down 7-0. I just wanted to monologue a little bit, dude. Okay. Well, Brown starts with an incomplete pass on the first play of the second drive, but he does get a first down. We get to play from the hole, starting behind. We do have a running back this year in the semifinals. We get sacked by DeWand Odom. Elijah Brown gets 3-yard rush, only to make it 4th and 12. And then we took a we do not learn from our mistakes. We don't learn from our mistakes. This is how we lost last year. We kicked 60-plus yard field goals with, I know we have a really good kicker, but like, don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to yourself. We are going to probably fall down 14-0, actually maybe just 10-0. 10-0 to Indiana early from 2 mistakes that we made last year against Oklahoma. I can't even say get the jitters. This is the second game of the playoffs. All right, but Froff gets a 29-yard catch, 18-yard catch from Borden, penalty against the defense by Odom, 2-yard rush from Brown, first down on the 12, negative 2-yard rush makes it 2nd and 12. First and goal after a 13-yard catch by Froff, and then a catch by Blackburn. Means we do get on the board. Our offense finally gets some completions, and we get down there. Okay. You know what? A sack from Dubs will really show that we just didn't wake up for this game in time. We just weren't really ready. It was a night game. The lights were bright, which is crazy because we've done this. Like, we've been here before. Out of anybody, Indiana hasn't been here. But our key players are showing up. Dubs does get down there. Brown gets a touchdown on his, I guess, second drive. But we start moving. 13-yard catch there by Hook. 8-yard reception by Amari Borden. Incomplete by Brown makes it 3rd and 2. 1st and 10 as Vernon gets a 13-yard rush. 8-yard reception by Elam brings it to 2nd and 2 on the 19. Incomplete after the pass is knocked away, but a first down by Ricky Lieber makes it onto the 16. 1-yard rush from Borden makes it 2nd and 9. 4-yard rush from Borden makes it 3rd and 5. And an 11-yard touchdown to Amari Borden gives us the lead. Let's just keep holding Indiana down, making sure they can't score. Seidler kicks the ball off into the end zone. 2nd and 6, a 3rd and 1 after the rush by Kobe Martin. But 61-yard touchdown from Tyler Cherry to Caleb Pickett gives Indiana the lead right back. Okay. J.R. Robert, penalty against the defense. We will start with a good field position then. 46-yard line, 2nd and 7 with 4.5 left in the second. Or 4:52 left in the second. First down, a big penalty on Dennis Cook puts us down to 1st and 20. A 2-yard rush from Borden is not going to break it out of that. But a 16-yard reception from Vernon makes it 3rd and 2. And a first down from Vernon gives us out of the hole there that we were put in by the penalty, but we'd like to put ourselves right back into another hole. 1st and 15, 3-yard rush from Borden makes 2nd and 12, 3rd and 10 after the 2-yard rush from Lieber. But a 21-yard catch by Rapalea gets us to the 5, and incomplete from Brown. 1-yard rush from Lieber. 5-yard touchdown by DJ Brink gives us a lead right back in the first half. So we had, gave them good field position twice, essentially. They scored on both of those, and then they had one big play otherwise. 20-yard rush from Kobe Martin under the 2 minutes. 5-yard reception by Kyle Martin makes it 2nd and 5. Another big pass. J.P. Roberts scores 50 yards. They're just blowing the back end of our defense open. 24-21 here in the first half. Pass knocked away as A.J. Brown throws it. Gets batted down by the free safety. 4-yard reception for DJ Brink. Sacked by Cade Edens. Means that we're going to have to punt here. And only a 26-yard punt. Pass thrown away by Cherry. 14-yard pass to Pickett. Puts them on the 38, but they can't score again. Thankfully. Terrible first half, and we're only down by 3. Okay. Wake back up, guys. This is Indiana we're talking about. This isn't Oklahoma. 2 passes thrown away by Tyler Cherry makes it 3rd and 10 and a 4th and 7 as we get the stop against Kobe Martin. Punts off by Hollis. Not a great punt. Means we get the ball back. We're on the 40 with 2nd and 8. 16-yard pass to Rapalea makes it to the 45. Incomplete pass by Elijah Brown. Another pass knocked away by Jaja Boyd. And a sack makes it 4th and 16. We're going to have to punt it again. Punts into the end zone. 46. 1-yard rush. Actually, it wasn't. It was a good punt down to the 3. 2nd and 9 now on the 4. 1-yard rush from Clyde Cook makes it 3rd and 8. 3rd and 3 after a penalty on the defense. But a 1-yard rush from Tyler Cherry is not going to be enough. They're going to have to punt the ball to us. We get the ball back here down by 3. Big pass to Eddie Freoff makes it to the 37. 2-yard rush from Brown makes it 2nd and 8. Another 2-yard rush from Vernon. And pass dropped by Borden. We're going to kick this field goal. But he makes it. Seidler's a great kicker. He's just can't make 60-plus yarders in clutch moments of the playoffs, which I don't blame him for not being able to do. 18-yard reception for Robert. 1-yard rush from Martin makes it 2nd and 9. Big sack by Artie Kuhn makes it 3rd and 18. Don't let the big play happen. We don't. 4th and 16. They're going to have to punt the ball back to us. So, tied up, we pass to Rakeem Elam to move to the 22. Penalty against the defense and Edens. 1st and 10 after a pass to Wyatt Hook gets us to the 43. Sack by Dextrell Irwin brings it back down to 2nd and 14. 3-yard rush from Vernon makes it 3rd and 12. And passes dropped by Elam mean we're going to have to punt the ball right back to him. So 24-24 with 21 seconds left. There are now 0 seconds left in the third as they had a 7-yard rush from Kobe Martin. Entering the fourth, tied at 24 against Indiana here in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. But a first down after Clyde Cook gets a rush. 1st and 10. Negative 4-yard rush from Kobe Martin makes it 2nd and 14. That is 3 massive plays by Tyler Cherry in this Indiana offense to score. We are just like blowing it. We're blowing this. Kickoff by Stoneburner. Good return though. Negative 2-yard rush from Borden. 6-yard rush from Elijah Brown makes it 3rd and 6, but an incomplete makes it 4th and 6. And we only punt for 38 yards. Pass knocked away by Brandon Nicholson. 1-yard reception to Sneed. And a 1st and 10 after Caleb Pickett gets 15 yards. They are now marching down the field. Are we going to lose this again because of bad plays? Artie Kuhn gets a sack to make it 3rd and 16. 13-yard reception means they are going to kick a field goal. We are down by 10 with 4:43 in this game. Incomplete pass for Elijah Brown. 8-yard reception for Rakeem Elam. 1st and 10 from the rush from Vernon. Incomplete from Elijah Brown. 64-yard touchdown to Eddie Freoff. We are back in this. Jonathan Clemens hurt on the play. We are now going to be down by 1 point with 3:27 left here in the Peach Bowl. Indiana has the ball. We just need to make sure we don't let a big play happen. Sneed with a 5-yard catch. 14-yard catch from Robert resets the downs. Incomplete pass by Cherry. That's good for us. 2nd and 10. 2-yard rush from Kobe Martin makes it 3rd and 8 with a minute and a half left. That's after a timeout. And pass knocked away by Frederick Westbrook means we are going to get the ball back here with a touchback with 1:15 left in the game.
And the Cardinal offense is back.
So here we are. We're going to watch this final drive for Elijah Brown. If he cannot convert, that means it's going to be the end of his college career. He makes the pass. Incomplete. Ball knocked out of bounds on that play. Our next play, 2nd and 10 on the 20 for Stanford and Elijah Brown. What is he going to do? Drops back with the pass. Check down. Is it going to be enough? Vernon only gets to the 25 before he is tackled. 3rd and 5. 1:04 left here in the 4th. Running clock. Elijah Brown in the hurry up. Drops back. Has to move forward. Gets taken down. 4th and 5 on the sack. This is going to be it. This could be the last play for Elijah Brown here at Stanford. 50 seconds left. He drops back. Needs to find a receiver. He looks deep. He finds him. No, that's a drop. That's a drop by Eddie Frioff. We are not going to do it. We lose in the last game of the season, the Sugar Bowl. Indiana is going to take us out, and we lose to the Hoosiers. Just unable to dig ourselves out of the hole we put ourselves in early in the game. And that's a way to go out, I guess, for Brown. Throws a pick to start it off. We do another terrible coaching decision on the 63-yard field goal. The reason that's so bad is because that means you're starting from like the 47. Like, terrible. Our punter has been bad the whole time. Should have gotten a punter in the transfer portal. That's on me. That's on me. But Brown throws a pick, and then we just can't make it down, and our secondary falls apart, allowing 3 massive plays to the Hoosiers. That's not going to be a title here for Elijah Brown. He's not going to get over the hump. Indiana beats us 34-31. Indiana beat Oklahoma in the national championship game 31-20, taking out Oklahoma's undefeated season. They end up, we lost the national champions. We lost, that's 3 years in a row we lost the national champions. So it just, we couldn't get over the hump, and Tyler Cherry is able to do it for them. Hawkins threw a pick in that one. It just sucks. It just sucks, really. So close. Elijah Brown ends his career with a 50 touchdown season in 2028 and 10 picks, one of his best seasons yet, but that 10th pick was enough to end it early, as we just couldn't get over the hump with him. And I feel bad because he was really, really good, and I was really happy to see a freshman that we were able to turn into something. And I wish him luck in the NFL, because obviously we don't need him in San Francisco with Brock Purdy, but Elijah Brown, something really, really special for him. He totaled 15,470 yards in his career, 165 touchdowns, 46 picks on 61% completion percentage. He did get sacked 122 times in 59 games. So maybe the offensive line didn't help him out too much, but yeah, that's the end for Elijah. How did he stand up against the rest of Stanford history? Stanford records take entire records. 165 career passing touchdowns is the most all-time by any quarterback in the history of college football. He held the passing record in a season this year with 4,100. Got Elam the receiving record with 1,500. He had the most touchdowns ever with 50. He got Jackson Harris 17. That's all in a season. In a career at Stanford, he also holds the passing yards and touchdowns. 15,470, and 165 touchdowns is enough. Also, Harvey Dubs is at sacks. He already has the record for sacks, and he has another season left to go. A great career. What was his best game? So he didn't get the passing yards. That was Davis Mills with 504. So he never got over 504 passing yards, but he did have a game with 7 touchdowns, and that's a great career for Elijah Brown. I hope that that's enough to be like he honestly should be a top 10 pick in the draft. Well, despite the incredibly somber attitude after Brown didn't end up being able to fulfill his responsibility at Stanford to win it, we still have the NFL, we still have Brock Purdy in our all-in year here. As we are playing the Atlanta Falcons in Mercedes-Benz, we are just going to advance this one in the divisional and see if we can play in the conference championship again. In the NFC championship game, can we take out Atlanta? We win 35-28, and we have to play Minnesota again. That's another overtime victory, 2 for us so far. I don't know why we needed the extra point. Oh, I guess we didn't need the extra point last time. We needed it this time. 2 overtime victories for us so far this postseason. We win 35-28 over Atlanta. Looks like they came back in the 4th and forced overtime, but we were still able to come out on top here, as Purdy had 3 touchdowns, got it out of his system in the first game, and Penix played great. But it's good enough for us, I guess, to win. Luther Burden had 128 and a touchdown. And yeah, see what we can do against Minnesota again. So here we are in a rematch of last year's NFC Championship game. Can we get the same result this year and get a victory against the Minnesota Vikings? That's not a good start. Justin Jefferson, 62-yard catch against us to start that off, down 7-0 here. I'm scared because that's just what just happened against Stanford. And if we have it happen twice in a row, which chronologically would be 2 days in a row, that would be an abysmal feeling for the Bay. We just need to get some stops. 2nd and 10 for JJ McCarthy. 3rd and 3 as he gets a 7-yard rush. 1st and 10 as he passes it to Jordan Addison. Knocked away by Fred Warner, forced to 2nd and 10. And a big pass from Addison brings us to the 6. 4-yard rush from Windsor. I think they're going to score. They do. We are down 2 scores in the NFC Championship game. Can Purdy put it together? And can we go down and score? 6-yard rush by Reeves makes it 3rd and 1. Another 3-yard rush from Guerrendo. We are just running the ball slowly here. -2 yards makes it 3rd and 7. We have to pass, but he only throws it for 6 to Ayuk, forcing another punt. We are down 2 scores in a punting match right now. 3rd and inches. 3rd and 1 in the 2nd now. 1st 10-10. Brandon Windsor gets the 1st down. 3rd and 4. 1st and 10 for Jordan Addison. 2nd and 4 after the 6-yard rush. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit quicker. We're down 3 scores. We'll just see what happens, see if we can make a run. Minnesota is going to get their vengeance, it looks like, on us, unless we can turn it around here and see if we can drive down a little bit faster. But with the punt, not anything. They're marching here in the 2nd. They score again. Yeah, this is going to be brutal. I'm not going to make you watch the rest of it. Just annihilated here in the NFC Championship game. The Vikings are going to advance and go to the Super Bowl again as we fall short in the NFC title game and are unable to get over the hump once again. The Chiefs win back-to-back Super Bowls, defeating the Vikings 34-28. Mahomes with the Super Bowl MVP as they top the Vikings. That could have been us against them, but the Vikings just kind of smacked us. Jalen Hurts with an MVP. Raheem Morris of the Falcons gets Coach of the Year. Offensive Player of the Year goes to Josh Allen. Defensive Player of the Year to Greg Rousseau. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Warren Hackett with the Jets. And Defensive Rookie of the Year, Larry Samuels with the Falcons. To a much more positive place, we're getting a big signing. I think a great rental at third base is Jose Ramirez. I wasn't going to bring back Josh Smith. No matter how great he was, I didn't think it made sense to pay him $20 million plus for 4 years, knowing that he's not necessarily going to last while we have 25 tied up to Chapman. So we're just going to do a 1-year rental for third base, because Jose Ramirez is too good to pass up. The trade deadline, we're sitting at 38-19, the 3 seed here in the Western Conference, leading our division because our division is bad. But I think we only have like 1 to 2 more weeks without Giannis, and if so, we'll be in a better shape then. I think we've held down the fort really, really well, considering we haven't had him. And I'd be curious to see when we bring him back if we can jump up to the 2. They have played 4 less games than us. But I think that's the big thing, because San Antonio is winning this conference. 100%. They will be the 1. Might have been a close race with Giannis in it, but I mean, just look at this team. Like, you know, they could be starting Castle, Vassell, Flagg, Jackson, Wembanyama, and have 94, 89, 95, 91, 99 with a really good bench. So this team is crazy. We'll see if we can catch up to him. We need Giannis back. I don't think I'm going to make any moves here, though. I don't think there's anything. I'll look around to see if there's anything to do, but I'm not just going to make a move for the sake of making a move. It's the end of February, and he's back. His rating has dropped a little bit because of the injury, but he's back, and I'll be curious to see if he can hold up to what he had been doing. He probably can't, to be honest, for what he had been doing before he got hurt. But we've had a really good season so far. I mean, look at Halliburton, 23-9 on the season, 50, 40, 90. Brown has got 18. And Marvin Bagley really stepped up this year in Giannis's absence. 18-10. Really, really good from him. Just look at the improvement. He's an 86. Let's go. But just like we wanted to see, Elijah Brown, first round draft pick. I'm going to go in and I'm going to change one of the quarterbacks in the draft so that we can see him get drafted. I'd love to see that. Roland Vernon also is a first-round draft pick, our junior running back, so I need another running back now. And Borden got drafted as a senior, Nicholson in the 3rd, and Charlie Hoytink, the right guard, got drafted in the 7th round. And we saw a lot of improvements, I think, across the board. This team is really good, especially with the offensive line. I think the big change this year is going to be moving to being probably more of a receiving team, a rushing team. We do have Rakeem Elam, who is a junior and is a stud, 99 speed, 99 excel. I mean, he's just phenomenal. But the offensive line, Kevin Galladay, Vi Tuolo, Rodney Suoto, Nick De La Rosa, and Dennis Cook. Like, just look at how good this offensive line is. Our quarterback this year is going to probably be Brogan Coffee. It's either him or David Olaseni. I'd be okay with either, honestly. I think I might adjust our scheme, though. I think we might do a little bit more of an option this year, but or maybe just more running this year, because we do have running backs. Ricky Liebert didn't really go up at all, but we do have more of a running team going into 2029. Our last chance to win a championship in Stanford. Guess who it is? Welcome to the NFL, Elijah. I'm so happy to see you being able to do and show out, hopefully in the NFL, with the Carolina Panthers at pick 2. We kind of swung and missed on this draft. I got a lot of guys who were, above where they were projected. Pretty much every single player was above our projected pick. We didn't have a top pick in the draft. But we did get a dev trait with our 2nd round pick, which I'll take. That's decent. And I think the best guy we got was the wide receiver in the 2nd slot. And as you can see, 98 speed, 98 acceleration. That's why it's all speed. A little slot receiver out of Louisville. But really, we just needed to, I guess Biggers is okay, but not anything special at running back. really what we just had to do is replenish our system. We are $26 million over the cap. We had to let Burden go, Renardo Green go. The window's closed. It's shut. It's shut, but maybe we can pry it back open with a crowbar next season. Oh yeah, and I took an 83 overall quarterback, and that's who I made into Elijah Brown. So he ends up being the guy who's the best in the class. I really wish him luck. I hope he wins Rookie of the Year for the Panthers. I also put Michael Hawkins in there. He went to the Lions. And I put in Tyler Cherry. I think he went in the second round too. I just figured I might as well edit all the quarterbacks. Those are the big three: Indiana, Oklahoma, and us. We'll wish him luck in Carolina next year, but not too much luck. No title. That's ours. And so when we move to 2029, Brock Purdy will have one question being asked of him the entire time. $265 million for what? Like, for what, dude? Like, why? But let's just get to the NBA season where somebody might be able to match the Giants' energy, as both Stanford and the 49ers were unable to do so. Victor Wembanyama wins an MVP healthy this season. He puts up 23.8, 11, 4, 1.7, and 2.2. That'll probably also be enough for DPOY. Randolph Edwards, number 1 pick for the Nuggets, wins Rookie of the Year. Asa Newell of the Wolves wins 6th Man of the Year. Victor Wembanyama gets the DPOY, as expected. Rasheer Fleming gets Most Improved Player over Marvin Bagley. How did he do? Oh, yeah, from 7 to 16, and from 4 rebounds to 10, of course. Ace Bailey, Clutch Player of the Year, 26-11. 11 rebounds for, is he? Okay, I forgot that he was 6'10". Okay, Tyronn Lue wins Coach of the Year, 68-14. As we look at all NBA teams, you can see Wembanyama, Jokic, Ja, Ace Bailey, and Boozer. Are we going to have anybody? Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton, 2nd team All-NBA this season. Nobody on 3rd team. And all defensive teams, we probably won't have anybody without Giannis. We do not. And probably no rookies either, because we don't have any rookies. We were the 4 seed, but we still won our division because we are in the Pacific. And the 2nd place in the Pacific was Phoenix. So our division is bad. That's good for us. We're the 4 seed playing against Houston this year. But we have Giannis back for the playoffs, which does make a big difference. I mean, Giannis only played 27 games this season, and so we're kind of a sleeping giant, nicely, in this position, being able to sneak up on some teams. We should easily take out the Rockets. But then we have 23 points per game this season from Giannis in his 27. Dropped off a little bit because he came off injury, wasn't as good once he got back from the leg. But Halliburton this year, 22 and 9.6 assists on the season for him. He was very good, worthy of an All-NBA 2nd team. Bagley outscored Jaylen Brown, 18.4 and 10 for Marvin Bagley on 58% shooting. 18 for Brown, 10 for Kolek, 9 for Agbaji, who started most of the season in Giannis's place. 14.5 for a Cuff, who came off the bench this season. 10 for Moody, 5 for Aaron Wiggins, and then 3 for Charles Bassey, who got some minutes too. I don't think we had... Did we get any 50, 40, 90s? 50, 40, 90. I love it. Tyrese Halliburton, 50, 40, 90 on 22 and 9.6. Taking a look at league leaders, your scoring title goes to Ja Morant, who averaged 29.2 per game. Do you have a teammate? Oh, no, JG is in Brooklyn now. With 29 points per game. Rebound leader this year, Cam Boozer of the Knicks had 13 rebounds per game. Assists leader, Nolan Traore leads the way with 11.1. Now Halliburton was in 2nd. Steals leader, Dyson Daniels, once again. I keep saying Daniels. I don't know if it's like a tongue twister. Dyson Daniels. whatever. A blocks leader, Chris Senek Jr. of the Philadelphia 76ers gets 2.4, tied with Cam Boozer to lead the way there. Field goal percentage leader, Derek Lively once again with 62%. Your 3-point percentage leader was Bryce Sensabaugh with a 47.6% free throw percentage, or 3-point percentage, and Conrad Knuppel leads the way free throw percentage with a 97.9%. We had no league leaders, but we are the 4 seed. We do have a shot to make a run. I don't think we're going to repeat. We got to get past the Spurs, but maybe that'll be a good series. So, first round against Houston. Hopefully we should be able to take them. They have on their roster, I think we looked at them last year when we played them, Reed Shepard, Jalen Green, AJ Demansa, Amen Thompson, and Alperen Şengün. We are the better team. The question is, can we get over top of them this time around? We win the first game by 29, 123 to 92. Game 2, we win 117 to 114. Very close game. Didn't require OT, but Giannis put up 33, 16, and 4 with 5 blocks. In game 3, Aaron Wiggins broke his leg. A good thing he's a bench player for us, but we lose that one 123 to 109. In game 4, we take a 3-1 lead, winning 134 to 124, and they take another game, 3-2 series, but we do advance. We are playing San Antonio. In the other series, you have Dallas and Phoenix, Charlotte and New York on the other side, and Atlanta and Chicago. Can I just say this? The fact, not this team, the fact the Lakers went 41 and 41 with, I'm not kidding you, the greatest roster, Tyler Hero, Luka Doncic, I guess AJ Green's not great and Jaden Quaintance isn't great, and Jokic? They still had Austin Reeves? And they went 41 and 41? Whatever. Okay. San Antonio, we looked at their roster already. We are significant underdogs in this series. I'm actually going to shorten the rotation right now. I'm not even going to mess with it. The only way we can compete against them is with a shorter rotation and with our stars playing as much as possible, because we're not as good as them. We're not as good of a team as them. And with Wiggins out, it makes sense too anyways. So, game 1 against the Spurs. If we win this, I think we've got a good shot at winning the whole thing. We lose game 1, 121 to 114. Jaren Jackson leads the way, 25 points per game. Halliburton at 26. Bagley at 25. Giannis at 24. Jaylen Brown with 16. Game 2 against the San Antonio Spurs. We tie it, 112-107. It is a 1-1 series. They didn't get much from anybody. Halliburton and Giannis both got over 20 with double-doubles. Giannis had a 5x5. Giannis had a 5x5 in that playoff game. Okay. All right. Game 3. That would be a great series to watch. Wemby versus Giannis. Game 3. San Antonio beats us 117 to 106. Jaylen Brown's the leading scorer this one. Halliburton does not show up for this playoff game. Cooper Flagg drops 29. Game 4. We tie it again. It is 2-2. 128 to 113. Giannis put up 32 and 12, almost another 5x5. And when we look at Jaren Jackson led the way there for them. Wembanyama only had 7 before he fouled out. So Giannis got him to foul out early. Game 5. Is Giannis Wemby's kryptonite? It might be. We are up 3-2 over the Spurs. Wemby just doesn't play well again, because I think Giannis drops 35, 12, and 10 in a triple-double. If Giannis can win this one, that'd be great to silence Wembanyama. Game 6, Agbaji pulls his calf muscle. And we advance. We beat the San Antonio Spurs. The biggest threat to our team. Giannis shuts down Wembanyama for an entire playoff series. And we end up advancing to play Dallas now in the next one. Knicks and Hawks on the other side. Kolik's going to be hurt for this, so I guess a cuff's going to come into the lineup. They have Kyrie, Ace Bailey, Kevin Huerter, Jeremy Sohan, and Derek Lively. Do they not have Anthony Davis anymore on that roster? I don't No, he's just coming off the bench. Okay. Gafford's, they have Lillard too. Okay. All right, they're just very old. That's the only reason why. They're very old, and they have Ace Bailey. It's really just Ace Bailey's team at this point. Game 1 in this series against Dallas. We took out the Spurs already. Can we take out the Mavericks? Dallas beats us in Game 1. Kyrie Irving puts up 24. Our leading scorer was Marvin Bagley. Giannis didn't really show up here in Game 1 against Dallas. Game 2, we win that one 126-110. Giannis responds, gets 27, 14, and 8, and Halliburton shows up as well. Bailey put up 31, but it wasn't enough. Game 3 against Dallas. We win 114-77, dominant fashion. I'm not even going to look at the box score because we dominated that one. Game 4, we're up 3-1. Halliburton had 42 in that one. And can we advance to the finals? Nope. They're going to get another win on us, making it to Game 6. It is a Game 7. Mavericks beat us in that one. We tried to come back, weren't able to do so. Ace Bailey just, showed up, I guess, here. We're going to have to simulate with Simcast and jump in. The Knicks advance to the finals. Can we win against the Mavericks? First quarter, we have a 7-point lead. Second quarter, they close that up. This is a close game in the third. We have the lead going into the fourth. This is a 2-point game. We are down by 2, tied up with 5 minutes left. A very close game with 3 minutes, 2 minutes left. We have the lead with 1 minute left. Let's jump in. I'm going to make sure not to play in this one. We're just going to jump in to watch. Because I don't want to control it. I don't want to mess anything up. We're up by 5 here in the Western Conference Finals. Moses Moody is passing it in. Giannis is on the court. Halliburton gets the ball. Throws it over. Wide open. Darius Akuff for 3. Hits the 3 to make it an 8-point game. Darius Akuff gives us an 8-point lead as they throw it in to Kyrie Irving, who is tired and hurt, against Tyrese Halliburton. In this, Kyrie going to try to do it himself, gives it to Ace Bailey, who's going to try to size up Darius Akuff. He's got the size advantage. To give it back to Kyrie Irving, who's going to dribble up left, trying to get past Halliburton. Takes it, pump fakes, gets the foul by Halliburton. Let's just quick sim these. I don't want to watch the free throws. And we have the ball here now. Marvin Bagley's going to pass it in to Halliburton, or maybe to Akuff. Pass it into Akuff. Forces the foul there. Kyrie fouls out. Clifford's going to come in. I'm not going to watch. Kyrie limps off the field, or off the court. We're just going to continue the sim. We end up winning 109-104, advancing to the NBA Finals. Giannis wins Finals MVP in the Western Conference, 22-9, 5, 2.6, and 2.4 for him. And Jalen Brunson, Eastern Conference Finals MVP, as the Warriors are going to attempt to run it back, win 2 in a row here. Really, the Spurs were my biggest threat, but I guess the Knicks are still a very good team. They got rid of Towns. They don't have him anymore. We gave them Kuminga. I don't remember giving them Kuminga. Maybe they got Kuminga somehow. They signed him to free agency. They got Darius Garland. I don't know how they got him. Maybe he was one of those just free agent signings. Brunson, Garland, OG Anunoby, Jonathan Kuminga, and Cam Boozer. All right. This is a really, really good team. Game 1. Knicks win 116-105. Game 2, Knicks win 133-130, beating us at the end. They came back in this one. We were not able to hold on, as Cam Boozer is really good. They have Jalen Wells on the bench. They have Keegan Murray on the bench. Josh Hart, Johnny Furphy on the bench. All right. Game 3, going back to Golden State. New York wins that one 3-0. I think we're going to get swept Maybe a gentleman's sweep because we do win that one by 2. Coming back there. A cuff puts up 29 to try to make this something. But I don't know if we're going to win this one. Simulate that. Oh, Hagbaji is healed. Oh, we win another one, forcing a game 6 in this one. And we have Wiggins is back healthy. But the Knicks beat us in 6. We are unable to repeat. Falling down 3-0 in this series was much harder to come back from than the Giants were, because the Knicks were a better team than we were this year. And so the Knicks take the finals from us, but Golden State does make it to the finals for a second straight season, losing in 6. If we look at game 6, Brunson put up 36, and Giannis did his best, I guess. 45 minutes, only 15 points. I don't know why we didn't shoot that much. I guess Darius Akuff shot 14 times, and Halliburton had a 20-20 game, but 9 turnovers hurts too in game 6. Yep, I mean, that's what happens. The fact that they have Darius Garland as well as Kuminga on top of their core, like, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat. Well, we'll be back next year with this team. We get to keep it together. This is one of the teams that actually gets to stay together. Them and the Giants should be able to contend next year. We'll see what we can do to retain the players, retain dominance here. And we got lucky getting over the Spurs, but I don't know if we're going to get that luck again. And so that'll do it for 2028 and year 4 of the greatest cities of sports, the Bay. And I mean, it's been a phenomenal run so far. The Giants have three-peated, best season of all time last year, and they're in position. We kept the team together to do it again. Now, I don't think they're going to win 116 games this year, but maybe they will. You never know. Maybe they could. Felipe Tejada is going to come up. We could bring up those relievers at any point. Whatever it is, we have the chance to repeat going into next year. Though, it feels like a lot of the windows have closed. I was able to maneuver a lot of contracts to get a serviceable, decent roster for the 49ers to run next year. Elijah Brown is gone with Stanford, so his is closed, and I don't know how we take down the Spurs or the Knicks in the NBA, but doesn't mean it's over. We've come out of nowhere before. We could do it again. The question is whether or not, I guess really whether or not the Giants can four-peat. Like really out of anything. The crazy part about it is we are in the midst of one of the greatest teams I've ever built. And it's not even like really stacked ratings wise. Like Adames is a 98, but like everybody else is just in the 80s. And the pitching staff is really good, I guess, but once again, just in the 80s, and then Logan Webb and Peralta, and the bullpen has just really, really performed well. You know, the GOAT Spencer Bivens. And we've won 3 titles out of it. So, who knows? So that's not bonus points this year, as we were unable to win 2 at the same time. In fact, if you think about it, we made it to the World Series with the Giants. Won that. We made it to the finals, lost. We lost in the semifinals with the 49ers and Stanford. So, it's still a really good season. It's just not enough. Okay, 1 year left of this. We will see you in 2029. The year is 2029, and we are here in our finale episode of The Bay, our greatest cities in sports challenge, here in San Francisco with our second city. We've got a lot more cities to go, but San Francisco is going to set a really, really high bar for the rest of the other, I guess, cities that we're going to see for the rest of the competition, because they have been dominant. Primarily the San Francisco Giants. If you have not watched the previous episodes, I'd go back and watch those first so I don't spoil anything. So spoilers about to happen if you clicked on this one first. But in this, we have won 3 straight World Series championships with the San Francisco Giants. And last season, we put together one of the greatest seasons of all time. Putting together, it honestly is the greatest season. 116 wins, plus an MVP, a Cy Young, and then on top of the whole thing, a World Series title over the A's. Kind of poetic, really. Now, the other cities or the other teams in the city have not had as much success. We have gotten a title out of the Golden State Warriors, but the 49ers have only ever gotten to the Super Bowl and lost, and Stanford's window, I think, has closed with Elijah Brown no longer there. This means, really, we're just going to try to rack up as much points as we can this season on our last shot. This is the last chance for any of these teams to do it. The window of this dynasty is likely over, except for maybe with the Giants. And so, let's see what we can do this year in 2029 and see if we can replicate the greatness we have done in the previous 3 seasons. For a quick update on the lineup, as a reminder to what this team has in store, in the pitching staff, we are running with the same rotation that we have to win the last 2 titles. Logan Webb, Freddie Peralta, Zach Eflin, Zach Gallen, and Braxton Garrett, with Kyle Harrison, Hunter Harvey, Francesco Peralta, Hayden Birdsong, The GOAT, Spencer Bivens, Camilo Duvall, and Ryan Walker. I've just added Dylan Lesko, somebody who we traded for back in 2026, I believe, to the lineup. Really, what the big thing with this team has been just maintaining the roster that we have. We're once again not changing much, swapping out Josh Smith for Jose Ramirez this season, and we're calling up Felipe Tejada, our first-round pick in 2026, who hopefully will be able to produce up at the major league level. Felipe Marrero last year was able to do so, and now he kind of gets the leadoff spot in that case. Patrick Bailey maybe will be able to put together a fully healthy season for once, and not like it mattered because Sam Huff has been able to produce, but this is it. Really, there's a chance that we could call up some of our guys that we have in our system. I don't know if any of the top prospects for us are really going to show up here because there are a lot of other players. But, you know, Cy Zander could come up this year. Gene Dobbins could come up this year. We could still look at possibly bringing up a Torrey Irvin. A lot of the relievers could come up if our bullpen falls apart. But I have my doubts that the bullpen will ever fall apart. So, going into this year, I expect another World Series contender. And 1 month into the season, I'd say we have just that. 355, 388, 306, 344, 342, 273. Oh no, 273 is one of the worst guys in the lineup because 321, 304, and then 190 from our catcher, but it's a catcher. Yeah, that's a crazy start. Felipe Tejada doesn't even really get a shot because this lineup is so good. I don't know if we're going to win another, wins record. If we're going to break that again, we're not on pace to do so. What am I talking about? Yeah, we are. We're 56-20 right now. At the time of the NBA draft, one of the best offenses, and for another straight season, the Dodgers are right on our tail. So even though we are this dominant, we are still going to need to compete for our division, which is crazy to me. So we are looking at another chance. Actually, I think when we look at awards, we are even in the race for MVP again with Jose Ramirez and Cy Young now, this time with Logan Webb. Why are you here, Shohei? Doesn't even really deserve to be there. But we have a chance. Ryan Walker with another potential reliever of the year for a 4th year in a row. Felipe Tejada going for rookie of the year. Yeah, we can get a lot of awards. We can go after the win, the win record again. Maybe we'll get it. There's no surprise here. This team is phenomenal, and we don't have to worry too much about any of it. The NBA looks like the Pacers get the first overall pick, which is good for them because we took Tyrese Halliburton off them this season. They have pick 1 and 6, so they'll be in a good shot to rebuild their roster. We are sitting at pick 29, and the Pacers find their Halliburton replacement with Owen Hood from Kentucky. And so we're basically running it back with the same team this year, hoping that we can stay healthy this season. Giannis is starting to regress a little bit. He's 34 and coming off a major leg injury. Same team though, otherwise. We have Bagley still here and a cuff, and then the signings I brought in, Corey Kispert, got him on a mid-level exception. Joel Embiid got on a minimum. PJ Washington got on a minimum. None of our rookies developed, so I'll probably cut them. And so the Warriors lineup this season is going to be Halliburton, Kolek, Brown, Giannis, Bagley with a cuff. Coming off the bench, Moody, Kispert, Agbaji, and Joel Embiid. At the All-Star break, we are 70-26, 7 games ahead of the Dodgers, who are 63-33. just another phenomenal season so far for us. Our pitching staff is great. Our lineup is great. So when it comes to All-Stars, it's important to note, we've got a bunch of them. Logan Webb, All-Star starter in first in the Cy Young as well in the NL. It's nice to have another chance. So we've had Eflin have a chance at one, Peralta got one, and now Logan Webb is in position to get one. Ryan Walker is the best closer in the entire NL as well. When it comes to the rest of our lineup, not as much. I mean, obviously, Jose Ramirez. That was a great signing. Who needs Matt Chapman? Jose Ramirez is a all-star starter at third. Adames is an all-star starter at shortstop. And then I don't think we have any others. So we do only have 4 this time, but it doesn't matter. I don't need all-stars. We just need to win titles, and I think we're going to be in a good spot to do so. When we take a look at our awards, Jose has slipped a little bit out of it, and I think that's because this is Fernando Tatis's award to lose. This is a great season from Fernando. He's going to get it this year. So Logan Webb is really the only one who has a chance of getting a major award for us this year, unless any of the other starters that we have in our rotation can jump up. And Ryan Walker, could get that, and Felipe Tejada could get the Rookie of the Year, so we could still get some other minor awards on top of that. But at the deadline, we are going to move off of somebody, and that's going to be Camilo Doval. He's pitching poorly, and I'm not going to get anything back in return for him, really. I just need to get him off the roster, and it makes more sense to trade him than to cut him. So I'm going to trade him for some prospects to the White Sox, so we can call up some of those closers that we have. Computer found us a good right fielder this time. Not anything else, really. I mean, I guess a good third baseman, but it was the computer does pretty poorly at some point. They did pretty poorly. They just got 2 good players. I mean, this guy fell to the second round. I wish I would have been able to draft him if I would have taken it. This is like him. It's September. We're 95-40. We should be able to get a good chance of winning it. We're not going to win the wins record this time. The Dodgers, thankfully, are a little bit further behind us. So we have a shot of winning this whole thing. But will we do it? I don't know if we can do 4 in a row. That's a huge challenge. So we'll see if we have it. I think we have a chance of an MVP, but I don't think Willie's going to catch up to Tatis. And I think we have a chance of Cy Young, but Hunter Green is phenomenal too. And he gets more strikeouts, which is, really, really valuable in this game. We also have a chance of a reliever of the year. I think we should get that, though. Justin Martinez is on our tail, and we have a chance of a rookie of the year. But I don't think Tejada's going to catch this Vinny Rosales guy. We're starting off the 2029 college football season as the 1 seed. Now, I don't necessarily think we're going to be that good. Indiana's a 3. This is a lot of the, expectations off of last season and where we were at to see if we could possibly win again. I don't really think we will be able to do so this season. There's a good chance that this year is the year it really falls apart for us. I still think we have a good shot. We've got a good defense. We have good running game. We have a good offensive line. But the big problem to me is just without Elijah Brown, I don't know if Brogan Coffey or David Olaseni is going to be enough to be able to overcome, I guess, the problems we've had here this whole time. Maybe we'll be able to do it. I'm just going to say my expectations are a little bit lower for 2029. Maybe we got the guy. Maybe Brogan Coffey's the guy. 5 touchdowns. But we're going to start off 4-0, I guess, this season against Pittsburgh next up. Brogan's been good to start, and that's... he doesn't throw as many picks. Maybe that's what's going to get us there. And so we're also going to be starting the NFL season at the same time, too. I guess if we have a chance, it's going to be all based on if Brock Purdy can now get over it. The window is shut. We did put together a semblance of a roster, and I say that and people are going to look at this and be like, what do you mean a semblance? This team is still really, really good. I know, but at the same time, this is a franchise tag. This is a 5th-year option. This was a 1-year deal that I got lucky on. I had to cut Ayuk and re-sign him to a 1-year deal. I have Kittle on a 1-year deal. I have McCaffrey, again, by the way, got him back to be my backup running back. We have Warner, I think, on a 2-year deal. Bosa's contract's almost over. Pretty much our whole secondary's on a 1-year deal. Glad I'm done here in year 5, but still, This team is barely held together by string. If we are able to do it, blame Brock Purdy if this team falls apart afterwards. $265 million has not necessarily been a dollar amount worthy of the production he's given me outside of just last season, where he finally was good, but then fell apart in the postseason. Let's see if we can try to make a run here. I don't have a whole lot of faith. Oh, but this could give us a chance. I mean, a breakout from Jose Jackson. Maybe we don't need Ayuk. 4 catches and 100 yards from a speedy receiver to get a dev trait. I don't necessarily think we need more development, but I would love the production from Jose Jackson to be able to get that. Oh my God, he did it. Over 100. Look at those sideburns. Look at those sideburns, Jose Jackson. He got it. Where's the dev trait, though? It's okay. He got it. He got it. So we have a superstar wide receiver now to take over for Brandon Ayuk. I also have this guy, who I got in a trade when I traded a bunch of picks away. Had pieces to just have a serviceable number 3 wide receiver. We are such disappointments. No wins record? Come on. Don't worry. It's okay. Ryan Walker gets another delivery man of the year. That's 4 in a row. One of the best closers ever to play Major League Baseball. And another one, Cy Young to Logan Webb. We get another major award. That's another 4 points across the board for us. Shohei Ohtani steals the MVP from Fernando Tatis, meaning that Willie was the only thing that stopped him from being... He already is, I guess, Bonds. He's got 7. So we stopped him from beating Bonds. Maybe he won't win one in 2020 and 2030. You know why he won't win one? Because we're not going to be there anymore. Ha ha. Suck it. Fernando Tatis ends up in second. Willie Adames in third. Cy Young goes to Logan Webb with a 2.59 ERA and 172 strikeouts, beating out Sasaki and Spencer Strider. We didn't end up getting the Rookie of the Year. Looks like we lost Vinny Rosales. So second place there. Don't get that for Tejada. But on the AL side, Aaron Judge gets the MVP again. It's again. That's crazy. Beats out Rafael Devers, 41 home runs, 124 RBIs. Cy Young goes to Bryce Miller of the Seattle Mariners. That's a lot of league leaders. Braxton Garrett, 2.19 ERA on the season. That's a $1 million pitcher for you right there. Also led in winning percentage and wins. Saves went to Ryan Walker. Webb in innings pitched. Braxton Garrett had whip. I'm going to guess Webb also had probably WAR. We dominated pitching this season. I'll have to count how many we actually get. When it comes to hitters, Adames led in RBIs. That's 1 point for me. Will Smith gets the batting title with a 317 for the Dodgers at catcher. Hits leader was Shohei Ohtani with 204 hits on the season. They have Stephen Kwan. This is why you can't not take Stephen Kwan, because the Dodgers will take him. And you can't let anybody have Stephen Kwan. All right, when it comes to home runs, a leader was Shohei Ohtani with 46 and Tatis in second with 39. And we did have RBIs, beating out Fernando Tatis by 4. Let's just count all the ones that we led in. Wins, Braxton Garrett. Losses, Gallen and Braxton Garrett. Saves, Ryan Walker with 53, beats out Griffin Jax. ERA, Braxton Garrett, 2.19. Tobias Myers at a 2.50, but then Webb and Peralta were third and fourth. Didn't lead here. We gave up more home runs. Shutouts led in that with Peralta. Strikeouts didn't lead the way there. But in the more tame league, Vladimir Guerrero leads the way with a 336 batting average, really just dominating over William Contreras. Hits leader O'Neal Cruz with 190 led the way for the Red Sox. I see 2 A's there. Maybe we'll see them again. When it comes to home runs, your leader was O'Neal Cruz with 43, beating out Soderstrom by 1, and RBI leader was Aaron Judge. Saves leader was Louis Varland of the Minnesota Twins with 55 saves on the season. Your ERA crown goes to Max Fried with a 2.48, and your strikeout leader was Jackson Jobe with 187. I brought up Torrey Irvin, our 3rd round pick this season, and he was really, really good. He got sent down, but a 218 and a 106 whip in the 20 innings that he pitched was really, really good for him. Didn't get to call anybody else up, but he played well. Kyle Harrison, 231 with a .96 whip. Bivens was not, well, he only got 8 innings. Bivens can never do wrong. we're keeping Bivens on the team. Hunter Harvey, 287 and a .99 whip. Francesco Peralta, 258 with a 107 whip. Hayden Birdsong, 282 with a .98. Lesko wasn't really that good, 415 with a 127 whip. I want to thank somebody suggested that to put my starter in the 4th relief position to get them more innings. Did that. He got a lot more innings. We traded for Reed Detmers at one point in the season. Actually, the CPU did because I accidentally left it on because I was doing another rebuild and I left that button on. He had a 226 with a 129. Not bad. So sorry for not showing it. The computer did that trade. Good on the computer. Ryan Walker, 51 strikeouts, 217 ERA, and a 103 whip, 53 saves. He's at 250 career saves. He is regressing, but look at that career ERA, 238 with a 1 whip and 4 reliever of the years. One of the best relievers of all time. Logan Webb with a Cy Young, 259 with a 112 whip on the season for him. Peralta, 264 with a 107. Zach Eflin, 396 with a 125. Zach Gallen, 284 with a 109 himself. And Braxton Garrett with a 219 ERA and a 101 whip. Dude, he's so insane. He's so good. Like, go get Braxton Garrett in your rebuilds. Trust me. He is so good. This dude. I called this dude up because Bailey was hitting under 200 and Huff was only hitting like 220. He hit 352 in the 20 games he played. 352. Todd Tillman got sent down for that, though. Nobody else seems to have gotten sent down. Oh, Lamont Wade did. Wade always gets sent down. Hit 263 with a 369 OPS in the season. Yeah, we'll call him back up for the postseason. He's still good enough to be able to play and perform. When it comes to our actual lineup, Chapman, 256, 2 home runs, 18 RBIs on the year with a 367 on base percentage. Started walking a lot more this year, though he did just platoon against lefties. He has a 78 overall. The Giants are going to be stuck with a terrible contract. Elliot Ramos, 237, 13 home runs, but he did slug well. I mean, he wasn't good, but he had at least good power, but sub 700 OPS isn't very good for an outfielder. Robles, 254, wasn't really anything notable. Sam Huff did get up to a 263, which I'll take that as a catcher. Bailey got up to a 238, so. Oh, a potential. Maybe Tillman does need to go down. We'll just stick with Patrick Bailey for the playoffs. It'd be fine by me. Felipe Marrero, 292 with 12 home runs and 67 RBIs. Our first pick in this draft, or in this rebuild. Really, really good. Phenomenal first baseman. I'm glad he slipped and fell to us because this dude is so good. Look at those ratings. Oh, find me another player like this. Find me every player like this. I want Felipe Marrero in every rebuild from now on. Jung-Hoo Lee, 305 with 24 home runs. I think he ended up 193 hits on the season for him. Willie Adames, 297 with 37 home runs, third in the MVP race. A little bit of a down year for him, which is crazy to say because he still had a 941 OPS. Maybe it wasn't a down year. Maybe it was just last year was his peak. Pavin Smith, 286 with 32 home runs and 96 RBIs. Jose Ramirez hit 279, 23 home runs, and 101 RBIs. In his solo season with us, still over 800 OPS for him. Felipe Tejada in his rookie year, 249, 13 home runs, 50 RBIs, only in 87 games, but ends up slugging for 440, 749 OPS. He's an 86 overall already. And Tyler Fitzgerald, the last guy in the lineup, 37 home runs, 278 average, 341 on base, and a 531 slugging. We will be taking on the winner of the Mets and the Dodgers. If I have to see the Dodgers again, like, that'd be every season, practically. No, every season that we made the playoffs would be the Dodgers. It's the Dodgers. All right, let's get back to it. Saturday afternoon, Logan Webb versus Yamamoto. Can we continue our dominance over LA in the playoffs and make sure they never get a chance to see another title, despite putting together some of the greatest teams of all time? Game 1 of the NLDS here in San Francisco. Webb loses to Yamamoto. Saturday afternoon, will we be able to win here in the ACC battle against Pittsburgh? Can Brogan do it? Brogan, take down Pittsburgh, please. Okay, we got to commit. Doesn't matter. Okay, we got to commit. Doesn't matter. That's a lot of XP. We probably beat Pittsburgh. We do, 5-0. The Niners have the Giants here, and we can see if new superstar development Jose Jackson can take down New Orleans. I would love to. We do. We're 4-1. Sunday night, we've won 2 games on the weekend, and it's time for us to suffocate the light, the hope in the eyes of the Dodger faithful. They look to see a sun set on a brighter day for them. We're the sun. Game 2, Peralta versus Sasaki, is a victory. Game 3, Eflin versus Otani. Oh no. Okay. No, Gallon versus Boz. Okay, it's down to Braxton Garrett versus Sasaki. Come on, Braxton. Let's go, Braxton Garrett. We're feeling ourselves. Can Brogan feel himself? Let's go. Florida State. Florida State. We can take them out too. No great teams around us. It's just us. Oh, 4-star commit. Oh, that's a lot of XP. Allen Head, 4 sacks, junior. That generally means that you want it. Yeah, National Player of the Week. Yeah, that means you want it. 6-0, taking on Duke next week. I'm really feeling myself right now. Like, where do we go back? This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. We'll put our hands up, because the ceiling can't hold us. No, the ceiling can't hold us. That's a win. That's another. That's, nope. That doesn't matter. Miami's not going to stop us. No one's going to stop us. We're going to 4 in a row. Now, can I kick it? Thank you. Yeah, I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanting Gold Fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. That's another. I don't even have to see it. We're beating Duke. Y'all can't stop me. Y'all can't stop me. I go hard like I got an 808 in my heartbeat. I don't know why I keep doing this bit. And I'm eating at the beat like you give a little speed. I don't have to do the bit anymore. I don't have to do the bit anymore. We finally lost. Oh no, we're down 2-1. We're down 3-1. We have finally lost. Okay. I think the Macklemore bit distracted from how insane this was. We do lose in the 2029 World Series. I didn't mean to do the bit, by the way. I just was going to joke because I didn't think we were going to win that easily. This is a crazy run. We finally lose in the 2029 World Series to the Red Sox. Are unable to get over the top. Looks like we won game 1 pretty closely. Bullpen game. Here. You know, this is the second straight season we had a big gap between the NLCS and the World Series. We just need to stop running into bad teams in the NLCS because it makes us have to play like a week later and not in a good position. We're not good when we don't play in a week. But that's why the Dodgers series are always stressful, because I feel like we have to do that. But anyways, I mean, this is pure greatness. We made it to another World Series. We just don't win this one. Lose in 5 to Boston, who beat the Yankees in there. World Series MVP, or playoff MVP, was for Felipe Morero for us. World Series MVP, Wilyer Abreu. Our postseason MVP was Felipe Morero, Willie Adames, and Jung Hoo Lee up there, and theirs was William Contreras, who they now have at catcher, Rafael Devers, and Christian Campbell. But even making it, I know that we didn't win another one, even making it is still incredibly impressive for essentially 4 straight years to make it to the World Series. It's like early 2000s New York Yankees. But it doesn't mean that everything's over. I mean, honestly, the fact that we're still undefeated, which but we fell down to number 2 despite being undefeated. Why are we number 2? I guess we haven't played anybody. But coaches poll, boo on that one. We have SMU up next. We should take number 1 right back if we win this one. Can we continue our run of just, I guess, unbelievable performances right here? For us to be able to hold this season is crazy to me, because this team is not as good as last year's team. 724 XP is not necessarily great, but it still means we win. We're 8-0. This was our closest game so far this season, only scoring 21 points. Also our lowest scoring game of the season so far. Brogan has just been phenomenal. Glad we went with him over Olaseni. I guess I don't know if Olaseni would have been better, but what a year so far for us. Raheem Elam had 111 rushing yards. Like, I didn't show it because we were doing a bit before, so I just was kind of running through it. But, like, we beat Florida State 47-13. Dominating fashion, we beat them. And Brogan only had 2 touchdowns on that game, and we did have a lot of rushing from Bandy, and our defense is, you know, amazing. But it's still, we have been phenomenal so far. Though, I mean, 6-1 then in the NFL, too, at the same time, means that maybe the 49ers will be able to keep up a run and go for a Super Bowl here, because we are finally in a position where we aren't going to eke our way into the playoffs. We might legitimately just dominate our way into the playoffs. A big part of that, again, is that Nick Bosa's at 14 sacks 8 games into the season. Something that he did a couple years ago, got us to the Super Bowl. I think, if anything, and correlation is anything, this is the sign that this is our shot to win another one. And that's because despite us thinking that we were really out of time, that everything was going to be over in 2028, it seems like 2029 might actually be our swan song, our best year yet. And it's crazy to think that's going to happen in a year that the Giants don't win the whole thing. The Warriors are in first place, the Niners are in first place, Stanford's in first place, the Giants were in first place, just weren't able to get over Boston. This is insane as a start for a season. And for this team, it's coming from a balanced attack. Giannis is down to 19 points per game. It doesn't even matter. We've got 19 from him, 19 from Halliburton, 17 from Brown, 15 from Bagley, 11 from Kolek, 13 from McCuff. Like, all around, this team has been great so far. Joel Embiid's averaging only 5 on 40% shooting. Man, he regresses fast. But I think the actual path between us and greatness is whether or not we can take down Notre Dame. They beat us last year. They stopped an undefeated season in 2028. And so 2029, an undefeated season, has Notre Dame as the only team standing in our way. Because, I mean, if we go to the conference standings, the ACC is awful. It's actually why we were not number 1 for a while. The ACC is terrible. We're winning the ACC, no problem. The question is undefeated. That's up to Notre Dame in this week. Can we advance to stay undefeated here in Stanford this season? That's only a 3-star. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Let's check. 3,000 XP generally means you are. Harvey Dubs 3 sacks also generally means you are. We have Clemson. We're ranked number 1. We must have stayed undefeated. This was the toughest team on our schedule. This 44-17. What are 4 picks, guys? Oh my god. Coffee didn't play well, but our defense showed out. 4 picks, 6 sacks, not them. 6 sacks, 3 from Dubs, 1 from Westerman, 1 from Head, 1 from Wilbur, and 4 picks, 2 from Holiday, 1 from Westbrook, 1 from Rome. I mentioned it was going to be a defensive team. I didn't think it was going to be this good of a defensive team. Did we get any like defensive touchdowns? Yes, we did. Holiday had a pick 6. Freshman! Yeah, Clemson didn't stand a chance. Undefeated season doesn't stop here. We beat Clemson 45-27. And, you know, maybe you don't need a great quarterback. Coffee has been good this year. I'm not going to act like he hasn't been good. But he's not great, and he doesn't need to be. When you've got a defense that is as good as ours, we had another 2-sack game from Head, 1 from Wilbur, and you got a pick from Bolin and a pick from Westbrook. Bolin, by the way, is a tight end that I converted. Oh, no, that was the running back I converted. I lost the tight end I converted. He went to, I think he went to Florida State. And then I thought I saw in this that we also had, Najee Brendel, a quarterback. I converted the running back, 3 touchdowns of the day. Undefeated season means we win Coach of the Year with David Bargava, whatever the generated guy that we have is. Broyles Award for Coordinator of the Year. We're getting all these awards because we went undefeated. Wait. Raheem Elam is a Heisman winner? What? Oh my God. We got a Heisman out of Raheem Elam on 670 yards. And defensive player on Allen Head. 13 sacks, 6 TFLs, only 33 tackles. Best defensive end. I'm racking up awards, I guess, this year in college football. That's a running back that we converted to tight end. Gets best tight end award. Best kicker, Lou Groza. Tyree Jewell takes it. Seidler left when graduated. We had Tyree Jewell get it. Best corner, BJ Rome. Best linebacker, RV Dubs. This is a clean sweep. Best Lombardi Award. I don't even know how to score this. How do you score that? Like, how do I score this points wise? We got a Heisman out of Elam. Brogan Coffee was third. Didn't Lyle McCallum taking that away from me. Best quarterback, he was second. We almost had best QB as well. Best defensive player, we were 1 and 2 with Head and Dubs. Best D-back, we were 1, 2, 4, and 9. Running back, we were 4th with Bandy because we passed the ball a little bit more. Elam was only 3rd. He did run the ball. That's part of why he did this. We have a lot of, I think, end arounds in our offense. Lombardi Award for the best defensive lineman. Allen Head won that one. Golden Arm didn't get that because Coffee ran the ball, so that's why. Oh, that's also a senior quarterback, and Coffee's not a senior. Best defensive end, Allen Head. Best interior lineman, nobody, which is crazy because we have a really good lineman. Best tight end, Gash, converted running back. Broyles, that's that. Linebacker Dubs, Westerman was 3rd. Youngblood is a 74 overall and was 8th. Best center, we were 6th. Lou Groza, Jewel wins that. You know we're going to lose in like the first round, right? This team of award winners was led by Brogan Coffee. He only had 2,980 yards, 31 touchdowns, and 6 picks, but a 70% completion percentage means he is far more accurate than Elijah Brown ever was. And that's great because I think he also ran the ball for 318 and 5. Bandy had 786 and 6, and Elam had 739 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns. That's a lot of end arounds that we ran. No wonder he won Heisman. He was the best running back and one of the best running backs and one of the best wide receivers. And 680 and 7, 678 and 10 for Elam. Jiri had, or Djiri. I think I've been calling him Ojiri. I thought it was an O, the font. It's a D. Got 7 touchdowns. Defensively, 74 tackles for Westerman. You end up getting 13.5 from Head, 11 from Dubs, 11 from Wilbur. One of the best defenses. We only got 3 picks from Bolin, and your DB of the year only had 2 and 3 pass deflections. I don't know how that's DB of the year. I guess nobody passed on him. Also, freshman. That's a freshman. Oh, kicker, Tyree Jewell. Our punter's probably still bad though. I bet you that we get to the playoffs and he punts it for 12 yards and we lose. I think the only chance we have for league leaders is going to be Allen Head at defensive end, but I'm still going to look around. George Sims of Hawaii leads the way in passing with 4,496 yards and 38 touchdowns. Your touchdown leader on the season, Joseph Hobart of Kansas State with 47. That's that Big 12 offense that we're talking about. When it comes to rushing leaders, Gregory Beckner, 1,200 yards, led the way. Very, very little rushing happening in the league this year. 17 for Cameron Jurovich is the touchdown leader. Receiving, Tobias Hack of Arkansas, 1,364 yards for him, 19 touchdowns, also leads the way. Tobias Hack, I think big part was having the quarterback who throws for 46 touchdowns and 6 picks. That's probably one of the best quarterbacks that we have. When it comes to defense, this is a big question, so I'm going to have to jump around a little bit. We don't have him in the national. In the ACC, he didn't even lead the way in the ACC. Donovan Dicker had more tackles there and sacks there. I wish that the national thing was actually correct. I'm not really going to jump around and show this because I think that that's wrong. Let's just check the ACC, I guess, because that's our conference. Taron Roth led the ACC with 87 tackles. Donovan Dicker with 15 sacks, and interceptions leader Leo Sharp at Clemson. We are in the college football playoff as the number 1 ranked team. We will be taking on the winner of Illinois and Kentucky. Injuries might hold the 49ers back from being one of the top teams or holding the top seed in the NFC. And, losing Marcus Cunningham and Trayvon Reeves hurts. Good thing we went out and got Christian McCaffrey. This is going to be important because it means we're going to need that bye. We need that bye in the first week if I'm going to have Reeves and Cunningham back, because these injuries have occurred right here after losing to the Chiefs in week 14. With 4 weeks of the regular season, I need to make sure we don't have to play in the wild card round. We're 11-2. And so in week 18, it all comes down to one game. We are tied with the Lions, and we have the tiebreaker. But we're playing Minnesota, who beat us last year in the NFC Championship game and made it to the Super Bowl. If we beat them, we get the bye. If we lose, the Lions get the bye. Can we win and get the bye? We win 35-25, getting a bye, though we had an injury. Don't be a big player, please. Okay, Oscar Lions, I think we can handle missing a backup linebacker. So Purdy didn't have as good of a year as he did last year. 13 interceptions. I mean, he threw a lot more picks, but it was still enough to end up having 4,400 yards and 45 touchdowns in the season, and a passer rating of 112.5, one of the best in the league this year. We got what we needed out of Brock Purdy this season. Without Trayvon Reeves, he was unable to cross the 1,000-yard mark, but I don't think he was going to get there anyways. 58 yards per game meant there really wasn't much of a shot for him. McCaffrey ended with 433 and 3, and Purdy did run for 6 touchdowns, which it's kind of crazy to me. I'm not running a running quarterback scheme, and he's not mobile. So he's kind of mobile. He's just not like a mobile quarterback. When it comes to receiving, our leaders this year, Ayuk had 1249 and 18, and Jose Jackson with 1184 and 10. George Kittle at 878 and 7, and Justin Bullough, the other guy that I picked up, 793 and 8. Ayuk's got a chance for the touchdowns in a season, though I'm going to guess like Mahomes threw for like 48, and 25 of those went to Rashee Rice. Defensive stats, Fred Warner led the way with 103 tackles, 3 sacks, and 3 picks. But our big thing, 24 sacks from Bosa, 18 from Michael Williams. That means that we're probably going to have the sacks leader. And maybe another defensive player of the year for Nick Bosa. Interception leader for us this year was Brian Branch with 4. But I'd be excited to see if Bosa led the league in sacks, as well as a chance for him to win a second defensive player of the year in these 5-year sim. What'd I say? Patrick Mahomes, 48-39 in yards. Jackson Dart was second. 50 touchdowns, 6 picks for him. That means that Purdy was second in touchdowns, but you're going to see that out of Patrick Mahomes, probably the MVP, probably they won't give him Offensive Player of the Year. That normally goes to a guy who gets rushing touchdowns, which I don't see Jalen Hurts until 32. That might be enough for him to get like 20 touchdowns. So no league leaders for Purdy, but he still put together a really good year. Ashton Genty led the way in rushing yards with 1246 and 6 touchdowns, just beating out Kenneth Walker. Your rushing touchdown leader, Jahmyr Gibbs, had 15. Hurts only got 10, which is good news for us for our chance of having an Offensive Player of the Year, being a runner-up, and let's see how Ayuk did. He's not going to get there. Puka Nacua, 1678, leads the way in receiving yards for the Rams. McLaurin right behind him. And then your touchdown leader, Amon-Ra St. Brown, had 20. McLaurin had 19. Ayuk third place with 18. Defensively, your tackles leader is Montrell Cummings of the Cincinnati Bengals with 120 tackles on the season. Your sacks leader wasn't Bosa. It's Ben Monk. Who is this dude? He won Rookie of the Year. Oh my God, he's an X Factor. He's a 98 overall at age 24. What did he do the last 3 years? 16 his rookie year, 14 and a half, 8 had a down year. Must have got hurt based on those numbers. Did he play all 16 games? I can't check that. I would have to go general, right? He did get hurt. Okay, that makes sense. But Ben Monk, 24 and a half. That might take away his chance of DPOY there. I think Ben Monk's going to get Defensive Player of the Year. That sucks, but still an amazing season from Bosa. Interception leader, Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots. And so our playoffs are shaping up to be probably a rematch of the last couple seasons. We'll probably see the Falcons in the second round, as I'm going to guess the Lions are going to get through there. We've seen the Falcons a couple times already. And then we probably see the Lions in the NFC Championship game. And I'd put my money on seeing the Chiefs, who did beat us earlier in the year, in the Super Bowl. I think I did this last season too, and I misguessed who was going to be there. So we are not going to see the Falcons and the Lions. We're going to see one of the two in the NFC Championship game if we beat Green Bay, who we had to play last year in the wild card. On the other side, Browns and Texans, Chiefs and Jets. Let's see if we can take out the Green Bay Packers. But college football, let's see who we're going to have to play with Stanford first. Our first matchup in our basically run to stay undefeated and go for a national championship with apparently just one of the most stacked rosters ever is going to be Illinois in the Orange Bowl. Looks like Tennessee beat Middle Tennessee by 2. Illinois beat Kentucky by 10. TCU took down Northern Illinois by 3. And USC beat Notre Dame by 2. Bunch of close games. If we win this, we will be taking on the winner of Tennessee and Tulane. First, let's see if we can beat Illinois. And so simming to see if we can take down Illinois and advance to the semifinals for a 4th straight season. That's not, okay, it's 2000 XP. That's pretty anticlimactic, but we are going to be advancing, winning the Orange Bowl. We are playing against Tulane in the Sugar Bowl. It wasn't very close, but it was one of our closer games, I guess, winning 33-21 over the Illini. They had 3 touchdowns from their quarterback, George Briggs, and we had 3 from ours, Brogan Coffee, which means that I think that the big thing was that our running game was just significantly better. Look at how much rushing yards we had in this game. Love to see the production we had there. And defensively, I mean, not a whole lot of pressure. We got a half sack from Rome and Dubs and no picks, but it was still enough. We beat them. In addition, Tulane won 55-10 over Tennessee. A just massacre in this game. Sean Self is a 99 overall quarterback, threw 2 picks, got sacked 6 times, to Johnny Combs, who's a 79 overall quarterback, but threw 5 touchdowns. Like, what a insane difference in results between a 99 overall and a 79 overall. Tulane wins 55-10. USC upsets Georgia, winning 31-24, and TCU upsets Kansas State, winning 31-28. If we win, we will be taking on the winner of TCU and USC. And for the 49ers, if they can take down Green Bay, they will also make it to a semifinal. Let's see if we can beat the Green Bay Packers and advance to the NFC Championship game. We do, winning 20-12 to play the Detroit Lions. It's a weird series of scores, but our defense looks like it just suffocated them. They couldn't get anything going. Now, we didn't really have much going either. Purdy had 2 touchdowns and a pick, but Jordan Love only had 200 yards passing, 1 touchdown on the day, and rushing. I mean, that's awful. From both sides, really, it's awful. But, like, looks like we just were able to get good stops. Do we have any sacks on this one? Nope. We got sacked once, and we threw a pick. Really, I don't see how we won besides just making sure they could never convert anything, which they had more conversions than us. They just, when they got to the red zone, couldn't score touchdowns. They got field goals and a lot of penalties. Penalties really changed that one. So we advance there. We will be taking on Detroit, who beat the Falcons, not the Panthers, the Falcons 23-15. On the other side, it's Kansas City versus Cleveland. If we win, we might be playing Kansas City. I'm not expecting it to be Cleveland. No! I pressed advance! I didn't mean to do that. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to show you me advancing. Actually, I was going to jump in and we were going to play Tulane. But we won. Okay. I jump in on semifinal games. I was going to jump in on a semifinal game. We beat Tulane without me having to do that. That was an accident. Player of the week there. Let's go look at the box score and see who we had. It's a rematch. It's a rematch. USC versus Stanford. Okay, we are definitely jumping in there. I'm gonna make sure I don't accidentally press the button this time. But honestly, it's probably good that I did, because I'm afraid that if I jumped in, I would have watched us throw 10 picks in the first 3 seconds. Because we won by a lot. 45-14 over Tulane. We end up getting here, even though we had 2 picks for Coffee, Tulane quarterback couldn't do anything. No touchdowns, 1 interception. By then, most of our stuff must have been rushing touchdowns. 2 for Elam, 1 for Bandy. 3 touchdowns there. Bandy is hurt. This happened last time. This happened when we had Oklahoma, though. So, thankfully, it looks like we actually have serviceable running backs as a backup, unlike Cole Tab, who we lost last time, where we didn't have anybody there. And defensively, we had sack from Dubs, sack from Head, and then a pick from Donald Montgomery. And USC won by 1 point, 34-33 over TCU. If you were going to take a look at our schedules, essentially the problem with it is they have had a challenge. We have not. We haven't played a single competent opponent all season. The reason we're undefeated is because the ACC was a cakewalk and Notre Dame was a fraud. And so, I mean, I think USC had to play Notre Dame, but they win 34-33. They did. I mean, they barely beat them. So if we were going to take like opponents as a representation, we played Notre Dame, beat them by 30, and they played Notre Dame and beat them by 2. I think we got a shot here to win this one. Stanford's in the national title game here in 2029. This is going to be a battle. The number 1 defense versus the number 7 defense. The number 3 offense versus the number 2 offense. Let's see if we can overcome. It's important to note, they have Michael Hawkins. The quarterback who beat us at Oklahoma is now the quarterback for the Detroit Lions in a season where we are attempting to win a Super Bowl. We have to face a team and a quarterback that beat us before in a completely different team. Let's hope that he doesn't continue to own the San Francisco Bay Area, as they are going to start their first drive with a few passes and... Yep. 52-yard pass to Trevor Harris gives him a touchdown to take a 6-0 lead. We do block the extra point, which means that we're not down by 7. So, good advantage. Brock Purdy throws it 16 yards to Justin Bolo. Jose Jackson for 6 yards. Jose Jackson for 13 more. Another 6-yard rush from Trayvon Reeves. I have a feeling we'll be in a good position to make a big drive if we don't get sacked. I'd just like to jinx myself, really. But a first down penalty on the defense gives us the ball on the 20, 2nd and 5, 1st and 10 for Trayvon Reeves. I think we'll be able to score here. 1st and goal after the pass to Trayvon Reeves. And a 4-yard rushing touchdown from Brock Purdy. Make the extra point. We do. We take a 1-point lead. So, if we can stop Michael Hawkins, which we were not able to do. Actually, we kind of were last time we played him, Stanford and Oklahoma. But we just weren't able to get any offense going. If we are able to stop Michael Hawkins, we'll have a good shot. Michael Williams gets a big sack to make it 3rd and 13 for the potential of a stop. 11-yard pass to Gibbs puts them in field goal range. They do make it. It is 9-7. But stopping them from getting touchdowns is probably the more important element of this. 11 yards for Ayuk. 6 yards from Trayvon Reeves. Ends the first quarter down 9-7. 6-yard rush from Trayvon Reeves. And a big 46-yard passing touchdown to Trayvon Reeves gives us a 13-9 lead, 14-9 after the extra point. Having a lead in this game is going to be very valuable. Looks like defense isn't going to be a big priority here. I mean, that's what happens when you have the 2nd and 3rd best offenses in the league. Even if we are one of the top defenses in the league, the offense will overcome a good defense, and they are marching down the field. Negative 3-yard rush from Gibbs, but they should probably be able to get in the score. 3rd and goal on the 8. 4th and goal as the pass is knocked away by Fred Warner. They make the field goal 14-12. 2 drives, forced field goals. That helps us basically make a good start if we can continue to get stops. And if we don't get stopped, even better. But a sack from Dre Wright makes it 2nd and 18. Probably going to get stopped. But a 13-yard pass to Kittle makes it 3rd and 4. And a pass to Ayuk for 27 yards means offensively we keep marching. 7 yards from Purdy. And down to 3rd and 1 on the 14. 4th and 1 as Purdy throws it away. Probably a field goal. No, we go for it. Jose Jackson, 14-yard touchdown. We are going to take a 21-12 lead. 3 drives, 3 touchdowns so far for the 49ers in this game. But we really haven't been able to get a big stop. But Nick Bosa with a 5-yard sack makes it 3rd and 8. And a pass thrown away. The rookie QB feeling the pressure here against the 49ers. So in the second, 2:48 left. If we can take a 2-score, I guess technically 3-score lead here, we will be in really good position in the second half to be able to make a run at the Super Bowl. 3rd and 6 on the 42, 4th and 4 after only the 2-yard pass. But a 57-yard field goal from Brandon Aubrey makes it 24-12. They do get the ball back, 55 seconds. They make a 15-yard pass to Trevor Harris, call the timeout. Another pass to Jahmyr Gibbs. They're still marching. They might get themselves into field goal range here. 3 timeouts, 7 seconds left. They kick the field goal, making it 24-15. We are up 9 at half in the NFC Championship game. So, as long as we can continue to march down the field, I think we'll be in a good spot to win this one. But an interception by Nicholas McDougald might turn this on its head. Detroit gets the ball 15-24. And already on our side of the field, they might be able to come down and score and make this a 1-score game after Purdy's pick. Gibbs rushes for a touchdown, making it 22-24. So, the turnover happened. Let's make sure to commit no more. We are losing the differential here, but pass knocked away by James Atkinson makes it 3rd and 7. 1st and 10 to Kittle means that we get out of that hole. 6-yard rush from Reeves makes it 2nd and 4. Incomplete pass from Purdy. He is not having a good second half. Another incomplete pass from Purdy makes it 4th and 4. We have to punt the ball away. I don't know if Detroit's going to come out with the same energy that we have. If they did, we would be in much better shape. But 3rd and 6 on the 47. Incomplete. Maybe they will. That'll be good. 45-yard punt. We get the ball back. The 2 punts mean that they cancel each other out. We're on the 5. This is going to be a long drive. We have a 3rd and 2. Get a first down after 3 small rushes from McCaffrey, Reeves, and Purdy. And then an 8-yard rush from Jose Jackson makes it 2nd and 2. The negative 2 yards makes it 3rd and 4, but a first down from Kittle means with 2 minutes left, we are going to be in a good position here as long as we don't get stopped. Purdy don't throw incomplete passes. Complete pass to Justin Bullough will mean that we will probably end the 3rd after the 15-yard penalty with the ball on their side of the field going into the 4th quarter up 2 in scoring position. Pass to Bullough for 10 yards. Another 17 yards to Ayuk on the 7. Incomplete from Purdy. 7-yard pass to Trayvon Reeves for another touchdown. We are going to go back up 2 scores, 31-22. If we can force a turnover, I'm going to be way more confident about our feelings, but Hawkins is dicing us up. He just throws a couple incomplete passes here and there, which makes it look like he's not throwing as crazy of a game as he could be. 2nd and 10, 3rd and 10 after the pass is thrown away, 1st and 10 after the pass to Jahmyr Gibbs. They are in the red zone. They'll probably score here unless we can get a stop. It's not going to happen. Cassidy Wayne gets him to the 10, to the 4 from Jahmyr Gibbs. And a touchdown from Jahmyr Gibbs makes it back to a 1-score game, 31-29. Kickoff by Morris Baldwin, 9:53. 9:07 left after Reeve gets a 6-yard rush. We're just going to run the ball, I think, a lot, but a big sack from Jaquan Scott makes it 2nd and 18. 11-yard catch to Kittle. He gets us out of these holes, and we get a 9-yard pass to Ayuk to make it 6:20 in the game, up by 2. Kittle gets another pass for a first down, and another pass to Bullough for 15 yards makes it another first down. 1st and goal as Jose Jackson gets 13 yards, but a negative 2-yard rush from Reeves. With 3 minutes left, we are on the 3-yard line, needing to get in. 2-yard penalty on the defense makes it on the 2, and a 2-yard touchdown pass makes it back to a 2-score game with 2:45 left in the game. As long as we can hold them from a big play here, we should be able to win this one. That's 2 pretty quick plays. in this. But if they don't make a big play, we should be okay. 29-38 after an incomplete, and a big sack from Tony Russell makes it 3rd and 16, 4th and 5. Let's go back in. We're going to jump in and watch this one and see what they're going to do on their last offensive play for Michael Hawkins. Can he get a first down? He rushes out left after the pressure gets there. Big sack in the backfield by Mekhi Blackman. Gets us the victory after we are up 2 scores. The rookie quarterback is unable to take down San Francisco. The sack by Blackman will mean that we are going to be advancing to the Super Bowl. That's going to be our second appearance in the Super Bowl as we take down Detroit. The NFC North was always the team in our way, or the division in our way, technically. If you take a look, we beat Minnesota the first time, lost to them the second time, but we end up advancing. We are going to be playing in the Super Bowl against the winner of the Kansas City Chiefs and the Cleveland Browns. The stage is set. A rematch. Chiefs, Niners. The Chiefs were able to win 49-31 in a high-scoring game where Patrick Mahomes threw for 7 touchdowns against Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. We are going to be taking on Mahomes and the Chiefs for a 4th time since Mahomes has gotten there. Maybe this time will be the year we can finally beat them. This is your roster. The end. The last chance for the 49ers has X Factor, 99 overall Brock Purdy versus X Factor, 99 overall Patrick Mahomes. A duel, a rivalry that we have known about before even starting this rebuild. We are going to be seeing if we can finally take the side of the victor and not be defeated for once. We also end up getting Mikael Williams up to a superstar and Jair Brown back up to a superstar after losing it in the season that he got it. We will see if we can overcome, but first, before we do that, we have a national championship game to get to for Stanford against USC. 4 straight years of making it to the semifinals, at least in the college football playoffs. Harvey Dubs knows nothing about not winning here at Stanford. We are going to be coming out in the all blacks today, trying to take down USC, trying to switch a little bit of momentum. It's a dark night tonight here against USC. The first time we made it, we lost to USC in the national championship game. The second time, we lost to Oklahoma and Michael Hawkins in the semifinal without a running back. In year 3, we lost to Indiana based on the mistakes of Elijah Brown. Can year 4 be the difference? And so we begin with the punt. We are going to be receiving the ball. 0-0. We need to go down and score as quickly as possible and see if we can hold on to an undefeated season. Penalty against USC will put us in a good position. Remember, once again, this is the second time of the 4 years we do not have our starting running back going into the last game of our season. We are going to be running with Najee Brendel, who was a quarterback we recruited, who I converted to running back. And I guess he's our starter in the national championship game. Coffee throws an incomplete, and Josh Biggle gets hurt 4th and 4. We kick the field goal from Tyree Jewell to take a 3-0 lead. USC throws an incomplete pass by James Rubin to start, but a 13-yard catch by Tyler Pike moves him down, and a 20-yard rush by Hakeem Agadosi ends up getting them across to the other side of the field. Incomplete. 6-yard reception makes it 3rd and 4, and a 1st and 10 makes Trey Rudolph get them to the 12, and a touchdown from Dom Claiborne gives USC the lead here early. 7-3. Can we come back here and make sure that we can get a good drive of our own, not getting stopped in the red zone? 2-yard rush, a 4-yard rush from Brendel, and a 14-yard reception by David Officer as we continue to move down the field. Brogan Coffee runs a couple times. We don't have a whole lot of passing. It's 4th and 1. And we punt. Probably a good thing, you know. Maybe we have learned from our mistakes to not take a 61-yard field goal. I'm happy to have that, but it sucks to not be able to get a scoring drive here on our second opportunity. We've come out a little bit flat here in the national championship game, down 7-3, as USC has come out firing. We are not used to opponents at this caliber. Now, we are a team that did play well against Notre Dame, just like they did, but we played better than them, so we should really be better than USC. We are down 10-3 as we do stop them to force the field goal here with 7 minutes. But Greg Guy gets a sack on Brogan Coffee to get it 2nd and 17. After a 2-yard rush from Brendel, it's a 3rd and 16, and pass knocked away makes it 4th and 16. We have to punt. The Heisman Award winner Rakeem Elam still has not seen the ball yet this game, and that could be a big difference if we are unable to score, but a big stop by our defense gets us the ball back, and a 33-yard punt puts us in better field position than last drive. A couple 3-yard rushes makes it 3rd and 3. A penalty on Rodney Soto makes it 3rd and 8, but an 18-yard catch by tight end of the year, Timothy Gash, makes it 2nd and 7 after the first down. We're still running the ball a lot. Looks like we are a running team. It's kind of the thought process I wanted to have, was switch to being a more running heavy roster. And Rakeem Elam, I asked for him. He comes out, 23-yard catch, gets him down to the 1. Negative 2-yard rush by our fullback. A 3-yard rush gets us the touchdown by Brendel to tie the game at 10. It's like I asked and I shall receive from Rakeem Elam. 3-yard rush from Pike, and then another 3-yard rush from Rubin. Well, after the 2-minute warning, 3-yard rush. And an incomplete makes it 4th and 5 as our defense has woken up here in the second, stopping USC again. Mohamed Dajiri with a catch. Big catch by Bergman brings us down to the, I forgot the yardage already. We're on the 40. 2nd and inches for Timothy Gash after the timeout. 5-yard rush from Brogan Coffee brings us to the 44. 1st and 10. He was probably unable to get out of bounds. We do not score. 10-10 at halftime here in the national championship game. We weren't able to score there at the end of the half. And James Rubin makes a 75-yard pass to Tyler Pike to take the lead right back. So far, big scores have been our weakness here. Sometimes they just beat us over the top, and that's how you lose. 4-yard rush, we are down by 7. Rakeem Elam is now part of the game plan as we are starting to throw the ball down the field and actually make some passing plays. 3rd and 2 after a pass to Gash. 4th and 2 after it's dropped by Bergman on the 36. But a 53-yard field goal is good by Tyree Jewell, making it 17-13. Here in the third, we are down by 4. 6 minutes left. Big rush by Akeem Ogadosi. Makes it to their side of the field. 3-yard rush by Ogadosi again. And a big 43-yard touchdown to Trey Rudolph. As USC continues to dot over the top of our defense, we struggle to stop big plays, and they make 2 big plays on 2 consecutive drives to take a big 2-score lead. Can we march down and nullify their big lead that they ringed out in the second half? Gash drops the pass, makes it 3rd and 7, but a pass to Rakeem Elam gives us 1st and 10. 14-yard catch by Dajiri brings us to the 25, 16-yard catch by Bergman, and then a 5-yard rush from Brendel brings us to the 4. -3 by Brendel makes a 3rd and goal on the 7. 4th and goal makes Coffee bring us to the 5. We kick the field goal in a point where we could have scored a touchdown. That's where not having our running back hurts a lot. 22 seconds left here in the third. We are down by 8. Going into the fourth of the national championship game, USC has a 1-score lead, up 8. 3rd and inches, 1st and 10 as Larry Fogg gets the rushing, rushing first down. 2-yard rush by James Rubin makes it 2nd and 8. 3rd and 4 after another 3-yard rush for Rubin, and 1st and 10 for another 4-yard rush. They're running the ball. They're only getting 3 yards at a time, but that can be enough. 3rd and 4. 4th and 4 as the pass is knocked away by defensive back of the year, B.J. Rome. A 26-yard punt gives us the ball back. 7 minutes left here. Pass knocked away by Ryan Trahan. I feel like that's a guy I should know. 12-yard rush by Najee Brendel makes it 1st and 10. 2-yard rush makes it 2nd and 8. 1st and 10 after the pass to DJ Brink. We're marching down the field. Elam had a 6-yard rush, but dropped by Brian Kumar. Makes it 3rd and 4. Interception by Johnny Tryon. No, we throw picks in these big games. Why do we do this? Ogadosi. Another 2-yard rush. Makes it 3rd and 4. 4th and 4 as it's knocked away by Dubs. We'll get the ball back after the touchback. We are still down 8 with 4 minutes left. 4-yard rush from Coffee. 3-yard rush from Brendel. Makes it 3rd and 3. 4th and 1 as Brendel gets a 1-yard rush. And we punt the ball. Pass knocked away by Carlos Youngblood. 3-yard rush from Ruben makes it 3rd and 7. 5-yard reception by Rudolph means they're probably going to have to punt here on 4th and 2. We get the ball back. Let's switch this into a slow drive. Let's see what Coffee can do here in the rest of this game. 2nd and 10 in the last drive to possibly win the national championship game. Brogan Coffee drops back, looks for a receiver, finds Gash over the middle. Gash gets down, and we call a timeout. I'm going to jump ahead to, I think, the end of the game, or let's go change of possession, but going slowly so we can see each one. 3rd and 2 here on this one with the ball. Down by 8, passes the ball, catches, completed. We move over the 50-yard line, falls forward. Elam gets there. We are going to no huddle and move forward. Down by 8, 1st and 10 for the Stanford Cardinals offense. Can we move down the field? Brogan Coffee drops back, looks over, wide open receiver, but he takes the check back. He should have just taken the crossover over the middle. That's an 8-yard loss on a terrible pass play. Why did he do that pass? I'm not sure. It's 2nd and 18 now with 1:13. Terrible decision making by Coffee. He had a wide open receiver down the middle. Fakes the run, throws the ball down the field. There's a flag. Wide open receiver, breaks the tackle. Elam gets the 1st down, but this is probably going to be holding on our tackle. That was a great opportunity to go down and score. Lamar Ansa gets holding, making it 2nd and 28 with 1 minute left here. Are we going to fall short? I don't think he's going to find Elam for a pass as open as that one was. He rushes out left, finds a receiver over the middle. DJ Brink jukes out the receiver, the D-back. It is a timeout. He gets close. 3rd and 5 now. 55 seconds left. Coffee drops back, looks for a receiver, finds a check down over the middle. Passes it in. 4th and 3. 50 seconds. We are going to have to no huddle. It is 4th and 3. Will we find somebody to hit to advance and make a 1st down? Looks for a receiver, finds one over the middle. Gash gets the catch. We does not get out of bounds though. Gets over to the edge. 37 seconds. We are still in no huddle. We are down to the 21-yard line. This is a chance to go down and score. Drops back, spikes the ball. 33 seconds left in the game. Up by 8. This is it right here. Can Coffee tie the game up? We look for a receiver. Doesn't find anybody. Does find someone. We didn't even see him. He was wide open. That is, I believe, DJ Brink, who catches the ball in the end zone. Touchdown. We are down by 2. A 2-point conversion. That's Mohamed Dajiri. My bad. I think Brink wears number 14. Passes the ball over the middle on the back foot to Dajiri. We get the touchdown. It is going to be a 2-point conversion chance right here. If we can get it, we'll tie it at 24-24 here in the 4th. We run the ball with Brendel. We get the 2-point conversion. It is tied with 20 seconds left here, 30 seconds left here in this game. We'll watch this kickoff, but I think actually I'll exit out of this after the kickoff because I doubt they'll be able to score. We are probably going into overtime in this one. Back to this. I'm going to switch the speed back to normal so we can go one play at a time and see what we can do in OT. Overtime for this game. Let's switch it back to slow speed here. I believe this is shootout rules. I don't know. I really haven't had an overtime in a national championship game. So we're just going to go straight to the end of the game. We're going to watch every play. This is the shootout. So every play from now on is the chance to see if we can win. They're going to rush the ball outside to start. We get the tackle down to the 20. 2nd and 5. Nothing like a shootout in a national championship game. With the ball, they run it again, get the 1st down, get all the way down to the 10-yard line. Agadosi has not been stopped. Our D tackles are not very good. We have great pass rushers. We're not really good against run defense. We've never really had to be all season. But we get a big stop against Agadosi to make it 2nd and 8. We never really had to be. We won every game by a lot, scored a lot of points, and got a lot of good pass rush. But run defense hasn't necessarily been a part of this roster. We do get down to the 2, 3rd and 1. I don't think we're going to be able to stop them here. They're probably going to score, meaning it's going to be up to Coffee. They do score, get the touchdown. This game is going to be up to Coffee. And if Brogan Coffee can score it, oh, Heisman pose. Dude, you're not the Heisman. Rakeem Elam is. They're going to go for the field goal to make it 31-24 as we will get our shot afterwards here in this overtime. Okay, our chance now on the 25. No running backs in the backfield for us. We're passing the ball. Coffee drops back, looks for a receiver, finds one right in the end zone. One play touchdown as he finds Heisman winner Rakeem Elam. Yeah, rock the cradle. He is too small. We got right over his head. 31-31. Big score here. Jewel has missed one field goal all season. We are now to the 2nd overtime where we are going to need to get a stop here against USC. This video is going to end up being long only because we are going to probably be in 35 overtimes here in this one. We're going to see everything. We start out this drive. We might run it. We do the pass over, fake to Elam, passes it, gives it to Brendel. Brendel gets the 1st down to get us down to the 13. 1st and 10 on the 12, actually. Back, gives the ball off, back to Brendel. Brendel is unable to get any yards, gets to the 11 this time. 2nd and 9. We have a really good offense. Are we going to give it to Elam? We do not. We fake it, give it back to Brendel. Same play again, 3rd and 9 now on the 11. I want to see us pass. We've got better receivers. They don't have DBs to stop how good our receiving core is. Just find a guy, make sure to make the right decision. Throws it over the middle. We get the catch. Another one for Dejiri. Touchdown. We're going to have to go for 2 in 2nd overtime now. If we get this, there's a really good shot we win, but we need to make sure that we stop them from running. Coffee drops back, looks for a receiver, doesn't find one. Could have ran over the right side, but he does find somebody in the back of the end zone. Make it 39-31. If we get the stop, we win the national championship game here at Stanford and cap off an undefeated season. 39-31. We get the stop, it's over. Looking for somebody, passes it over the middle. Easy receiver, gets all the way into the end zone. Not much for getting a stop. One play score gets them right back in it. 2-point conversion right here. Then it's down to the alternating 2 points. And I'm going to be honest, I think that's where we would have a weakness because they can run better than we can. We have to pass. Trey Rudolph, that's a freshman. If we get the stop here, that would still be enough. What are we going to do? Can Dubs, Westerman, Kuhn get the stop? We get it! Get the tackle! Incomplete pass! Stanford wins the national championship game! Brogan Coffee! We win! Big stop on the defense! Let's go! The Cardinals are national champions! Undefeated season! Overtime, 2 overtimes, we are able to do it. One of the biggest plays you'll ever see. An incomplete pass broken up gets the Stanford Cardinals a national championship game over USC. The comeback, we were down by 8 with 2 minutes left, and we win in double OT. Player of the game, Brogan Coffee, 368 and 3. In the national championship game, we win. Look at this play right here. They get it. I want to see that last play again. Give me the replay of that breakup. Well, first, I guess they're going to show us the scores here. Maybe they'll only show us the scores. I don't know if they'll show us the breakup. No, they're just going to show us holding the trophy. Look at these guys. We wore all the blacks because it's It's a funeral out here. We win 39-7. We wore all the blacks. We wore the all blacks. That was backwards. That was weird. National champions. Your Stanford Cardinals go undefeated. And on the season, we had a fantastic year from just about everybody. Brogan Coffee ends with 39-9. Rushing, you can see that Bandy had 944-7 despite missing that last game. Elam ended with 819 and 10 touchdowns and 83 carries. Receiving, 883-11 for Elam, 803-8 for Bergman, and 784-11 for Dejiri. Ends on that. And defensively, the big Allen Head, 14.5 sacks. Harvey Dubs, 4 years, 4 national championship semifinals appearances, 2 championship appearances, and a title. Caps off a legendary career. I think he ends up with the sacks record here at Stanford, and I really want to see what he ended up with. So he didn't play in 2025, or he played 1 game and then got redshirted. He ends up with 14 sacks, 9 sacks, 17 sacks in 2028, and 12.5 in his final season. Wow. Amazing career for Harvey Dubs, who I think we made something out of 2 real people, I think, actually, because he's a real guy, I want to say. Or maybe he was a recruit. I think he was actually a recruit. We made something out of this guy, out of Louisiana, 3-star linebacker. He capped out in his last season after we moved him to outside linebacker. So glad I did that. And should be an NFL edge rusher with a national championship under his belt. What a career. What a season. 16-0. I'm going to show it before the Super Bowl so we can put the cap on the Stanford Cardinals. Rakeem Elam, 2nd-round draft pick as a junior. Timothy Westerman, 2nd-round draft pick as a junior. Harvey Dubs, a 3rd-round draft pick edge rusher. He's going to be a stud for whoever got him in the 3rd round. Bandy, 4th round as a junior running back. Bergman, 4th round as a senior wide receiver. Dejiri, 5th round as a junior. And 5th round for Kevin Galladay, who was injured at left guard. We end up getting a bunch of guys drafted. But the big thing is we got over the hump. It's time. Super Bowl 2029. The Stanford Cardinals were able to get over the hump that faced them, and that's the hump that's been in the way of the San Francisco 49ers. Patrick Mahomes versus Brock Purdy. Once again, we're bringing out the All Blacks, because I feel like you have to. What just worked for Stanford, will it work for San Francisco here in the Super Bowl? Can we take down the Chiefs? We're playing in Raymond James here in Tampa Bay. Purdy running out on the field for Super Bowl 54? 64. I always blank on the years. And so we'll start off the game with the ball against the Chiefs. They went 15-2 this year. And whether or not we get over them is the big question mark that'll be on the mind of anybody. And if we don't end up doing it, then you can say that we were just kind of the stepping stone for Patrick Mahomes to greatness, because we basically will have propped up his entire career with Super Bowl victories if we end up losing this one. But we get 2 stops, a defensive start to this, which is, once again, crazy. I think they're the number 1 offense to our number 2 offense. Purdy gets sacked for 9 yards against Trey Ortega. Chris Jones retired, so they don't have him anymore. 3rd and 15, 4th and 11, as another defensive stop for the Chiefs. Makes it continue to be 0-0. Negative 2-yard rush from Pacheco, but they finally get a first down to Romeo Dubs. So, it's crazy about this is that the fact that essentially we got our rivals in both opportunities. The Chiefs got to play the Niners 4 times in a row. I guess technically we got the Chiefs in this one. And we got USC both times, which I don't know if is an actual rival of Stanford, but the fact that it's another California team felt like an essential piece to call him a rival in our runs there. But we were able to move down, get a first down to the 45, our first time crossing the 50-yard line, first time anybody's crossed it. First down to the 35-yard line, another pass to Ayuk gets us all the way down to the 8 after a pass to Jose Jackson, ending the first quarter in scoring range. We do 8-yard touchdown to Ayuk, gives us the lead here against Kansas City. In the second, I would love to see the same defense that we were able to see in the first. 2 small plays, 2-yard rush, incomplete, but a 13-yard pass to Xavier Worthy gives them the first down. 4-yard rush to Pacheco, and another first down to John Branch. 4-yard rush to Pacheco. Negative 3-yard rush makes it 3rd and 9, and we get the stop. Maybe this will be a field goal for Butker. No, they punt it off. So we get the ball back, 7-0 lead. I don't know if we're going to be able to make every single drive like that, but I'm glad we have George Kittle. I'd actually be curious if he would retire at the end of this season. We get sacked, putting us in the hole, 3rd and 10. Jose Jackson only gets 7, meaning we're going to have to punt the ball back to them. Still 7-0 game here, as we are playing in a real defensive battle here. But it's Patrick Mahomes. He will eventually be able to break through a defense, and he is able to do so as the Chiefs start to drive. And a big play to Rashee Rice as he breaks down the back half of our defense, which happens. Tie game here, 7-7, 4:51 left in the first half. We go down, a 4-yard rush from Jose Jackson, 5-yard rush from Reeves, and a first down from Reeves. We're going to move down the field, incomplete from Purdy. And with 1:35 left in the half, Bullo gets down to the other side of the field. 1st and 10 on the 45. Another pass to Bullo makes it to the 38. And a big pass, 28 yards to Jose Jackson, gets us to the 10. And in scoring range, 10-yard pass to Kittle brings us to the 1. 1-yard rush from Reeves gives us a 13-7 lead. Make that 14-7. Can we make sure to stop Mahomes from getting a 38-second touchdown? Big punt return brings him to the 30. 2 rushes means that I don't think they're going to be going for it. John Branch does get them to the side of the field. A big pass to Dubs, but it wasn't enough. Thank you. We are up 14-7 going into the second half. And you need leads against Mahomes. And Ben Vincent, I think he's a 68 overall, gets a 5-yard sack for us. Make it 2nd and 15. Big rush from Pacheco makes it 3rd and 7, but an incomplete by Mahomes will give us the ball back here as we continue this defensive battle. Penalty by Nate Favorite makes it 1st and 20. So probably won't get a first down on this drive, even though we had 2 good rushes by Reeves. A sack makes it go down to 4th and 10. We're going to have to punt the ball back to the Chiefs. They are going to start this drive by running the ball a few times and a pass to Dubs. And a big pass, another one. Back-breaking plays, Rashee Rice, 65 yards. We only give up big scores here. It's becoming a trend, essentially. We can get a bunch of stops, but they will eventually break past us. We are a break, don't bend defense, which I don't think works when it comes down to trying to compete. We need to make sure that we can get over the top. Maybe McCaffrey will be enough to get us over the top here. 3rd and 8 on the 39. 4th and 8 as the pass is knocked away by defensive tackle Trey Ortega. But Brandon Aubrey gets a 56-yard field goal to take a 3-point lead. Kickoff gets us the ball, or gets them the ball, but Michael Williams gets a 9-yard sack to make it 2nd and 19. Instantly nullified by a 26-yard pass to Xavier Worthy. John Branch with 20 yards as we have woken up the beast. Mahomes is marching down the field. Dubs gets a 20-yard touchdown, but a penalty against the offense. Maybe we won't get the extra point. No, Butker's too good to not get the extra point. We are down by 4 with 1:39 left in the third. 8-yard rush from Purdy. Big pass to Bullo will make it to the third quarter. 2nd and 7 on the 48. Down by 4 here in Super Bowl 64. 4-yard rush makes it 3rd and 3. 4th and 1 on the 42. Please go for it. Incomplete pass. We did go for it, but it wasn't going to happen. We get the sack from Bosa to make it 2nd and 14, but rush from Mahomes makes it 3rd and 7. But an incomplete means that he was not able to beat us this time. 12 minutes left here in the game. Down by 4. Can we march down and score? I feel like we got some momentum here. Maybe Purdy throwing an incomplete will break it, but we still get the first down from Trayvon Reeves. Really, I feel like this offense is dependent on how good Trayvon Reeves and McCaffrey can do, because Purdy's eventually going to find Ayuk for 15 yards and Kittle for 10 and Jose Jackson for 12, but will he be able to get down and actually be in that position? You never know, but an 11-yard touchdown from Ayuk gives us the score. The few rushes by Trayvon Reeves were enough to get us to the other side for Purdy to be able to throw it. We are up by 3 with 7 minutes left in the fourth. Can we stop Patrick Mahomes and Isaiah Pacheco? 7-yard rush. 17-yard catch to John Branch. Pass thrown away. 2nd and 10. 3rd and 4 for Mahomes here with 5.5 left, but he gets the reception to make it 1st and 10. I have a feeling they're going to score. They get down to the 20. The sack from Bosa might put them at risk of not scoring. 2nd and 17. 6-yard rush from Pacheco makes it 3rd and 11. 5-yard catch to Xavier Worthy means this will probably be a field goal. Game is tied at 24-24 with 3:24 left in the game. 2nd and 2 after the catch to Justin Bullough. 156 here in the game. Can we move down? I think we have to watch. We are going to switch this to slow, and I am going to go back, and we are going to jump. Not to the next play. I didn't want to do that. But we'll watch this play, and then I'll go to the end of the game. Because 1:16 left. Can Purdy get across the field? Feels the pressure. Makes a little check down pass to get us to the 50-yard line. Timeout. We are going to jump now to the end of the game and watch the next few plays at the 50. 2nd and 3. If we can cross and get into field goal range from Brandon Aubrey, we will have a shot of winning this whole thing. We got to get the first down, though. Purdy looks for somebody, scrambles right, finds nothing, does get sacked by Glass, but for 0 yards. 3rd and 3. Now on the 49, looks for somebody right away. Where's Kittle at? Runs out left. Needs to keep running. Get the first down. He gets the first down. He jukes inside, breaks the tackle, gets all the way down to the 38, but falls down, doesn't get out of bounds. 30 seconds left. I think we're in field goal range. He is going to call a timeout. 27 seconds left. This would be a 55-yard field goal if we were to take this. We need a couple extra yards here. I think we're going to run it to see if we can center the ball and probably get him in range for the field goal. We do. We run the ball. Reeves runs out to the outside, doesn't center it, gets us to the 35. We are going to call timeout. 22 seconds left in the game on the 34-yard line. This will give Brandon Aubrey a chance for a 51-yarder to win the game and take the lead. This is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about. 20 seconds might not be enough. We're going to pass the ball? Okay. I guess we're going to make the passing play, or we're running it. Oh, we'll probably spike it. So 3rd and 2, we're going to have to spike the ball. 5 seconds left to spike it. Snap the ball. Why is he dropping back? He throws it deep. Why did he do that? It's still open. Touchdown. We score. Game-winning touchdown. Oh my God. Why did we do that? Jose Jackson scores the game-winning touchdown with no time left on the clock. I am baffled by the coaching decision by Kyle Shanahan, but I think Andy Reid was too. Jose Jackson was wide open. He beat his man. He got past him at the 10, was wide open, scores the touchdown, and the San Francisco 49ers are going to win Super Bowl 64 on a game-winning touchdown. We could have just taken the field goal. We didn't have to do that. You didn't have to stress me out like that, Kyle Shanahan, but we do it. Put the ring on our finger. That is 2 championships in 2 weeks. The Stanford Cardinals win and the San Francisco 49ers win. Man, if only the Giants could have beaten the Red Sox, and we've gotten 3. Purdy getting his first ring. We finally take down Mahomes and the Chiefs. We finally get over the hump. Hold open that trophy. Kyle Shanahan lifts it up. The 49ers have won $265 million for what? For whatever that pass was to Jose Jackson. We win. Your Super Bowl MVP is Brock Purdy, beating MVP Patrick Mahomes, Coach of the Year Andy Reid. We end up winning that one. Terry McLaurin gets Offensive Player of the Year. Defensive Player of the Year goes to Ben Monk over Nick Bosa. Jerome Jones of the Browns wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, and the first overall pick, Joe McNeil of the Chargers, wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. With that title, we have now won a championship with all 4 sports teams in the San Francisco Bay Area. I might have to change a little bit more of my scoring because I don't know how often that's going to happen. I might have to give my some extra bonus points there for that, but I think I might add that to the scoring thing. I guess questions up to you whether or not we should. I'll add that on the leaderboard, but we will change it if you guys don't agree with that decision. I think an extra 5 to 10 bonus points for winning one with each team is worthy, and I think every single city could end up doing that. So, all right, one more team left this season. Can the Warriors make it 3 titles in the Bay Area? Wow, what an ending. After Super Bowl week and at the trade deadline, the San Antonio Spurs have already clinched the play-in. They're 49-7. We are 45-9. I actually want to see the Eastern Conference playoffs. The Knicks are right there in third. So remember, this is all about whether or not this team can get past San Antonio in New York. We're hoping New York doesn't even make it because they are really, really good. But it's really down to what the Spurs do. And I can't also reject the fact that the Lakers, who have another fantastic team with Luka and Jokic must be hurt. Yeah, Jokic is injured. But Luka, Edgecombe, Jokic, Acquaintance, Cam Christie, Davion Mitchell, like this team is still going to be a really, really good roster that we're going to have to face. The West is a battleground at the top. We are in good position to possibly win 3 titles in the same year, but we need that, and the Spurs are on a 15-game winning streak, so, you know, Victor Wembanyama and all that. And they have injuries. Oh, Wembanyama's hurt. Oh, how hurt is he? Okay. 1 to 2 weeks. Don't mean to pray for injuries, but you couldn't help but hear the hope in my voice. Whoa! Giannis got MVP! Okay, he's back from his injury. He gets an MVP. That's huge for an award winner for us. Giannis's MVP. This is his 4th one, I think. He gets it. I wonder if Wembanyama missed enough games where we didn't have to worry about him. And that would really help out getting an MVP. Only 18 points per game, 9 rebounds, 5.4 assists, but 2 steals, 2.5 blocks on 57% shooting is very, very good for a 35-year-old power forward. Jeb Tiggs wins Rookie of the Year. That's the guy who I think I traded picks for, right? I was going to draft him in 2028. That was like the guy I wanted to draft. Okay. Pacers got him. He ended up winning. That was the pick that we traded basically for Halliburton. Tajon Salon wins 6th Man of the Year for the New Orleans Pelicans, and Giannis with the DPOY as well. So Victor Wembanyama must not have been in the running. As long as Victor Wembanyama gets hurt, you have a chance of winning awards in NBA 2K. Most Improved Player goes to Alex Tuhey of the Timberwolves. Cam Boozer wins Clutch Player of the Year. Tyronn Lue, 71-11. Spurs wins Coach of the Year, Executive of the Year as well. No, he was eligible. I don't know how he didn't win. Did he not? How many games did he play? 80. He missed 1 game. Okay. I don't know how he finished 4th. He normally wins everything. I guess Giannis did kind of actually have a better season than him. But okay. Giannis, first team All-NBA. And then do we have any others? We do not. Giannis, all defensive first team, beating out Victor Wembanyama right there, who was 2nd in that race. And yeah, no rookie team because there weren't enough rookies this year. We are the number 2 seed, meaning we have won the Pacific again, beating out the Lakers right there. I actually should check the standings and see how we did there. Beat them. Okay, we beat them by a good amount. 66-16 on the year, beating them out. They had 54 wins. So, yeah, all right. Taking a look at our team, we have the MVP. Giannis averaged 18.7. Halliburton averaged 18.7. Brown was 16.8. Bagley with 13.1. A Cuff with 12.9. Kolek had 9. Moody had 8. Kispert had 9. Agbaji had 8. PJ Washington had 3. And Embiid had 4 points per game. So nothing really special when it comes to our rebound leader, Giannis with Bagley in second. Assist leader, Halliburton had 8.4 assists on this season in his 79 games. Our steals leader was Giannis with 2.1, and our blocks leader was Giannis with 2.4. Also leading the way in field goal percentage with 57, and 3-point percentage, Halliburton had 43 over Jaylen Brown, and free throw percentage, Embiid shot 96.6% from the free throw line. Not a lot of attempts, but he did play 82 games. The scoring title this year goes to Anthony Edwards, who averaged 27 points per game this year, just beating out Ace Bailey of the Mavericks. Rebound leader, Cam Boozer of the New York Knicks with 12.2, just beating out Donovan Clingan, who had 12.1. Your assist leader, Nolan Traore with 10.2, leads the way over Trae Young. Steals, Giannis! Steals leader, doesn't get blocks leader. That goes to Chris Senek of the Philadelphia 76ers. But Giannis led the way in steals. Dyson Daniels has dropped down to 1.9. Oh no, he dropped under 2. Field goal percentage leader this season, Mark Williams, 64.6% from the field. 3-point percentage leader, the leader this season, Braden Burries of the San Antonio Spurs at a 47%, and free throw percentage, Con Knuppel once again leads the way for the Washington Wizards. So we did get a league leader in steals, as well as 2 major awards for Giannis this season. But still, I think it all comes down to hopefully somebody taking out San Antonio before we have to see them. We have Phoenix in the first round. Phoenix, I don't actually know who they have on their roster. They are rolling with Lonzo Ball, Gary Trent, Noah Esengwe, Caleb Wilson, and Karl Anthony Towns. Devin Booker must be on the bench. Booker's coming off the bench? Because I see him over there. Okay. I see why they're the 7th seed. Seems like a poor decision. Game 1, we win 101-90. Game 2, we do not win. They beat us 133-106. In Game 3, they win again 123-101. We tie it though, 2-2. I can't believe we've fallen and made this close of a series. 3-2, we win 124-98. And in Game 7, we do advance to take on the Lakers. We have the Spurs taking on the Kings. No real big upsets. I guess the Bulls lost to Cleveland, but it's still Cleveland, so. All right, the Lakers have Luka, Edgecombe, and Jokic. Their big weaknesses are Sadiq Bey and Bryson Tilley, who are starting for them. I think what we're going to do before this series is we are going to shorten the rotation because this team is really good. I still ran a 10-man rotation for that last series, and I think it kind of hurt us a little bit. So sorry, Embiid, you are out of the lineup, even though you've been hot. Hot in quotation marks. But we are going into this series against the Lakers. Game 1, we always make sure Embiid ducks Jokic. Game 1, we win 125-118 over the Lakers. Game 2, Darius Sacuf pulls his back, but we still win 2-0 series over the Lakers. Game 3, Lakers win that one 119-109. Game 4, we take a 3-1 lead, 122-111. I think the Spurs are going to sweep the Kings. We win 4-1, taking on San Antonio here in the next round, and it's Brooklyn versus Charlotte on the other side. So I think whoever wins this is the actual champion. This is probably going to lead into it. The West or the East is much weaker than the West. Spurs, Warriors. Last season, we thought that Giannis might just be the Wembanyama stopper, but I don't know if he'll be able to do it again. Giannis is 35 years old at this point in his career, and so the question is, can he stop Wembanyama again? Game 1, we lose 112-95. Jaren Jackson puts up 21. Giannis does put up 28, 11, and 6, but not much from Halliburton or Jaylen Brown. Game 2, we fall down 2-0, 114-106. Cooper Flagg puts up 29. Giannis still puts up 28, but not much coming in the hopes of Jaylen Brown. Game 3, we need to win this back on our home turf. We do take that one 124-104 as we win the game here in Golden State. Giannis had a little bit of a worse game, but actually that's a good thing, because if Giannis is not your leading scorer, that means somebody else is playing well. Game 4 against the Spurs. Corey Kispert, sore right foot. We are down 3-1 against the Spurs. Yeah, as I just said, when Giannis leads the way, that means not everybody else is playing well. And yeah, not everybody else is playing well. All right. Game 5. This is the chance for us to do it against Wembanyama. I'm going to jump in here and we're going to watch this and see, can we do it? We'll just sim quickly. After the first, we have the lead. After the second, they have it. They have the lead in the third. They have the lead in the fourth. We are not going to be able to come back. We are eliminated by the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama, unable to make it 3 championships in the same year. Actually, Cooper Flagg was apparently the guy who beat us this time. Still mad at the Mavericks for letting that happen. And as you sim the final round, the Spurs easily sweep Charlotte. Cooper Flagg, finals MVP for the San Antonio Spurs. We almost got there. We're unable to advance to the NBA Finals, but we got another MVP and everything on the board. That is it. 4 teams, 5 years. That is 20 years of rebuilding here in the Bay Area. We ended up with 3 titles for the San Francisco Giants, 1 title for Stanford, 1 title for the 49ers, and 1 title for the Warriors, despite many chances. As one of the most competitive cities that you are going to find, I would say it's going to be hard for a lot of cities to compete besides maybe, I don't know, LA or New York. I don't even think New York would be able to really compete with this, with the Jets and Giants not really being in that compatible. So we're really looking at LA. Maybe Philly could possibly contend if we can flip, Embiid around. But when it comes down to this, it's going to be hard for anybody to top San Francisco. When we look at the leaderboard, they easily jump Miami as the number 1 team. They have single seasons better than what some other cities are going to be able and be capable of doing. And so that is it for your San Francisco Bay Area version of the greatest cities of sports. I thank you very much for participating and enjoying and watching. We will see you next time with our next city. Or is it going to be a region?